Permaculture. A. Designers. Manual. Underscore. Equals. Bill. Mollison. Permaculture. A Designer's Manual. This book is about designing sustainable human settlements and preserving and natural systems. It covers aspects of designing and maintaining a cultivated ecology in any climate. The principles of design, design methods, understanding patterns in nature, climatic factors, water, soils, earthworks, techniques and strategies in the different climatic types, aquaculture, and the social, legal, and economic design of human settlement. It calls into question not only the current methods of agriculture but also the very need for a formal food agriculture if wastelands and the excessive long culture within towns and cities are devoted to food production and small livestock suited to local needs. The world can no longer sustain the damage caused by modern agriculture, monocultural forestry, arid thoughtless settlement design, and in the near future we will see the end of wasted energy, or the end of civilization as we know it, due to human-caused pollution and climate. Strategies for the necessary changes in social investment policy, politics itself, and towards regional or village self-reliance are now desperately needed, and examples of these strategies are given. It is hoped that this manual will open the global debate that must never end, and so give a guide to the form of a future in which our children have at least a chance of a reasonable existence. Born in 1928 in the small of Stanley, Tasmania, Bill Mollison left school at the age of 15. Run the family bakery. He soon went to sea. A.G. Fay, fishermen and seamen bringing vessels from post-war disposals to southern ports, and until 1954 filled a variety of jobs as a forester, mill worker, trapper, snarer, tractor driver, and naturalist. In 1954 and for the next 9 years worked in many remote locations in Australia as a ER on locusts, mutton birds, and with. In 1963 he spent at the Tasmania Museum in curatorial duties, returned to field work with the Inland Fisheries Commission surveying the macrofauna of inland waters and estuaries, in food chains and water conditions in all the rivers and lagoons of Tasmania. To studies in 1966, he lived on his wits, cattle, at dances, shark, and soaking part-time at an exclusive girls' school. Upon getting his degree in bio, Phy, related to the University of Tasmania where Bijo developed the unit of environmental his university period, which lasts for 1 year, Bill independently researched and published a 3-volume treatise on the history Giri the descendants of the Tasmanian Aborigines. 1974, he and David Holmgren XS Cryade refined the permaculture concept, leading to the pace of Permaculture 1 and Permaculture. Since leaving the university in HSS, Bill has devoted all his AE pets of permaculture tithing A and worldwide. He has taught 1 ends of students, and has contributed many articles, curricula, and recommendations for farm projects, clusters, and local government. IES. In 1981, Bill Mollison received the Livelihood Award, sometimes called the Alternative Nobel Prize, for his work in environmental design. In recent years, he has established a trust in aid fund to enable Spriorame to reach PS in need, particularly in the poorer parts of the world, with the aim of leaving a core of teachers locally to continue with TE educational work. Bill Mo is the executive director of the Permaculture Institute, which was established in 1979 to teach the practical design of sustainable soil, water, plant, and legal and economic systems to students worldwide. Permaculture, a Designer's Manual, by Bill Mollison. Illustrated by Andrew Jeeves. Manuscript and editing. Renee Slay. Taggery Publications ** Tyalgum Australia. A Taggery publication. Publishers for the Permaculture Institute since 1979. Permaculture, a Designer's Manual. 2nd edition. 156,000 in print as of September, 2002. Copyright Bill Mollison 1988. The contents of this book and the word permaculture copyright are copyright. Apart from any fair dealing for the purpose of private study, research, criticism, or review permitted under the Copyright Act, no part of this book may be reproduced by any process without written permission from the publisher. Taggery Publications. 31, Rolla Road. Sisters Creek, Tasmania, 7325 Australia. Intimational phone, 61364450945. Intimational fax, 61364450944. Manuscript and photographs, Bill Mollison. Jeeves. Additional illustrations by George Schultz. Tip script, editing, text arrangement, Renee Slay. National Library of Australia. Mollison, Bill. Permaculture, Designer's Manual. Includes index. ISBN 0908228015. L. Jeeves, Andrew, 1956. I.L. Slay, Renee, 1953. I.L. Title. 631.5°84. Printed in Australia by Macpherson's Printing Group, Maryborough, Victoria 3465. Contents. Preface, 9 Author's Note, 9 * Permaculture defined and its use, 9. Conventions used, X * access to information, X. Cover story, 11. Chapter 1 Introduction, 1. 1.1 The philosophy behind permaculture, 1 * 1.2 Ethics, 2 degrees. 1.3 Permaculture in landscape and society, 6 * 1.4 References, 9. Chapter 2 Concepts and themes in design, 10. 2.1 Introduction, 10 * 2.2 Science and the Thousand Names of God, 11. 2.3 Applying laws and principles to design, 12 * 2.4 Resources, 16. 2.5 Yields, 18 Copyright 2.6 Cycles, A Niche in Time, 23 Copyright 2.7 Pyramids, Food Webs, Growth and Vegetarianism, 28 2.8 Complexity and Connections, 30 * 2.9 Order or Chaos, 31 Copyright 2.10 Permitted and Forced Functions, 31 * 2.11 Diversity, 32 Copyright 2.12 Stability, 33 * 2.13 Time and Yield, 33 Copyright 2.14 Principal Summary, 34 * 2.15 References, 35. Chapter 3 Methods of Design, 35. 3.1 Introduction, 36 * 3.2 Analysis, Design by listing characteristics of components, 37 * 3.3 Observation, Design by expanding on direct observations of a site, 43 * 3.4 Deduction from nature, Design by adopting lessons learned from nature, 44 * 3.5 Options and decisions. Design as a selection of options or pathways based on decisions, 47. 3.6 Data Overlay, designed by Map Overlays, 47 plus 3.7 Random. Assembly, designed by assessing the results of random assemblies, 47. 3.8 Flow Diagrams, designed for workplaces, 48 3.9 Zone and Sector. Analysis, designed by the application of a master pattern, 49 3.10 Zoning of Information and Ethics, 57 3.11 Incremental Design, 58 Copyright. 3.12 Summary of Design Methods, 58 plus 3.13 The Concepts of Guilds in Nature, 59 3.14 Succession, Evolution of a System, 64 3.15 The Establishment and Maintenance of Systems, 65 3.16 General Practical Procedures in Property Design, 68 3.17 Principal Summary, 69. Chapter 4 Pattern Understanding, 70. 4.1 Introduction, 70 4.2 A General Pattern Model of Events, 71 Copyright. 4.3 Matrices and the Strategies of Compacting and Complexing. Components, 72 4.4 Properties of Media, 75 4.5 Boundary Conditions, 76 4.6 The Harmonics and Geometries of Boundaries, 78 4.7 Compatible and Incompatible Borders and Components, 79 plus. 4.8 The Timing and Shaping of Events, 81 4.9 Spirals, 83 4.10 Flow over landscape and objects, 83 4.11 Open Flow and End Flow Patterns, 87 4.12 Toroidal Phenomena, 88 4.13 Dimensions and Potentials, 88 4.14 Closed, Sprinkle, Models, Accretion and Expulsion, 88 4.15 Branching and its effects, Conduits, 89. 4.16 Orders of magnitude in branches, 91 Copyright 4.17 Orders and Dimensions, 92 4.18 Classification of events, 93 4.19 Time and Relativity in the model, 93 4.20 The world we live in is a tessellation of events, 94 4.21 Introduction to pattern applications, 95 4.22 The tribal use of patterning, 96 4.23 The mnemonics of meaning, 99 4.24 Patterns of society, 100 4.25 The arts in the service of life, 100 4.26 Additional pattern applications, 101 4.27 References and further reading, 102 chapters Climatic factors, 106. 5.1 Introduction, 106 5.2 The classification of broad climatic zones, 107 5.3 Patterning in global weather systems, the engines of the atmosphere, 107 5.4 Precipitation, 110 5.5 Radiation, 113 Copyright. 5.6 Wind, 121 5.7 Landscape effects, 132 5.8 Latitude effects, 134 5.9 References, 134 5.10 Designers checklist, 135. Chapter 6 Trees and their energy transactions, 137. 6.1 Introduction, 138 6.2 The biomass of the tree, 138 6.3 Wind effects, 139 Copyright 6.4 Temperature effects, 142 6.5 Trees and precipitation, 142 6.6 How a tree interacts with rain, 147. 6.7 Summary, 150 6.8 References, 151. Chapter 7 Water, 152. 7.1 Introduction, 152 7.2 Regional intervention in the water cycle, 153 7.3 Earthworks for water conservation and storage, 155 7.4 Reduction of water used in sewage systems, 170 7.5 The purification of polluted waters, 172 7.6 Natural swimming pools, 180 7.7 Designers checklist, 181 7.8 References, 181. Chapters Soils, 182. 8.1 Introduction, 182 8.2 Soil and Health, 184 Copyright. 3 Tribal and Traditional Soil Classifications, 185 Copyright. 8.4 The Structure of Soils, 186 Copyright. 8.5 Soil and Water Elements, 187 cents. 8.6 Primary Nutrients for Plants, 187 8.7 The Distribution of Elements in the Sail Profile, 188 8.8 pH and Soils, 195 Copyright. 8.9 Soil Composition, 199 8.10 Soil Pores and Crumb Structure, 201 Copyright. 8.11 Gaseous Content and Processes in Soils, 204. 8.12 The Soil Biota, 205 8.13 Difficult Soils, 208 8.14 Plant Analysis for Mineral Deficiencies, Some Remedies, 209 8.15 Biological Indicators of Soil and Soil Conditions, 212 plus 8.16 Seed Pelleting, 214 Copyright. 8.17 Soil Erosion, 214 8.18 Soil Rehabilitation, 215 Copyright. 8.19 Soils in House Foundations, 221 8.20 Life in Earth, 222 Copyright. 8.21 The Respiration of Earth, 224 8.22 Designers checklist, 225 Copyright. 8.23 References, 226. Chapters Earthworking and Earth Resources, 227. 9.1 Introduction, 227 9.2 Planning Earthworks, 228 Copyright. 9.3 Planting After Earthworks, 229 9.4 Slope Measure, 230 9.5 Levels and Leveling, 232 9.6 Types of Earthworks, 234 plus 9.7 Earth Constructs, 237 9.8 Moving the Earth, 241 Copyright. 9.9 Earth Resources, 247 Copyright. 9.10 References, 249. Chapter 10 The Humid Tropics, 250. 10.1 Introduction, 250 10.2 Climatic Types, 251 10.3 Tropical Soils, 253 10.4 Earth Shaping in the Tropics, 259 10.5 House Design, 261 10.6 The Tropical Home Garden, 266 10.7 Integrated Land Management, 277 10.8 Elements of a Village Complex in the Humid Tropics, 279 Copyright. 10.9 Evolving a Polyculture, 279 10.10 Themes on a coconut or palm dominant polyculture, 283 cents. 10.11 Pioneering, 293 10.12 Animal Tractor Systems, 299. 10.13 Grassland and range management, 300 10.14 Humid tropical. Coast stabilization and shelter belts, 303 Copyright 10.15 Low island and coral. Case strategies, 304 Copyright 10.16 Designers checklist, 307 Copyright 10.17 References, 307. Chapter 11 Dryland strategies, 308. 11.1 Introduction, 308 11.2 Precipitation, 310 Copyright. 11.3 Temperature, 312 11.4 Soils, 312 11.5 Landscape features in deserts, 316 11.6 Harvesting of water in arid lands, 336 Copyright 11.78. Desert house, 359 Copyright 11.8 The desert garden, 371 11.9 Garden. Irrigation systems, 381 11.10 Desert settlement broad. Strategies, 11.11 Plant themes for drylands, 390 11.12 Animal systems in drylands, 397 11.13. Desertification and the salting of soils, 401 Copyright 11.14 Cold and montane deserts, 409 11.15 Designers checklist, 410 Copyright 11.16 References, 410. Chapter 12 Humid cool to cold climates, 411. 12.1 Introduction, 411 Copyright 12.2 Characteristics of a humid cool climate, 412 12.3 Soils, 413 12.4 Landform and water conservation, 413. 12.5 Settlement and house design, 414 Copyright 12.6 The home garden, 417. 12.7 Berry fruits, 420 Copyright 12.8 Glass house growing, 422 Copyright. 12.9 Orchards, 423 12.10 Farm forestry, 425 12.11 Free range forage systems, 427 Copyright 12.12 The lawn, 434 Copyright 12.13 Grasslands, 435. 12.14 Rangelands, 442 Copyright 12.15 Cold climates, 446 12.16 Wildfire, 451. 12.17 Designers checklist, 456 12.18 References, 457. 37. Chapter 13 Aquaculture, 458. 13.1 Introduction, 458 Copyright 13.2 The case for aquaculture, 459. 13.3 Some factors affecting total useful yields, 461 13.4 Choice of fish species, varieties, food, health, and factors in yield, 470 Copyright. 13.5 Fish pond configurations and food supply, 472 13.6 Farming invertebrates for fish food, 491 cents 13.7 Channel, canal, Chinampa, 495. 13.8 Yields outside the pond Copyright 13.9 Bringing in the harvest, 499. 13.10 Traditional and new water polycultures, 500 Oli. 13.11 Designers checklist, 502 Copyright 13.12 References, 504. Chapter 14 The strategies of an alternative global nation, 505. 14.1 Introduction, 506 Copyright 14.2 Ethical basis of an alternative nation, 507 Copyright. 14.3 A new United Nations, 508 14.4 Alternatives to political systems, 509 14.5 By original organization, 510 14.6 Extended families, 514 Copyright 14.7 Trusts and legal strategies, 515. 14.8 Developmental and property trusts, 518 14.9 Village development, 519 14.10 Effective working groups and right livelihood, 530 Copyright 14.11 Money and finance, 533 Copyright 14.12 Land access, 545 Copyright 14.13 An ethical investment movement, 551. 14.14 Effective aid, 555 Copyright 14.15 Futures, 557 Copyright 14.16 References and resources, 558. Plant list by common name, 561. Plant list by species name, 563. Glossary, 566. Resources, 567. References, 568. Index, 569. Preface. To many of us who experienced the ferment of the late 1960s, there seemed to be no positive direction forward, although almost everybody could define those aspects of the global society that they rejected, and these include military adventurism, the bomb, ruthless land exploitation, the arrogance of polluters, and a general insensitivity to human and environmental needs. From 1972 to 1974, I spent some time, latterly with David Holmgren, in developing an interdisciplinary earth science, permaculture, with the potential for positivistic, integrated, and global outreach. It was January 1981 before the concept of permaculture seemed to have matured sufficiently to be taught as an applied design system, when the first 26 students graduated from an intensive 140-hour lecture series. Today, we can count thousands of people who have attended permaculture design courses, workshops, lectures, and seminars. Graduates now form a loose global network, and are effectively acting in many countries. The permaculture movement has no central structure, but rather a strong sense of shared work. Everybody is free to act as an individual, to form a small group, or to work within any other organization. We cooperate with many other groups with diverse beliefs and practices. Kurt system includes good practices from many disciplines and systems, and offers them as an integrated whole. Great changes are taking place. These are not as a result of any one group or teaching, but as a result of millions of people defining one or more ways in which they can conserve energy, aid local self-reliance, or provide for themselves. All of us would acknowledge our own work as modest. It is the totality of such modest work that is impressive. There is so much to do, and there will never be enough people to do it. We must all try to increase our skills, to model trials, and to pass on the results. If a job is not being done, we can form a small group and do it. When we criticize others, we usually point the finger at ourselves. It doesn't matter if the work we do carries the permaculture label, just that we do it. By 1984, it had become clear that many of the systems we had proposed a decade earlier did, in fact, constitute a sustainable earth care system. Almost all that we had proposed was tested and tried, and where the skills and capital existed, people could make a living from products derived from stable landscapes. Although this is not a primary aim of permaculture, which seeks first to stabilize and care for land, then to serve household, regional, and local needs, and only thereafter to produce a surplus for sale or exchange. In 1984, we held our first International Permaculture Conference and awarded about 50 applied diplomas to those who had served 2 years of applied work since their design course. Those of us who belong to the permaculture family have cause to be proud, but not complacent. Work has scarcely begun, but we have a great team of people which increases in numbers daily. To empower the powerless and create a million villages to replace nation states is the only safe future for the preservation of the biosphere. Let interdependence and personal responsibility be our aims. Author's note. This volume was written for teachers, students, and designers. It follows on and greatly English arts on the initial introductory texts Permaculture 1, 1978, and Permaculture 2, 1979, both of which are still in demand a decade after publication. Very little of the material in this book is reproduced from the foundation texts. Each volume of this work carries a surcharge of 50 cents, which will be paid by Taggery Publications to the Permaculture Institute. The Institute, a public trust, holds the funds so generated in trust for tree planting, and from time to time releases monies to selected groups who are active in permanent reforestation. In this way, both publisher and readers can have a clear conscience about the use of the paper in this volume, or in any book published by Taggery Publications. Our trust funds are open to receive any such levy from other ethical publishers. Permaculture defined, and its use. Permaculture is a word coined by the author. Its copyright is vested in the Permaculture Institutes and their College of Graduates, and is guarded by them for the purposes of consistent education. Permaculture, permanent agriculture, is the concise design and maintenance of agriculturally productive ecosystems which have the diversity, stability, and resilience of natural ecosystems. It is the harmonious integration of landscape and people, providing their food, energy, shelter, and other material and non-material needs in a sustainable way. Without permanent agriculture there is no possibility of a stable social order. Permaculture design is a system of assembling conceptual, material, and strategic components in a pattern which functions to benefit life in all its forms. The philosophy behind permaculture is one of working with, rather than against, nature, of protracted and thoughtful observation rather than protracted and thoughtless action, of looking at systems in all their functions, rather than asking only one yield of them, and of allowing systems to demonstrate their own 9 evolutions. The word permaculture can be used by anybody, adhering to the ethics and principles expressed herein. The only restriction on use is that of teaching. Only graduates of a Permaculture Institute can teach permaculture, and they adhere to agreed on curricula developed by the College of Graduates of the Institutes of Permaculture. Conventions used. References and abbreviations. Minor references are given in the text, and those useful to chapter contents only are located at the close of those chapters. Key references are assembled at the close of the book, and are superscripted as numbers in the text. Seasons and directions, so that the text and figures are useful and readable in both hemispheres. I have used the word sunside or sunwards, and shade side or polewards rather than south and north, and converted months to seasons as below. Used northern southern. Here hemisphere. Summer early June December. Mid July January. Late August February. Autumn early September March. Mid October April. Late November May. Winter early December June. Mid January July. Late February August. March September. Ons Paddy April October. Late May November. These may be further refined by the use of first week of. For the same reason, the symbol below is used in figures to indicate the sun direction rather than the north or south symbol. A. One hopes this prevents the problem of all those good North Americans wandering on the north face of their hills, looking for the sun, poised dangerously upside down on the earth as they are. Access to information. Material in this work can be fairly easily accessed in these ways. Chapter and section contents are listed in the table of contents. Main subjects are listed in the index. There is a list of the common and Latin names of plants used in the text located in the appendix. Also, located in the appendix is a glossary of terms used. Some few words are recently coined or, like permaculture, are the conceit of the author. To forestall needless subscription to the International Permaculture Journal, 113, N. More Road. N. More, NSW 2042, Australia, gives information on permaculture themes, reviews recent publications, gives news of events, publishes a directory of permaculture centers, and has a host of other useful data. Further resources are also listed in the appendix. Cover story. The great oval of the design represents the egg of life. That quantity of life which cannot be created or destroyed, but from within which all things that live are. Within the egg is coiled the rainbow snake, the earth shaper of Australian and American Aboriginal peoples. We have a legend that explains the formation of the hills, the rivers, and all the shapes of the land. Every time it rains and see a beautiful rainbow, I am reminded of the legend of the rainbow serpent. In the beginning the earth was flat, a vast, great plain. As the rainbow serpent wound his way across the land, the movement of his body heaped up the mountains and dug troughs for the rivers. With each thrust of his huge multi-colored body a new landform was created. At last, tired with the effort of shaping the earth, he crawled into a water hole. The cool water washed over his vast body, cooling and soothing him. Each time the animals visited the water hole, they were careful not to disturb the rainbow serpent, for although they could not see him, they knew he was there. Then one day, after a huge rainstorm, they saw him. His huge colored body was arching from the water hole, over the treetops, up through the clouds, across the plain to another water hole. To this day the Aborigines are careful not to disturb the rainbow serpent, as they see him going across the sky from one water hole to another. From Gulpilil Stories of the Dreamtime. Compiled by Hugh Rule and Stuart Goodman. Published by William Collins, Sydney, 1979. Within the body of the rainbow serpent is contained the tree of life, which itself expresses the general pattern of life forms, as further elaborated in the chapter on pattern in this book. Its roots are in earth, and its crown in rain, sunlight, and wind. Elemental forces and flows shown external to the oval represent the physical environment, the sun, and the matter of the universe, the materials from which life on earth is formed. The whole cycle and form is dedicated, as is this book, to The Complexity of Life on Earth. Chapter 1. Introduction. 11. Permaculture Design. Philosophy. Although this book is about design, it is also about values and ethics, and above all about a sense of parental responsibility for Earth care. I have written at times in the first person to indicate that it is not a detached, impersonal, or even unbiased document. Every book or publication has an author, and what that author chooses to write about is subjective, for that person alone determines the subject, content, and the values expressed or omitted. I am not detached from, but have been passionately involved with this earth, and so herein give a brief vision of what I think can be achieved by anyone. The sad reality is that we are in danger of perishing from our own stupidity and lack of personal responsibility to life. If we become extinct because of factors our control, then we can at least die with pride in ourselves, but to create a mess in which we perish by our own inaction makes nonsense of our claims to consciousness and morality. There is too much contemporary evidence of ecological disaster which appalls me, and it should frighten you, too. Our consumptive lifestyle has led us to the very brink of annihilation. We have expanded our right to live on the earth to an entitlement to conquer the earth, yet conquerors of nature always lose. To accumulate wealth, power, or land beyond one's needs in a limited world is to be truly immoral, be it as an individual, an institution, or a nation-state. What we have done, we can undo. There is no longer time to waste nor any need to accumulate more evidence of disasters. The time for action is here. I deeply believe that people are the only critical resource needed by people. We ourselves, if we organize our talents, are sufficient to each other. What is more, we will either survive together, or none of us will survive. To fight between ourselves is as stupid and wasteful as it is to fight during times of natural disasters, when everyone's cooperation is vital. A person of courage today is a person of peace. The courage we need is to refuse authority and to accept only personally responsible decisions, like war. Growth at any cost is an outmoded and discredited concept. It is our lives which are being laid to waste. What is worse, it is our children's world which is being destroyed. It is therefore our only possible decision to withhold all support for destructive systems, and to cease to invest our lives in our own annihilation. Tet ons kuk dieden is ten ik me praise a life worker. Own existence and that of our children. Make it now. Most thinking people would agree that we have arrived at final and irrevocable decisions that will abolish or sustain life on this earth. We can either ignore the madness of uncontrolled industrial growth and defense spending that is in small bites, or large catastrophes, eroding life forms every day, or take the path to life and survival. Information and humanity, science and understanding, are in transition. Long ago, we began by wondering mainly about what is most distant. Astronomy and astrology were our ancient pre-occupations. We progressed, millennia by millennia, to enumerating the wonders of Earth. First by naming things, then by categorizing them, and more recently, by deciding how they function and what work they do, within and without themselves. This analysis has resulted in the development of different sciences, disciplines and technologies, a welter of names and a sundering of parts, a proliferation of specialists, and a consequent inability to foresee results or to design integrated systems. The present great shift in emphasis is on how the parts interact, how they work together with each other. 1. How dissonance or harmony in life systems or society is achieved. Life is cooperative rather than competitive, and life forms of very different qualities may interact beneficially with one another and with their physical environment. Even the bacteria live by collaboration, accommodation, exchange, and barter. Lewis Thomas, 1974. Principle of cooperation. Cooperation, not competition, is the very basis of existing living systems and of future survival. There are many opportunities to create systems that work from the elements and technologies that exist. Perhaps we should do nothing else for the next century, but apply our knowledge. We already know how to build, maintain, and inhabit sustainable systems. Every essential is solved, but in the everyday life of people this is hardly apparent. The wage side, peasant, landlord, and industrialist alike are deprived of the leisure and the life spirit that is possible in a cooperative society which applies its knowledge. Both warders and prisoners are equally captive in the society in which we live. If we question why we are here and what life is, then we lead ourselves into both science and mysticism, which are coming closer together as science itself approaches its conceptual limits. As for life, it is the most open of open systems, able to take from the resources in time and to re-express itself not only as a lifetime but as a descent and an evolution. Lovelock, 1979, has perhaps best expressed a philosophy, or insight, which links science and tribal beliefs. He sees the earth, and the universe, as a thought process, or as a self-regulating, self-constructed and reactive system, creating and preserving the conditions that make life possible, and actively adjusting to tepulate disturbances. Humanity, however, in its present mindlessness, may be the one disturbance that the earth cannot tolerate. The Gaia hypothesis is for those who like to walk or simply stand and stare, to wonder about the earth and the life it bears, and to speculate about the consequences of our own presence here. It is an alternative to that pessimistic view which sees nature as a primitive force to be subdued and conquered. It is also an alternative to that equally depressing picture of our planet as a demented spaceship, forever traveling, driverless and purposeless, around an inner circle of the sun. E. Lovelock, 1979. For every scientific statement articulated on energy, the Aboriginal tribes people of Australia have an equivalent statement on life. Life, they say, is a totality, neither created nor destroyed. It can be imagined as an egg from which all tribes, life forms, issue and to which all return. The ideal way in which to spend one's time is in the perfection of the expression of life, to lead the most evolved life possible, and to assist in and celebrate the existence of life forms other than humans. For all come from the same egg. The totality of this outlook leads to a meaningful daily existence, in which one sees each quantum of life eternally trying to perfect an expression towards a future, and possibly transcendental. This all the more horrific, therefore, that tribal peoples, whose aim was to develop a conceptual and spiritual existence, have encountered a crude scientific and material culture whose life aim is not only unstated, but which relies on pseudo-economic and techno-logical systems for its existence. The experience of the natural world and its laws has almost been abandoned for closed, artificial, and meaningless lives, perhaps best typified by the dreams of those who would live in space satellites and abandon a dying Earth. I believe that unless we adopt sophisticated, aboriginal belief systems and learn respect for all life, there we lose our own, not only as lifetime but also as any future opportunity to evolve our potential. Whether we continue, without an ethic or a philo Sophie, like abandoned and orphaned children, or whether we create opportunities to achieve maturity, balance, and harmony is the only real question that faces the present generation. This is a debate that must never stop. A young woman once came to me after a lecture in which I wondered at the various concepts of afterlife, the plethora of heavens offered by various groups. Her view was, this is heaven, right here. This is it. Give it all you've got. One couldn't better that advice. The heaven, or hell, we live in is of our own making. An afterlife, if such exists, can be no different for each of us. 12. Ethics. In earlier days, several of us researched community ethics, as adopted by older religious and cooperative groups, seeking for universal principles to guide our own actions. Although many of these guidelines contained as many as 18 principles, most of these can be included in the three below, and even the second. 1. Care of the earth, provision for all life systems to continue and multiply. 2. Care of people, provision for people for access those resources necessary to a near existence. 3. Setting limits to population and consumption. By governing our own needs, we can set resources aside to further the above principles. This ethic is a very simple statement of guidance, and serves well to illuminate everyday endeavors. It can be coupled to a determination to make our own way, to be neither nor employees, landlords nor tenants, but to be self-reliant as individuals and to cooperate as groups. For the sake of the earth itself, evolved a philosophy close to Taoism from my experiences with natural systems. As it was stated in Permaculture 2, it is a philosophy of working with rather than against nature, of protracted and thoughtful observation, rather than protracted and thoughtless action, of looking at systems and people in all their functions, rather than asking only one yield of them, and of allowing systems to demonstrate their own evolutions. A basic question that can be asked in two ways is, what can I get from this land, or person, or what does this person, or land, have to give if I cooperate with them? Of these two approaches, the former leads to war and waste, the latter to peace and plenty. Most conflicts, I find, lay in how such questions are asked, and not in the answers to any question. Or, to put it another way, we are clearly looking for the right questions rather than for answers. We should be alert to rephrase or refuse the wrong question. It has become evident that unity in people comes from a common adherence to a set of ethical principles, each of us perhaps going our own way, at our own pace, and within the limits of our resources, yet all leading to the same goals, which in our own cases, that of a living, complex, and sustainable earth. Those who agree on such ethics, philosophies, and goals form a global nation. How do people evolve an ethic, and why should we bother to do so? Humans are thinking beings, with long memories, oral and written records, and the ability to investigate the distant past by applying a variety of techniques, from dendrochronology to archaeology, pollen analysis to the geological sciences. It is therefore evident that behaviors in the natural world which we thought appropriate at one time later prove to be damaging to our own society in the long term, e.g. the effects of biocidal pest controls on soils and water. Thus, we are led by information, reflection, and careful investigation to moderate, abandon, or forbid certain behaviors and substances that in the long term threaten our own survival. We act to survive. Conservative and cautious rules of behavior are evolved. This is a rational and sensible process, responsible for many taboos in tribal societies. From a great many case histories we can list some rules of use, for example the rule of necessitas. Use that we leave any natural system alone until we are, of strict necessity, forced to use it. We may then follow up with rules of conservative use. Having found it necessary to use a natural resource, we may insist on every attempt to reduce waste, hence pollution. Thoroughly replace lost minerals. Do a careful accounting, and make an assessment of the long-term, negative, biosocial effects on society, and act to buffer or eliminate these. In practice, we evolve over time to various forms of accounting for our actions. Such accounts are fiscal, social, environmental, aesthetic, or energetic in nature, and all are appropriate to our own survival. Consideration of these rules of necessitas and conservative use may lead us, step by step, to the basic realization of our interconnectedness with nature, that we depend on good health in all systems for our survival. Thus, we widen the self-interested idea of human survival, on the basis of past famine and environmental disaster, to include the idea of the survival of natural systems, and can see, for example, that when we lose plant and animal species due to our actions, we lose many survival opportunities. Our fates are intertwined. This process, or something like it, is common to every group of people who evolve a general earth care ethic. Having developed an earth care ethic by assessing our best course for survival, we then turn to our relationships with others. Here, we observe a general rule of nature, that cooperative species and associations of self-supporting species, like mycorrhiza on tree roots, make healthy communities. Such lessons lead us to a sensible resolve to cooperate and take support roles in society, to foster an interdependence, which values the individual's contributions rather than forms of opposition or competition. Although initially we can see how helping our family and friends assists us in our own survival, we may evolve the mature ethic that sees all humankind as family, and all life as allied associations. Thus, we expand people care to species care, for all life has common origins. All are our family. We see how enlightened self-interest leads us to evolve ethics of sustainable and sensible behavior. These then are the ethics expressed in permaculture. Having evolved ethics, we can then devise ways to apply them to our lives, economies, gardens, land, and nature. This is what this book is about, the mechanisms of mature ethical behavior, or how to act to sustain the earth. There is more than one way to achieve permanence and stability in land or society. The peasant approach is well described by King Registered, for Old China. Here people hauled free from canals, cesspits, altan endle forests to an annual grain culture. We could describe this as feudal permanence for its methods, period. And politics. People were bound to the landscape by unremitting toil, and in service to a state or landlord. This leads eventually to famine and revolution. A second approach is on permanent pasture of prairie, pampas, and modern western farms, where large holdings and few people create vast grazing leases, usually for a single species of animal. This is best described as baronial permanence with. Continued on page 6. 3. E. A. Dia B. A. B. Spade E. Ha. Sten STG. B. Transitional and conservation farming year A. E. Pisa E. Oi. C. Permaculture, 70% cropland devoted to forage farming year 8. Figure 1.1. To fur over a period of 8 Yo the Ranation period. Basic hit. NG and crop, evolution from contemporary agriculture to a Nidenia fos perm NOE. Tada TTOA Evan. Croplands, retrofitting a house for energy conservation, and have attempted to cost contemporary agriculture against a changeover producing some, if not all, fuel on the farm. 4. Note, bars 3:4 E10:1. RIML of crop. Al. DIH. YRA. Salt. E. $LREI asterisk 4 MO 1 2 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 UI. A contemporary / Western agriculture year 1. $cent. AOSS. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 TI 12 3 4 5. B transitional and conservation farming year 4. OTE, bars 3:4 equals 1:10, ZSA. AI. $7 ETA alt. Equals underscore at is WWOL. 5 MMA. L underscore fetal. 4 equals AE equals. L U get Lisa 1 copyright ISL. 1 2 3 4 5 6 T 8 9 11 12 13 W15. C permaculture, 70% cropland devoted to forage farming years. Figure 1.1, continued. Annotations to the bar diagram, accounting the costs of farming. The accounting is in sections as follows. 1 cash, dollar, accounting. Bart, income from total product on the farm. 5. Underscore dot from page 3. Near regal properties of immense extent, working at the lowest possible level of land use, pasture or cropland is the least productive use of land we can devise. Such systems, once mechanized, destroy whole landscapes and soil complexes. They can then best be typified as agricultural deserts. Forests, not seen by industrial man as anything but wood, are another permanent agriculture. But they need generations of care and knowledge, and hence a tribal or communal reverence only found in stable communities. This then is the communal permanence. Many of us seek to be able to plant a pecan or citrus when we are old, and to know it will not be cut down by our children's children. The further we depart from communal permanence, the greater the risk of tyranny, feudalism, and revolution, and the more work for less yield. Any error or disturbance can then bring disaster, as can a drought, year in a desert grain crop, or a distant political decision on tariffs. The real risk is that the needs of those people working on the ground, the inhabitants, are overthrown by the needs, or greeds, of commerce and centralized power, that the forest is cut for warships or newspaper, and we are reduced to serfs in a barren landscape. This has been the fate of peasant Europe, Ireland, and much of the Third World. The characteristic that typifies all permanent agricultures is that the needs of the system for energy are provided by that system. Motor crop agriculture is totally dependent on external energies, hence the oil problem and its associated pollution. Figure 1.1 is a very simple but sufficient illustration of the case I'm making. Selected forests not only yield more than annual crops, but provide a diverse nutrient and fuel resource for such crops. Without permanent agriculture, there is no possibility of a stable social order. Thus, the move from productive permanent systems, where the land is held in common, to annual, commercial agricultures, where land is regarded as a commodity, involves a departure from a low to a high energy society, the use of land in an exploitative way, and a demand for external energy resources, mainly provided by the Third World. People think I am slightly crazy when I tell them to go home and garden, or not to involve themselves in broad-scale mechanized agriculture, but a little thought and reading will convince them that this is, in fact, the solution to many world problems. What is now possible is a totally new synthesis of plant and animal systems, using a post-industrial or even computerized approach to system design, applying the principles of whole system energy flows, as devised by Odom, 1971, and the principles of ecology as enunciated by Watt and others. It is, in the vernacular, a whole new ball game to devise. Beansari e tagional, and personal. Pianus necessitacoidal. From the beginning, we would all be in a stable and functional landscape, but our grandparents failed us, and, perhaps for lack of time or information, set up the present, and continuing, misdesigned households, towns, and cities. The concept of free energy put the final nail in the coffin of common sense community, and enabled materialistic societies to rob distant peoples, oblivious of the inevitable accounting to come. 1.3. Permaculture in landscape and society. As the basis of permaculture is beneficial design, it can be added to all other ethical training and skills, and has the potential of taking a place in all human endeavors. In the broad landscape, however, permaculture concentrates on already settled areas and agricultural lands. Almost all of these need drastic rehabilitation and rethinking. One certain result of using our skills to integrate food supply and figure 1.4 caption continued. Bar 2, cost of producing that income in real terms, excess cost over income represents subsidies. Note that any farm prolies are achieved by subsidy, the dollar costs do not balance until organic corn is achieved. Farm income is achieved by reducing production. By energy accounting. Bar 3, oil, or calories, as machinery, fuels, fertilizers, biocides. Starts at 10:1 against JOS, in conventional farming, and can reach AE gain in conservation farming / permaculture with firewood and. Bar 4, energy produced on farm, includes fuel oils from crop, firewood, calories in food produced. Solar energy is a constant, but it contributes most energy in conservation farming / permaculture. 1 evil and mental accounting. Bar 5, soil loss, includes humus loss and mineral nutrient loss. Bar 6, efficiency of water use and soil water storage. Bar 7, pollution produced, poisoning of atmosphere, soils, water, by fuels, biocides, and fertilizers. Soils are created in conservation farming / permaculture, whale are conserved, and pollutants removed. 1b conservation accounting. Life form ICOS. Bar 8, genetic richness in crops and livestock. Bar, swatite. Forest biomass and wildlife richness. FEE. E. ADI. UD. Dollar. WY SAPE MTech. Thus, I can be seen that I transition from contemporary West Ham agriculture to conservation farming, and permaculture has most benefits for people and to other life forms. Farming can become energy productive, and farms can produce real income without public subsidy, in particular if farm products are already matched to local or regional demand. 6. Settlement, to catch water from our roof areas, and to place nearby a zone of fuel forest which receives waste and supplies energy, will be TP free most of the area of the globe for the rehabilitation of natural systems. These need never be looked upon as of use to people, except in the very broad sense of global health. The real difference between a cultivated, designed ecosystem and a natural system is that the great majority of species and biomass in the cultivated ecology is intended for the use of humans or their livestock. We are only a small part of the total primeval or natural species assembly, and only a small part of its yields are directly available to us. But in our own gardens, almost every plant is selected to provide or support some direct yield for people. Household design relates principally to the needs of people. It is thus human-centered, anthropocentric. This is a valid aim for settlement design, but we also need a nature-centered ethic for wilderness conservation. We cannot, however, do much for nature if we do not govern our greed, and if we do not supply our needs from our existing settlements. If we can achieve this aim, we can withdraw from much of the agricultural landscape and allow natural systems to flourish. Recycling of nutrients and energy in nature is a function of many species. In our gardens, it is our own responsibility to return wastes, via compost or mulch, to the soil and plants. We actively create soil in our gardens, whereas in nature many other species carry out that function. Around our homes we can catch water for garden use, but we rely on natural forested landscapes to provide the condenser leaves and clouds, to keep rivers running with clean water, to maintain the global atmosphere, and to lock up our gaseous pollutants. Thus, even anthropocentric people would be well advised to pay close attention to, and to assist in the conservation of existing forests and the rehabilitation of degraded lands. Our own survival demands that we preserve all existing species, and allow them a place to live. We have abused the land and laid waste to systems we need never have disturbed had we attended to our home and settlements. If we need to state a set of ethics on natural systems, then let it be thus. Asterisk implacable and uncompromising opposition to further disturbance of any remaining natural forests, where most species are still in balance. Asterisk vigorous rehabilitation of degraded and damaged natural systems to stable states. Asterisk establishment of plant systems for our own use on the least amount of land we can use for our existence. And asterisk establishment of plant and animal refuges for rare or threatened species. Permaculture as a design system deals primarily with the third statement above, but all people who act responsibly in fact subscribe to the first and second statements. That said, I believe we should use all the species we need or can find to use in our own settlement designs, providing they are not locally rampant and in waste. Whether we approve of it or not, the world about us continually changes. Some would want to keep everything the same, but history, paleontology, and common sense tells us that all has changed, is changing, will change. In a world where we are losing forests, species, and whole ecosystems, there are three concurrent and parallel responses to the environment. 1. Care for surviving natural assembly, i.e.s., to leave the wilderness to heal itself. 2. Rehabilitate degraded or eroded land using complex pioneer species and long-term plant assemblies, trees, shrubs, ground covers. 3. Create our own complex living environment with as many species as we can save, or have need for, from wherever on Earth they come. We are fast approaching the point where we need refuges for all global life forms, as well as regional, national, or state parks for indigenous forms of plants and animals. While we see our local flora and fauna as native, we may also logically see all life as native to Earth. While we try to preserve systems that are still local and diverse, we should also build new or recombinant ecologies from global resources, especially in order to stabilize degraded lands. In your own garden, there are likely to be plants, animals, and soil organisms from every major landmass and many islands. Jet travel has merely accelerated a process already well established by continental drift, bird migration, wind transport, and the rafting of debris by water. Everything will, in time, either become extinct, spread more widely, or evolve to new forms. Each of these processes is happening at once, but the rate of extinction and exchange is accelerating. Rather than new species, adapted hybrids are arising, for example, as palms, seagrasses, and snails, and microorganisms from many continents meet, mix, and produce new accommodations to their new environments. The very chemistry of the air, soil, and water is in flux. Metals, chemicals, isotopes, gases, and plastics are loose on Earth that have never before been present, or never present in such form and quantity before we made it so. It is my belief that we have two responsibilities to pursue. Asterisk primarily, it is to get our house and garden, our place of living, in order, so that it supports us. Asterisk secondarily, it is to limit our population on Earth, or we ourselves become the final plague. Both these duties are intimately connected, as stable regions create stable populations. If we do not get our cities, homes, and gardens in order, so that they feed and shelter us, we must lay waste to all other natural systems. Thus, truly responsible conservationists have gardens which support their food needs, and are working to reduce their own energy needs to a modest consumption, or to that which can be supplied by local. 7. Table 1.1. Permaculture design. The result of a unique assembly of constructs, species, and social systems into a unique pattern suited to a speculative site and set of occupants. Inorganic and organic derived organic socio-legal. A process elements. Selection species people materials and fuels legal/financial structures. Assembly guilds community technology constructs trusts, companies, cooperatives, community, credit unions. Site. Specific earth shaping water supply planting patterns. Considerations. 1. Elemental patterning, flow. Control for best flow, function, and yield whilst conserving resources. Feedback yield and function observation. A marriage of site constraints evaluation. To people's needs. And control. A total design. In evolution. To maturity. Wind, water, forest, or solar power resources. We can work on providing biomass for our essential energy. Needs on a household and regional scale. It is hypocrisy to pretend to save forests, yet to buy daily newspapers and packaged food, to preserve native plants, yet rely on agrochemical production for food, and to adopt a diet which calls for broad-scale food. Philosopher gardeners, or farmer-poets, are distinguished by their sense of wonder and real feeling for the environment. When religion ceased to obliterate trees in order to build temples or human artifacts, and instead generally love and respect to all living systems, as a witness to the potential of creation, they too will join the many of us now deeply appreciating the complexity and self-sustaining properties of natural systems, from whole universes to simple molecules. Gardener, scientist, philosopher, poet, and adherent of religions all can conspire in admiration of, and reverence for, this earth. We create our own life conditions, now and for the future. In permaculture, this means that all of us have some part in identifying, supporting, recommending, investing in, or creating wilderness habitats and species refuges. The practical way to proceed, outside the home garden, is to form or subscribe to institutes, or to carry out conservation activities, while the costs are low. In sum total the effects are profound. Even the smallest garden can reserve off a few square meters of insect, lizard, frog, or butterfly habitat, while larger gardens and farms can fence off forest and wetland areas of critical value to local species. Such areas should be only for the conservation of local species. Permaculture as a design system contains nothing new. It arranges what was always there in a different way. Zero, that it works to conserve energy or to generate more energy than it consumes. What is novel, and often overlooked, is that any sense design for human communities is. Design is the keyword of this book. Design in landscape, social, and conceptual systems, and design in space and time. I have attempted a treatment on the difficult subject of patterning, and have tried to order some complex subjects so to make them accessible. The text is positivistic, without either the pretended innocence or the belief that everything will turn out right. Only if we make it so will this high. As will be clear in other chapters of this book, the end result of the adoption of permaculture strategies in any country or region will be to dramatically reduce the area of the agri-environment needed by the households and the settlements of POP, and to release much of the landscape for the sole use of wildlife and for reoccupation by endemic flora. Respect for all life forms is a basic, and in fact essential, ethic for all people. 14. References. Lovelock, J.E., Gaia, A New Look at Life on Earth, Oxford University Press, 1979. Odom, Eugene, Fundamentals of Ecology, W.B. Saunders, Toronto, 1971. Thomas, Lewis, The Lives of a Cell, The Viking Press, Inc., 1974. Chapter 2. Concepts and Themes. In design. The world teeters on the threshold of revolution. If it is a bloody revolution, it is all over. The alternative is a design science revolution. Design science produces so much performance per unit of resource invested as to take care of all human needs. Buckminster Fuller. All living organisms are open systems, that is to say, they maintain their complex forms and functions through continuous exchanges of energies and materials with their environment. Instead of running down like a mechanical clock that dissipates its energy through friction, the living organism is constantly building up more complex substances from the substance it feeds on, more complex forms of energies from the energies it absorbs, and more complex patterns of information, perceptions, feelings, thoughts form the input of its receptor organs. Arthur Kessler, 1967, The Ghost in the Machine. Most thermodynamic problems concern closed systems, where the reactions take place in confinement, and can be reversed. An example is the expansion and compression of gas in a cylinder. But in an open system, energy is gained or lost irreversibly, and the system, its environment, or both are changed by the interaction. The second law of thermodynamics states that energy tends to dissipate and organized systems drift inevitably towards entropy, or chaos. In seeming violation of that law, biological systems tend to become increasingly complex and efficient. Newsweek, October 24, 1977, on the Nobel Prize. Awarded to Ilya Prigozhin. 10. Lovelock shows that the biosphere, or Gaia as he calls it, actually created those conditions that are required for its support, and systematically builds up the stock of materials that it requires to move towards increasing complexity, diversity, and stability. Edward Goldsmith, 1981, Thermodynamics or Ecodynamics, The Ecologist. Man did not weave a web of life, he is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. To harm the earth is to heap contempt upon the Creator. Contaminate your bed, and you will one night suffocate in your own waste. Chief Seattle, 1854, responding to a U.S. government offer to buy Indian land. 2.1. Introduction. It is alarming that in Western society no popular body of directives has arisen to replace the injunctions of tribal taboo and myth. When we left tribal life, we left with it all guides to sensible behavior in the natural world, of which we are part and in which we live and die. More to the point, by never having the time or common sense to evolve new or current guiding directives, we have forgotten how to evolve self-regulating systems. Hence, the call for a society in which we are all designers, based on an ethical and applied education, with a clear concept of life ethics. The Gaia hypothesis, as formulated by James Lovelock, is that the earth less and less appears to behave like a material assembly, and more appears to act as a thought process. Even in the inanimate world we are dealing with a life force, and our acts are of great effect. The reaction of the earth is to restore equilibrium and balance. If we maltreat, overload, deform, or deflect natural systems and processes, then we will get a reaction, and this reaction may have long-term consequences. Don't do anything. Euneas, you thought out all its consequences and advantages. Aboriginal cultures use myth to show how unnecessary acts and unthinking destruction of elements brings about catastrophe and suffering. The usual structure of myth has these sequences. 1. A willful act of an individual or group. 2. A transmutation, animate to inanimate, or the reverse, e.g. Lot's wife turns into a pillar of salt. This is by way of a warning. 3. Invocation of an elemental force, fire, storm, earthquake, flood, tidal wave, plague, as a result of any set of willful acts. 4. Necessary atonement by suffering, isolation, migration, or death. So the act of a child or individual is given a meaning, which relates to the whole of nature, and rebounds on the society. Reared on such myths, we go carefully in the world, aware that every unthinking act can have awful consequences, because we have replaced nature-based myth with a set of fixed prohibitions relating only to other people, and unrelated to nature. We have developed destructive and people-centered civilizations, and in life and in design, we must accept that immutable rules will not apply, and instead be prepared to be guided on our continuing exploration by flexible principles and directives. Thus, this book emphasizes self-reliance, responsibility, and the functions of living things. Within a self-regulated system on Earth, energy from the sun can be trapped and stored in any number of ways. While the sun burns, we are in an open system. If we don't destroy the Earth, open system energy saving will see us evolve as conscious beings in a conscious universe. A policy of responsibility to relinquish power. The role of beneficial authority is to return function and responsibility to light and to people. If successful, no further authority is needed. The role of successful design is to create a self-managed system. 2.2. Science and the Thousand Names of God. Although we can observe nature, living systems do not lend themselves to strict scientific definition for two reasons. Firstly, life is always in process of change, and secondly, life systems recede to investigation or experiments. We must always accept, therefore, that there will never be laws in the area of biology. Hard science, such as we apply to material systems, physics, mathematics, inorganic chemistry, studiously avoids life systems, regarding as not quite respectable those sciences, botany, zoology, psychology, which try to deal with life. Rigorous scientific method deals with the necessity of rigorous control of variables, and in a life system, or indeed any system, this presumes two things that are impossible. One, that you know all variables, in order to control some of them and measure others, before you start, or two, that you can in fact control all or indeed any variables without creating disorder in the life system. Every experiment is carried out by people, and the results are imparted to people. Thus living things conduct and impart knowledge. To ignore life in the system studied, one has to ignore oneself. Life exists in conditions of flux, not imposed control, and responds to any form of control in a new fashion. Living things respond to strict control, either by removal of stimuli, or by constant input of stimuli, by becoming uncontrolled, or, in the case of people and rats at least, by dysfunction, or by going mad. Experiments, therefore, are not decisive, rigid, or true findings but an eternal search for the variables that have not been accounted for previously. This is the equivalent of true believers, in their empirical approach to the knowledge of God's name. They simply keep chanting variables of all possible names, until, perhaps, they hit on the right one. Thus does scientists who know and observe, don't usually apply their knowledge in the world. Those who act often don't know or observe. This has resulted in several tragic conditions, where productive natural ecosystems have been destroyed to create unproductive cultivated systems, breaking every sane environmental principle to do so. Energy efficient animals, deer, kangaroo, fish, have been displaced by inefficient animal systems, sheep, cattle. Every widespread modern agricultural system needs great energy inputs. Most agriculture destroys basic resources and denies future yields. As Edward Goldsmith makes clear, thermodynamics or ecodynamics, The Ecologist, 1991, many scientists refuse to consider the function of life in such systems. Natural systems disintegrate and decay, producing more and more helpless plants, animals, and people, and the state or the farmer takes over the function of natural. The state becomes the father of the orphaned child, the farmer the father of the orphaned chicken. It is only by returning self-regulating function and responsibility to living things, such as people, that a stable life system can evolve. Scientific method is one of the ways to know about the real world, the world we are part of and live in. Observation and contemplative understanding is another. We can find out about many things, both living and inorganic, by timing, measuring, and 11. Observing them, enough to make calendars, computets, clocks, meters, and rulers, but not ever enough to understand the complex actions in even a simply living system. You can hit a nail on the head, or cause a machine to do so, and get a fairly predictable result. Hit a dog on the head, and it will either dodge, bite, back, or die, but it will never again react in the same way. We can predict only those things we set up to be predictable, not what we encounter in the real world of living and reactive processes. Ecologists and whole systems people struggle to understand open and complex systems, even though they realize that they too are a part of the system they study. In fact, given enough limnologists, those who study freshwater lakes and lake organisms, these become the most important factor in the spread of lake organisms via their boats, boots, and nets. It is also time, I feel, for students of communities to form a community of students of communities and keep out of everybody else's hair. Overseas aid is perilously close to being a very good reason for overseas aid to be necessary, as spies need counter spies. I shudder to think that if we train more brain surgeons, they must cut open more brains in order to support themselves. Imagine. I think it fair to say that if you submit to poverty, you equip yourself to know about poverty, and the same goes for lobotomy. There are several ways not to face life: by taking drugs, watching television, becoming a fakir in a cave, or reading impure science. All are an abdication of personal responsibility for life on earth, including, of course, one's own life. Value and ethic-free lifestyles. 8. As aberrant in science as in society. It is the quantifiability of many scientific concepts that have led to their adoption by scientists, often regardless of the fact that, as they are defined, they correspond to nothing whatsoever in the world of living things. E. Goldsmith, 1931. Thermodynamics or ecodynamics, The Ecologist. Perverse planning is everywhere obvious. Houses face not the sun, but rather the road. Lawns replace gardens, and trees are planted to be pruned and tended. Make work is the rule, and suspect that most theoretical scientists inhabit demented domestic environments, just as many psychiatrists are inhabitants of mental institutions. Scientific and non-scientific groups or individuals can make progress in finding solutions to specific problems. The following approaches do very well. Designers, please note 1. Improving tools, or inventing new tools for specific jobs. 2. Collecting a large set of observations on occurrences, or samples of a set of, and sorting them on the basis of likeness. Unlikeness, by establishing systems and system boundaries, categories, and keys to systems. This 12. Process often reveals common characteristics of diverse elements, and leads to an understanding of common traits, suggesting, by analogy, strategies in design. 3. Insight, the aha, or eureka, response to observation. This, as is well recorded, comes to the individual as though by special gift or providence. In fact, it is quite probably the end point of 2. 4. Trials, give it a try and see if it works. This empirical approach simply eliminates those things that don't work. It does not necessarily establish how or why something works, or even if it works in the long run. 5. Guessing, the best guesses are based on trials that are already known to work. 6. Observing unique events and taking note of them, the discovery of penicillin. 7. Accident, trials set up for one reason work in a way not predicted or foreseen, compounds made for one purpose are applied to another. 8. Imitation, by testing already known effects discovered by others. 9. Patterning, by seeing a pattern to events of often very different natures, and thus producing insights into underlying effects, often preceded by 2. Above, but rare in science. 10. Common sense, often called management in business and natural systems control. This consists of staying with and steering a system or enterprise through constant adjustment to a successful conclusion or result. It also suits evolving systems, and is the basis of continuous change and adjustment. 2.3. Applying laws and principles to design. Principles differ from dogmas in that there are no penalties for error, but only learning from error, which leads to a new evolution. Dogmas are rules which are intended to force centralized control, often by guilt, and it is obvious that every such rule or law represents a failure of the social system. It is too late to fail, but ever too late to adopt sensible principles for our guidance, and to throw away the rule book. Life in principle. In chaos lies unparalleled opportunity for imposing creative order. Just join with 1 or 2 friends to make your way in the confusion. Others will follow and learn. There is only one law that is offered to us by such education as we derive from nature, and that is the law of return, which can be stated in many ways. Law of return. Whatever we take, we must return, or nature demands a return for every gift received, or the user must pay. We should examine, and act on, the forms of this law. It is the reason why this book carries a tree tax, that we may be able to continue in the use of books. It is why we must never buy books or newspapers that do NOL tax, nor goods where the manufacturer does not recycle or replant the materials of the manufacture. It is why we must carefully study how to use our wastes, and this includes our body wastes. Put in the form of a directive or policy statement, this law would read: every object must responsibly provide for its replacement. Society must, as a condition of use, replace an equal or greater resource than that used. Inherent in such a law are the concepts of replanting, recycling, durability, and the correct or beneficial disposal of wastes. Nature has extreme ties for those who break such laws, and for their descendants and neighbors. Nor can we deny immanence. If a landscape delights us, we should not insult it with castles on peaks, roadways, and clear cuts. We should return the pleasure we get from natural prospects, and maintain their integrity. It would be pleasant indeed were the land around us always to appear welcoming or non-threatening. This effect, too, can be created or destroyed. There is no reason not to bury our necessary constructs in earth, or clothe them with vegetation. If we want pleasure in life, then we should preserve the life around us. Energies enter a system, and either remain or escape. Our work as permaculture designers is to prevent energy jibbing before the basic needs of the whole system are satisfied, so that growth, reproduction, and maintenance continue in our living components. All permaculture designers should be aware of the fundamental principles that govern natural systems. These are not immutable rules, but can be used as a set of directives, taking each case as unique but gaining confidence and inspiration from a set of findings and solutions in other places and other times. We can use the guiding principles and laws of natural systems, as formulated by such people as Watt, Odom, and Birch, and apply some of them to our consciously designed ecologies. One such law is the basic law of thermodynamics, as restated by Watt / 3. All energy entering an organism, population, or ecosystem can be accounted for as energy, which is stored or leaves. Energy can be transferred from one form to another, but it cannot disappear, or be destroyed, or created. No energy conversion system is ever completely efficient. As stated by Asimov, 1970, the total energy of the universe is constant, and the total entropy is increasing. Entropy is bound or dissipated energy. It becomes unavailable for work, or not useful to the system. T is the waters of a mountain stream that have reached the sea. It is the heat, noise, and exhaust smoke that an automobile emits while traveling. It is the energy of food used to keep an animal warm, alive, and mobile. Thus, ambient and useful energy storages are degraded into less useful forms until they are no longer of any use to our system. The question for the designer becomes, how can I best use energy before it passes from my site, or system? Our strategy is to set up an interception net, from source to sink. This net is a compound web of life and technologies, and is designed to catch and store as much energy as possible on its way to increasing entropy, as in figure 2.1. Therefore, we design to catch and store as much water as possible from the hills before it ends up at its sink in the quiet valley lake. If we made no attempt to store or use it as it passes through our system, we would suffer drought, have to import it from outside our system, or use energy to pump it back uphill. Although the material world can perhaps be predictably measured, at least over a wide range of phenomena, by applications of the laws of thermodynamics, these relate mainly to non-living or experimentally closed systems. The concept of entropy is not necessarily applicable to those living open earth systems with which we are involved and in which we are immersed. Such laws are more useful in finding an effective path through material technologies than through a life-complex world. The key word in open systems is exchange. For example, on the local level, cities appear to be open, but as they return little energy to the systems that supply them, and pass on their waste as pollutants to the sea, they are not in exchange but in a localized one-way trade with, to their food resource. All cities break the basic law of life systems constantly organize and create complex storages from diffuse energy and materials, accumulating, decomposing, building, and transforming them. For further use, we can use these effects in the design process by finding pathways or routes by which life systems convert diffuse materials into those of most use. For if we have a waste such as manure, we can leave it on a field. Although this is of productive use, we have only achieved one function. Alternatively, we can route it through a series of transformations that give us a variety of resources. First, we can ferment it and distill it to alcohol, and secondly, route the waste through a biogas digester, where anaerobic organisms convert it to methane, of use as a cooking or heating gas, or as fuel for vehicles. Thirdly, the liquid effluent can be sent to fields, and the 13. Figure 2.1. Ni signing to catch and store energy. Yes. In B such designar's work is to set up useful energy store ing from state A to state the landscape of building storages available for increasing yields are called resources. 14. Solid sludge fed to worms, which convert it to rich horticultural soil. Fourthly, the worms themselves can be used to feed fish or poultry. Birch states 6 principles of natural systems. 1. Nothing in nature grows forever. There is a constant cycle of decay and rebirth. 2. Continuation of life depends on the maintenance of the global biogeochemical cycles of essentially elements, in particular carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur. Thus, we need to cycle these and other minor nutrients to stimulate growth, and to keep the atmosphere and waters of Earth unpolluted. 3. The probability of extinction of populations or a species is greatest when the density is very high or very low. Both crowding and too few individuals of a species may result in reaching thresholds of extinction. 4. The chance that species have to survive and reproduce is dependent primarily upon one or two key factors in the complex web of relations of the organism to its environment. We can determine what these critical factors are. We can exclude, by design, some limiting factors, e.g. frost, and increase others, e.g. shelter, nest, sites. 5. Our ability to change the face of the earth increases at a faster rate than our ability to foresee the consequence of such change. Hence the folly of destroying life systems for short-term profit. 6. Living organisms are not only means but ends. In addition to their instrumental value to humans and other living organisms, they have an intrinsic worth. This is the life ethic thesis so often missing from. Although these principles are basic and inescapable, what we as designers have to deal with is survival on a particular site, here and now. Thus, we must study whether the resources and energy consumed can be derived from renewable or non-renewable resources, and how non-renewable resources can best be used to conserve and generate energy in living, renewable systems. Fortunately for us, the long-term energy derived from the sun is available on Earth, and can be used to renew our resources if life systems are carefully constructed and preserved. There are thus several practical design considerations to observe. The systems we construct should last as long as possible, and take least maintenance. These systems, fueled by the sun, should produce not only their own needs, but the needs of the people eating or controlling them. Thus, they are sustainable, as they sustain both themselves and those who construct them. We can use energy to construct these systems, providing that in their lifetime, they store or conserve more energy than we use to construct them or to maintain them. The following are some design principles that have been distilled for use in lure. 1. Work with nature, rather than against it. We can assist rather than impede natural elements, forces, pressures, processes, agencies, and evolutions. In natural successions, grasses slowly give way to shrubs, which eventually give way to trees. We can actively assist this natural succession not by slashing out weeds and pioneers, but by using them to provide microclimate, nutrients, and wind protection for the exotic or native species we want to establish. If we throw nature out the window, she comes back in the door with a pitchfork. Masanobu Fukuoka. For example, if we spray for pest infestations, we end up destroying both pests and the predators that feed on them, so the following year we get an explosion of pests because there are no predators to control them. Consequently, we spray more heavily, putting things further out of balance. Unfortunately, all the pests are never killed, and the survivors breed more resistant progeny, nature's pitchfork. 2. The problem is the solution. Everything works both ways. It is only how we see things that makes them advantageous or not. If the wind blows cold, let us use both its strength and its coolness to advantage, for example, funneling wind to a wind generator, or directing cold winter wind to a cool cupboard in a heated house. A corollary of this principle is that everything is a positive resource. It is up to us to work out how we may use it as such. A designer may recognize a specific site characteristic as either a problem or as a unique feature capable of several uses, e.g. jagged rock outcrops. Such features can only become problems when we have already decided on imposing a specific site pattern that the rock outcrop interferes with. It is not a problem, and may be an asset if we accept it for the many values it possesses. The problem is the solution is a Mollisonism, implying that only our fixed attitudes are problems when dealing with things like rock outcrops. A friend has included several natural boulders in her home, with excellent physical, aesthetic, and economic benefit. The builder would have removed them as problems, at great expense. 3. Make the least change for the greatest possible effect. For example, when choosing a dam site, select the area where you get the most water for the least amount of earth moved. 4. The yield of a system is theoretically unlimited. The only limit on the number of uses of a resource possible within a system is in the limit of the information and the imagination of the designer. If you think you have fully planted an area, almost any other innovative designer can see ways to add a vine, a fungus, a beneficial insect, or can see a yield potential that has been ignored. Gay and Gilfedder at the Garden of Eden in Australia found an unsuspected market for cherimoya seed, required by nurseries as seed stock for 15. Grafting. This made a resource from a waste product derived from damaged fruit. 5. Everything gardens. A Mollisonian principle is that everything makes its own garden, or everything has an effect on its environment. Rabbits make burrows and defecation mounds, scratch out roots, create short swords or lawns, and also creates the conditions favorable for weeds such as thistles, People build houses, dispose of sewage, dig up soils for gardens, and maintain annual vegetable patches. We can use the rabbit directly as food, to help in fire control, to soil for thistles, gardens and globe artichokes, and to shelter many native animal species in their abandoned burrows. Rabbits maintain speciestic moorland sward suited to many orchids and other small plants. It is a matter of careful consideration as to where this rabbit, and ourselves, belong in any system, and if we should control or manage their effects or tolerate them. When we examine how plants and animals change ecosystems, we may find many allies in our efforts to sustain ourselves and other species. See Figure 2.2. 2.4. Resources. The energies coming into our system are such natural forces as sun, wind, and rain, living components, and some technological or non-living units built into the system translate the incoming energies into useful reserves, which we can call resources. Some of these resources have to be used by the system for its own purposes. Stocks of fish must be maintained to produce more fish. An ideal technology should at the very least fuel itself. The surplus, over and above these system needs, is our yield. Yield, then, is any useful resource surplus to the needs of the local system and thus available for use, export or trade. The way to obtain yield is to be conservative in resource use, for energy, like money, is much more easily saved than generated. Resource saving involves recycling waste, insulating against heat loss. Then, we can work out paths or routes to send. If the aim of functional design is to obtain yields, or to provide a surplus of resources, it is as well to be clear about just what it is that we call a resource, and what categories of resource there are, as these latter may affect our strategies of use. In short, we cannot use all resources in the same way and to the same ends. Ethics of resource use are evolved by knowing about the results of resource exploitation. Forests, soils, air, water, sunlight, and seeds are resources that we all regard as part of a common heritage. A second category of resources that which belong to us as group, family, or person, those fabricated, ordered, or otherwise developed resources that people create by their work, and of which a presence or 16. Absence does not apparently affect the common resource. What we create, however, is always made from the common resource, so that it is impossible to draw a line between these categories. What other ways can we look at resources? Let us try a use and results approach. What happens if we use some resources, if we look upon them as a yield? We then find that a response or result follows. Resources are 1. Those which increase by modest use. Green browse is an example. If deer do not browse shrubs, the latter may become woody and unpalatable. Also, a browse biennial, unable to flower, may tiller out and become perennial, e.g. the fireweed. Erectites nibbled by wallaby in Tasmania. Seedling trees can be maintained at browse height, but if ungrazed, escape to unbrowsable height and shade out other palatable plants. Overgrazing may, by damage, cause extinction of palatable selected browse and browsers, but underbrowsing may cause similar effects. Information is another resource that can increase with use. It withers, or is outdated if not used. Too little impoverishes a system, but when freely used and exchanged, it flourishes and increases. 2. Those unaffected by use. In impalpable terms, a view or a good climate is unaffected by use. In palpable terms, the diversion of a part of a river to hydroelectric generation or irrigation, the water returned to the stream after use, is also unaffected, as is a stone pile as mulch, heat store, or water runoff collector. A well-managed ecosystem is an example of resources unaffected by use. 3. Those which disappear or degrade if not used. For example, an unharvested crop of an annual, or a grass which could be stored for the winter. Eruptions of oceanic fish, swarms of bees or grasshoppers, ripe fruit, and water runoff during rains. 4. Those reduced by use, for example a fish or game stock unwisely used, clay deposits, mature forests, and coal, and bill. 5. Those which pollute or destroy other resources if used, such as residual poisons in an ecosystem, radioactives, superhighways, large buildings or areas of concrete, and sewers, running pollutants to the sea. Categories 1 to 3 are those most commonly produced in natural systems and rural living situations, and are the only sustainable basis of society. Categories 4 and 5 are as a result of urban and industrial development, and if not used to produce permanent beneficial changes to the ecosystem, become pollutants. Some are permanent pollutants in terms of the lifetimes of people. It follows that a sane society manages resources. Categories 1 to 4 wisely, bans the use of resource category 5, and regulates all uses to produce sustainable yield. This is called resource management, and has been successfully applied to some fish and animal populations, but seldom to our own lives. Investment priorities can be decided on the same criteria, at both the national and household level. Policy of resource management. A responsible human society bans the use of resources which permanently reduce yields of sustainable resources, g pollutants, persistent poisons, radioactives, large areas of concrete and highways, sewers from city to sea. Failure to do this will cause the society itself to fail, so that programs of highway building and city. Figure 2.2. Everything gardens. A. Pruning, B. Digging, copyright, mowing, D. Typical plant assembly. 4 species, some species, Onyctologus, Cuniculus, Macropus, Gallus, Carina, and Homo sapiens, at work in their fields. Plants. Expansion, the release of persistent biocides, and loss of soil will bring any society down more surely and permanently than war itself. Immoral governments tolerate desertification and land salting, concreted highways and city sprawl, which take more good land permanently out of life production than the loss of territory to a conqueror. Immorality of this nature is termed progress and growth to confuse the ignorant and to supplant local self-reliance for the temporary ends of centralized power. The key principle to wise resource use is the principle of enough. This is basic to understanding. Developed by each species are maintained in similar deflection states, as lawns, pruned trees, flatweeds, and characteristic herbage around dwellings. 17. Societies in chaos or systems in disorder. Today, superhighways and in Massachusetts alone need some $400 billion to repair, and the collapsing sewer systems of London and New York some 80 billions. Neither Massachusetts, London, nor New York can raise this money, which shows that an Unthinking historical development strategy can cripple a future society. Today's luxuries are tomorrow's disasters. Principle of disorder. Any system or organism can accept only that quantity of a resource which can be used productively. Any resource input beyond that point throws the system or organism into disorder. Oversupply of a resource is a form of chronic palliation. Both an over and undersupply of resources have much the same effect, except that oversupply has more grotesque results in life systems than undersupply. To a degree, undersupply can be coped with by reduced growth and a wider spacing or dispersal of organisms. But oversupply of a resource can cause inflated growth, crowding, and sociopathy in social organisms. In people, both gross over and undernutrition are common. Ethical resource management is needed to balance out the pathologies of famine and obesity. 2.5. Yields. Yields can be thought of in immediate, palpable, and material ways, and are fairly easily measured as one product yield, the sum of primary and derived products available from, or surplus to, the system. Some of these are intrinsic, or precede design. Others are created by design. 2. Energy yield, the sum of conserved, stored, and generated energy surplus to the system, again both intrinsic and those created by design. Impalpable yields are those related to health and nutrition, security, and a satisfactory social context and lifestyle. Not surprisingly, it is the search for these invisible yields that most often drives people to seek good design or to take up life on the land. For what does it benefit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? Thus, we see the invisible yields in terms of values and ethics. This governs our concept of needs and sets the limits of enough. Here, we see an ethical basis as a vital component of yield. Although all systems have a natural or base yield, depending on their productivity, our concern in permaculture is that this essential base yield is sustainable. Several factors now operate to reduce the yield of natural sustenance. In the simplest form, this is the overuse of energy in degenerative systems due to the unwise application of fossil fuel energy. Poisoning by unproductive use is observable and widespread. 18. Thus we must concentrate on productive use, which implies that the energy used is turned into a growth and held as basic living material in the global ecosystem. Unused, wasted, or frivolously used resources are energies running wild, which creates chaos, destroys basic resources, and eventually abolishes all yield or surplus. In design terms, we can find yields from those living populations or resources which are the stocks of the biologist, the so-called standing crop, or from non-living systems such as the climatic elements, chemical energy, and machine technology. There is energy stored by extinct life as coal, oil, and gas. Energy left over from the formation of the earth as geothermal energy, tides, and electromagnetic and gravitational forces. Cosmic and solar energies impinge on the earth, and life intercepts these flows to make them available for life forms. In our small part of the SIST, the design side, our work is to store, direct, conserve, and convert to useful forms those energies that exist on, or pass through, the site. The total sum of our strategy, in terms of surplus energy usefully stored, is the system yield of design. Definition of system yield. System yield is the sum total of surplus energy produced by, stored, conserved, reused, or converted by the design. Energy is in surplus once the system itself has available all its needs for growth, reproduction, and maintenance. Some biologists may define yield or production in more narrow terms, accepting that a forest, lake, or crop has a finite upper limit of surplus due to substrate conditions and available energy. We do not have to accept this, as it is a passive approach, inapplicable to active and conscious design or active management, using, for example, fertilizers, windbreaks, or selected species. Even more narrowly defined is the yield of agricultural economists, who regard a single product, peaches/ha, as the yield. It may be this approach itself which is the true limit to yield. A true accounting of yield takes into consideration both upstream costs, energy, and downstream costs, health. The product yield may create problems of pollution and soil mineral loss, and cost more than it can replace. The very concept of surplus yield supposes either flow through or growth within our system. Coal and rock do not have yield in this sense, they have a finite or limited product. Only life and flow can yield continually, or as long as they persist. Thus the energy stocks of any system are the flows and lives within it. The flow may exist without life, as on the moon, where only technology can intervene to obtain a yield. But on Earth at least, life is the intervening strategy for capturing flow and producing yield. And technology depends on the continuation of life, not the opposite. The role of light in yield. Living things, including people, are the only effective intervening systems to capture resources on this planet, and to produce a yield. Thus, it is the sum and capacity of life forms which decide total system yield and surplus. We have long been devising houses, farms, and cities, which are energy demanding, despite a known set of strategies and techniques, all well tried, which could make these systems energy producing. It has long been apparent that this condition is deliberately and artificially maintained by utilities, bureaucracies, and governments who are composed of those so dependent on the consumption and sale of energy resources that, without this continuing exploitation, they themselves would perish. In permaculture, we have abundant strategies under the following broad categories which can create yields instead of incurring costly inputs or energy supply. Strategies that create yields. Asterisk the creation of a niche in space, the provision of a critical resource. Registered the rehabilitation and creation of soils. Registered the diversion of water, and water recycling. Asterisk the integration of structures and landscape. Asterisk the selection of low-maintenance cultivars and species for a particular site. Registered investigation of other species for usable yields. Asterisk supplying key nutrients, biological waste. Recycling, mulch, manure. Asterisk the assembly of beneficial and cooperative guilds of plants and animals. IL. Asterisk annidation of units, functions, and species. Annidation is a design or pattern strategy of nesting or stacking one thing within another, like a bowl in a bowl, or a vine in a tree. Asterisk tessellation of units, functions, and species. Tessellation is the forming or arranging of a mosaic of parts. Asterisk innovative spatial geometry of designs as edge and harmonics. Asterisk routing of materials or energy to next best use. Asterisk zone, sector, slope, orientation, and site strategies. Chapter 3. Asterisk use of special patterns to suit irrigation, crop Systems, or energy conservation. Asterisk sequential annidation, interplant, intercrop. Asterisk increasing cyclic frequency. Asterisk tessellation of cycles and successions, as in browsing sequences. Asterisk use of appropriate and rehabilitative technology. Asterisk design of energy efficient structures. Conservation. Asterisk routing of resources to next best use. Recycling at the highest level. Safe storage of food product. No tillage or low tillage cropping. Creation of very durable systems and objects. Asterisk storage of runoff water for extended use. Cultural. Asterisk removing cultural barriers to resource use. Asterisk making unusual resources acceptable. Asterisk expanding choices in a culture. Illustrative. Asterisk removing socio-legal impediments to resource. MSE. Asterisk creating effective structures to aid resource management. Asterisk costing and adjusting systems for all energy inputs and outputs. Social. Asterisk cooperative endeavors, pooling of resources. Sharing. Asterisk financial recycling within the community. Asterisk positive action to remove and replace impeding systems. Asterisk making harmonious connections between components and subsystems. Asterisk making choices as to where we place things or how we live. Asterisk observing, managing, and directing systems. Asterisk applying information. This approach to potential production is beyond that of product yield alone. It is theoretically unlimited in its potential for system yield results from the number of strategies applied, what connections are made, and what information is applied to a particular design. Now we see that yield in design is not some external, fixed, immutable quantity limited by circumstances that previously existed, but results from our behavior, knowledge, and the application of our intellect, skill, and comprehension. These can either limit or liberate the concept AF yield. Thus, the profound difference between permaculture design and nature is that in we actively intervene to supply missing elements and to guide system evolution. Limits to yen. Yield is not a fixed sum in any design system. It is the measure of the comprehension, understanding, and ability of the designers and managers of that design. Defined in this way, yield has no known limits, as we cannot know all ways to conserve, store, and save energy, nor can we fail to improve any system we build and observe. There is always room for another plant, another cycle, another route, another arrangement, another technique or structure. We can thus continually shrink the area we need to survive. The critical yield strategy is in governing our own appetites. 19. Just as we can increase yield, so we can decrease it. The perverse aims of some politicians, developers, and even religious dogmatists limit yield by disallowing certain products as a yield. Just as one's neighbors may refuse the snail and eat the lettuce, refuse the blackbird and eat the strawberry, so we may only allow certain types of toilets, or certain plants in gardens or parks. And thus people are the main impediment to using their potential yields. If we take as a condition the fence post to fence post grasslands or crops now developing in the Western world, and apply the strategies given, then yields will increase. How these systems interact raises yield even more, but on their own they are sufficiently impressive. Water storage. 12 to 20% of landscape. 1 product increase, cent.g animal protein production. Water is more productive per unit area than land, fish. More efficient at food conversion than cattle. 2 product increase on land remaining due to registered irrigation, and registered water nutrient quality from, e.g. fish manure. 3 interaction, e.g. ducks on water to increase yields. In and around ponds, e.g. pest and weed control. Manure. 4 microclimatic buffering due to water bodies, see. Chapter 5, climatic factors. Land forming. 1. Product increase due to even irrigation, no dry areas or water logging. 2. Land stability due to reduction of soil loss from water runoff or salting. Go water, depends on soil reconditioning. 1 product increase due to deeper root penetration. 2 water infiltration, 0 runoff, due to absorption. 3 buffering of soil microclimate, see chapter 8. Soils. 4 hypocala. 20 to 30% of landscape. 1. Shelter effects, e.g. increase in plant yields, animal protein, and microclimate buffering both above and below ground. 2. Increase in carrying capacity due to shrub and tree. 3. Savings on nutrients recycled by legumes and trees. 4. Intrinsic products of the forest, e.g. nectar. 4. Seeds, firewood from fallen timber. 5. Insect and bird escapement, and pest predator habitat. 20. 6. Wildlife corridors. Selective farm reforestation. Not industrial forestry. 1. Increased precipitation due to night condensation. Water penetration, see chapter 6, trees and air. Energy transactions. 2. Product increase due to superiority of perennials over annuals in bulk, energy savings, and length of yield, figure, 1.1. 3. Increase in rainfall due to trees crosswind, see chapter 6. 4. Reduced cost and increased capacity due to selected self-forage browse, e.g. drought-proof stock feed, medicinal qualities of some perennial plants. 5. Reduced cost due to on-farm durable timber, e.g. fence posts, construction material. 6. Reduced carcass loss due to shivering, sweating, exposure. 7. Increased crop production in sheltered areas. 8. Increased carcass weight due to increased food intake in sheltered conditions, not the same as 6. Above, i.e. on hot days cattle will graze all day when they are on shaded pasture, instead of sheltering from the sun. 9. Reduced evaporation from ponds due to less wind over water cases, e.g. chaps. 5. 1. Selected crop for specialty market for price/EJ increase, e.g. fresh herbs near concentration of restaurants. 2. Marketing by self-pick, mail order, direct. 3. Processing to a higher order of product, e.g. seed to ale. 4. Processing to refined order, e.g. crude eucalyptus oil to fractions. 5. Money saved by processing fuels on farm, plus sale of surplus fuel. Social/financial. 1. Market stability gained by farm link strategy, where an urban group contracts to buy specific produce from the farmer. 2. Income from field days and educational courses. 3. Rental or income from urban visitors, e.g. a guest house or holiday farm. 4. Direct investment by city people in a particular farm. 5. Formation of a local credit union and bank for the district, thus recycling money locally. 6. Vehicle and implement pool with neighbors. Schedules of sowing and reaping worked out, capital. Saved 9%. 7. Labor exchange with neighbors. 1. Low or no tillage farming saves. Asterisk energy and reduced tillage. Registered water and reduces evaporation, and asterisk time between crops. To put these into practical terms, I have culled from an interview with a farmer, Norm Sims, Weekly Times, 5. January 1983, statements on savings due to some site. Strategies applied. On land farming, we expect to double production over the next few years, using half the irrigation waters, 4 times benefit, salinity is reduced. In severe drought, pasture production has never looked better and water is available. It took us 6 days to irrigate what we now do in 2. And rather than restricting watering intervals, we are restricting the area, aiming to milk 185 cows on 24 HA. On grazing rotation and electric fencing, 26 paddocks are grazed in a 21-day rotation, average field of 1.6 HA, each with a trough water point per caddy. Here, there are these specific strategies in use. Asterisk laser leveling of fields for even irrigation. Asterisk water storage and recycling. Asterisk grazing rotation of 21 days. Asterisk central access road. Asterisk crop for concentrated rations grown, and asterisk pasture area reduced to give best watering regime. It seems obvious from the foregoing that the primary and certain increases in crop yield do not just come from varietal selections, a fiction promulgated by agricultural companies, seed patent holders, agricultural researchers, or extension officers, but from attention to site design and development, followed by wise enterprise selection to suit the modified site, concurrently with a marketing and processing strategy. As these are often permanent or durable strategies, it is not in the commercial interest to encourage them, as the continuous benefit is to the farmer alone, and the role of middlemen and traders is reduced. But, in the Western world, the 4 to 6% of us in essential production are in fact enslaved, while the remaining 96% are deriving secondary or tertiary benefits without adequate return to the primary producers. This can only result in a weak economy, waste, and irresponsibility for life existence based on the expectation that the world owes politicians, students, and middlemen a living. Benefits, like wastes, must be returned or recycled to keep any system going. Accumulations of unused benefits are predictive of a collapse at production level. Thence, throughout all tiers of the system, extending yields. The concentration of yields into one short period is a fiscal, not an environmental or subsistence strategy, and has resulted in a feast and famine regime in markets and fields, and consequent high storage costs. Our aim should be to disperse food yield over time, so that many products are available at any season. This aim is achieved, in permaculture, in a variety of ways. Asterisk by selection of early, mid, and late season varieties. Asterisk by planting the same variety in early or late ripening situations. Asterisk by selection of varieties that yield over a long season. By a general increase in diversity in the system, so that asterisk leaf, fruit, seed, and root are all product yields. Asterisk by using self-storing species such as tubers, hard seeds, fuelwood, or rhizomes which can be cropped on demand. Asterisk by techniques such as preserving, drying, pitting, and cool storage. Asterisk by regional trade between communities, or by the utilization of land at different altitudes or latitudes. Yields and storage. How yields endure is important, for there are unlimited opportunities to use durable yields in terms of season or lifetime. By a series of preservation strategies, food can be stored for days, weeks, or years. Water not open to evaporation and pollution, or with natural cleansing. Organisms will keep indefinitely. Shelters may outlast the forests that build them, or can be made of living or durable materials such as ivy, concrete, or stone. Energy alone, like the food which is part of energy, is difficult to store. Batteries leak or decay, heat escapes, and insulation breaks down. Only living things, like, because of seasonal or diurnal cycles, we should pay close attention to storage strategies. Very little famine would occur could grains, fish, and fruit available in good times be stored for lean times. The strategies of food storage are critical. Believe that people should therefore mulch their recipe books, which often specify out of season or not in garden foods, and replace them with books that stress either low energy methods of food preservation, or how to live easily from your garden in season. Cultural impediments to yield. One confessed to a rare problem, gyneconedophobia, or the fear of women falling on me, but this is a rather mild illness compared with many affluent suburbanites who have developed an almost total zoophobia, or fear of anything that moves. It is, as any traveler can confirm, a complaint best developed in the affluent North American, and seems to be part of bayou toilet dyes, air fresheners, lots of paper tissues, and 2 showers a day. It is very difficult, almost taboo, to talk of using rabbits, quail, pigs, poultry, or cows in city farms or urban gardens in the United States. They are common place city farm animals in England, and are ordinary village animals in Asia. Australians feel no repulsion towards them, and the edible guinea pig lives comfortably in the homes of South Americans. But in the USA, no. Useful animals are effectively abolished from American cities, leaving the field wide open for a host of others. Pigeons forage the streets, thousands of gills. 21. Defecate in New York City reservoirs, fresh from the garbage piles. Gigantic garbage bins are tipped over by large, Fieserides D dogs in Los Angeles. Rats half the size of dogs, and also flea ridden, are waiting for the garbage left by the dogs, and have tunneled under the bus stops in their millions in Washington, D.C., not far from the White House. They in turn are stalked by mangy cats, who also keep a desultory eye on the billions of cockroaches crawling in most houses. Not to. We will omit the legendary albino alligators of the sewers, and the rejected boa constrictors that pop up in the blue rinse toilets. So much wasted food breeds its own population of pests. A sensible rerouting of edible garbage through a herd of pigs or a legion of would abolish much of this nuisance, and a few good Asian restaurants could deal with the cats and dogs. The gulls would starve if chickens were fed on household wastes, and the besieged American might add a very large range of foods to those now available in cities. Mention this only to show that cultural prejudices can grossly reduce the available food resources, and that if we refuse to take sensible actions, some gross results can follow, with the biomass of useful foragers such as domesticated animals, replaced by an equivalent biomass of pests. Maximum product yield concept. The big pumpkin fallacy. In a fluctuating climatic and market environment, the concept of forcing a maximum product yield is courting disaster. This is, however, the whole impetus of selling. Example: the big pumpkin and giant new variety. Advertisements in seed catalogs, or in prizes awarded at agricultural shows. Better by far are more crop mixes and fail-safe systems that can produce in most conditions, wet or dry, cold or hot, or that hold constant value as subsistence, potato, taro, arrowroot, or have special value, vanilla, quinine, bamboo, or high food value per volume, fish, chicken. The factors which can increase product yield are these. Asterisk genetic selection. Asterisk increased fertility to a limited extent. Asterisk increased water to a limited extent. Asterisk decreased competition from other non-beneficial species, and asterisk better management in utilization of yield and of. They are the same factors which cause imbalance, as the selection of types for a particular yield need not be the factor that enables it to produce consistently in field. Field conditions, whether it be feathering to a standard in a chicken, redness in a rose, or weight in a fish. High producing hens need biennial replacement, thus a constant breeding program, and may not even set their own eggs, thus needing artificial aids. A water and fertilizer dependent crop is liable to collapse when it is water or nutrient stressed, or 22. Becomes too expensive to maintain in any market downturn. To go for one such crop, and so decrease diversity, is to decrease insurance for yield if one species or variety fails or is susceptible to change. Peasant farmers rightly reject advice based on maximum yield fallacies, and even more so if they share crops with the landlord, for they also value their spare time. In the case of livestock, forced production is eventually limited by insoluble or intractable illnesses, so that in high-producing New Zealand herds, veterinary costs reach $120 per stock unit for chronic illnesses such as facial eczema and white muscle disease. On less stressed pastures and farms, veterinary costs drop away to $20 or so per unit. Top dressing of pasture is reduced, and healthier herds give healthier yields. In the end, the forcing of product yields creates unique and inflexible health problems in plants, soils, and animals. Such yields become economically and ecologically unsustainable, and a danger to public health. 93% of chickens in battery cages develop cancers. If we eat cancer, we must risk cancer, for we are what we eat in a very real sense. Insurance of some yield on a sustainable basis is better than expensive feast and famine regimes. The home garden is on a such secure, where it is rare for all crops to fail, because of the innate diversity of such a mixed system. In fact, it is commonplace for gardeners to find a garden plant or some varieties fail in any one season, but no great harm results, as many other crops or varieties are available. Thus, species and variety diversity are what people really need. Plant variety rights legislation, plant patenting, and multinational seed resource ownership has had a disastrous effect on the availability of hardy, adapted local varieties of plants, especially in Europe, where some 85% of locally adapted seed crops have become illegal or have disappeared from seed company catalogs. There are several paths open to us in design, and the least energy path is the one we seek or evolve towards. There are two ways of producing an egg. The first has become the normal way in the Western world, figure 2.3, and the second is the way proposed by permaculture systems, figure 2.4. Some ridiculous systems have been evolved in which people, machines, time, and energy are expended in vast quantities on the chicken, perhaps with the aim of maximum product yield, regardless of costs. We can shortcut these systems with great gains in personal and planetary health, and with a far greater variety of yields available for local ecologies. These illustrations also bring home the common sense nature of silly regulated systems. 2.6. Cycles, a niche in time. Cycles are any recurring events or phenomena. They have another implication, which is one of diversion. A cycle is, if you like, an interruption or eddy in the straight line progression towards entropy. It is the special providence of life to cycle materials. So efficiently does this happen that in a tropical forest, almost all material nutrients are in cycle in life forms. It is this very complex cycling in the tropics which opened up so many opportunities for yield that thousands of species have evolved to take advantage of. These HF niches are ideas in space, cycles are opportunities in time, a time slot, and both together give harbor to many events and species. Deseed grass, digest it, mold, produce waste products, add parasites, digestive enzymes, acids, and alkalis, and defecate. The ground receives the rejecta, the sun shines, and rain may fall. Fungi, bacteria, grass roots, and foliage work on feathers and faces, and remetabolize them into life. If we reorganize and encourage such cycles, our opportunities to obtain yields multiply. Every peasant farmer who keeps pigeons, as they still do in the Mediterranean borders, knows this truth. Here, every thinking farmer builds his own phosphate factory, ace of pigeon loft. Each such cycle is a unique event, diet, choice, selection, season, weather, digestion, decomposition, and regeneration differ each time it happens. Thus, it is the number of such cycles, great and small, that decide the potential for diversity. We should feel ourselves privileged to be part of such eternal renewal. Just by living we have achieved immortality as grasshoppers, gulls, geese, and other people. We are of the diversity we experience in every real sense. If, as physical scientists assure us, we all contain a few molecules of Einstein, and if the atomic particles of our physical body reach to the outermost bounds of the universe, then we are all de facto components of all things. There is nowhere left for us to go if we are already everywhere, and this is, in truth, all we will ever have or need. If we love ourselves at all, we should respect all things equally, and not claim any superiority over what are, in effect, our other parts. Is the hen superior to the eye, the bishop to the goose, the son to the mother? Principle of cyclic opportunity. Every cyclic event increases the opportunity for yield. To increase cycling is to increase yield. People are built up molecule by molecule, cycling through themselves the materials of their environment, its air, soils, foods, minerals, and pathogens. Over time, people create their own local ecology, as do wombats and all sedentary animals. Their wastes, exudate, and rejecta eventually create the very soils in which they garden. Garbage in, garbage out applies equally to computers and people. We gardeners are constantly cycling ourselves, and by a generational pattern of adjustment become eco-compatible with our landscape and climate. We are not the end point of evolution but a step on the way, and part of a whole sequence of cycles. It is the number of such degenerative or generative cycles, unknowable to us, which determine the number of opportunities in the system, and its potential to change, mutate, diversify, and reintegrate. Not only can we never cross the same river twice, we can never see the same view twice, nor know the same system twice. Every cycle is a new opportunity. In nature, it is our right to die and make way for our successors, who are ourselves re-expressed in different forms. It is our tolerance of the proliferation of life which permits such cycles. Deprived systems, like those blasted by biocides, lose most or all opportunity to transcend their prior state, and the egg of life is broken, degrades, and assumes a lower potential. Tribal peoples are very much aware of, and tied to, their soil and landscapes, so that their mental and physical health depend on these ties being maintained. The rest of us have suffered forcible, historic dislocations from home sites, and many no longer know where home is, although there are new and conscious moves to re-inhabit the earth and to identify with a by-origin as home. Travel itself causes stress and morbidity. Travelers both carry and acquire pathogens and spread them to other cultures. New settlers bring new species, new timetables, and new concepts. Local systems have to readjust, or fail. These processes are analogous to the disturbance of old ecosystems by new ecological or climatic forces. The post-invasion evolution contains part of the old and part of the new system, so is itself a new assembly with new potentials. Too often, however, we have destroyed very productive local ecologies, only to replace them with energy-consuming improvements of our own making. We have assumed the role of the creator, and destroyed the creation to do. 50. Cycling of nutrients is continuous in the tropics, but is interrupted wherever drought, cold, or low nutrient status reduces the base opportunity, just as the killing of fish stocks reduces the yield. Such cycles are slowed, or even stopped by climatic factors or by our cycles in nature are diversion routes away from anthropic, and life itself cycles nutrients giving opportunities for yield, and thus opportunities for species to occupy time niches. Cycles, like comets, have schedules or times to occur. Some are frequent and obvious like day and night. Others long-term like sunspot cycles. Both short and long cycles are used in phenomenological reckoning by Aborigines, who use cycle indicators as time maps. A. Law. Figure 2.3. SS. Yes. E. ONS. Yes. Industrial methods of producing an egg. Figure 2.4. Permaculture methods of producing an egg. Ver. Ot. IANS. IPEAE work. +9. My. AAA. Aspects of the time resource. Time is a resource which can accumulate in ecosystems. It can be lost to an evolving or evolved system by setback, adverse disturbance, just about the same way as we can set back the hands of a clock. Such setbacks are termed deflection states by ecologists. Ecosystems, especially those we are in process of constructing or destroying, are always procreating to some other state of evolution. Left alone, they may evolve at their own pace to some unknowable, or imaginary, endpoint, which we once called a climax state. However, forest climax states are temporary events in the long span of time. Australian studies show that old dune forests lose the battle to mobilize nutrients, and begin to show a net nutrient loss, aided by rainfall and occasional fire, until they begin to recede to a less vigorous shrubbery system. Most other disturbed forests appear to be building, but, if disturbed too often, never reach the previous vigor, height, or yield. This is obvious to many of us who have seen original regrowth and second regrowth tree stands. These show signs of decay at progressively lower heights, and no doubt these too are losing vitality with age. I can sympathize. Time can work as a rehabilitative resource, for active intervention in such successions enables us to analyze and to supply key nutrients and soil treatments, if a second time concept is that of lifetime, or the quality time that we have to enjoy, examine, and understand our world. To the interested observer, it would seem that lifetime is very short indeed for those mobile, power-using, bombarded, employed, make work, and busy humans who make up non-tribal societies, while many tribal people still manage to preserve a high quota of the celebrations, discussions, contemplations, mutual preening, and creative artwork on which many of us wish we had time to spend. This erosion of the lifetimes of people, exacerbated by the media and messages of the consumer society, is perhaps the most serious effect of that society. Life is too much with us, late and soon. Getting and gaining, we lay waste our years. W.B. Yeats. So harried that they have no time for anything else, may find that time has run out to save themselves, their lives, or those of their children. A niche in time and space. Niche is a place to be, to fit in and find food, shelter, and room to operate. Many such niches are unfilled due to chance factors. Many are wiped out by agri-culture or urban sprawl. Many can be created, but in pursuit of a simple food product, most farmers give no place for wildlife, no nesting sites or unbrowsed grass for quail or pheasant, both industrious insect eaters. 26. And often no time for any intelligent assessment of the potential benefits of other species. Existence is not only a matter of product yield, but a question of appreciating variety in landscape. Evolve. In plant systems and existing animals provide niches. For new species, the cattle egret follows cattle, the burrows of rabbits are occupied by possum, bandicoot, snakes, frogs, and feral cats, and the growing tree becomes a trellis, shade spot, and a host to fungus and epiphytes. Every large tree is a universe in itself. A tree offers many specialty forage niches to bird, mammal, and invertebrate species. For instance, yellow-throat home eaters, in Tasmania, search the knotholes for insects, tree creepers the bark fishers, strong-billed turs the rolls of branch bark and hanging strips of bark, and black-headed home eaters the foliage. Where part lots specify the scale insects as their field. As for time sharing, the yellow-throats are permanent and territory-holding residents, the tree creepers, migrants, the strong-bills, and blackheads roving flock species, and all of them scatter as breeding pairs in the spring and summer, so that it is rare to find any one tree fully occupied at any one time. There is also a pronounced post-breeding tendency for several bird species to form consociations for foraging and traveling in autumn and winter. 5 to 8 species travel together, some, e.g. flycatchers, gathering insects disturbed by the others, with all species reacting to the alarm calls of any one species, but some species, minus for example, acting as sentinels for the whole mixed company. Here, we see time, space, and functions all used in a complex and non-competitive way, and glimpse something of the potential for designers to enrich human societies, providing that no individual or group claims a right to sole use at all times for an area. The failure of a monoculture to produce, sustain, or persist is thus easily explained, as many species are invading or trying to use more efficiently the complex resources of time and space. A combined space-time factor is called a schedule. A time to be in that place. Any observer of public park sees the usage change hour by hour. Moaning jog. Chairs give way to lunchtime office workers, who are succeeded by older, retired people playing drafts, later displaced by evening entertainment crowds, and late at night, the people on the edge of time, the semi-legal, the unemployed, and the lonely. Towards dawn, only the lame and isolated strollers, often with dogs for companions, remain on the streets. Many mammals, forced to develop tracks and resting places, do not control areas, but rather time slots in space. My own studies of wild wallaby, urban people, and possum show this to be the case. Fighting occurs when one is OU of schedule, and ceases when that place is vacated for use. Schedules may run on long cycles, tuned to the level of browse or succession of vegetation, e.g. a sequence of grazing has been observed for African herds, so that all of the above are independent dimensions of the total spatial. Figure 2.6. Niches in space n. Time, schedules. T. Gypsies. Fey-well. Not only can we fit species into various levels of plant structure, and f. ag seasonal migrants through the system, broad ecotones of vegetation and soils, bit Allen season, Chenalde, Wittery system, g. as opportunistic or eruptive visitors in floods, plagues, or after 68 von happen, oe. Glia, f. as permanent residents off system, complex use 0. 8 resources of ani, fl. species, such as we see in the natural world. All of the above are time slots, further complicated by 4. In this landscape, plant and animal species can find innumerable parties er. Side equals sit hut sansons. Epitavioid. Aj in the vertical structure of vegetation, I4, including Arad. Va octand. Oes. Underscore AGO ape. Al. Zone. Law. Species, A. Wi. B page we bones. 2 oisal catena variations. With slope. ACA. Seasonal phases of responses. Can invade, or may schedule. Thelr. 5. Owen Yates. C. In the different orders of flow in streams. SWTS. How the whole system evolves through time. 8. Climate trends of Meteo the different species had occupy. Species sites of deterrence, SCHAE. Comes WI diso. EAE. Every. E. Al at the edges or boundaries of any cyst. There is always a way to enrich species diversity. In such a system. Equals. A. A equals. 4. C. 4M 4 arrow. Eri NSE. 1 HI. R. Abmigrante. On. NAS. ET. Follow wildebeest follow elephant or some such sequence, for many herd species. This suggests that informed grazers, knowing the preferences of different species, sheep follow cattle, follow horses follow goats, can make much better use of the basic browse resource by scheduling rotation. Not to keep one level of browse constant, but to dynamically balance levels by species succession. Scheduling, the right to use a particular space at a specific time, occurs within species, where dominant animals use prime grazing land at prime time, and subdominants are pushed to the edge of time and space, or between species, so that sequences of differ and species use the same area of vegetation at different seasons or stages of growth. No individual owns the area, just a time-space slot, like a chair in a family kitchen at dinner time. In Tasmania, there are 2 prime time activity peaks for wallaby over 24 hours. Both at night. The main one is crepuscular, just after sundown. Arid. The secondary one is auroral, just before dawn. This permits digestive and recuperative rest periods, denied to weaker animals who cannot compete for preferred periods. Within this framework, any possum can, by aggression, displace a wallaby at a feeding place. Any individual holds a place only for a short time, moving on to contest another area until satiated. Thus, the sharing of resources is a complex dynamic, but no species of individual has sole rights. A human analogy would be that of a sports ground, used by different sports groups at times, by gulls or rodents whenever sports are not being played, and by worms at all times. To summarize, we have asterisk niche in space, or territory, nest and forage sites, asterisk niche in time, cycles of opportunity, and asterisk niche in space-time, schedules. Between these, there is always space or time able to increase turnover. Niches enable better utilization and greater diversity, hence more yield. Of all of these niches, schedules are the best strategy for fitting in new species of mammals, providing these are not territorial species, which try to hold their own space at all times, but are chosen from cooperative species which yield space when the time is right. See Figure 2.5. There are lessons here for people, those who try to hold onto all things at all times prevent their use by others. 2.7. Pyramids, food webs, growth, and vegetarianism. A figure often used to explain how much of a food or forage is needed to grow another animal is the trophic pyramid. While the pyramid is a useful concept, it is very simplistic, and in all but laboratory conditions or feedlot situations, it is unrelated to field reality, and 28. May only apply where we actually provide simple food to captive species. The field condition is very different. Figure 2.6. The pyramid is often used to support claims that we should all become vegetarians or herbivores. This is perhaps not so far from the truth, but there are real-world factors to consider. Have shown a pyramid and also a direct path, herbage to human, to illustrate how we would support more people if we ate vegetation. But we need to re-examine this concept. FOT. People who return their wastes to gardens. There are the following factors to consider. 1. Nature 5 much more complex than is shown in a pyramid. Instead of simple trophic levels, We have a complex interaction of the same species, largely governed not by food habits, but by pasture management practices. Such a complex diagram is called a food web, and is the normality in field conditions. Two pyramids ignore feedback. In a very real sense, vegetation eventually eats grasshoppers, frogs, fish, and people. Not only that, but as an animal grows, it returns nutrient to the soil via excreted, malted, or discarded body wastes, and even if the frog eats 10 kilograms of grasshoppers to make 1 kilo of frog, it doesn't obviously keep the 10 kilograms in a bag, but excretes 9 kilograms of more back to earth as manures. This causes more vegetation to grow, thus producing more grasshoppers. The manure from insect pests may be the basis of a regenerative future evolution. With these obvious feedbacks, the web itself becomes much more complex, and it starts to resemble less of a one-way staircase, the pyramid, than a series of cyclic events, less of a ziggurat and more like a spider's web. So that the real position is that waste recycling to herbage is the main producer of that herbage. 3. What of maturity? Our fish, level 4, was a carp, and that carp was more than a year or two old. Then it would probably have reached full size, although it may then continue to live for another 80 to 100 years. So now, the carp, at 80 years old and 10 kilograms weight, has eaten 100 x 10 kilograms equals 1,000 kilograms of frogs and insects, and has returned 990 kilograms of digested material per year to the pond to grow more herbage. Thus, in order to keep the system in growth, we must be able to efficiently crop any level just before maturity is reached. We can see that old or mature systems no longer use food for growth, but for maintenance. So it is with mature fish, frogs, forests, and people. Old organisms thus become constant recyclers, food in, waste out, and cease to grow, or they even begin to lose weight. This is why we try to use only young and growing plants and animals for food, if food is scarce. An exception is a fruit or nut tree, where we consume seed or fruit, seed is an immature tree. 4. Are food chains so simple? We know that people normally eat vegetation, and that many people eat grasshoppers, frogs, fish, and, at times, other people. Even a cow eats grasshoppers as it eats grass. And of course every eater ingests large quantities of. Figure 2.6. Trophic pyramid. Life systems are rarely strictly hierarchical as in the pyramid structure. Most species are omnivorous and all species recycle valuable waste products to lower levels of the trophic ladder. Thus, life systems area web or cyclic systems rather than a pyramid. Bacteria and small animals living on vegetation. Man cannot live by bread alone, unless in a sterile laboratory condition. As our one-way pyramid is very suspect, so is the argument that we should become vegetarians to ameliorate the world food shortage problem. Only in home gardens is most of the vegetation edible for people. Much of the earth is occupied by inedible vegetation. Deer, rabbits, sheep, and herbivorous fish are very useful to us, in that they convert this otherwise unusable herbage to acceptable human food. Animals represent a valid method of storing inedible vegetation as food. If we convert all vegetation to edible species, we assume a human priority that is unsustainable, and must destroy other plants and animals to do so. In the urban Western world, vegetarianism relies heavily on grains and grain legumes, e.g. the soya bean. Even to cook these foods, we need to use up very large quantities of wood and fossil fuels. Worse, soybeans are one of the foods owned 100% of patent rights by a few multinationals. They are grown on rich bottomland soils in large monocultural operations, and in 1980 to 82 caused more deforestation in the USA and Brazil than any other crop. What's still, about 70% of the beans were either fed to pigs or used in industry as a base for paint used on motor vehicles. Much worse again, grains and grain legumes account for most of the erosion of soils in every agricultural region, and moreover, very few home gardeners in the developed world ever grow grains or 29 grain legumes, so that much of what is eaten in the West is grown in areas where real famine threatens. Mung beans from India, chickpeas from Ethiopia, soybeans from Africa and India. Old farmers and my own great-grandfather had a saying that bears some consideration. This was, we will sell nothing from our farm that will not walk or fly off. In effect, the farmer was concerned to sell only animals, never crops or vegetation, because if the farm was to survive without massive energy inputs, animals were the only traditional recycling strategy for a sustainable export market. What does all this mean to concerned and responsible people in terms of their diet and food habits, with respect to a sustainable natural system? 1. Vegetarian diets are very efficient, providing they are based on easily cooked or easily processed crop grown in home gardens. That wastes, especially body wastes, are returned to the soil of that garden, and registered that we eat from where we live, and do not exploit others or incur large transport costs. 2. Omnivorous diets, any sort of food, make the best use of complex natural systems, that we should eat from what is edible, at any level, except for other people in most circumstances, and under most laws. 3. Primarily carnivorous diets have a valid place in special ecologies, such as areas of cold, where gardening cannot be a sufficient food base, in areas where people gather from the sea, where harsh conditions mean reliance on animals as gatherers, and where animals can use otherwise waste products, such as vegetable trimmings, scraps, or rejected or spoiled vegetation. 4. We should always do our energy budgets. Whatever we eat, if we do not grow any of our own food, and overuse a flush toilet, sending our waste to sea, we have lost the essential soil and nutrients needed for a sustainable life cycle. While a tropical gardener can be very efficient and responsible by developing fruit and vegetable crop, which needs very little cooking, sensible omnivorism is a good choice for those with access to semi-natural systems. City people using sewers would be better advised to adole a free tangy meat diet than to eat grain and grain legumes. Better still, all city waste should be returned to the soils of their supply farms. Even in our garden, we need to concentrate on cycles and roots rather than think in pyramids. Simplistic analysis of trophic levels fails to note that some food resources are unusable by people, either because the energy needed in processing is too much, since some products of nature are poisonous or unpalatable foods, or because the resources are too scattered to repay our collection. Such resources are often harvested into useful packages by other species. Herons, themselves edible, eat poisonous toadfish, and goats will browse thorny and bitter shrubs. Thus we can specify these useful conversions before blindly 30. Eliminating a life element of any type from our diets. While it is manifestly immoral to feed edible Peruvian fish to hogs in the USA, it may be of great value to convert forest acorns, unharvested in the USA, to hogs, and let the pilchards and anchovies feed the hungry of Peru, which includes the pelicans. The trophic pyramid is valid enough as a conceptual model, for we can see that poisons at the base concentrate at the top. In fact, the highest level of some radioactives and DDT measured are found in mother's milk. We can see that the generalist or omnivorous, non-selective, feeder is buffered from catastrophic famine by a complex web of trophic connections, so that some losses and some gains accrue to people being generally omnivorous. In short, people need to discard fixed ideas, examine their kitchen cupboards, and try to reduce food imports, waste, and energy loss. A responsible diet is not easy to achieve, but the solutions lie very close to home. Viva the home gardener. 28. Complexity and connections. There are ecologies on very flat and somewhat invariant sites that in the end simplify, or are originally simple because that condition itself is not typical of the Earth's crust, just as a field, labelled, drained, and fertilized for a specific crop will not support the species that it once did when it varied in microelevation, drainage, and plant complexities. Other simple natural ecologies occur where rapid change can occur, see coasts, or where we deliberately fire or plow on a regular basis, so that there is never enough time for a diverse system to establish. Marshes, swamps, tidal flats, salt pans, and level deserts support less diversity than adjoining hill and valley systems, but nevertheless in some, if species are assembled from global environments or from similar climatic areas, are still very rich, and, in the case of mangrove and tidal marsh, extremely productive. Eco. It is not that a single stand of one mangrove species is itself so diverse, it is the mobile species working at different stages of decomposition of the mangrove leaf. Each of these species in turn feeds others. Thus, very simple plant associations may support very productive and complex atom hashtag associations. Mobile species are capable of occupying a great variety of niches in one mangrove tree of swamp stand, from underground to canopy, and of schedules from low to high tide. Time and space are needed for tree species to evolve a complex stand in such situations, and as they are often obliterated and re-established by a worldwide change due to a sea level fluctuation, relatively little time can be allowed for mangrove species to themselves develop and colonize the new and potentially short-term shoreline. Old deserts, like that of Central Australia, may exhibit some 3,000 species of woody plants, while recently desertified areas, like those of Southwest Asia, may have as few as 150 plants surviving the recent changes from forest. We can, in these cases, act as the agents of constructive change, bringing species to assist local recolonization from the world's arid lands. Such species will assist in pioneering natural reforestation. This has not generally been our aim, and we annually destroy such invaluable species complexes to grow a single crop such as wheat, thus laying waste to the future. The number of elements in an aggregate or system certainly affects its potential complexity, if complexity is taken to be the number of functional connections between elements. In fact, as Waddington, 1977, points out, in the case of a single interaction, a conversation between elements, complexity goes up roughly as the square of the number of elements. 2's company, 3's a crowd, and 5 or 6 is getting to be a shambles. This is bad enough, but if we consider the number of possible connections to and from an element such as a chicken, figure 3.1, we can see that these potential connections depend on the information we have about the chicken, so that the complexity of a system depends on the information we have about its components, always providing that such information is used in design. As we cannot know everything, or even know more than the approximate categories and quantity of things which are, for example, eaten by chickens, thus in permaculture we always suppose that the chicken is busy making connections itself, about which we could not know and, of course, for which we could not design. We must simply trust the chicken. Thus, in common sense, we can design for what we believe to be essentials, and let the chicken attend to all the details, checking at later stages to see that yields our ultimate products are satisfactory, the chickens healthy and happy, and the system holding up fairly well. It is important to concentrate on the nature or value of connections between elements. In nature, we can rarely connect components as easily as a wire or piece of pipe can be fixed into place. We do not connect the legume to the orange tree, the chicken to the seed, or the hedgerow to the wind. We have to understand how they function, and then place them where we trust they will work. They then proceed to do additional tasks, and to provide other connections themselves. We do not confine their functions to our design. Evolving complex species assemblies in sites, like the Galapagos Islands, may depend more on a species swarm arising from pioneer or survivor species than on invaders adapting from borderlands. Only when many niches are empty is a species able to differentiate and survive without competition, so the dodo and Darwin's finches arose. Having arisen, they may then well prove to be very useful to other Thames. Unique island species often have functions not easily found in continental and crowded ecologies. Frequently, hardy travelers like reptiles and crustaceans take up those niches that, on continents, are occupied by species of mammals and birds. It is not enough to merely specify the number of connections, and not note their value in the system as a whole. It may be possible that complex social situations and cultivated or chance complexity may occur in natural systems by introductions or migrations. These new events, although increasing rare as a, may reduce stability with respect to a desirable local yield. Thus, where the benign complexity of cooperative organisms is useful, competitive, or inharmonious, complexity is potentially destructive. Again, it is a question of matching needs with products, and of the values given to connections. 2.9. Order or chaos. It follows that order and disorder arise not from some remote and abstract energy theory but from actual ground conditions or contexts, both in natural and design systems. Entropy is the result of the frame work, not the complexity. A jumble of diverse elements is disordered. An element running wild or in an active, destructive mode, bull in a china shop, is disordered. And too few or too many forced connections lead to disorder. Order is found in things working beneficially together. It is not the forced condition of neatness, tidiness, and straightness, all of which are, in design or energy terms, disordered. True order may lie in apparent confusion. It is the acid test of anthropic order to test the system for yield. If it consumes energy beyond product, it is in disorder. If it produces energy to or beyond consumption, it is ordered. Thus the seemingly wild and naturally functioning garden of a New Guinea villager is beautifully ordered and in harmony, while the clipped lawns and pruned roses of the pseudo-aristocrat are nature in wild disarray. Principle of disorder. Order and harmony produce energy for other uses. Disorder consumes energy to no useful end. And energy maintained disorder in natural systems. 2.10. Permitted and forced functions. All key living elements may supply many functions in a system, but if we try to force too many work. 31. Functions on an element, it collapses. One cannot reasonably expect a cow to give milk, raise a calf, forage its own food, plow, haul water, and tread a corn mill. Forcing an element to function, however, is a very different proposition from putting it in position, where its natural or everyday behaviors permit benefits to other parts of the system. Placed correctly, a tree or chicken experiences no stress not common to all trees and chickens about their daily business. Further, if we place any of the other elements needed close by, the tree or chicken has less stress than normal. It is the design approach itself that permits components to provide many functions, without forcing functions that are not in any case inherent upon that element. The chicken may be busy, but not overworked. People, too, like to be where their very different and complementary capabilities are used rather than being forced to either a single function, like a 300-egg-a-year chicken, or a typist confined to a computer operation in an office, or so many functions that they suffer deprivation or overload, like our cow above. Principle of stress and harmony. Stress here may be defined as either prevention of natural function, or a forced function. Harmony may be defined as the integration of chosen and natural functions, and the supply of essential needs. 2.11. Diversity. Diversity is the number of different components or constructs in the system, an enumeration of elements and of parts. It has no relationship to connections between components, and little to the function or the self-regulating capacity of any real system within the boundaries of too few or too many components. Thus, diversity either of components or assemblies does not, of itself, guarantee either stability or yield. Where we maintain such diversity, as in our gardens, then this may guarantee yield, but if we leave our gardens, they will simplify, or simply be obliterated by non-maintained and hardy species adapted to that site, as is evident in any abandoned garden. Thus, our own efforts are an integral part of maintaining diversity in a permaculture system. Few species grown by people persist beyond the lifetime of those species if we leave the situation alone. Australia is a country where towns may arise and be abandoned to serve a mining or port operation. Where these were built in forested areas, they are obliterated by forest in 30 to 80 years, with perhaps a few trees such as dates, mulberries, and figs persisting in savanna or isolated dryland locations. These survivor trees are important to note in planning longer-term stability, for that great diversity may create chaos or confusion. 32. Whereas multiple function brings order and develops resources, I believe that a happy medium is to include as much diversity in a cultivated ecosystem as it can maintain itself, and to let it simplify or complicate further if that is its nature. Very diverse things, especially such abstract systems as competing beliefs, are difficult to make compatible with any natural system or knowledge, so that some sorts of dogmatic diversity are as incompatible as a chicken and a fox. Although true incompatibility may be rare, one should be prepared for it to exist, and an intervening neutral component can be introduced, as is the case when growing those bad neighbors' apples and walnuts, where it is to intervene with a mulberry, which gets along with them both. Principle of stability. It is not the number of diverse things in a design that leads to stability. It is the number of beneficial connections between these components. It follows that adding in a technology or living species just to have it there has no sense to it. Adding it in to supply a need or consume an otherwise wasted resource to do something useful makes a great deal of sense. Often, however, we lack functional information on components and may therefore leave out technologies or species in designs which would have been useful had we known. Thus, information is the critical potential resource. It becomes a resource only when obtained and acted upon. In the real world, resources are energy storages. In the abstract world, useful information or time. What, in its categories of resources, includes time and diversity. Diversity of itself is now not seen as a resource, but a diversity of beneficial functional connections certainly is a resource. Complexity, in the sense of some powerful interconnections between species, is what we are really seeking in food systems. Such complexity has its own rules, and we are slowly evolving those rules as recommendations for polycultures, dealt with elsewhere in this book under their climatic characteristics, or as guilds of plants and animals that assist each other. Peter Moon, New Scientist, February 28, 85, differentiates between richness, the number of species per unit area, diversity, the relative abundance of species, and evenness, how species contribute to the biomass total. He notes that richness may decrease in plants as systems age, when shade and competition reduce annuals or weaker species, but that richness may then increase in animals such as decomposers, due to the development of a greater range of niches and microclimate. More animals live in ungrazed or uncut grasslands, but less plant species survive. Richness of tree species has very recently been correlated to the energy use of that plant community, as measured by evapotranspiration. New Scientist, 22. Oct. 87. Thus species-rich regions are not so much correlated to latitude, allied to richness in birds and mammals, or as a result of prior events such as glaciation or fire, but are essentially linked to the basic productivity of the region. Within this broader framework, local niches or a range of altitudes can create more diversity. Such measures refer to present, not past, climate. Some disturbance or moderate stress such as we achieve in provides the richest environment. We can actively design to allow some undisturbed, low stress islands of vegetation while mowing or digging. In other areas, high stress, thus getting the best of both worlds in terms of a stress mosaic. We can also be active in plant and animal maintenance, increasing or decreasing grazing pressures, thus managing species abundance locally. 2.12. Stability. The short meaning of stability in an ecosystem is self-regulation rather than a climax, endpoint. Stability. Nothing in nature remains forever, not soil or hills or forests. For our foreseeable future we can have dynamic life support systems, as tribal people have demonstrated to us all over the world, sometimes for thousands of years of constructive regulation. Thus, stability in ecosystems or gardens is not the stability of a concrete pylon, it is the process of constant feedback and response that characterizes such endeavors as riding a bike. We are also in an area of uncertainty about the concept of end states or climax in systems, the state to which they tend to evolve. It is doubtful if any such state ever existed, as inexorable climatic change, fire, nutrient leaching, and invasion deflect systems from their apparent endpoints. Moreover, it is probable that very old systems are also fragile, having been long in a state of maintenance, and we may see sudden or slow collapse in such evolved states. John Seymour, Echoes, Summer. 81-82, notes the slow loss of nutrients in an old stable dune system at Kolila in Australia. Here, climax is a passing phase as the virgin dunes lose nutrient status to fire and water filtration to great depths, where nutrients become unavailable to trees. Thus, the study of very old systems shows a retreat from the most evolved, greatest biomas, condition unless some new factor is introduced, ash from a volcano, fertilizer, applied by people. Daniel Goodman, Quarterly Review Biology, 53, notes that wild fluctuations may occur in tropical forests, or in savanna grasslands. Epidemics of pathogens may affect a plant or animal species and, sadly, decrease its numbers. Although these natural fluctuations pale beside our own effects on such disturbances, providing they affect only a few species, are not as severe as persistent nutrient loss, or all these effects are under some human control in a developed ecosystem. Protection from fire, positive nutrient supply to plants, and long-term evolutions are possible in terms of human occupancy. In the longer term, however, we too will be gone, and other species will arise to replace us, unless we take the earth with us, as megalomaniacs would do if we give them that chance. If I can't take it with me, I'm not going. Just as it was the habit of kings to be buried with their riches, horses, and slaves, so modern warlords threaten to bury all humanity as they depart. 2.13. Time and yield. Old systems store up their energy in bulky unproductive forms, e.g. an old forest has large trunks, roots, and limbs, and old fish are on maintenance. Such ancient systems composed of large individuals, trees or animals, need energy just to maintain their health, and thus they can use less of the available sun energy, so that flow of energy through the system is less. Therefore, the yield, or turnover of matter, is less. This too is a function of time, aging. Matter is used up in system maintenance, and is not available as yield, or as increasing size or weight in life components. Against this factor, species diversity, richness, works to make the most of incoming energy. Carlander has shown that the standing crop of fish in different reservoirs is an increasing function of the number of species present. What trademark? This is also true of studies in most wild systems, where the complexity and standing crop are both much more than the simple cultivated ecology which replaces them. Thus, the clearing of an African veldt or an Australian savanna of their web of species, and their replacement with a few perennial pasture plants and beef cattle, or with a single species pine forest, not only takes enormous energy but also grossly decreases total yields. We would do better to try to understand how to manage natural yields, and modify such systems by management than to replace them with economic. Here economic means monetary rather than energy return, systems which impoverish the yield and encourage disaster via pests and soil loss. Economics in future will inevitably be tied to yield judged on energy, rather than on monetary return. In the present economy, we waste energy to make money. But in the very near future, any system which wastes energy must fail. Pond and hedgerows both slowly gain species as they age, probably as a function of natural dispersal, plus new niche evolution created by other species. This continues until the system begins to be overshadowed by a few large dominants or hyperpredators whose 33. Biomass represents an end storage of energy, and a decreasing yield in the total system. Only local disturbance, fire, flood, death, renews the flow of energy through old systems. The time of cycling of natural systems may be a very long period, but in annual cropping it may be reduced to just one season or less. Permaculture thus uses the time resource much better than does annual gardening alone, and so uses sun energy to better effect. The mixed ecology of annuals and perennials maximizes not only product yield, but also the resourcefulness of the men and women who establish, control, and harvest it. It is only in a thoughtless, monetary, and doomed economy that we can evolve the concept of unemployed and unwanted human beings. Death in overmature systems is thus seen as the essential renewal of life, not in the negativistic sense of the fatalist, but in a positivistic and natural way. It is better that elements die and are renewed by other species than the system simplifies to extinction. It is better for the tribe if its components change than if it turns in on itself, ages, and decays as a whole. Life is then seen as a preparation for succession and renewal, rather than a journey to extinction. Time is what notes is a resource. Like all resources, too much of it becomes counterproductive, and a system in which too much time is accumulated becomes chronically polluted. A system in which not enough time has accumulated is below peak yield. A strawberry seedling and an old strawberry bush are equally unproductive, as are the very young and the very old in society. As there are age-specific diseases in people, whooping cough, prostate hypertrophy, so there are age-specific diseases in whole systems, and a mixed age stand is the best insurance against complete failure or epidemic disease of this nature. As individuals, we have a right to live a responsible life, and a right to die. If our efforts to prevent aging succeed, we may produce a crowded, unstable, and unproductive society subject to gerontocratic peevishness. 2.14. Principle summary. The prime directive of permaculture, the only ethical decision, is to take responsibility for our own existence and that of our children's. Principle of cooperation, not competition, is the very basis of future survival and of existing life systems. The ethical basis of permaculture. 1. Care of the earth, provision for all life systems to continue and increase. 2. Care of people, provision for people to access those resources necessary to their existence. 3. Setting limits to population and consumption. By governing our own needs, we can set resources aside to further the above principles. 34. Rules of use of natural resources. Asterisk reduce waste, hence pollution. Asterisk thoroughly replace lost minerals. Asterisk DOA careful accounting, and asterisk make a biosocial impact assessment for long-term effects on society, and act to buffer or eliminate any life intervention principle, in chaos lies on paralleled opportunity for imposing creative order. Law of return, whatever we take, we must return. Or, nature demands a return for every gift received, or, the user must pay. Directive of return, every object must responsibly provide for its replacement, society must, as a conditions of use, replace an equal or greater resource than that used. Set of ethics on natural systems. Asterisk implacable and uncompromising opposition to further disturbance of any remaining natural forests. Asterisk vigorous rehabilitation of degraded and damaged natural systems to a stable state. Asterisk establishment of plant systems for our own use on the least amount of land we can use for our existence. And asterisk establishment of plant and animal refuges for rare or threatened species. The basic law of thermodynamics as restated by what? 3. All energy entering an organism, population, or eco system can be accounted for as energy which is stored or leaves. Energy can be transferred from one form to another, but it cannot disappear or be destroyed or created. No energy conversion system is ever completely efficient. As stated by Asimov, 1970, the total energy of the universe is constant and the total entropy is increasing. Burgess 6 Principles of Natural Systems. 1. Nothing in nature grows forever. There is a constant cycle of decay and rebirth. 2. Continuation of life depends on the maintenance of the global biogeochemical cycles of essential elements, in particular carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphorus. 3. The probability of extinction of populations or a species is greatest when the density is very high or very low. Both crowding and too few individuals of a species may reach thresholds of extinction. 4. The chance that a species has to survive and reproduce is dependent primarily upon one or two key factors in the complex web of relations of the organism to its environment. 5. Our ability to change the face of the earth increases at a faster rate than our ability to foresee the consequence of change. 6. Living organisms are not only means but ends. In addition to their instrumental value to humans and other living organisms, they have an intrinsic worth. Practical design considerations. The systems we construct should last as long as possible and take least maintenance. Asterisk these systems, fueled by the sun, should produce not only their own needs, but the needs of the people creating or controlling them. Thus, they are sustainable, as they sustain both themselves and those who construct them. We can use energy to construct these systems, providing that in their lifetime, they store or conserve more energy than we use to construct them or to maintain them. Mollisonian permaculture principles. 1. Work with nature, rather than against the natural elements, forces, pressures, processes, agencies, and evolutions, so that we assist rather than impede natural developments. 2. The problem is the solution. Everything works both ways. It is only how we see things that makes them advantageous or not. If the wind blows cold, let us use both its strength and its coolness to advantage. A corollary of this principle is that everything is a positive resource. It is just up to us to work out how we may use it as such. 3. Make the least change for the greatest possible effect. 4. The yield of a system is theoretically unlimited. The only limit on the number of uses of a resource possible within a system is in the limit of the information and the imagination of the designer. 5. Everything gardens, or has an effect on its environment. A policy of responsibility, to relinquish power. The role of beneficial authority is to return function and responsibility to light and to people. If successful, no further authority is needed. The role of successful design is to create a self-managed system. Categories of resources. 1. Those which increase by modest use. 2. Those unaffected by use. 3. Those which disappear or degrade if not used. 4. Those reduced by use. 5. Those which pollute or destroy other resources if used. Policy of resource management. A responsible human society bans the use of resources which permanently reduce yields of sustainable resources, e.g. pollutants, persistent poisons, radioactives, large areas of concrete and highways, sewers from city to sea. Principle of disorder. Any system or organism can accept only that quantity of a resource which can be used productively. Any resource input beyond that point throws the system or organism into disorder. Oversupply of a resource is a form of chronic pollution. Definition of system yield. System yield is the sum total of surplus energy produced by, stored, conserved, reused, or converted by the design. Energy is in surplus once the system itself has available all its needs for growth, reproduction, and maintenance. The role of life in yield. Living things, including people, are the only effective intervening systems to capture resources on this planet and to produce a yield. Thus, it is the sum and capacity of life forms which decide total system yield and surplus. Limits to yield. Yield is not a fixed sum in any design system. It is the measure of the comprehension, understanding, and ability of the designers and managers of that design. Dispersal of food yield over time. Asterisk by selection of early, mid, and late season varieties. Asterisk by planting the same variety in early or late ripening situations. Asterisk by selection of long yielding varieties. Asterisk by a general increase in diversity in the system, so that asterisk leaf, fruit, seed, and root are all product yields. Asterisk by using self-storing species such as tubers, hard seeds, fuelwood, or rhizomes which can be cropped on demand. A by such as preserving, drying, pitting, and coup. Asterisk by regional trade between communities, or by the utilization of land at different altitudes or latitudes. Principle of seedic opportunity. Every cyclic event increases the opportunity for yield. To increase cycling is to increase. Cycles in nature are diversion routes away from anthropic ends. Life itself cycles nutrients giving opportunities for yield, and thus opportunities for species to occupy time niches. Types of niches. Asterisk niche in space, or territory, nest and forage sites. Registered niche in time, cycles of opportunity. Asterisk niche in space-time, schedules. Principle of disorder, order and harmony produce energy for other uses. Disorder consumes energy to no useful end. Neatness, tidiness, uniformity, and straightness signify an energy maintained disorder in natural systems. Principle of stress and harmony. Stress may be defined as either prevention of natural function, or a forced function, and, conversely, harmony as the permission of chosen and natural functions and the supply of essential needs. Principle of stability. T is not the number of diverse things in a design that leads to stability. It is the number of beneficial connections between these components. Information as a resource. Information is the critical potential resource. It becomes a resource only when obtained and acted upon. 2.15. References. Waddington, C.H., Tools for Thought, Paladin, UK. 1977. 35. Chapter 3. Methods of Design. 3.1. Introduction. Any design is composed of concepts, materials, techniques, and strategies, as our bodies are composed of brain, bone, blood, muscles, and organs, and when completed functions as a whole assembly, with a unified purpose. As in the body, the parts function in relation to each other. Permaculture, as a design system, attempts to integrate fabricated, natural, spatial, temporal, social, and ethical parts, components, to achieve a whole. To do so, it concentrates not on the components themselves, but on the relationships between them, and on how they function to assist each other. For example, we can arrange any set of parts and design a system which may be self-destructive or which needs energy support. But by using the same parts in a different way, we can equally well create an harmonious system which nourishes life. It is in the arrangement of parts that design has its being and function, and it is the adoption of a purpose which decides the direction of the design. Permaculture's AINC is a spike of assembling conceptual, material, and strategic components in a pattern which functions to benefit life in all its forms. It seeks to provide a sustainable and secure place for living things on this earth. Functional design sets out to achieve specific ends, and the prime directive for function is every component of a design should function in many ways. Every essential function should be supported by many components. Contributions from any direction, and be modified in the light of experience. Design is a continuous process, guided in its evolution by information and skills derived from earlier observations of that process. All designs that contain or involve life forms undergo a long-term process of change. To understand design, we must differentiate it from its component parts, which are techniques, strategies, materials, and assemblies. Technique is one-dimensional in concept. A technique is how we do something. Almost all gardening and farming books, until 1950, were books on technique alone. Design was largely overlooked. Strategies, on the other hand, add the dimension of time to technique, thus expanding the conceptual dimensions. Any planting calendar is a strategic guide. Strategy is the use of technique to achieve a future goal, and is therefore mere directly value-oriented. Materials are those of, for instance, glass, mud, and wood. Assemblies are the putting together of technologies, buildings, and plants and animals. There are many ways to develop a design on a particular site, some of them relying on observation, some on traditional skills usually learned in university. TIES have outlined some methods as follows. Analysis, designed by listing the characteristics of components. 3.2. Observation, designed by expanding on direct observation of a site. 3.3. Deduction from nature, designed by adopting the lessons learned from nature. 3.4. Options and decisions, design as a selection of options or pathways based on decisions. 3.5. Data overlay, designed by map overlays. 3.6. Random assembly, designed by assessing the results of random assemblies. 3.7. A flexible and conceptual design can accept progress flow diagrams, designed for workplaces. 3.8%. Zone and sector analysis, designed by the application of a master pattern. 3.9. All these methods can be used to start on sensible and realistic design, with innovative characteristics. Each method is described below. 3.2. Analysis, designed by listing the characteristics of components. The components of a total design for a site may range from simple technological elements to more complex economic and legal systems. How are we to make decisions about the patterning and placement of our components, systems, elements, or assemblies? We can list what we know about the characteristics of any one component, and see where this leads us in terms of beneficial connections. Principle of self-regulation. The purpose of a functional and self-regulating design is to place elements or components in such a way that each serves the needs and accepts the products of other elements. To illustrate, we could select a homely and universe known component, a chicken. What do we know about this hen? We can list its products, materials, behaviors, derived products, needs, what the table. 3.1. Elements of a total design. Site. Components. Water. Earth. Landscape. Climate. Plants. Social energy. Components i.e. design components. AE equals technologies. Culture whore. Trade and finance connections. 37. Chicken requires to lead a full life, and breed. Characteristics. The characteristics of this special kind of chicken, whether it be a Rhode Island Red, Leghorn, Hamburg, etc. See figure 3.1. A broader classification would have only two categories, outputs and inputs. Outputs are the yields of a chicken, inputs are its requirements in order to give those yields. Before we list either, we should reflect on these latter categories. Outputs, yields or products are resources. If they are used productively, or can become pollutants if not used in a constructive way by some other part of the system. Inputs, needs, or demands have to be supplied, and if not supplied by other parts of the system, then external energy or extra work must be found to satisfy these demands. Thus, a pollutant is an output of any system component that is not being used productively by any other component of the system. Extra work is the result of an input not automatically provided by another component of the system. As pollution and extra work are both unnecessary results of an incompletely designed or unnatural system, we must be able to connect our component, in this case the chicken, to other components. The essentials are that the inputs needed by the chicken are supplied by other components in the system, and that the outputs of the chicken are used by other components, including people. We can now list the characteristics of the chicken, as we know them. Later, we can see how these need to be linked to other components to achieve our self-regulated system, by a ground strategy of relative placement, putting components where they can serve each other. Primary needs are food, warmth, shelter, water, grit, calcium, dust baths, and other chickens. Secondary needs are for a tolerable social and physical environment, giving a healthy life of moderate Stress. 2. Food. Chicken. Primary products are, for instance, eggs, feathers, feather, dust, manure, various exhaled or excreted gases, sound, and heat. Derived products are many. From eggs we can make a variety of foods, and derive albumin. From feathers, we can make dusters, insulation, bedding, rope, and special manures. Manure is used directly in the garden, or combined with leaf and stem materials, carbon, to supply compost heat. Composted anaerobically, it supplies methane for a house. Heat and gases both have a use in enclosed and so on. Our list of derived products is limited only by lack of specific information and by local needs for the products. Behaviors: chickens walk, fly, perch, scratch, preen, mate, hatch eggs, care for young, form flocks of 20 to 30 individuals, and forage. They also process food to form primary products and to maintain growth and body weight. Products. Behave hours. Needs. Grid. Aries 3. Figure 3.1. Products and behave hours of a hen. Analysis of these inputs and outputs are critical to cell governing. Feed more methane. C2 and G4s. Design. A deficit in inputs creates work, whereas a deficit in output use creates pollution. 38. Intrinsics are often defined as breed characteristics. They are such factors as color, form, weight, and how these affect behavior, space needed, and metabolism, how climate and soil affect that chicken, or what its tolerances or limits are in relation to heat, cold, predation, and so on. For instance, white chickens survive extreme heat, while thickly feathered large dark chickens survive extreme cold. Heavy breeds, Australorps, cannot fly over a 1.2 m fence, while lighter breeds, Leghorns, will clear it easily. We can add much more to the above lists, but that will do. To start with, you can add data to any component list as information comes in. Making connections between components. To enable a design component to function, we must put it in the right place. This may be enough for a living component, e.g. ducks placed in a swamp may take care of themselves, producing eggs and meat and recycling seeds and frogs. For other components, we must also arrange some connections, especially for non-living components. G. A solar collector linked by pipes to a hot water storage, and we should observe and regulate what we have done. Regulation may involve confining or insulating the component or guiding it by fencing, hedging, or the use of one-way valves. Once all this is achieved, we can relax and let the system, or this part of the system, self-regulate. Having listed all the information we have on our component, we can proceed to placement and linking strategies which may be posed as questions. Asterisk of what use are the products of this particular component, e.g. the chicken, to the needs of other components. What needs of this component are supplied by other components? Asterisk where is this component incompatible with other components? Asterisk where does this component benefit other parts of the system? The answers will provide a plan of relative placement, or assist the access of one component to the others. We can choose our other components from some common elements of a small family farm where the family has stated their needs as a measure of self-reliance, not too much work, a lot of interest, and a product for trade. No millionaire could ask for more. The components we can bring to the typical small farm are asterisk structures, chicken house, constructs, pond, hedgerow, trellis, fences, asterisk domestic animals, chickens, cows, pigs, sheep, fish, asterisk land use, orchard, pasture, crop, garden, woodland, house, barn, glass house, asterisk context, market, labor, finance, skills, people, land available, and cultural limits, asterisk assemblies, most technologies, machines, roads, and water systems. We will not list the characteristics of all of these elements here, but will proceed in more general terms. In the light of linking strategies, we know where we can't put the chicken, in a pond, in the house of most societies, in the bank, and so on, but we can put the chicken in the barn, chicken house, orchard, or with other components that either supply its needs or require its life products. Our criteria for placement is that, if possible, such placement enables the chicken to function naturally, in a place where its functions are beneficial to the whole system. If we want the chicken to work for us, we must list the energy and material needs of the other elements, and see if the chicken can help supply those needs. Thus, the house needs food, cooking fuel, heat and cold weather, hot water, lights, bedding, etc. It gives shelter and warmth for people. Even if the chicken is not allowed to enter, it can supply some of these needs. Food, feathers, methane. It also consumes most food wastes coming from the house. The glass house needs carbon dioxide for plants, methane for germination, manure, heat, and water. It gives heat by day, and food for people, with some wastes for chickens. The chicken can obviously supply many of these needs, and utilize most of the wastes. It can also supply night heat to the glass house in the form of body heat. The orchard needs weeding, pest control, manure, and some pruning. It gives food, as fruit and nuts, and provides insects for chicken forage. Thus, the orchard and the chicken seem to need each other, and to be in a beneficial and mutual exchange. They need only to be placed together. The woodland needs management, fire control, perhaps pest control, some manure. It gives solid fuel, berries, seeds, insects, shelter, and some warmth. A beneficial interaction of chickens and woodland is indicated. The cropland needs plowing, manuring, seeding, harvesting, and storage of crop. It gives food for chickens and people. Chickens obviously have a part to play in this area as manure providers and cultivators. A large number of chickens on a small area will effectively clear all vegetation and turn the soil over by scratching. The pasture needs cropping and store age of hay or silage. It gives food for animals, worms, and insects included. The pond needs some manure. It yields fish, water, plants as food, and can reflect light and absorb heat. In such a listing, it becomes clear that many components provide the needs and accept the products of others. However, there is a problem. On the traditional small farm, the main characteristic is that nothing is connected to anything else, thus no component supplies. 39. A typical small farm. Villages and farms may contain all the components for self-governance out unless these components are placed in BG. Ammonias are wasted. In this figure, unplanned and segregated systems all demand inputs. Relationships to 40. Figure 3.3. A redesigned small farm. In this figure many humans supply the energy inputs for all hers, and the system can be largely self-regulating. 41. The needs of others. In short, the average farm does not enjoy the multiple benefits of correct relative placement, or needful access of one system or component to another. This is why most farms are tightly categorized as places of hard work, and are energy inefficient. See figures 3.2 and 3.3. Now, without inventing anything new, we can redesign the existing components to make it possible for each to serve others. See figure 3.4 3.5. Just by moving the same components into a beneficial design assembly, we can ensure that the chicken, glass house, or orchard is working for us, not us working for it. If we place essential components carefully in relation to each other, not only is our maintenance work minimized, but the need to import energies is greatly reduced, and we might expect a modest surplus for sale, trade, or export. Such surplus results from the conversion of wastes into products by appropriate use. The chicken house heats and is heated by the glass house, and both are heated by the chimney. The chickens range in the orchard, providing manure and getting a large part of their food from orchard wastes and pests, and from interplants of woodland or forest components. The glass house also heats the house, and part of the woodland is a forage system and a shelter belt. Thus, sensible placements, minimizing work, have been made. Market and investment control have been placed in the house, together with an information service using a computer, which can link us to the world. Each part of this sort of design will be dealt with in greater detail in this book, but a simple transformation, such as we made from figure 3.2 to figure 3.3, is enough to show what is meant by functional. A great part of this design can be achieved, as it was here, by analytical methods unrelated to any real site conditions. Note that before we actually implement anything, before we even leave our desk, we have developed a lot of good ideas about patterns and self-regulatory systems for a family farm. It only remains to see if these are feasible on the ground, and if the family can manage to achieve them. This is a benefit of the analytical design approach. It can operate with outside experience. This is also its weakness. Until the chicken is actually heating the greenhouse, manuring the orchard, or helping to produce methane for the house, our system is just information, or potential. Until that chicken is actually in function, we have produced no real resources, nor have we solved any real problems on our family farm. In AE. Figure 3.4. Plan of the non-integrated system in figure 3.2. Information as a resource. Resources are practical and useful energy storages, while information is only a potential resource, until it is put to use. We must never confuse the assembling of information with making a real resource difference. This is a academic fallacy, I think, therefore I have acted. Note also that we have arrived, analytically, at the need for cooperation within the system, and that any competition absorbs energy, hence consumes part of our slender resources. Our ideal is to allow the free expression of all the beneficial characteristics of the chicken, so that we avoid conflict and further regulate the system we have designed in light of real life experience on the site. 3.3. Observation. Designed by expanding on direct observation of a site. Unlike the preceding analytic method, this way of arriving at design strategy starts on and around the site. Short practice at refining field observation as a design tool will convince you that no complex of map, overlays, library, computer data, or remote analysis will ever supplant field observation for dependability and relevance. Observation is not easily directed, and it is therefore regarded as largely unscientific and individualistic. Process and events, as we encounter them on a real site, are never revealed just by maps or other fixed data. Yet, it is from the observation of processes and events, such as heavy rain and subsequent runoff, that we can devise strategies of least change, and so save energy and time. No static method can reveal processes or dynamic interactions. A camera and a notebook are great aids to observation, allowing a re-examination of information if necessary. A good memory for events helps. Video recorders are very useful to review processes. How do we proceed? As we approach the problem, we can adopt any or all of these attitudes. E4 childlike and non-selective approach, in which I wonder what may preface our actual observation. Asterisk a thematic approach, where we try to observe a theme such as water, potential energy sources, or the conditions for natural regeneration. Fast versus JGOA. Figure 3.5. Plan of the integrated system in figure 3.3. Hail II, HRA 8. IX and AME 2. R. ANP chicken, 2. Yet porix AF. 43. Asterisk an instrumental approach, where we measure, perhaps using equipment, a factor such as temperature gradients, wind, or reflection from trees. An experiential approach, using all our senses as our instruments, trying to be fully conscious, both of specific details, sensations, and the total ambience of the site. In order to develop a design strategy, possible procedural stages are as follows. 1. Make value-free and non-interpretative notes about what is seen, measured, or experienced, e.g. that moles have thrown up earth mounds on the field. Make no guesses or judgments at this stage. This takes some discipline but gets a lot of primary data listed. 2. Later, select some observations which interest you, and proceed to list under each of them a set of speculations as to possible meanings, e.g., on the moles. Asterisk that molehills are only conspicuous on fields, and may actually occur elsewhere. Asterisk or that they occur only on fields. Asterisk that fields are particularly attractive to moles. And so on. Many speculations can arise from one observation. Speculations are a species of hypothesis, a guess about which you can obtain more information. To further examine these speculations, several strategies are open to the observer. 3. Confirm or deny speculations by any or all of these methods. Asterisk library research on moles, and even on allied burrowing species, e.g. gophers. Asterisk asking others about moles and their field behavior. Devising more observations on one particular theme just to test out your ideas. Asterisk recalling all you know about moles or allied species in other areas or circumstances. This process will start to further elaborate your knowledge of an existing and specific site characteristic, and may already be leading you to the next step. For examination of all the evidence now to hand. Have we evolved any patterns, any mode of operating? What other creatures burrow in fields and are predators, prey, or just good friends of moles? Now, for the last decisive step. 5. How can we find a use for all this information? What design strategies does any of it suggest? For example, we may now have found a/ot of data on burrows and fields, and look upon the mole, if mole it is, as a fine soil aerator and seedbed provider, and therefore to be encouraged, or the very opposite. We may have discovered places where moles are beneficial, and places where they could well be excluded. Or possibly they are best allowed to go there. Way as natural components in the system. Methods of mole control or data on how to prepare moles for eating may have surfaced, and so on. As the research and observation phase, plus others, observations, goes in, the mole will gradually be seen to be already connected in one or other way to worms, upturned soils, fields, lawns, gardens, pastures, water, percolation, and even perhaps soil production. Dozens of useful strategies may have evolved from your first simple observations, and the site begins to design itself. You may begin sensible trials to test some cautious trials, and further observation will, in time, confirm the benefits, or otherwise, of moles in the total system or in specific parts of it. A great deal of practical information will be gathered, which will carry over to other sites and to allied observations. A study of earthworms may have co-evolved, and the interconnectedness of natural systems has become evident. No analytic method can involve one in the world as much as observation, but observation and its methods need to be practiced and developed, whereas analysis needs no prior practice and requires less field research of first-hand knowledge. As an observer, however, you are very likely to stumble on unique and effective strategies, and thus become an innovator. The uses and strategies derived from observation, experience, or experiments on site are the basic tools of aware, long-term residence. A set of reliable strategies can be built up, many of them transferable to other locations. Here, we have used nature itself as our teacher. That is the greatest value of nature, and it will, in time, supply answers to all our questions. Thus, the end result of systematic observation is to have evolved strategies for application in design. A second and beneficial result is that we have come to know, in a personal and involved way, something of the totality of the interdependence of natural systems. 3.4. Deduction from nature. Designed by adopting lessons learned from nature. The impetus that started Masanobu Fukuoka on his remarkable voyage to natural farming was the sight of healthy rice plants growing and yielding in untended and uncultivated road verges. If rice can do this naturally, he asked, why do we labor to cultivate the soil? In time he achieved high-yielding rice production on his farm without cultivation, without fertilizers or biocides, and without using machinery. Via our senses, which include the sensations of the skin in relation to pressure, wind chill, and heat, and the organized, patterned, or measured information we extract from observation, we can discover a great deal about natural processes in the region we are examining. In order to put our observations about nature to use, we need to look at the following structure. We can imitate the structure of natural systems. If we have palms, vines, large evergreen trees, an edge of herbaceous perennials, a ground cover of bulbs or tubers, and a rich bird fauna in the natural system of the region, then we can reconstruct or imitate such a system structure on our site, using some native species. For pioneers, bird forage, or vine supports, we can add to the palms, vines, trees, tubers, and poultry that are of great use to our settlement, over that broad range of uses that covers food, crafts, medicines, and fuels. After studying the natural placement of woody legumes or windbreak in natural systems, we can imitate these in design systems. We can improve on local species by finding out of region or exotic, even better suited to those roles than those of an impoverished or degraded native flora and fauna. Certainly, we can carefully select species of a wider range of use FO settlements than the natural assembly process. Apart from the structure of natural systems, we need most of all to study process. Where does water run? How does it absorb? Why do trees grow in some special sites in deserts? Can we construct or use such processes to suit ourselves? Some of the processes we observe are processes energized by animals, wind, water, pioneer trees, or forbs, and fire. How does a tree or herb propagate itself in this region? As every design is a continuous process, we should most of all try to create useful self-generating systems. Some examples would be on Lake Chelan, Washington State, USA, walnuts self-generate from seed rolling downhill in the valleys of intermittent streams. Similar self-propagation systems work for palms in the tropics, ulrites, candlenut in Hawaii, and asparagus along sandy irrigation channels. Thus, we save ourselves a ton of work by setting up headwater plantations and allowing these to self-propagate downstream. As for willows, Russian olive, and hundreds of water plant species, including taro in unstable floodwater lowlands, as long as these are not a problem locally. Birds spread useful bird forages such as elder berries, coprosma, lycium, autumn olive, plonere trees, or herbs, and preferred grains such as chenopodium species. If we place a few of these plants, and allow in free-ranging pigeons or pheasants, they will plant more. The same applies to dogs or foxes in the matter of loquats, bears for small fruits, and cattle for hard seeds such as honey locusts. Burrows and hoarders such as gophers will carry bulbs and root cuttings into prairie, and jays and squirrels, choughs, or curtawongs spread oaks when they bury acorns. If, in grasslands or old pastures, we see that a pioneer such as tobacco bush, a pine, or an acacia provides a site for birds to roost, initiating a soil change, so that chimps or coppices of forest form there, we can use the same techniques and allied species to pioneer our food forests, but selecting species of more direct use to us. Many native peoples do just this, evolving scattered forest nuclei based on a set of pioneer trees, termite mounds, compost heaps, and so on. We can provide for birds to drop pioneer seeds, and as a set of plant nuclei integrated lands around simple perches placed on disturbed sites. We can provide nest holes so that owls may then move in to control rodents, purple martins to reduce mosquitoes, or woodpeckers to control codling moth. Many nurse plants allow insect predators to overwinter, feed, or shelter within our gardens, as do small ponds for frogs and rock piles for lizards. If we want these aids to pest control, we need to provide a place for them. Some of these natural workers are very effective. Woodpeckers alone reduce codling moth by 40 to 60%. Asterisk to limit a rampant plant, or to defeat invasive G-tasses, we need only to look to mature. Nature imposes successions and limits on every species, and once we know the rules, we can use the succession to limit or exclude our problem species. Many soft vines will smother prickly shrubs. Browse or cut out, they allow trees to permanently shade out the shrub, or rot its seeds in mulch. Kikuyu grass is blocked from spreading by low hedges of comfort, lemongrass, arrowroot, canna species, or nasturtiums. We can use some or all of these species at tropical garden borders, or around young fruit trees. We can smother rampage a species such as lantana by vines such as chayote, Sycia mittalis, and succeed them with palm/legume forests by cutting or rolling tracks and then planting legumes, palms, and vines of our choice. Where rampageous grasses smother the trees, we set our trees out in a protecting zone of soft barrier plants such as comfort, nasturtium, or indeed any plant we locally observe to beat the grass, and we surround our mulched gardens with belts of such plants. There are hundreds of such botanical lessons about us. Look long enough, and the methodologies of nature become clear. This is designed by analogy. We select analogous or botanically allied species for trials. If thistles grow around a rabbit warren, then perhaps if we disturb the soil, supply urine and manure, and sow seed, we will get globe artichokes, and so on have. Or we can pen goats or sheep on a place, then shut them out and plant it. It was by such thinking that the idea of chicken or pig tractors able to remove such stubborn weeds as nutgrass, convolvulus, onion weed, and twitch before planting a new succession of useful plants. Or we can provide fences or pits to trap wind-blown debris, dried leaves, rabbit, and sitep manures, seagrasses, which can be gathered for garden use, and so on. All these strategies can be derived from observing natural processes and used consciously in design to achieve a great reduction in work, hence energy inputs. 45. Landscape. Gullies, ridgetops, natural shade, the sides of multi-story buildings, and exposed sunny sites all demonstrate different opportunities, just as various velocities and grades of streams or rockfalls present specific niches. We can find a use for each and every such special site, whether as an aid to food storage, food dehydration, as an energy source in itself, or as a site for a special animal or plant. We also create such opportunities over time as we grow groves of trees, raise earth banks, build houses, or excavate caves. It is in the creation of microclimates that we find a natural diversity and richness increasing. Every clump of trees invites new species to establish, every shaded area provides a refuge from heat, and every stone pile a moist and shaded sail site. We can plan such evolutions, and plan to take advantage of them, using data derived from a close observation of natural systems. Philosophy. Life is not all survival in a stable ecosystem. First by designing well, and then observing system evolution, we gain contemplative and celebratory time. In celebration we can incorporate the myths and skills that are important to future generations. In contemplation we find more refined, profound, subtle insights into good procedures. Fukuoka-4. To implement and manage a constructed or natural system inevitably leads to a more revelationary lifestyle, a more satisfied and contented life, and a sense of one's place in nature. To become a philosopher is not necessarily to be of benefit to the natural world, but to become a designer or gardener is to directly benefit nature or society, and one will inevitably generate natural ethics and philosophies. To become a good designer is to be in search of an understanding of nature, and to be content with the search itself. It is to design by natural example, becoming aware, taking notes, sitting a long time in one place, watching the wind behave and the trees respond, thrusting your hand into the soil to feel it for moisture. It is always more moist on the shade side of tussock grasses, for example, and becoming sensitive to the processes and sites about you. In microcosm and macrocosm, we can learn from the world, and these are the very best lessons to adopt. There are 1,000 lessons to learn, some so obvious that we could pinch ourselves for failing to notice them. Such an experiential cistern of design, in broad and in detail, is almost obliterated by the classroom, the sterile playground, toys, and didactic education. The huge information store that is nature is a primary reason for its preservation. We can never afford such a fine teacher or an equivalent education system that operates without cost or bureaucratic involvement. AIW. Priorities decided by ethics of use. Stages of procedure by urgency, finance, skills, resources available, energy. XA deferred, unnecessary, impractical, or possible choices. And so on to evolutions decided by experience. Returns, benefits. Rel di odds. Practical and satisfactory results. CSIVing 34. Coxoxokics. Unethical path. 0. Distant goal. Figure 3.6. Options and decisions. 46. 3.5. Options and decisions. Design is a selection of options or pathways based on decisions for a specific site and specific occupants, or clients. A. Design is a sequence of options based on such things. AIE. Asterisk product or crop options. Asterisk social investment options, capital available or created. Asterisk skills and occupations, education available. Asterisk processing opportunities on or offsite. Asterisk market availability, or specific market options. Asterisk management skills. That is, any design has many potential outcomes, and it is above all the stated aims, lifestyle, and resources of the client, that decide their options. Any sensible design gives a place to start. The evolution of the design is a matter for trial, following observation, and then acting on that information. I sometimes think that the only real purpose of an initial design is to evolve some sort of plan to get one started in an otherwise confusing and complex situation. If so, a design has a value for this reason alone. For as soon as we decide to start doing, we learn how to. The sort of options open to people start with a general decision, a distant goal, which is often set by ethical considerations, e.g. care of the earth. This may lead directly to a second set of possible options, of which erosion control, minimal tillage, and perhaps revegetation of steep slopes are firmly indicated for a specific site in the light of this ethic. Thus, an option, once decided on, also indicates other options, priorities, and management decisions. In practical terms, we may also have to consider costs, and perhaps decide to generate some short or long-term income. This, in turn, may depend on whether we maintain a part-time, non-farm income, or, taking a leap, gather up our retirement allowance and go to it. All of this can be plotted, rather like the decision pattern a tree makes as it branches upwards. Some options are impractical, or in conflict with other decisions and ethics, and are therefore unavailable. See Figure 3.6. Following through the options that arise from either our decisions, or the constraints of site and resources, we can see an apparently endless series of pathways. The process itself is inevitable, in that it leads to a series of innovative and practical procedural pathways, some of which may be very promising, and all of which agree with the ethical, financial, cultural, and ground constraints decided by the site and/or its occupants. As a bonus, not one or two, but several dozen options may remain open, and this is always a secure position in which to be. In an uncertain world, we need all possible doors open. Options open up or close down on readily available evidence or as decision points are reached. All will affect the number and direction of future actions, hence the overall design. To a great extent, this approach covers the economic and legal constraints not dealt with by either of the preceding analytic or observational approaches. It is wise, however, to implement a limited range of options for trial, or we may incur stress and work as a result of taking too much on. 3.6. Data overlay. Design by map overlays. In design courses at modern colleges, students are taught to labor assiduously over maps, overlays on those maps, and overlays on the overlays. This AP approach should also be considered. However, as a methodology, it is at once more expensive, possibly more time-consuming, and potentially the most confusing of all approaches, like the system of options. It leads to certain inevitable ground placements, and perhaps to uneasy compromises not necessarily inherent in the preceding methods. The danger here is that the map overlays omit minutiae, and can never reveal evolutionary processes. Where a mapping and hard data approach is weakest, however, is that some factors are not able to be mapped, ethical, financial, and cultural constraints, and that it is very difficult to include those site-relevant details revealed by observation, or indicated at once by our analytic method of component inputs and outputs. Despite this, a good site map makes any landscape design, and this is only part of the total design, much easier, and far more visual. A good map indicates a lot of sensible options and hypotheses. Dam sites, soil/crop suitability, which can later be checked with actual site conditions, available clay for dams, existing useful vegetation, threatened habitat, and so on. The danger of the purely analytic and overlay AP process is that the very remoteness of such systems makes flexibility difficult, occasioning unforeseen work and expense, which are not incurred by the more empirical and flexible observation and option systems. The latter both allow a flexible response to fresh conditions. 3.7. Random assembly. Designed by assessing the results of random assemblies. This is another analytic method, removed from the site. 47. Itself, it is of value in assessing energy flows in the system, and is also a generator of creativity. Because it is based on a set of essentially random selections, it may reveal some very innovative designs. The process is as follows: we select and list a set of design components, and with them a set of placement or connective strategies. If our components are arranged in a circle around these connections, we can join them up at random, make a sketch of the results, and see what it is that we have achieved. This frees us from rational decisions, and forces us to consider unusual connections for their value, connections that would be inhibited from proposing by our limited education, by cultural restraints, or by normal usage. See Table 3.2. House. Windmill storage box. Glass house attached to yard or animal shelter beside caves. Trellis around trenches. Mounds over swales. Compost heaps in ponds. Plants on chickens. Ducks under fish. Windbreak containing barn. Fence. Table 3.2. Random assembly selection. Having laid out a simple diagram, we can select any one component and connect it to others, creating images for further examination as to their particular uses and functions. Some simple examples are: asterisk glass house over house, asterisk storage box in glass house, asterisk raft on pond, asterisk glass house on rate, asterisk house beside pond, and, using more connections, glass house containing compost heap attached to house, beside pond with cave under, containing storages, boxes with plants in these. We can sketch these, and see just what it is we have achieved in terms of energy savings, unique assemblies, special effects for climate, increased yield, compact design, or easier accessibility. As we do not usually think of these units with respect to their connections, this simple design strategy frees us to do so, and to achieve innovative results. Having illustrated, by way of a diagram, random assemblies, we can then think out what would happen if we did in fact build them or model them. Rafts can 48. Of course, be oriented quickly to suit seasons. Caves are cool and ponds in them almost immune from evaporation. Ducks are safe from predators on rafts. Glass houses on rafts will warm contained water and create thermal storages and currents. Solar cells will light caves, and caves below houses supply storage and cool or warm air. Trees shade houses, and so on. Thus, immune from ridicule and criticism, we can try various unlikely combinations and links of components, all of which probably exist somewhere, and try to assess what we have done in terms of function. This is, if you like, working backwards from assembly to function to benefits and system characteristics. The value of this approach is that it frees us to create novel assemblies and to assess them before trials. Creative solutions may also be arrived at by constantly re-examining a problem, and by considering every form of solution, including that important strategy of doing nothing. Fukuoka. 4. Creative problem solving. Restate a problem many ways, reverse the traditional. Simple solutions may be found by this process. The art of thinking backwards, or in opposites, is often very effective in problem solving. It is easier to drive an axle out of a wheel than to knock a wheel off an axle, easier to lower a potted vine down a dark shaft over a period of months than to grow it up from the bottom. So, if we worry away at problems in terms of restatements, turning things on their head and stating the opposite, we may find that real solutions lie in areas free from acquired knowledge and values. 3.8. Flow diagrams. Design for workplaces. For designing any special workplace, from a kitchen to A plant nursery, the preceding methods have limited uses. Here, we call in a different method the flow chart. We imagine how the process flows. In the kitchen we take from storage, prepare, cook, serve, and gather in the plates and food for waste disposal and return to storage. Thus the processes follow a certain path. The best kitchens are U-shaped or compact, so that least movement is necessary. Storages are near the place where food, plates, or pots and pans are needed. Frequently used items are to hand on benches, or in special niches. Strong blocks, bench tops, or tables are built to take the heavy work of chopping and the clamping on of grinders and flour mills. We can mark such designs out on the ground, and walk around these, preparing an imaginary meal, measuring the space taken up by trays, pots, and potato storages, and S0 creating an efficient workplace. It should also involve the placement of traditional items, and agree with cultural uses. It is advisable to involve an experienced worker in any such design, and to research prior designs or new aids to design, such as we find in office furniture which can be adjusted to the person. J have seen some excellent farm bindings such as shearing sheds and their associated yards built by worker designers after years of observation and experience. Some people specialize in such design for schools, wineries, and golf courses. In general, it is mainly workplaces which need such careful attention. Most other areas in buildings are of flexible use, and have the potential for multiple function. The technique of flowcharts is also applicable to trafficways and transport lines serving settlements, where loads or cargoes are to be received and sorted, and where schedules or IME place movements are integral to the activity. 3.9. Zone and sector analysis. Designed by the application of a master pattern. Zone and sector analysis is a primary energy conserving placement pattern for the whole site. When we come to an actual site design, we must pay close attention to locating components relative to the two energy sources of the site. First, energy available OV site, the people, machines, wastes, and fuels of the family or society. For these, we establish zones of use, of access, and of time available. Second, energy entering or flowing through the site. Wind, water, sunlight, and fire may enter the site. To govern these energies we place intervening components in the sectors from which such energies arise, or can be expected to enter. We also define sectors for views, for wildlife, and for temperature, as airflow. To proceed to a discussion of the pattern in its parts. Zones. We can visualize zones as series of concentric circles. The innermost circle being the area we visit most frequently and which we manage most intensively. Zones of use are basic to conservation of energy and resources. On site, we do not have endless time or energy, and the things we use most or which need us often must be close to hand. We plan our kitchens in this way, and we can plan our living sites with equal benefit to suit our natural movements. We should not pretend that any real site will neatly accept this essentially conceptual conformation of pattern, which will usually be modified by access, site characteristics such as slope and soils, local wind patterns, and the technical problems of, for example, constructing curved fences in societies where title, boundaries, materials, and even the education available is straight. In zonation, the village or dwelling itself is zone 0, or the origin from which we work. The available in zone 0 is human, animal, put in, or created on site. Whatever the sources, these energies can be thought of as available or on-site energies. In order to conserve them, and those other essential resources of work and time, we need to place components as follows. Zone 0, the house of the village. In this zone belongs good house design, attached glass house or shade house, and the integration of living components as sod roof, vines, trellis, pot plants, roof, gardens, and companion animals. In some climates, many of these structures are formed of the natural environment, and will in time return to it, bamboo and rattan, wattle and daub, thatch, and earth-covered or sheltered structures. Zone 1. Those components needing continual observation, frequent visits, work input, complex techniques. Fully mulched and pruned gardens, chicken laying boxes, parsley, and culinary herbs should be placed very close to hand, or we waste a great deal of time and energy visiting them. Within 6 m, 20 feet, or so of a home, householders can produce most of the food necessary to existence, with some modest trade requirements. In this home garden are the seedlings, young trees for outer zone placement, perhaps mother plants for cuttings, rare and delicate species, the small domestic and quiet animals such as fish, rabbits, pigeons, guinea pigs, and the culinary herbs used in food preparation. Rainwater catchment tanks are also placed here. Techniques include complete mulching, intensive pruning of trees, annuals with fast replacement of crop, full land use, and nutrient recycling of household wastes. In this zone, we arrange nature to serve our needs. Zone 2. This zone is less intensively managed with spot mulched orchards, main crop beds, and ranging domestic animals whose shelters or sheds may nevertheless adjoin zone 1 or, as in some cultures, be integrated with the house. Structures such as terraces, small ponds, hedges, and trellis are placed in this zone, where winter forces all people and animals indoors. Joint accommodation units are the normality, but in milder climates, forage ranges for such domestic stock as milk cows, goats, or poultry can be placed in zone 2. Home orchards are established here, and less intensive pruning or care arranged. Water may be piped from zone 3, or conserved by species selection. 49. Zone 3. This area is the farm zone of commercial crop and animals for sale or barter. It is managed by green manuring, spreading manure from zone 2, and soil conditioning. It contains natural or little pruned trees, broad-scale farming systems, large water storages, soil absorption of water, feed store or barns, and field shelters as hedgerow or windbreak. Zone 4. This zone is an area bordering on forest or wilderness, but still managed for wild gathering, forest, and fuel needs of the household, pasture, or range, and is planted to hardy, unpruned, or volunteer trees. Where water is stored, it may be as dams only, with piped input to other zones. Wind energy may be used to lift water to other areas, or other dependable technology used. Zone 5. We characterize this zone as the natural, unmanaged environment used for occasional foraging, recreation, or just let be. This is where we learn the rules that we try to apply elsewhere. Now, any one component can be placed in its right Zone, at the best distance from our camp, house, or village. As our very perfect target model does not fit on real sites, we need to deform it to fit the landscape. And we can in fact bring wedges of a wilderness zone right to our front door, a corridor for wildlife, birds, and nature, figure 3.7. Or we can extend a more regularly used zone along a frequently used path, even make a loop track to place its components on. Zoning, distance from center, is decided on 2 factors. 1. The number of times you need to visit the plant, animal or structure, and 2. The number of times the plant, animal or structure needs you to visit it. For example, on a yearly basis, we might visit the poultry shed, registered for eggs, 365 times. Asterisk for manure, 20 times. Asterisk for watering, 50 times. Asterisk for culling, 5 times, and asterisk other, 20 times. Total equals 460 visits, whereas one might visit an oak tree twice only, to collect acorns. Thus the zones are frequency zones for visits, or time zones, however. Table 3.3. Some factors which change in zone planning as distance increases. Factor or strategy zone. Zone I. Zone L. Zone 4. Main design for house climate, small domestic main crop gathering, domestic stock and orchard, forage, stored, forage, forestry, sufficiency, pasture, establishment of complete spot mulch and soil conditioning, plants sheet mulch, tree guards, ing and green only, mulch, pruning and trees intensive cup pyramid and unpruned and equal seedlings, or espalier built trellis, natural trellis, thin 2, trellis, selected, selection of trees selected dwarf grafted variety selected thin 2, or multigrid, and plant seedlings for selected, managed, later grafts, varieties, or by browse. Water provision rainwater tanks, earth tank, and water storage dams, rivers, bores walls, bores, fire control, in soils, dams, wind pumps, reticulation, structures house / greenhouse and feed store, field shelter, house, storage barns, poultry shelter, grown as, integration, sheds, hedgerow, and woodiat, information stored or in part affected as for IL, arising from, generated by other species, natural, people, processes, TS, was 8, sweat TLHAUSBO, paid angered SYAJUOWATT ed, seal 4, Cisatany. Yo.Lois ONV3 NOZ Ho 4 Nichanis. OISWAJHL. CE Anslos. HNN1. Y7. A. EI asterisk E. / degree. CHS soup. Ground plan for a mixed small farm. 52. You like to define them. The moat visits needed, the closer the objects need to be. As another example, you need a fresh lemon 60 to 100 times a year, but the tree needs you only 6 to 12 times a year, a total of 66 to 112 times. For an apple tree, where gathering is less, the total may be 15 times visited. Thus, the components or species space themselves in zones according to the number of visits we make to them annually. The golden rule is to develop the nearest area first, get it under control, and then expand the perimeter. A single perimeter will then enclose all your needs. Too often, the novice selects a garden away from the house, and neither reaps the plants efficiently, nor cares for them well enough. Any soil, with effort, and the compost from the recycling of wastes, will grow a good garden, so stay close to the home. Let us think of our zones in a less ordered way, as was well described by Edgar Anderson for Central Honduras, Anderson, E., 1976. Close to the house and frequently more urges. Surrounding it is a compact garden orchard, several hundred square feet in extent. No two of these are exactly alike. There are neat plantations more or less grouped together. There are various fruit trees, gnats, citrus, melias, a mango here and there, a thicket of coffee bushes in the shade of the larger trees. There are tapioca plants of 1 or 2 varieties, grown more or less in rows at the edge of the trees. Frequently there are patches of taro. These are the framework of the garden orchards. Here and there in rows or patches are corn and beans, climbing and scrambling over all are vines of various squashes and their relatives, the chayote, choco, grown for the squashes, as well as its big starchy root. The Juffa gourd, TTS skeleton, used for dish racks and sponges. The cucurbits, clamber over the eaves of the house and run along the ridgepole, climb high in the trees, or festoon the fence, setting off the whole garden. Are flowers and various useful weeds, dahlias, gladiol, climbing roses, asparagus fern, cannas. Grain amaranth is a sort of encouraged weed that sows itself around the dooryard gardens described above. Anderson notes the fields, in Mexico, dotted here and there with volunteer guavas and guamacil trees, whose fruit was carefully gathered. Were they orchards or pastures? What words are there in English to describe their groupings? Anderson is contrasting the strict, ordered, linear, segmented thinking of Europeans with the productive, more natural polyculture of the dry tropics. The order he describes is a semi-natural order of plants, in their right relationship to each other, but not rigorously separated into various artificial groups. More than that, the house and fence form essential trellis for the garden, so that it is no longer clear where orchards, field, house, and garden have their boundaries, where annuals and perennials belong, or indeed where cultivation gives way to naturally evolved systems. Monoculture man, a pompous figure often imagined to exist, sometimes fat and white like a consumer, sometimes stern and straight like a row crop farmer, cannot abide this complexity in his garden or his life. His is a world of order and simplicity, and therefore chaos. When thinking of placing components into zones, remember that intrinsic properties and species specific yields are available from a component. Wherever it is placed, all trees give shade, so that we don't include these intrinsics in assessing function in design. WUDGING zonal placement. Place a component in relation to other components or functions, and for more efficient use of space or nutrient. Look for products that serve special needs not otherwise locally available. The amount of management we must always provide in a cultivated ecosystem is characterized by conscious placement, establishment, guidance, and control. Energies, akin to the adjustments we normally make to our environment as we traverse it on our daily tasks. Erradiuri. Design for a 1,000 square meter block. See text. 53. Bay narrated. Elsewhere. For these, we plan a sector diagram based on The area, site, or sectors are more site-specific than are the degree conceptualist. Hashtag ones. They outline the compass directions from one. We send expect energy or actors. Some factors we may invite into our homes. We need Sunniite for technologies and plant grows. 54. TE such factors. T9 sir. Advantage. Placing. Guy zone to dosa. Out the sector to allow, for example, maximum sunlight. We guard against catastrophic fire, wind, or flood by protective embankments, dense trees, ponds, roads, fences, or stone walls, and we likewise invite in or exclude free-ranging or undomesticated wildlife by placements of forage systems, fences, nest boxes, and so on. Thus we place hedges, ponds, banks, walls, screens, trellises, hedgerows, or any other component of designed to manage incoming energy. If you like, we place our components in each zone as those zones could be rotated about zone 0. For any one component, it stops rotating when it is working to govern energies in the sector diagram. Thus, by revolving our zones, we find a place where our selected component, a tree, fence, pond, wall, or animal shed, works to govern sector factors. Given that we have both zone and sector energies controlled, then our component is well placed. Then we combine the two diagrams to make a spiderweb of placements, putting every main system in its right place in terms of energy analyzed on the site, figure 3.10. To sum up, there should be no tree, plant, structure, or activity that is not placed according to these criteria. And the ground plan. For instance, if we have a pine tree, it goes in zone 4, infrequent visits, away from the fire danger sector, it accumulates fuel and burns like a tar barrel, towards the cold wind sector. Pines are hardy windbreaks, and it should also bear edible nuts as forage. Again, if we want to place a small structure such as a poultry shed, it should border zone 1, for frequent visits, be away from the fire sector, border the annual garden, for easy manure collection, back onto the forage system, possibly attached to a greenhouse, and form part of a windbreak system. There is no mystery nor any great problem in such common sense design systems. It is a matter of bringing to consciousness the essential factors of active planning. To restate the basic energy conserving rules, every element, plant, animal, or structure, must be placed so that it serves at least 2 or more functions. Every function, e.g. water collection, fire protection, is served in 2 or more ways. With the foregoing rules, strategies, and criteria in mind, you can't go far wrong in design. Placement principle. HT broad initial patterning is well analyzed, and good placements made, many more advantages than we would have designed for become obvious. Or, if we start well, other good things naturally follow on. 45 An unplanned result. This is the broad pattern approach. Given that the scene has been set, observation comes into play to evolve other pattern strategies. If we watch just how our animals move, how winds vary, or how water flows, we can evolve guiding patterns that achieve other desirable ends, e.g. making animals easy to muster, bringing them to sites where their manure is needed, steering cool winds to ameliorate excess heat input or to direct them to wind turbines, and directing water to where it is needed in our system. Slope, aspect, elevation, and orientation. No site is quite flat, and many have irregular configurations, thus our neat spiderwebs of zone and sector overlays are distorted by a more realistic landscape. To use these irregularities to our advantage, we read to further consider these factors. With zones and sectors sketched in on the ground plan, slope analysis may proceed. High and low access roads, the former for heavy cargo or mulch, the latter for fire control, can now be placed. Provision for attached glass house, hot air collectors, reflection pond, solar pond, and shade house should be made at all homestead sites where climatic variation is experienced. Slope determines the unpowered flow of water from source to use point, and slope and elevation will bore MIT the placement of hot air or hot water collectors below their storages, where the thermosiphon effect can operate without external energy inputs. The simple physics of flow and thermal movements can be applied to the placement of technological equipment, e.g. solar hot water panels, taking advantage of slope. Where no slope exists, towers for water tanks and hollows for heat collectors, or solar ponds, can be raised or excavated for the same effect. However, in the normal humid landscape, where precipitation exceeds evaporation, hill profiles develop a flattened S-curve that presents opportunities for placement analysis of components and systems, as per figure 3.11. The ancient occupied enclaves of England testify to the common sense of the megalithic peoples in landscape planning, but their present abandonment for industrial suburbs in flatlands does little credit to the Paleolithic planning of modern designers. The difference may be that the former planned for themselves, while the latter designed for other people. Slope gives immense planning advantages. There is hardly a viable traditional human settlement that is not sited on those critical junctions of two natural ecologies, whether on the area between foothill forests and plains, or on the edge of plain and marsh, land and estuary, or some combination of all of these. Planners who place a housing settlement on a plain, or on a plateau, may have the advantage of plain planning, but abandon the inhabitants to failure if transport fuels dry up. They then have to depend on the natural environment for their varied needs, but have only a monocultural landscape on which to do so. Successful and permanent settlements have always been able to draw from the resources of at least two environments. 55. Similarly, any settlement which fails to preserve natural benefits, and, for example, clears all forests, is bent on eventual extinction. The descending slopes allow a variety of aspects: exposures, insulation, and shelter for people to manage. Midslope is our easiest environment, the shelter of forests at our back, the view over lake and plain, and the sun striking in on the tiers of productive trees above and below. Figure 3.11 shows a broad landscape profile, typical of many humid tropical to cool climates, which we can use as a model to demonstrate some of the principles of landscape analysis. On the high plateaus, or upper erosion surface, snow is stored, and trees and shrubs prevent quick water runoff. The headwaters of streams I2 i.e. sense of a sometimes indefinite slope. Way to the steep upper slopes, B, NEYTE, catastrophically abused to agriculture, but unfortunately often cleared of protecting forest and subject to erosion because PFS. The lower slopes, C, are potentially very productive, mixed agricultural areas, and well suited to the structures of people and their domestic animals and implements. Below this are the gently descending foothills and plains, D, where cheap water storage is available as large shallow dams, and where extensive cropping can take place. This simplified landscape should dictate several strategies for permanent use, and demands of us a careful analysis of techniques to be used on each area. The main concern is water, as it is both the chief agent of erosion and the source of life for plants and animals. Thus the high plateau is a vast roof where rain and snow gather and winds carry saturated cloud to great heights. At night the saturated air deposits droplets on the myriad leaves of the ridge forests. The gentle foothill country of area, C, brilliantly analyzed for water conservation by yeomans, supports the most viable agricultures, if the forest above is left uncut. Here, the high runoff can be led to mid-slope storage dams at the key point indicated in Figure 3.11, examined in much more detail in Yomers books. Using the high slopes as a watershed, and a series of diversion catchment drains and dams, water is conserved at the key points for later frugal use. In fields and buildings, the water is passed with its nutrients to low dams, and released as clean water from the site. This is the ideal, the reality often falls far short of it. The lower slopes, though safe to use tractors on, at least can be converted to immense soil water storage systems in a very short time. A single summer often suffices. This is a matter of soil conditioning, afforestation, water interception, or a combination of these. The plains of area, D, are the most open to wind erosion and the most resistant to water erosion. However, it is here that pre-damage can occur by salting. Red and dusty rains and plagues of locusts are a result of the delinquent use of the plow, heavy machinery, and clean tillage of these flattish lands, together with the removal of trees and hedgerows, and the conversion of the plains to monocultures of extensive grazing and grain cropping. It is on the plains areas that water is most cheaply stored, in soil and in large surface dams, where no tillage crops, copses, and hedgerows are desperately needed. This is where broad-scale revolutions in technique can be implemented to improve soil health, reduce wind and water losses, and produce healthy foods. The forests on the high slopes, coupled with the thermal belt gazard of the house side, make a frost pecker. Colocopnite AE. 1. Eddie A. Night CONOES8ON of MRTS. Varius et Gau AP Gest Climate. Eslon, E. B. Nem. Tiao Bam. TN Bonbon, RKNIESTGED 4 Stale. Pores. Side circated lands, low slopes. PIBGE forest. SLSG Punyo Orns, fields. Point of inflecton. A. Convex slopes KER. Concave. SL Ops. Figure 3.11. Broad humid landscape profile, the placement of access, water supply, forests, and cropland. Here. Slope analysis and site planning in relation to aspect largely decide we supply such analysis to a cool, humid region. 56. Remarkable difference to mid-slope climate and soil temperatures. Anyone who doubts this should walk towards an uphill forest on a frosty night, and measure, or experience the warm down draft from high forests. If these are above zones 1 and 2, they present little or no fire danger. Their other functions of erosion control and water retention are well attested. Downslope, reflection from dams adds to the warmth. Solar collectors placed here transmit heat, as air or water circulating by thermosiphoning alone, and assist house, glass house, or garden to function more efficiently. Even very slight slopes of 1:150 function to collect water and heat if well used in the design. The easy, rounded ridges of non-eroded lower slopes and their foothill pediments are a prime site for settlement. They allow filtration of wastes, inseparable from large populations, through lowland forest and lake, and the conversion of these wastes into useful timber, trees, fruits, and aquatic life. If zone and sector are imposed in plan, sun angle and landscape slope are assessed in elevation. These determine the following placements. Sun angle describes the arc of the sun during summer and winter months, and so decides eve and sill placement of windows, areas of shade, and reflection or absorption angles of surfaces. Also, in situation, even hot deserts, some part of the system should be left open to the sun for its energy. Aspect describes the orientation of the slope. A slope facing the sun will receive considerably more direct solar radiation than a slope facing the shade side. South in the southern hemisphere, north in the northern. The shaded side of hills may delay thaw and thus moderate frost effects in vegetation. In mid-latitudes, we seek the sunny aspect of slopes to achieve maximum sunlight absorption for our settlements and gardens. The final act in site planning is to orient all buildings and structures or constructs correctly to face mid-sky, the sun, or the wind systems they refer to, or to shelter them from detrimental factors, e.g. cold winter winds or late afternoon sun. In summary, if the elements of the design are carefully zoned, the sectors well analyzed, the sun angle and slope benefits maximized for use, and the constructed environment oriented to function, then a better ground design results than most that now exist. As I reassure all would-be permaculture designers, you can do no worse than those prior designs you see about you, and by following the essentially simple outline above, you may well do much better. Incredible as it seems, these essential factors are the most frequently overlooked or ignored by designers to the present day, and retrofit is then the only remedy for ineffective design. 3.10. Zoning of information and ethics. In this book, 1A am concentrating on people and their place in nature. Not to do so is to ignore the most destructive influence on all ecologies, the unthinking appetite of people, appetite for energy, newspaper, rap art, and recreation. We can think of our zones in other than product terms and management, as a gradation between an ecosystem, the home garden, managed primarily for people, and the wilderness, where all things have their right to exist, and we are only supplicants or visitors. Only excessive energy, human or fuel, enables us to assert dominance over distant resources. When we speak of dominance, we really mean destruction. What is proposed herein is that we have no right, nor any ethical justification, for clearing land or using wilderness while we tread over lawns, create erosion, and use land inefficiently. Our responsibility is to put our house in order. Should we do so, there will never be any need to destroy wilderness. Indeed, most farmers can become stewards of forest and wildlife, as they will have to become in any downturn in the energy economy. Unethical energy use is what is destroying distant resources for short-term use. Our zones, then, represent zones of destruction. Information, available energy, and human dependency. The ecologist with large lawns, or no food garden, is as hypocritical as the environmentalist drinking from an aluminium beer can and buying newspapers to read of destructive exploits. Both occupations exploit wilderness and people. In Zone 1 we are information developers, we tend species selected by, and dependent on, mankind. All animal species tend their home gardens, and an interdependency arises that is not greatly different from the parasite-prey dependency. In Zone 2, already nature is making our situation more complex, and we start to learn from species other than our people-dependent selections. As we progress outwards, we can lose our person orientation and gain real understanding of the necessity for all life forms, as we do not need to exploit most species. We in fact need and use only a few species of the hundreds of thousands that exist. In wilderness, we are visitors or strangers. We have neither need nor right to interfere or dominate. We should not settle there, and thus leave wastelands at our back. In wilderness we may learn lessons basic to good design, but we cannot improve on the information already available there. In wilderness, we learn of our little part in the scheme of all things. Understandings. 1. Everything is of use. It is not necessarily needed by people, but it is needed by the life complex of which we are a dependent part. 2. We cannot order complex functions. They must 57. Evolve of themselves. 3. We cannot know a fraction of what exists. We will always be a minor part of the total information system. Thus, we are leechers only in our home gardens, and learners elsewhere. Nowhere do we create everything we depend on. We have evolved from what is already created, and that includes ourselves. Thoughtful people. Those who get recreation from trying to understand need wilderness as schools need teachers. Should we lose the wilderness, or suffer it to be destroyed, we will be recycled for more appropriate life in any number of ways, some very painful and protracted. We can also state our first error thesis here. Such errors, once made, lead us into increasing problems. Type 1 error. When we settle into wild mess, we are in conflict with so many life forms that we have FO destroy item to exist. Keep out of the bush. It is already in good order. 3.11. Incremental design. Almost all engineering design is based on small changes to existing designs, until some ultimate limit in efficiency or performance is reached. The whole process can take centuries, and the end result can be mass-produced if necessary. Kevin Lynch, 1982, in his book Site Planning writes of site designing by incremental adaptation of already existing designs, designed by following physical systems that have been shown to work. He believes the best site planning of the past to be a result of this process, and that it in fact works very well unless some external and important condition, e.g. market or land ownership, changes. He maintains that this fine-tuning of successful design for a specific climate and purpose can be totally inappropriate if transferred out of culture, climate, or if applied to a different purpose. It is, however, the most successful way to proceed. After selective placement and energy conservation is paid sufficient attention. Known effective design units and specifications, whether of roads, culverts, houses, garden beds, or technologies have been subjected to long tests, and have evolved from trials, or prototypes, to working and reliable standards. Even if old-fashioned, like overshot water wheels, they may yet represent a simplicity and an efficiency hard to beat, without a considerable increase in expense and complexity. Such continual adaptation is the basis of feedback in systems undergoing establishment, where we make additions or changes to houses or plant systems. It is not the way, however, to satisfy the demands of a complex system which, like a private home and garden, has to satisfy a complex set of priorities. Nor does it cope with changing futures, new information. 58. And sets of values, or simply self-reliance and self-governance. 3.12. Summary of design methods. To sum up, in whole farm planning and in report writing, outlining areas of like soil, slope, or drainage will suggest sensible crops, treatments, fence lines, and land use generally. If we accept what is there, ethical land use dictates conservative and appropriate usage. But, as may happen, if someone is determined to raise wheat on all that land regardless of variations, they can probably do so only if they command enough energy or resources. I'm sure we can grow bananas in Antarctica if we are prepared to spend enough money. Or CAI persuade penguins 6 heater glass house. Insofar as we enter into village design, we may have financial and space constraints on upper or lower sizes, a break-even point and an optimum number of houses per unit area. However, if we neglect a foray into the social effects of settlement size and into the needful local functions related to settlement size, we may be designing for human misery, the under-servicing of needs, and even for such socio-pathologies as riot and crime. Such designs may be economic, in cash terms, efficient for one use only, and totally inhuman. But they are built every day. For example, it was found that rats subjected to breathing in the same airstream of their fellows experienced severe instability, physiological stress, and consequent pathologies akin to crowding stress. This is called the Bruce effect after the experimenter who discovered it, and this effect may apply equally well to people. Yet in almost all cities, one can see people crammed into 16 to 40-story office buildings with no opening windows, and only a single airstream. Site designing needs not a specialist approach, but rather a multidisciplinary and biosocial approach that takes into account the effects the environment has on its intended occupants. Perhaps if we assembled all our considerable, diverse, and effective knowledge of both the parts and the whole order of design into a type of computer search or game-playing program, we might advance the whole design process as a realm of continuing and additive human knowledge, available to everyone. Such programs could deal with a great deal of the fussy detail that now slows design from plant list specifications to home construction details, leaving the designer with those imponderables about the processes observed on the land, the likely trends of future societies, future needs, and a measure of human satisfaction. In elaborating just some of the basic approaches to design, without including specialist solutions, want to stress that all the approaches outlined are not only useful, but necessary. Only by some sensible combination of all the methods given can one select and assess all the elements that enter into a total design assembly, and so evolve a design that includes a large degree of self-management, takes account of details on site, suits the ethics and resources of people, locates ground features in an integrated way, and provides for natural systems and access routes to be properly. 3.13. The concept of guilds in nature and design. The methodologies of polyculture design rely more on species interaction than on configuration, although both are necessary inputs to a design. Thus, in designing for best or most beneficial species assemblies, we need to know about and use the concepts of species guilds and the co-actions of species. In the natural world, we may often notice assemblies of plants or animals of different species that never. YDD 3.4. Impetus to design. Permaculture. Stimulated by. Subject to. Values of energy conservation, self-reliance, and harmonious human occupancy. Mediated by. Consideration of long-term biosocial factors. Achieved by. Research and consultation with clients, or assisting people to gain an education in design. Refined by. Allowing space, finance, and feedback to adjust activity, and allowing for new or overlooked needs as they occur. Leading to a dynamic and healthy area inhabited by people with the power and understanding to make necessary changes. V. A. The stability of dynamic. Local adjustment. Most present-day design. Stimulated by. A perceived social F** drive to erect monuments or make money. Subject to. Economic, as cash, considerations. And the desire for profit. Mediated by. Purely functional values for short-term. Cost and material factors. Achieved by. External funding, little consultation. Little client/people education. Refined by. Selling off and not taking responsibility for the results. Leading to. A dislocated population, powerless to effect change. Easily. Hence, dependency and anxiety. Results. The instability of perceived individual powerlessness. The lists occur together over their range. Closer examination of such mixed assemblies often reveals a set of mutual benefits that arise from such convivial togetherness. These benefits offer help or protection to the whole assembly, as when one bit species acts as look out for another, or defends others from hawks. When we design plant guilds, as we always try to do in a polyculture, we try to maximize the benefits of each species to the others. We can also add factors of convenience to ourselves, or which save us inputs of fertilizer or pesticides, as in the apple-centered guild described below. A guild, then, is an harmonious assembly of species clustered around a central element, plant or animal. This assembly acts in relation to the element to assist its health, aid or work in management, or buffer adverse environmental effects. See figure 3.12. Let us list some of the reasons to place species in association. Asterisk reducing root competition from, e.g., invasive grasses. Almost all our cultivated food trees thrive in herbal ground covers, not grasses. Asterisk assisting pest control in various ways. By providing anti-phetans, bitter or unpalatable browse or chemical deterrents, e.g. nasturtium roots provide root chemicals to tomatoes, or gooseberries which deter wood deftly. Many plants, fermented or in aqueous extraction, deter pests or act as anti-phetans when sprayed on leaves of the species we wish to protect. By killing root parasites or predators, e.g. crotalaria captures nematodes that damage citrus, and solanaceous roots, Tagetes marigolds fumigate soils against grasses and nematodes. By hosting predators, as almost all small flowered plants, especially Quillagia, many acacia species, tamarisk, compositae, the daisy family, and umbelliferae such as dill, fennel, carrot, and coriander host robber flies and predatory wasps. Asterisk creating open soil surface conditions, or providing mulch. For example, comfrey and globe. Artichokes allow tree roots to feed at the surface, unlike grasses, which competes with tree roots, while spring bulbs, daffodils, or winter-grown wild allium species, whose tops die down in mid-spring, do not compete with deciduous tree roots in summer dry periods, nor do they intercept light rains. Registered providing free nutrients, woody or herbaceous. Legumes fix nitrogen or other essential nutrients via root associates, stimulate soil bacteria or fungi, and benefit associated trees. Clovers, trees such as acacia, casuarina, and pultenia, sugar-providing grasses, sugarcane, and high humus producers, bananas, all assist orchard species. Many carby/or trimmed to give rich mulch below trees or between crop rows. Asterisk providing physical shelter from frost, sunburn, or 60. The drying effects of wind. Many hardy windbreak species of equal or greater height, both as edge windbreak or in crop crown cover, exclude frost, nullify salty or hot winds, provide mulch, and moderate the environment towards protecting our selected species. Examples are borders of bamboo, cane grasses, casuarina, hardy palms, and tamarisks. In-crop shade shelter of legumes are needed by such crops as avocado, citrus, and cocoa or coffee, or any crops needing partial shade. In-crop trees can eliminate frost effects in marginal frost areas. Asterisk culinary associates. It is of some small benefit in detailed planning to keep common culinary associates together, tomatoes with parsley and basil, potatoes with a tub of mint, so that we also gather them together for cooking, salads, or processing, dill with cucumbers. Thus we reduce work. Dill and apples also go well together, raw or cooked, and dill is one of the umbelliferae that host predatory wasps below apple. We have made reference, in pest control, to host plants. These can be best specified by observing, researching, or selecting plants to host quite specific predatory wasps, lacewings, or ladybirds. Vertebrates that assist our selected crop species are asterisk ground foragers, e.g. pigs, or poultry specifically, used to clear up the fallen fruit that host fruit fly or larval forms of pests. Foragers can be run in orchards for that relatively short period of the year when fruit is falling and rotting, or they can be used to eat reject fruit and deposit manures. Asterisk insectivores, birds, in particular, that search bark, crevices, woodpeckers, honey eaters, for resting larvae, and edge masses. To encourage these, plant a very few scattered flowering shrubs and herbaceous plants such as Nephofia, Banksia, Salvia, Buddleia, and Fuchsia. All of these provide insect and nectar foods for insectivorous birds. Asterisk mollusk control. Snails and slugs are almost totally controlled by a duck flock on range, and several large lizards, Tiliqua species, also feed primarily on snails. Ducks can be ranged seasonally, autumn to spring, in plant systems, and in summer on marshlands. Ducks will eat seedlings, so that appropriate scheduling is essential. Guard dogs, for deer, rabbits, and other vertebrate pests. A small number of guard dogs, fed and kenneled in orchards, are sufficient control for fox predation on orchard poultry foragers. Such dogs, reared with domestic poultry, do not attack the flocks themselves. Asterisk hawk kites suspended over a berry crop, or flawn, as light model planes over an extensive grain crop, deter all flock bird predators of the crop, and are more dependable than natural hawks. They need to be removed when not needed, so that birds do not get. Figure 3.12 // A guild assembly for an idealist apple orchard. Essay. Most accessory species enhance the health and productivity of the /s. Apples. Floristic elements are maximized. /eno. 61. Accustomed to them. These are just part of the total guilds. Every designer and every gardener can plant such guilds for specific target species, specific pests and weed control, and specific garden beds or orchards. Analytic approach toward selecting a guild. A guild of plants and animals is defined here as a species assembly that provides many benefits for resource production and self-management, more yields, but lower inputs. In general, the interactions between plant and animal species are thus. Asterisk most species get along fine. This is obvious from a study of any complex home garden or botanical garden. Perhaps 80% of all plant species can commingle without ill effect. Asterisk some species greatly assist others in one or other of many ways. Positive benefits arise from placing such species together where they can interact. 10 to 15% of all species. Asterisk a minority of species show antagonistic behavior towards one or more other species. This in itself can be a benefit, as in the case of biological pest control, or a nuisance, as in the case of rampancy or persistent weeds or pests. Perhaps as few as 5% of all species act in this way. Now, to give the above classes of interaction a more useful analytic structure, we will allot symbols as follows. Plus, this is used to indicate a beneficial result of interaction, with a yield above that of some base level, judged from a monoculture or control crop AF. The species 0. This is used to indicate no change as a result of interaction, on the same basis. Dash, this is used to indicate a reduction in yield or vigor as a result of interaction with another species. Thus, for two useful species, each selected for a use full product, we have the simple tabulation of table 3.5, which gives us all possible interactions. The array is such that only 3 interactions benefit us, 3 are neutral, and 3 are antagonistic in effect. By grouping scores, we can analyze for beneficial effects in our interaction table, and act on these. However, because of the vagaries of weather in any given year, many times a peasant farmer may accept a plus effect just to ensure that he at least gets a crop, even if it is of the losing species. It is always safer to mix or complicate crop than to pin hopes on a single main crop. In fact, be guided by analyses but study reality. States of action. In common usage, coaction implies a force at work. 62. One that restrains, impedes, compels, or even coerces another object. Interaction implies reciprocal action, two things acting on each other. This is an important distinction. A final category is inaction, or an absence of any detectable action. We cannot at this point guess which state applies, but when we put two species together, there are these possibilities. Asterisk one acts on the other, coaction or unilateral action. Asterisk both act on each other, interaction or mutual action, and registered neither act, inaction or neutrality. Table 3.5. Interaction matrix of two species, plant or animal. Species A plus O plus 40 plus. Species B 00 plus 00 dash underscore plus minus 0. It would seem probable that in the case of plus and we have mutual action or interaction. In the case of O plus 0, O plus dash plus, O only needs to be acting, a form of coaction. In the case of O neither acts, no effects appear, and both are inactive insofar as our measures can detect. We need to observe and perhaps analyze each case. But it does seem probable that such states of action apply. Some such states can be named and examples. This is called symbiosis, and is common both in nature and in society. It is a win-win situation, ideally suited to guild development. An example is the mycorrhizal associates of higher plants, where mutualism or fair trade occurs between a plant and its root associate. Haskell, 1970, has coined the word synechrosis. The Science Teacher 37:9, supplement, and it is obviously uncommon. War is our best example of a lose-lose situation, but there are also battles between plants for light, nutrients, and space. There are forms of chemical warfare in both plants and animals. 0 Haskell calls this amensalism. It hurts the actor. MOT the other. A butterfly attacking a rhinoceros would fit, or a wasp parasite glued to a tree it attacks, as is the case with some pine trees and Cyrex wasps. O called alchemy by Haskell, it leaves the actor unaffected but hurts the other, e.g. a walnut tree beside an apple tree yields well, but the juglone secreted by its roots act to kill or weaken the apple. In the same way grasses act to weaken most deciduous fruit trees. +9 term commensalism. Even though the actor benefits, the other remains unaffected, e.g. an epiphyte attached to a sturdy tree, such as vanilla on a coconut trunk. 0 called allotrophy by Haskell. The actor is unaffected, the other benefits. Examples are a teacher and student relationship, or a charity where one hands on surplus goods to another person less fortunate. Called parasitism, the actor benefits, the other loses if the actor is the parasite. All pathogens and parasites tend to weaken or take from the host. Self-sacrifice. The actor loses. This is the reverse of parasitism, and a better word might be self-deprivation to help others. This is often seen in nature, mostly as individuals helping members of the same family or species. Medals are awarded for this in human society, and we call it selflessness or even heroics. 0 neither one acts. No one is hurt, no one wins. Neutrality pacts may achieve this result in society, or we observe it commonly in nature. There are critical areas in nature, water holes, salt licks, grooming stations, where antagonistic species agree on neutrality. In fact, many plant species appear to be basically neutral in behavior. Such analyses suit two species interactions, but where we depart, in the design system, from nature. O matrix of two different species. Species A, a palm. Plus O equals. Plus O plus. Species B O plus O equals. Backslash, Lartana. Underscore plus O dash. In order of benefit, increase in palms, less increase or. Decrease in. Plus, 0 plus, minus 0, plus 0 feet 0 inches, dash, 0 dash, plus 0. Is that we may value, in the sense of obtaining a yield. From, only one of these species. Let this be species A in. Table 3.6. The other can be a weed or a species such as. Lantana, which we might wish to eliminate. In this case, we can set up a matrix as diagrammed in table 3.6. This is a very necessary type of analysis for selecting useful plants that will eliminate or weaken an unwanted weed species. All such analyses can be made using plant/plant, animal/animal, or plant/animal pairs. How do we observe coaction? This is quite simple in the field, providing there are plenty of examples to score, and we have set some criteria to score by. For example, take a town or area with a great many trees planted in the backyards. Select any one of these species for criteria, say an apple, then decide on how to score, e.g., in compounds with apples and other species of plants growing. Plus, apple tree healthy, bearing very well, not stunted or overvigorous. O, apple tree healthy, in fair order, bearing. Dash, apple tree bearing poorly, sick or dying. X, no dot apple tree in this yard. Coaction matrix. Apple score. Other trees near or in yard. Plus O equals X. Walnut 715. Mulberry 5513. Acacia 753. Scoring can be of specific pairings. Apple score. Plus O, X. Plus 5. Walnut 054. Is score. X. Then, we draw up a coaction matrix on a piece AF paper, with the apple score at the top and other trees down the left side, table 3.7. Tally the scores by walking from yard to yard. We quickly see that where there are walnuts, apples are sick or absent. However, healthy apple trees coexist with both mulberries and acacias, plus 0, and 0, 0. Ideally, we use a similar score for each species of other tree, so that our coaction results score the same. Criteria for walnut, mulberry, and acacia that we score. For apple. Additional field notes are useful. Healthy, untended. Apple trees often have quite a specific understory of spring bulbs, comfort, clover, iris, nasturtium, etc. This, too, should be noted as we go. I have, in fact, carried out such analyses, and some of the results will be used as a real example in the next section. Building up guilds from coaction analysis. If we wish to construct a guild, then we need to bring two or more species into close proximity where we can judge the effects of one on the other. If we have a result anywhere, we might be able to intervene with a third or fourth party which we can call an arbitrator, a buffer, or an intervener. Asterisk apple next to walnut produces, O not desirable. The apple sickens or dies. Asterisk apple next to mulberry produces, plus 0 good result. Asterisk mulberry next to walnut produces, O mutual inaction. Thus, apple then mulberry then walnut gives us plus 0, 0. By this intervention strategy, we have, in effect, cancelled out the dash dash and have a net benefit in a three species array. That is, we can use several two species results to achieve a better result with three species, which goes beyond accepting, fatalistically, the primary conflict. Here, a mulberry is the intervener, or critical species or element in conflict resolution. We can take this further again by examining yet other coactions. Asterisk acacia next to walnut gives, O plus. Asterisk acacia next to mulberry gives, 0 plus. Now, apple mulberry acacia walnut gives us, plus 0 plus. Which is much better again. So we proceed to isolating and arranging guilds to maximize benefits and eliminate conflicts. This is part of the skill of planning strip or zone placements of mixed species. The role of configurations in guilds. Here, we have to consider placement of interactive elements. Obviously, there is a common sense close spacing for many plants and machine components, but as the distance between living components widens, we never be quite sure that chemical or behavioral interaction ceases. Consider the case of two territorial 64 vines displaying or calling a mile or more apart. To us, they appear as individuals. To each bird, the other is in clear interaction. There is distant interaction, too, via pollen or spores in plants, and perhaps even by gaseous or chemical messengers. This is certainly true of some mammals, so that effects of one on the other can be passed on by a sense of smell, even though they are not nearby at that time, e.g. urine. Marking territory. The great whales may well be communicating by sound around the whole globe. Configuration in planning a guild with intervening species between hostile species comes in assessing the distance across the interaction boundary that the effect takes place, and in then arranging the guild species to obtain a maximum of plus, O plus, or plus 0 effects. For example, we find a plus condition with legume/grain or fruit tree/tree legume interplants. We know that the effect, for grains, extends from 1.5 to 2 m into the crop. Thus for a configurational design, we can spiral or strip plant these two species for a total positive edge interaction effect in crop. Such careful guild analyses and configurations are the basis of species planning in permaculture. For more critical geometric analyses, see such texts as Rolf Illyri's Interaction Geometry, an Ecological Perspective, USDA Forest Service, General Technical Report NC 22, 1976. This text has a useful reference list and is issued by the North Central Forest Experimental Station, Folwell Ave, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55108, USA. 3.14. Succession. Evolution of a system. Nature shows us that a sequence of processes arise in the establishment of new systems on such devastated landscapes as basalt flows and ice-planed or flood-swept sites. The first living components are hardy pioneer species, which establish on these damaged or impoverished environments. Thus we see weeds, thistles, lantana, occupying overgrazed, eroded, or fired areas. These pioneer species assist the area by stabilizing water flow in the landscape, and later they give shelter, provide mulch, or improve soil quality for Their successors, the longer-term forest or tree crop species. To enable a cultivated system to evolve towards a long-term stable state, we can construct a system of mixed tree, shrub, and vegetable crop, utilizing live stock to act as foragers, and carefully planning the succession of plants and animals so that we receive short dash, medium dash, and long-term benefits. For example, a forest will yield first coppice, then pole timbers, and eventually honey, fruit, nuts, bark, and plank timber as it evolves from a pioneer and young, or crowded plantation to a well-spaced mature stand over a period of 15 to 50 years. Unlike the processes of nature, however, we can place most of the elements of such a succession in one planting, so that the pioneers, ground covers, understory species, tree legumes, herbage crop, mulch species, the long-term windbreak and the tree crop are all set out at once. So many species and individuals of each species are needed to do this that it is usually to first create a small plant nursery to supply the 4,000 to 8,000 plants that can be placed on a hectare. While these are growing in their pots, we can fence and prepare the soil, and then plant them out to a carefully designed long-term plan. Where this approach is used, as it has been by many permaculturalists on their properties, quite remark. Able changes occur over 2 to 3 years. Mulch is produced on site for the long-term crop, while weed, competition, wind, and frost effects are nullified or moderated. Cropping can be continuous as the annuals or herbaceous perennials effectively control unwanted grasses and weed species. For instance, radish or turnip planted with tree seedlings control grasses until the small tree provides its own grass control by shading. Figure 3.13 gives an indication of how a system can accept different species of plants and of animal browsers as it evolves. 3.15. The establishment and maintenance of systems. Every design is an assembly of components. The first priority is to locate and cost those components. Where our resources are few, we look closely at the site itself. Thinking of everything as a potential resource, clay, rock, weeds, animals, insects. We can think of labor, skill, time, cash, and side resources as our interchangeable energies. What we lack in one we can make up for by exchange for another, e.g. clothes making in exchange for roof tiles. The best source of seed and plants is always neighbors, public nurseries, or forestry departments. From the early planting stages, it pays to collect seed, pots, and hardy cuttings for the site, just as it pays to forage for second-hand bricks, wood, and roofing. The planning stage is critical. As we draw up plans, we need to take the evolution in stages, to break up the job into easily achieved parts, and to place components in these parts that will be needed early in development, access ways, shelter, plant nursery, water supply, perhaps an energy source. Thus, we design, assess resources, locate components, decide priorities, and place critical systems. Because impulsive sidetracks are usually expensive, it is best to fully plan the site and its development, changing plans and designs only if the site and subsequent information forces us to do so. On a rural, and sometimes urban, site, fencing or hedgerow, soil rehabilitation by mulch, or loosening by tools, erosion control, and water supply are the essential precursors to successful plant establishment, for we can waste time and money putting out scattered plants in compacted, impractical, and dry sites. Any soil shaping for roads, dams, swales, terraces, or paths needs to be finalized before planting commences. For priority in location, we need to first attend to Zone 1 and Zone 2. These support the household and save the most expense. What is perhaps of greatest importance, and cannot be too highly stressed, is the need to develop very compact systems. In the Philippines, people are encouraged to plant 4 m of FKWs is HNTY plot, and if the next garden they get 40 to 60% of their food. We can all make a very good 4 meter square garden, where we may fail to do so in 40 square meters. Similarly, we plant NK for 10 critical trees, for oils, citrus, nuts, and storable fruit. We can take good care of these, whereas if we plant 100 or 1,000, we can lose up to 60% of the trees from lack of site preparation and care. Thus, 10 trees and 4 meters square, well protected, manured, and watered, will start the Zone 1 system. Starting with the nucleus and expanding outwards is the most successful, morale building, and easily achieved way to proceed. Broad-scale systems have broad-scale losses and inefficiencies. As I have made every possible mistake in my long life, the advice above is based on real-life experience. To sum up, asterisk design the site thoroughly on paper. Registered set priorities based on economic reality. Asterisk locate and trade for components locally or cheaply. Asterisk develop a nucleus completely. Asterisk expand on information and area using species proved to be suited to site. Precisely the same sort of planning, nucleus development, applies to any system of erosion control, rehabilitation of wildlife or plants, writing books, and creating nations. Break up the job into small, easily achieved, basic stages and complete these one at a time. Never draw up long lists of tasks, just the next stage. It is only in the design phase that we plan the system as a whole, so that our smaller nucleus plans are always in relation to a larger plan. Instead of leaping towards some imaginary end point, we need to prepare the groundwork, to make modest trials, and to evolve from small beginnings. A process of constant transition from the present to the future state is an inevitable process, modest in its local effect and impressive only if widespread. Thus, we seek first to gain a foothold, next to stabilize a small area, then to develop self-reliance, and only after this is achieved to look for exportable yields or commercial gain. Even in a commercial planting, it is wise to restrict the total commercial species to 3 to 10 reliable plants and trees, so that easier harvesting and marketing is achievable, although the home garden and orchard can maintain far greater diversity of from 25 to 75 species or 65. Sire et ed. Figure 3.13 A system establishment. An area is fenced and a complex of species. Evolution in a design system. Planted and protected from grazers by fencing and tree guards. Ponds. Pioneer species prepare for long-term evolution. T0 is stable and are established. Only small livestock, chickens, and same annual productive system of alopecia of tram. 4 to 15 years. Chops can be harvested. 66. B. The system evolves to a semi-hardy stage. Geese, fish, and shellfish are introduced, and crops include some aquatic plant species. C. An evolved system provides forage, firewood, aquatic and animal products. Larger foragers, sheep, pigs, can be grown seasonally. The system provides its own mulch and fertilizers. The mature system requires management farther than energy input and has a variety of marketable yields, including information. 67. More. Thus, our design methodologies seek to take into account all known intervening factors. But in the end, it comes down to flexibility in management, to steering a path based on the results of trials, to acting on new information, and to continuing to observe and to be open or non-discriminatory in our techniques. The success of any design comes down to how it is accepted and implemented by the people on the ground, and this factor alone explains why grand centralized schemes more often result in ruins and monuments than in stable, occupied, and well-maintained ecologies. We can design any expensive, uncomfortable, or ruinous system as long as we do not have to live in it or fund it ourselves. Responsible design arises from recommending to others the way you have found it possible to work or to live in a similar situation. It is much more effective to educate people to plan for themselves than to pay for a permanent and expensive corps of planners who lead lives unrelated to those conditions or people for whom they are employed to design. 3.1. General practical procedures in property design. Except for the complex subject of village design, a property design from 1/4 to 50 HA needs firstly a clear assessment of client or occupier needs, and stated aims or ideas from all potential occupiers, including children. A clear idea of the financial and skill resources of occupants is necessary so that the plan can be financially viable. With a base map, aerial photograph, or a person as a guide, the designer can proceed to observe the site, making notes and selecting places for *accessways and other earthworks, *housing and buildings, *water supply and purification, irrigation, *energy systems, and *specific forest, crop, and animal system placement. All the above are in relation to slope, soil suitability, and existing landforms. By inspection, some priorities may be obvious: fire control, access, erosion, prevention. Other factors need to be tackled in stages. As time, money, and species permit, at the end of each stage, trial, or project, both past performance and future stage evolution should be assessed, so that a guide to future adjustments, additions, or extension is assembled as a process. In all of this, design methodologies plus management is involved, and it is therefore far better to train an owner designer who can apply long-term residential management than to evolve a roving designer, except as an aid to initial. 68. Placements, procedures, and resource listings. The restrictions on site use must first be ascertained before a plan is prepared or approved. In the matter of buildings, easements, health, and sewage requirements, permits, and access, there will probably be a local authority to consult. If water, stream, diversions are foreseen, state or federal authorities may need to be consulted. The homely, but probably essential process of building up real friendship between residents, designers, officials, and neighbors should be a conscious part of new initiatives. Small local seminars help a lot, as district skills and resources can be assessed. There is no better guide to plant selection than to note district successes, or native species and exotics that usually accompany a recommended plant. Nearby towns, in gardens and parks, often reveal a rich plant resource. As every situation is unique, the skill of design, and often of market success, is to select a few unique aspects for every design. These can vary from unique combinations of energy systems, sometimes with surplus for sale, to social income from recreational or accommodation uses of the property. This unique aspect may lie in special conditions of existing buildings, vegetation, soil type, or in the social and market contact of the region. Wherever occupants have special skills, a good design can use these to good effect, e.g. a good chemist can process plant oils easily. A design is a marriage of landscape, people, and skills in the context of a regional society. If a design ended at the physical and human aspects, it would be still incomplete. Careful financial and legal advice, plus an introduction to resources in these areas, and a clear idea for marketing or income from services and products, with an eye to future trends, is also essential. Over a relatively short evolution of 3 to 6 years, a sound design might well achieve reduction in the need to earn, conservation of food and energy costs, repair and conservation of degraded landscapes, buildings, soils, and species at risk, sustainable product in short dash, medium dash, and long terms, equals in unique, preferably essential, service or product, right livelihood, good work, for occupants in services or goods, sound and safe legal status for the occupiers, in harmonious and productive landscape without wastes or poisons, a cooperative and information-rich part of a regional society. These then, or factors allied to them, are the test of good design over the long term. For many regions, a designer or occupant can provide species, as nursery resources, as education, services, as food processing, or lease, or simply an example of sustainable future occupations. Pioneer designers in a region should seek to capitalize on that pioneer aspect, and provide resources for newcomers to the region. 3.17. Principal summary. Definition of permaculture design. Permaculture design is a system of assembling conceptual, material, and strategic components in a pattern which functions to benefit life in all its forms. It seeks to provide a sustainable and secure place for living things on this earth. Functional design. Every component of a design should function in many ways. Every essential function should be supported by many components. Principle of self-regulation. The purpose of a functional and self-regulating design is to place elements or components in such a way that each serves the needs and accepts the products of other elements. Chapter 4. Pattern understanding. The curve described by the Earth as it turns is a spiral, and the pattern of its moving about the Sunday. The solar system itself being part of a spiral galaxy also describes a spiral in its movement. Even for the case of circular movement, when one adds in the passage of time, the total path is a spiral. The myriad things are constantly moving in a spiral pattern, and we live within that spiral movement. Hiroshi Nakamura, from Spirulina, Food for a Hungry World, University of the Trees Press, P.O. Box 66, Boulder, California 95006, USA. The patterns and forms of a tree are found in Many mature and evolved structures, an explosion, event, erosion sequence, idea, German, Asian, or rupture at an edge or interface of two systems or media, here, Earth and atmosphere, may generate the tree form in time and space. Many threads spiral together at the point of deformation of the surface and again disperse. The tree form may be used as a general teaching model for geography, ecology, and evolution. It portrays the movement of energy and particles in time and space. Foetus and placenta, vertebrae, and bones, vortices, mushrooms and trees, the internal organs of man, the phenomena of volcanic and atom bomb explosions, erosion, patterns of waves, rivers, and glaciers, communication nets, industrial location nets, migration, genealogy, and perhaps the universe itself are of the general tree form portrayed. Simple or multiple pathways describe yin, yang, swastika, infinity, and mandala symbols. A torus of contained forces evolves with the enterprise of the pattern, like the donut of sign that encircles the pillar of the atomic explosion. Bill Mollison, Permaculture 1, 1978. 70. Everything the power of the world does is done in a circle. The wind, in its greatest power, whirls. The life of a man is a circle from childhood to childhood, and so is everything where power moves. Our teepees were round like the nests of birds, and these were always set in a circle. The nation's hoop, a nest of many nests. Black Elk. 4.1. Introduction. It is with some trepidation that attempt to treatise on patterns. Nevertheless, it must be attempted, for in patterning lies much of the ground skill and the future of design. Patterns are forms most people understand. And remember, they are as memorable and repeatable as song, and of the same nature. Patterns are all about us, waves, sand dunes, volcanic landscapes, trees, blocks of buildings, even animal behavior. If we are to reach an understanding of the basic, underlying patterns of natural phenomena, we will have evolved a powerful tool for design, and found a linking science applicable to many disciplines. For the final act of the designer, once components have been assembled, is to make a sensible pattern assembly of the whole. Appropriate patterning in the design process can assist the achievement of a sustainable yield from flows, growth forms, and timing or information flux. Patterning is the way we frame our designs, the template into which we fit the information, entities, and objects assembled from observation, map overlays, the analytic divination of connections, and the selection of specific materials and technologies. It is this patterning that permits our elements to flow and function in beneficial relationships. The pattern is design, and design is the subject of permaculture. Beyond the rigor of the simple Euclidean regularities beloved of technologists and architects, there remains most, or all, of nature. Nature imperfectly round, never flat or square, linear only for infinitesimal distances, and stubbornly abnormal. Nature flowing, crawling, flying, weeping, and in apparent disarray. Nature beyond precise measurement, and comprehensible only as sensation and system. Nothing we can observe is regular, partly because we ourselves are imperfect observers. We tell fortunes, or lose them, on the writhing of ventrals or cathode ray graphics, on the scatters of dice or bones, or on arrays of measures. Are the readings of tea leaves any less reliable than the projections of pollsters? Regular things are those few that are mechanical or shaped temporarily by our own restricted worldview. They soon become irregular as time erodes them. Truth, like the world, changes in response to information. There are at least these worthwhile tasks to attempt. 1. A more general pattern understanding, both as attempts at forming more general pattern models, and as examples of natural that demonstrate such models. 2. A linking discipline that equally applies to geography, geology, music, art, astronomy, particle physics, economics, physiology, and technology. This linking discipline would apply to conscious design itself and to the information flow and transfer processes that underlie all our disciplines. Such a unifying concept has great relevance to education, at every level from primary to postgraduate disciplines. 3. Guides to pattern application, some examples of how applied patterning achieves our desired ends in everyday life, where rote learning, linear thinking, or Euclidean geometry have all failed to aid us in formulating sustainable settlements. It is in the application of harmonic patterns that we demonstrate our comprehension of the meaning of nature and life. There have been many books on the subject of symbols, patterns, growth, form, deformation, and symmetry. The authors often abandon the exercise, short of devising general models, or just as a satisfactory mathematical solution is evolved for one or more patterns, and almost always before attempting to create applied illustrations of how their efforts assist us in practical life affairs. Some are merely content to list examples, or to make catalogs of phenomena. Others pretend that meanings lie in pattern or number alone, that patterns are symbols of arcane knowledge, and they assert that only an unquestioned belief unlocks their powers. The simple pattern models figured herein are intended to be a useful adjunct to designers and educators. They also illustrate how we can portray our thinking about life, landscapes, and the communality that is nature. Learning a master pattern is very like learning a principle. It may be applicable over a wide range of phenomena, some complex and some simple. As an abstraction, it assists us to gain meaning from life and landscape and to comprehend allied phenomena. One can spend endless hours seeking further scientific, mystical, or topological insights into pattern. The process is addictive, and I am as unwilling to abandon this chapter as Jay was to start it. But I trust that others, better equipped, will expand and further explain the basic concepts. I believe that it is in sophisticated pattern application that the future of design lies, and where many solutions to intractable problems may be found. We have a good grasp on the behaviors of pattern in natural phenomena if we can explain the shapes of things in terms of their general pattern outlines, the networks and branching of tributaries, gathering flows, and distributaries, dispersal flows, the pulsing and flow regulation within organisms, or the elements of wind, water, and magma, and illuminate how scattered phenomena arise. Further, if wave phenomena and streamlines are contained within our pattern analysis as real waves or as time pulses, these and their refraction and interference patterns form another set of pattern generators, responsible for coasts, clouds, winds, and turbulent or streamlined flow. And, if we can show how the pattern outlines of landscapes, skeletal parts, or flow phenomena fit together as matrices interlocking sets, or arise from such matrices, e.g. whirlwinds from thermal cells, then we can generate whole landscape systems or complete organisms from a mosaic of such patterns. In nature, events are ordered or spaced in discrete units. There are smaller and larger orders of events. And if we arrange like forms in their orders, we will find clusters of measures at certain sizes, volumes, lengths, or other dimensions. This is true for river branches, social castes, settlement size, marsupials of the same form, and arrays of dunes, planets, or galaxies. In the following pages, I will try to include all this, and to derive I from the basis of a single simple model, figure 4.1, which, understood in all its parts, has each of these phenomena, and a great many more subtle inferences within it. Not all, or even many, of these shapes, symbols, symmetries, scatters, or forms will be individually described or figured here, but the basic pattern parts will be briefly described and related to each other. The basic model itself is derived from a still is tree form. We should not confuse the comprehension of form with the knowledge of substance. The map is not the territory, but an understanding of form gives us a better comprehension of function, and suggests appropriate strategies for design. 4,2. A general pattern model of events. When we look about us in the world, we see the hills, 71, rivers, trees, clouds, animals, and landforms generally, as a set of shapes, apparently unrelated to each other, at least as far as a common underlying pattern is concerned. What do we see? We can list some of the visible forms as follows: waves on water and frozen as ripples in dunes, and sandstones, or fossilized quartzites and slates; streamlines, as foam strips on water, and in streams themselves; asterisk cloud forms in travertine, porous calcite from hot springs, tree crowns, and puffy clouds or as cloud streams; asterisk spirals in galaxies, sunflowers, the global circulation of air, whirlpools, and chains of islands in arcs; lobes, as at the edge of reefs, in lichens, and the borders of salt pans; asterisk branches in trees and streams converging or diverging, explosive shatter zones; scatters of algae, tree clumps in swamps, islands, and lichens on racks; nets as cracks in mud, honeycomb, inside bird bones, in the columns of basalt, as viewed from above, and cells of rising and falling air on deserts. The nets or cracks in mud and cooling lava are shrinkage patterns caused not by flow or growth, but by the lateral tension of drying or cooling, as are many patterns in ice flows and the crack pattern of pottery, or the cracks in bark on trees. Thermal wind cells arise at the confluence of large heat cells on desert floors, forming a net pattern if viewed from above or below. In all of these categories, one hope to show that one master pattern is applicable, and that even the bodies of animals are made up of bones, organs, arid muscles, of one or more of the forms above. I will link these phenomena generated by growth and flow into a single model form. That form is a still as tree, figure 4.1. Around the central tree form of this model are arranged various cross-sections, plans, longitudinal sections, and streamline paths, all derived from real sections, paths, or projections of the tree. The evolution of such a form from an initial point in space-time, call an event. Such events can be abstract or palpable. They have in common an origin, O, a phase of growth, T1TE, an expression of their energy potential, decay, and dissolution into other events of a like or unlike form. The event of a tree is at just three-dimensional, and must be thought of as extending into and out of a plane, B. However, many similar events such as migration patterns of glaciation can be as well portrayed, as they are seen in aerial photographs, as two-dimensional. The curvilinear streamlines, 51 to 59, are seen to curve or spiral through the origin, just as, in fact, the phloem, storage cells, and xylem sap-bearing cells spiral through the x-axis, or Earth surface plane, B, of a real tree. Not so easy to portray is the fact that the xylem is external to the stems and internal to the roots, and the phloem the reverse, at a zone in the plane, B. 72. Therefore, these cells interweave or cross over as they spiral out of or into the media. This deceptively simple apple core or tree shape, spiraling out of the plane, B, is a slow-moving vortex, such as we see in tornadoes and whirlpools. Traffic through the streamlines is in both directions. In trees, sugars and photosynthetic products travel from crown to root margin, and water and minerals from roots to crown. Thus, each margin of our pattern is both collecting and distributing materials from different media. The tree trades both ways with elements of the media, and their ice and active water and gaseous exchange with the media, M1, M2. Two-way trade is the normality of plants, organs, and natural forms. As we know, a crosscut of a tree stem, the basis of the study of dendrochronology, reveals a target pattern of expanding growth, by which the tree adds bulk annually, and from which we can discover much about past occurrences of drought, seasonal changes, atmospheric composite in fire and wind, figure 4.1f. Screw palms, pandanus species, of the tropics develop ascending stem spirals, very reminiscent of fan turbine blades, and sunflowers create open seed spirals, into directions, so common in many world plants. The stem itself forces open an ever-expanding flow through the XY plane between the media, allowing more material to pass through as time accumulates. The event expands the initial rupture of the surface between the media, allowing greater flow to take place. And this too is recorded in the target pattern of the stem, at the point of germination of the event, O. Asterisk. 4.3. Matrices and the strategies of compacting and complexing components. A set of intersecting sine waves developed over a regular square or hexagonal matrix will set up a surface composed of our core model shapes. It doesn't matter if we see the sine waves as static or flowing, the core model will still maintain its shape, and flow in the system does not necessarily deform the pattern. Such a pattern matrix, figure 4.2, shows that our models tessellate, from the Latin tessere, meaning tiles, to create whole surfaces. If landscapes are, in fact, a set of such models, they must be able to tessellate. Convection cells on deserts arise from a roughly hexagonal matrix of air cells 1 to 5 kilometers across, and matrices also underlie the spacing of trees in forests. Glacial landscapes show whole series of such patterns, as do regular river headwaters. We could equally well have created a matrix by adding in samples of our core pattern as we add tiles to a floor. Thus we see the Euclidean concept of points and lines underlies our curvilinear forms. Even irregular models Figure 4.3, tessellate. Such tessellate are centered on nets or regular grids. Copyright. C. SNS. GROTH or wave equals set form. Forming torus of ZR. TTS. ADH. Crown to root, from. Figure 4.1. General core model. The general core model spirals out of a plane P between two media M1 and M2. Several sections are given to show some of the model. Forms Hom projections and sections of a single. Haven't, here, A, re. E need series such phenomena. A 5 trees have a basic matrix or spacing, as do whirlwinds in the desert, at the junction of hexagonal cells, and events on the surface OL. The sun. UC, CSSH. OTYT. CN, CODG. JE, ONID. LPWO, SYE. 7A. Figure 4. 2. Pattern matrix of tessellated patterns. Underlying many natural distributions, e.g. trees in a desert, heat or convection cells, and forming many patterns, such as honeycomb and the growth lines, T-series, of our models are, in effect, a series of smaller and smaller forms nested within the larger boundaries, as is the case with target patterns or tree cross sections. The process is termed annidation, Latin nidus, a nest, and is used in practice to compactly store bowls or glasses, one within the other. It then becomes a strategy for fitting in like components of the same or different size in a compact way. If we superimpose two spirals of the opposite sense, spirals twisting in the opposite way, we develop the petal patterns of flowers and the whorls of leaves so common in vegetation, well illustrated by the seed patterns of sunflowers. The effect is also reproduced by simple reflection of such curves. Thus we see that tessellation, annidation, or superimposition gives us a strategy set for developing complex and compact entities, or for analyzing complex landscapes. As Yeomans points out, ridges and valleys in landscape are identical reflections. If we model a landscape and pour plaster of Paris on the model, we reproduce the landscape in a reversed plaster model, but now the ridges are valleys. Further, a set of our models invading into or generating from a portion of the landscape produce expansion and contraction forms. Figure 4.4. 74. Cracks in mud are matrices or grids based on approximate squares, hexagons, or intersecting sine waves, typical of the edges of inland dunes and salt pans. This crenellated, wavy edge produces edge harmonics of great relevance to design. The study of matrices reveals that the T time lines are ogives of a tessellated model and develop from the S stream lines of the next model adjoining. We then come to understand something of the code definitions in our core model and its interdependent properties. Sets of such models and their marginal crenellations provide a complex interface in natural systems, often rich in production potential. The Earth itself is a great tennis ball. New Scientist. April 21, 77, formed of two core model forms. This Earth pattern, figure 4.5, of two nested core models can be reassembled into a single continent and one sea if the present globe is shrunk to 80% of its present diameter. My old geology professor, Warren, Sam Carey, may have been justified in his 1956 assertion that the Earth was originally that much smaller. When reassembled in this way, the globe shows an origin O of our model, over each pole. The North Polar origin is that of the seas, the Antarctic origin that of the continents. At that time in Earth history, all life forms were native to a single continent and all fish swam in one sea. The pattern has been shattered by a total expansion of figure 4.3. Matrices and tessellations. The general mode, in both regular and irregular form, will tessellate or link together to form closed surfaces, spheres, or chains. CIVTRES. Figure 4.4. Patterns in deserts. Repetitive patterning due to wind, sand, and rare rains is of deserts. The series of leasing Mahuta. Longitudinal dunes become crescentic transverse dunes due to water. The globe or by the spreading of oceanic plates cracking the continents apart, rather like the net patterns on a mud patch, and isolating species for their present endemic development. The whole story is being slowly assembled by generations of biologists, Wallace, Darwin, geologists, and technicians analyzing data. Front satellite surveys of the globe. The original pattern shattered, continents now drift, collide, and form their own life pattern by isolation, recombination, and the slow migration of natural processes. The process also illustrates how irregularities may arise on an expansion of a previously regular matrix of forms. Tension caused by expanding phenomena shatters the smooth flow of primary global events. At the end of a certain energy sequence, old patterns shatter or erode to make way for new patterns and succeeding forms of energy, as a decaying tree gives life to fungi and to other trees. 4.4. Properties of media. Media, as a result of their chemistry, physical properties, or abstract characteristics, can be identified by us because they differ from each other. We distinguish not only air, water, earth, and stone, but also hot, cold, salty, acid, and even some areas of knowledge as having different properties or validity. Every such 75. MH Relie. I high night. High OLIE. Figure 4.5. The great tennis ball of Earth. Only two core models make up the geode. Each is detectably higher than, or lower than, the other. Origins LLE near the poles, and when the NE are reassembled, we have on great continent and one sea. Difference has a more or less well-defined boundary, condition, surface, or interface to other media or systems. Permaculture itself acts as a translator between many disciplines, and brings together information from several areas. It can be described as a framework or pattern into which many forms of knowledge are fitted in relation to each other. Permaculture is a synthesis of different disciplines. Any such boundary is at times between, at times within, media, and, as in the case of the earth/air surface, these boundaries, surfaces, or perceptible differences present a place for things to happen, for events to locate. Thus, boundaries present an opportunity for us to place a translatory element in a design of to form the surface for specific flow or translation to occur. If the media are in gaseous or liquid form, or composed of mobile particles like a crowd of people, swarm of flies, water, or dust clouds, then the media are themselves capable of flow and deformation. In nature, many such media and boundaries can be distinguished. As one example, a pond, with part of its margin, is shown in figure 4.6. Although differently named, or not named at all. These surfaces, edges, and boundaries separate different media, ecological assemblies, physical states, or flow conditions. Every boundary has a unique behavior and a translation potential. Living translators, trees, fish, mollusks, water striders, live at each and every 76. Boundary. We can see that the establishment of complex boundary conditions is another primary strategy for generating complex life assemblies and energy. Translators. Most biologists, says Vogel, 1981, seem to have heard of the boundary layer, but they have a fuzzy notion that it is a discrete region, rather than a discrete notion that it is a fuzzy region. Boundary/edge design strategy. The creation of complex boundary conditions is a basic design strategy for creating spatial and temporal niches. 4.5. Boundary conditions. Boundaries are commonplace in nature. Media are variously liquid, gaseous, or solid, in various states of flow or movement. They have very different inherent characteristics, such as relatively hotter, more acid, rough, harder, more absorbent, less perforated, darker, and so on. Even in abstract terms, society divides itself in terms of sex, age, culture, language, belief, disciplines, and color, just to enumerate a few perceived differences. In this confusion of definitions, social and physical, we can make one statement with certainty. People discriminate, in its true meaning, of detecting a difference between a great many media or systems, and therefore recognize boundary conditions or sorts, enabling them to define like and unlike materials or groups in terms of a large number of specific criteria. Differences, whether in nature or society, set up a potential stress condition. This may demonstrate itself as media boundary disturbances, friction, shear, or turbulence caused by movement, sometimes violent chemical reactions, powerful diffusion forces, or social disruption. Seldom do two different systems come in contact without a boundary reaction of one sort or another, a five quiet as rust, as noisy as political debate, or as lethal as war. If we concentrate our attention on the boundary condition, there are, crudely, two common or possible motions or particle flows along or across boundaries. In longitudinal flows, shear lines between media, deflections, and turbulence may be caused by local friction or the more cosmic Coriolis, spin, force. In crossing a boundary between media, the surfaces themselves may resist invaders, chemical or social, or various nets, sieves, or criteria may have to be bypassed by a potential invader. However, these boundaries are, in nature, often very rich places for organisms to locate, for at least these reasons. Asterisk particles may naturally accumulate or deposit there. The boundary itself acts as a net or blockade. Asterisk special or unique niches are available in space or time within the boundary area itself. Asterisk the resources of the two, or more, media systems are available at the boundary or nearby. Special physical, social, or chemical conditions exist on the boundary, because of the reaction between the adjacent media. As all boundary conditions have some fuzzy depth, they constitute a third media, the media of the boundary zone itself. This last statement is especially true of diffusive or flowing media, and of turbulent effects. Turbulence, in effect, creates a mix of the two or more media which may itself form another recognizable medium, e.g. foam on water, an emulsion of oil and water. In our world of constant events, especially in the living world, more events occur at boundaries than occur elsewhere, because of these special conditions or differences. It is common to find that there are more different types of living species at any such boundary or edge than there are within the adjoining system or medium. Boundaries tend to be species rich. This edge effect is an important factor in permaculture. It is recognized by ecologists that the interface between two ecosystems represents a third, more complex, system which combines both. At interfaces, species from both systems can exist, and in many cases the boundary also supports its own species. Gross photosynthetic production is higher at interfaces. For example, the complex systems of land/ocean interface such as estuaries and coral reefs show the highest production per unit area of any of the major ecosystems. Cormandy, E.J., 1959, Concepts of Ecology. Prentice Hall, New Jersey, USA. Forest/pasture interfaces show greater complexity than either system in both producers, plants, and consumers, animals. It seems that the Tasmanian Aborigines burnt forests to maintain a large interface of forest/plain, since these transitional areas provided a great variety and amount of food. Animals are found in greater numbers on edges, for example, and a fire mosaic landscape is rich in species. Such mosaics were the basis of Australian Aboriginal landscape. KT. In view of the edge effect, it seems worthwhile to increase interface between particular habitats to a maximum. A landscape with a complex edge mosaic is interesting and beautiful. It can be considered the basis of the art of productive landscape design. And most certainly, increased edge makes for a more stimulating landscape. As designers, we can also create harmonic edge with plants, water, or buildings. There are aspects of boundaries that deserve Figure 4. 6. Edges and surfaces. We can distinguish between many conditions or forms of media: air, water, earth, mud, physical conditions, flow, heat, salinity, and we can manipulate adjacent systems: forest, water, crop, grassland. Crabbles, FO produce landscapes rich in borders, fence species, and nice. 1 air/water, 2 fresh brackish, 3 wet and cool. 4 flowing/still, 5 gross water, 6 marsh/water. 7 anaerobic/subsoil, 8 soil/subsoil, 9 stream/bank. 10 brackish salty, 1 stream ove/suborder. 12 attachment, 13 forest whaler, 14 water/mud. Siderable design intervention. Asterisk the geometry or harmonies of any particular edge. How we crenellate the edge. Diffusion of the media across boundaries. This may make either a third system or a broader area in which to operate. Few boundaries are very strictly defined. Asterisk effects which actively convey material to or across boundaries. In nature, these are often living organisms or flow, bees, for example. Asterisk the compatibility or allelopathy of species or elements brought into proximity by edge design. Asterisk boundaries as accumulators on which we can collect mulch or nutrients. 4.6. The harmonics and geometry of boundaries. The amplitude, configuration, and periodicity of an edge, surface, or boundary may be varied by design. Figure 4.7. Least path design for home gardens. A keyhole, pattern AGO in nature. Vis WSIO test garden beds Mosi fleciente. Parallel. Paths take WP to 50% of the area, keyhole beds 30% of the ground. See also figure 10.26 Gangama's mandala. Edges and surfaces may be sinuous, lobular, serrate, notched, or deliberately smoothed for more efficient flow. While we may deliberately induce turbulence in salmon streams by using weirs, we are painstaking in using smooth and even conduits for energy generation. In wind or hydraulic systems, we can deepen areas of shallow streams to make pools, or to prevent stream bank erosion, or to reflect sun energy to buildings. All these are manipulated to achieve specific effects on their boundaries or surfaces. Notched or lobular edges, such as we achieve in plan by following hill contours, afford sheltered, wetter, drier, hotter, or more exposed microhabitats for a variety of species. Serrate or zigzag fences not only stand on their own, but resist wind throw much better than straight barriers. Lobular embayments, like the keyhole beds of figure 4,7, are obviously sheltered, spacious habitats for gardens and settlements. As for surface and flow phenomena, we can partition water surfaces to reduce wind effect, or design to deliberately create turbulence and wind overturn. Islands, coins, and rafts of many shapes have as many uses. Arid deflect flow to increase condensation or to encourage sand and snow deposition or removal. Surfaces can be pitted, ridged, spiraled, mounded, tessellated, tasseled with plants or brush, paved, sprayed, to stabilize mulched, or smooth it for water runoff. A. Views. F. Hoffield. 78. Or AP. A. Figure 4.8. Crenellated pond edge. Without altering the area of a field and a pond, we can double the plants on the pond edge, E.9 blueberries by crenellating this edge to increase the earthy water interlace. And when a boundary separates two things which differ, there is an opportunity for trade, transactions, or translation across the border. Where the boundary itself is difficult to pass, where it represents a trap or net, or where the substances and objects attempting to pass have no ability to do so, accumulations may occur at the boundary. Examples of this lie all about us, as stranded shells on the beach, people lined up at visa offices, and cars at stoplights or curbsides. People are, at heart, strandlopers are beachcombers. Even our dwellings pile up at the junction of sea and land. On estuaries, 80% of us live at water edges, and at the edge of forest, river, marsh, or plain. Invariant ecologies may attract the simple-minded planner, but they will not attract people as inhabitants or explorers. In design, we can arrange our edges to net, stop, or sieve through animals, plants, money, and influence. However, we face the danger of accumulating so much trash that we smother ourselves in it. Translators keep flow on the move, thereby changing the world and relieving it of its stresses. The sensible translator passes on resources and information to build a new life system. There are innumerable resources in flow. Our work as designers is to make this flow function in our local system before allowing it to go to other systems. Each function carried out by information flow builds a local resource and a yield. If you now carefully observe every natural accumulation of particles, you will find they lie on edges, or surfaces, or scattered nearby, like brush piled up against a fence, figure 4.9. We can use these processes to gather a great variety of yields. It follows that edges, boundaries, and interfaces have rich pickings, from trade both ways or from constant accumulations. Our dwellings and activities benefit from placement at edges, so that designing differences into a system is a resource-building strategy, whereas smoothing out differences or landscapes a deprivation of potential resources. Objects in transit can be stopped by filters and nets. The edges of forests collect the aerial plankton that pass in the winds. Boundaries may accumulate a special richness of resource, e.g. a coral reef collects the oxygen and energy of the sea, and the canopy of the trees the energy of the wind. We rely on translators, such as trees and coral, to store such impalpable resources, to process them into useful products, and to store them for use in their own system, with some surplus for our essential use. Transactions at boundaries are a great part of trade and energy changes in life and nature. It seems that differences make trade, that every medium seeks to gather in those things it lacks, and which occur in the other medium. However, we should also look at the translator, which is often of neither medium but a thing in itself, the connection or path between, created from the media, but with its own unique characteristics. Plants, people, and pipes are translators. Nets, sieves, passes, and perforations are openings for translators to use, and, as traders know, there is no border so tight that a way does not exist for trade. Go-betweens or traders, like many plants and animals, are creatures of the edge. They seek to relieve the stresses caused by too much or too little in one place or another, or to accumulate resources, make differences, if they operate as storages. We can use naturally occurring turbulence, trade, and accumulations to work for us, and by carefully observing, find the nets and go-betweens of use. We can use naturally occurring turbulence, trade, and accumulations to work for us, and by carefully observing, find the nets and go-betweens of use. PL. AC simulation ease of STEO, tumbleweed, seed, alms fence. Figure 4.9. At power lines and fences, perched thrushes and wood pigeon defecate, so that each post gains seed and manure, and each might generate a plant from nearby forests perches plus disturbed swat. Po this result, fences also act as mulch accumulators. ACR. 4.7. Compatible and incompatible. Borders and components. There are only limited interactions possible between two abstract or real systems brought into boundary contact. The sum of possible effects available are these. Asterisk no difference in yields, stability, or growth, 0,0. Asterisk 1 benefits, al the expense of the other, plus comma, dash comma plus. Asterisk both benefit, plus comma plus. Asterisk both are decreased in yield or vitality, dash comma. Registered 1 benefits, the other is unaffected, plus 0, O plus. Asterisk 1 is decreased, the other is unaffected, dash O, O. Almost all organisms or systems get along fine. A great many derive mutual benefit, and a very few decrease the yield of others or wipe each other out. It simply doesn't pay to attack others. In the long run one destroys oneself by accumulated injury or, more certainly, by pathogens in an animal or conflicts within a society that await a monocultural crop or repressive society. For our domestic plant groups, a powerful design strategy for yield and system stability is to select compatible components for complex edge and surface phenomena. Many crops, like wheat and pulse grains, trees which bare on the crown, and mass-planted vegetable species yield much better on the crop edge than they do within the crop. Taking examples where edge yield is marked, e.g. in wheat, lucerne, where there is a plus 79 relationship, as is the case of crops such as wheat and lucerne, alfalfa, and presuming a twofold yield increase on edges, it can be more for such trees as acacias with hazelnuts. We can proceed as follows. First, we need to measure just how far into each crop the edge effect extends, so that we can estimate a finite width of higher yield. We will assume 1 m for wheat, and the same for lucerne, giving a 2 m width as a double edge. It is now quite feasible to sow a field into m wide alternate strips of each crop, giving us, in effect, nothing but edge, and obtaining from this field about the same yield as we would have had we sown twice the area to single crop stands, figure 4.10. Two crops are a simple example, but if we extend the principle to many and varied crops on an even broader scale, we approach a new concept of growing, which we can call zone or edge cropping. These would produce a matrix of hedgerows or edge rows, each suited in width to a particular crop. Such zonal strips are seen naturally occurring on coasts and around salt pans or water holes. This sort of setup might be a nightmare for the bulk cropper, or it may not, but has immense potential for small shareholders in a single land trust, each of whom tend one or more crop strips. It is very like the older patterns of French intensive agriculture and the farm strips of modern Quebec, which produce a very productive crop mosaic. Polycultures can be composed of such mosaics or zonal strips. For cases of interactions, both crops suffer, but active intervention with a component acceptable to both systems may work. Place an intervening, mutually compatible component between two incompatible systems. Compatible components may simply differ in sex, color, chemistry, belief, or political conviction from the warring parties. However, in time of beneficial mosaic will impose itself on all expansionist systems, arising from the potential for differences carried within all life systems. Natural interveners arise, often as hybrids between apparently antagonistic systems. Our design intention in landscape systems is to build interdependence into mosaics. Select and place components so that incompatibility is nullified, interdependence maximized. After all, in the absence of tigers, Hindus need Muslims to eat cows, they may also need a Christian businessman between them to effect the transaction. The interdependence of mosaics of belief are called for, as much as mosaics of plants. The stupidity principle may here be stated in a different way. Stupidity is an attempt to iron out all differences, and not to use or value them creatively. It is our skill in organizing spatial or functional distribution that may create beneficial interdependence in incompatible components. When we know enough to be able to select mutually beneficial assemblies of plant and animal species. Figure 4.10. Edge cropping. Herngegen Hypings Aries Hatton. But in A, we can fit 36 plants, in B, 45 plants. Reduce yields. Modern machines are available. Thou follow sock pats. In crop, or the pattern can be on a larger scale. D. A 6 plants, B 45 palls. 80 guilds. Then we have two powerful interactive strategies, edge harmonics and species compatibility. For design applications. Mosaic design, the opposite of monoculture, means the creation of many small areas of differences. A few mistakes will occur, but good average benefit will result. This was the tribal strategy. A golden rule of design. Keep it small, and keep it varied. Our tree model is not only different from its supporting media, but exists because of them. Stress builds because of impermeable boundaries. If a fence allows mice through but restricts rabbits, it is the rabbit plague that will break it down. If too much money accumulates on one side of a door, it will either force the door open of itself, or those deprived of it will break in. The terrible pressures that gases and molecules can exert are harmless only when that pressure is free to disperse, or where potentially destructive energies are quietly released where there are no boundaries, multiple translators, or stress relief mechanisms. Because the event itself creates a third medium, it again sets up stress between itself and the media, M1 and M2. It can be seen, therefore, that once any one difference of any sort, even an idea, exists anywhere, then it demands or creates conditions for the evolution of subsequent events. That first event itself became yet another difference, which in turn needed translation, and so on. The process is self-complicating, continually creating of itself all that follows, and all that continues. All is stress, or the relief of stress, and that stress and relief is located between existing differences. One difference in the beginning was enough to generate the total range of subsequent events. There are no new events, just a continual expression of all possible events, each arising from some recombination of preceding differences. There are no miracles, just a figure 4.11. DNA, collate around 2 plus torus like a single path in the Robinson congruence. Realization of infinite possibilities. Any event has the potential to spawn all possible events. There are no new orders of events, just a discovery of existing events. Every event we can detect is a result of a preceding event, and gives rise to subsequent events. Between all media, some diffusion can take place. This is greatly enhanced by such phenomena as surface turbulence, wave overturn, temperature differences, and pressure differentials. Boundaries between diffusing media are blurred, often seasonally different, or sporadic in occurrence, and always in flux. Plants give pollens and chemicals to air, and actively intervene in radiative, gaseous, liquid, and general energy transactions with the atmosphere. Between plant groups, leaf, root, and mulch exudates diffuse as ERS. Water is the universal solvent of substances diffusing through the Earth's crust, in plant systems, and in the atmosphere. Diffusion is a quiet process operating on a broad front or over the entire surface of some media. It is analogous to, but differs from, the active transport systems that we have called events or translators. However, once an event has occurred, it also uses diffusive processes to gather or distribute materials, and thus events merely enlarge the total DJ area available. A tree may have many acres of leaf, and evapotranspiration will then exceed evaporation at that place by a factor of 40 or more. We can grow many such trees on 1 acre, and thus increase the diffusion effect by factors of 1,000 or more, so that gaseous exchange from leaves, and sugars in soils, or soil life, are bath assisted by the trees. 4.8. The timing and shaping of events. We can see how an event takes place, but how is it shaped? Our bodies arise from the origin, of a zygote, a fertilized egg, on the surface of the uterus. The placenta is our root, the foetus the tree of our selves. Animals are thus events broken free from the coiling connective cord or umbilical stem of their origins. Their eventual shape is a pattern laid down or encoded by the DNA of their cells, coiled as it is around a plus torus like a ribbon around a donut. Figure 4.11. When my son Bill was 4, we were in the bath together, and he pointed to his toes. Why are these toes? He asked. What do you mean? I hedged. Well, why don't they get bigger and bigger or longer? And longer? Why do they stop at being toes? What limits size and growth? All flows pulse. Whether they are blood, wind, water, lava, or traffic. 81. The pulsing may be organized by pulsars, e.g. traffic lights, and results in waves, or time fronts, or particles on fixed schedules. Such pulsars, figure 4.12. 8 located in our bodies as chemical or physiochemical spirals in sheets of cells that swirl in sequence to create a pulsing movement in our heart, organs, and viscera. Pulsars can start, run for a preset time, and stop. This is how we grow, and why we eventually die. All mammals have an allotted number of heartbeats in relation to their body size, and when these run out, we die. A friend also theorizes that we have a set quota of words, and when they are said, we die. Figure 4.12. Pulsars. Pulsing, here from Winfrey's doped chemicals, may take the form of spirals taff-bibbing about a locus, in this case centripetal in action TK. Low-pressure wind cell. Pulsing is regular in these chemical systems, as in muscle or flow phenomena. Pulsars plus patterns account for shapes. They determine that a toe will stop at being a toe, and not go into a monstrous appendage or stay as a midget. Toe. Thus, all living events carry their characteristic time-shape memories, and, it would appear, so do rivers, volcanoes, and the sun itself. The sun pulses every 1 year or so, affecting our ozone and climatic factors such as rethane fall. Our own pulses have characteristic or normal resting rates, as do our peristaltic or visceral movements. Pulsars act in concert to create peristaltic or heart contractions, but if they get the wrong signals, can move out of phase and send the organ into seizure. This spasm may cause damage or death, a heart attack. The pulses drive fluids or particles through vessels or arteries in cities and in bodies, and those then branch to serve specific cells, organs, or regions. Figure 4.12 is a quite extraordinary spiral pattern, which arises from the pulsing reactions of organic acid seeded with iodic, iron, cerium, catalysts. The pulses are quite regular, at intervals of about a minute, but these may vary up to 5 minutes in living systems, such as nerve tissue and a single layer of a social. 82. Amoeba, Winfrey, 1978, Chemical Clocks, A Clue to Biological Rhythm, New Scientist, October 5, 78. The system is one of spirals rotating about a pivot point, which is not a source but an invariable locus around which a spiral wave is generated. It is sequences AF. Such phenomena that create a peristaltic system. Spirals of this nature can revolve in two senses, either organizing material FO the pivot, or revolving in the opposite sense, dispersing material to the periphery. We carry envisage counter-rotating spirals doing both as they do in the circulation of the atmosphere as high or low pressure cells. The phenomena is shared by nerve, heart, and brain. Organic and inorganic oxidation onto dimensional surfaces, and in thin tissue subject to exciting stimuli. Ventricular fibrillation, a potentially fatal quivering of the heart, may derive from the spasm effect distributed over heart or nerve tissue, causing an ineffectual churning, Winfrey, T-bid. It may also account for involuntary spasm in muscle. Spasms can damage the cells of blood vessels, and cause a buildup of scar tissue or cholesterol at the injury site, or in muscle tissue an area of hard waste products. The social amoeba dictyostelium uses the pattern to move towards the pivot point where they construct a multicellular organism which then crawls away to complete the life cycle, Winfrey, ibid, a process resembling the precursor of hormonal control in the nervous system. Some such process may assemble more complex multispeciesisms like ourselves. The cycling spirals can be found in biological clocks, such as those which govern the 24-hour metabolism of flowers and fruit flies, stimulated by oxygen or light pulses. Within a specific organism, specific pulsars exist. The 24-hour rhythm, circadian, of birds is controlled by the pineal gland, New Scientist, October 11, 84, which secretes a regular nocturnal pulse of the hormone melatonin. The levels of melatonin trigger the annual cycles of breeding and nest building in birds. Visual perception of light changes and day lengths regulate the production of melatonin in the pineal gland. Even small pieces of the gland in isolation will respond to light, and can be disrupted by flashes of light, as in lightning, at night. Thus, we see that not only expansion, but discharge phenomena such as lightning, or sudden shock in people, disrupt or trigger initiatory reactions in life rhythms, and introduce irregularities in cycles or pulsars, just as expansion or shock introduces irregularity in fixed forms. The question arises as to whether the disturbance produced by shock or sudden stimulus is responsible for expansions, e.e. changes, or shape deformations on a more species and individual that was a need both shapers, DNA, and timers, biological clocks, to achieve a specific size and shape. The two must work synchronously to achieve the correct proportions of parts such as fingers and toes, but both are critical to the organism. Branching patterns in bodies must have, already, encoded, the correct angles and placements for their main branches, leaving room for side shoots and forks, but not for interweaves or crosspoints which damage the function of the organism. In order to generate the surface or boundary of a person, and their articulation systems, patterns of incredible complexity and strict limits must be known by the cells or the cell organizers. We ourselves are part of a guild of species that lie within and without our bodies. Aboriginal peoples and the Ayurvedic practitioners of ancient India have names for such guilds, or beings made up, as we are, of two or more species forming one organism. Most of nature is composed of groups of species working interdependently, and this complexity too must have its synchronistic regulators. 4.9. Spirals. Implicit in many of the discussed are the forms of spirals. These may be revolving, dynamic, or fixed, static, and arise as a consequence of deformations in flow, or are rather an intrinsic property of a Specific velocity of flow over surfaces. Other spiral paths are traced out by orbiting bodies over time, or are shapes developed by organisms developing a compact form, e.g. mollusks, that is analogous to annidation. Spiral forms are made visible by plants as whorls of leaves and branches. Darcy Thompson, 1952, in his book on growth and form, discusses some of the quantitative or geometric qualities of spiral phenomena, which are hidden or revealed in many natural forms. A long spiral in section is the S form of humid landscape slopes, and the yin-yang symbol. Three-dimensional spirals form long ribbons of complex shape. Even within the molecular forms of matter, DNA reveals a double helix form. Spirals are, in effect, single streamlines of vortices, tori, or sap flows. Spirals arise from the interaction of streaming and its subsequent deflection of flow around vortices. Stirl. 1978, Culture and Horticulture, Biodynamic Literature. Rhode Island, points out the spiral arrangement of leaves in many plants, where leaves are from one-half way, one-third way, and so on around the stem from the preceding leaf, or to the next leaf. Such placements may progress in a regular Fibonacci series, each following on from the sum of the two preceding ratios. 1:2 plus 1:3 equals 25, 1:3 plus 2:5 equals 3:8, etc., so we get 5:13, 8:21, 13:34 and onwards. These sequences are found in plants and in planetary orbits, so that Venus forms 5 loops, retrogressions, below the ecliptic in 8 years. Stirl sees a relation between the forms of plants and of planets in these progressions, as we can see in the orders of size. Like so many real-life phenomena, natural spirals are not perfect, but show slight progression and gradually lose phase over long periods. Stirl, Ibid. We can often use the spiral form in design, both to create compact forms of otherwise spread out placements, and to guide water and wind flows to serve our purposes in landscape. We can see the application of spiral forms to technology in everyday life as screws, propellers, impellers, turbines, and some gears. Some species of sharks and invertebrates develop spiral gut lining to increase absorption, or spiral cilia to convey mucus and food or particles in or out of the organism. Plants such as convolvulus use spiral anchors in earth, as do some parasites in animal flesh. Thus, spirals are found where harmonic flow, compact form, efficient array, increased exchange, transport, or anchoring is needed. We can make use of such forms at appropriate places in our designs. 4.10. Flow over landscapes and objects. The simple involuted mushroom, called an overbeck. Hubbard's galactic classification. Regular and usual galaxies have limited forms, elliptical, spiral, or barred, and slow rotations. Even galaxies can be ordered in terms of form. Jet by Darcy Thompson, 1942, is also shown in its apple core model form in figure 4.13. While we can produce these patterns by jetting smoke, fluid, gases or oils into other media, they occur as a part of the natural streaming of fluids and gases past fixed objects such as bluff bodies, e.g. posts, in streams, islands in tides, and trees in wind. Jet streams at altitude can generate such vortices by pushing into different air masses, as can muddy water entering the sea. Figure 4.13. Overbeck jet models. The overbeck jet is a simple half form of the basic model, and occurs commonly in nature, e.g. mushrooms, rivers flooding into the sea, and jellyfish. Whirlpools or vortices are shed alternately from a fixed bluff body located in flow, each side generating its own vortex, each with a different rotation. Beautiful and complex forms are thus generated. Figure 4.14. And these are the basis of the work at the Verbala Institute on flow forms. The sets of vortices shed or generated downstream from fixed bodies in flow are called von Karman trails. The trails are stable at the 1:3.6 ratio shown in figure 4.14 in many streams, and on foreshores, the elly beds, silts, and underlying rock may develop such patterns, and posts fixed in streams commonly produce them in water. Trees and windbreaks produce similar effects in wind, as do waves at sea. In wind, they are called EKM.A and spirals, and in air the spiral lift effect compresses air streamlines to a height 20 to 40 times the height of the tree or fence fixed in the air flow. It is obvious that the stable spirals of the von Karman trails will produce successive pulses down stream, and this is in fact how we observe most flow phenomena to behave. Thus the pulsing of wind, water, and flow in general may rely on the elastic or deformation properties of the medium itself rather than on electrochemical timers as found in organisms. In nature, there are many fixed impediments to perfect streamline flow. It is typical of von Karman trails generated from a fixed body that the effect persists as 4 to 5 repeats, figure 4.14c, and then the stream of water gradually resumes streamline flow. At higher velocities of stream flow, chaotic turbulence occurs, and at slower velocities, simple streaming persists around objects. Thus we see that the von Karman trail is just one form. Flow AE, and OC FEs. At figure 4.14. It's of water past bluff body, von Karman. L. At certain modest flow speeds, water, wind, and even clouds form a stable 4 to 5 series train called the von Karman trail. Such phenomena were vital guides to Polynesian navigators. 52 figure 4.26. 84. A pattern generated by specific flow conditions. It is nevertheless a common form in nature. The spiraling of wind over tree lines produces a secondary effect, analogous to the streaming of tides. Around atolls, the wind changes direction past the obstacle, about 15 degrees. Such effects may occur within media of different densities, temperatures, as when warm high-pressure wind cells ride over colder low-pressure fronts. The temperature, pressure, and velocity of wind or gas systems are often related. Asterisk low pressure, high velocity, cool temperature. Expansion. Asterisk high pressure, low velocity, warmer temperature. Contraction. Velocity in gases and fluids is strictly governed by contact with stationary surfaces, so that the velocity is effectively nil very close to static surfaces, increasing as 4 series of imaginary laminar sheet flows above that surface, figure 4.17. This is the effect that is observed in viscous flow in small canals or vessels, and that governs the shapes and strategies of organisms, such as limpets and starfish. Thus, we see that media in flow can produce pulsars, vortices, and spirals as a result of irregular or obstructing objects or resistant media, and that these phenomena are interconnected. The relationships between fluid flow, boundary conditions, and the form these impose on organisms is clear from our pattern models and their deflection states. Life has evolved, by its internal and external patterns and flows is very well discussed by Vogel, 1981, in a lively and scholarly book entitled Life in EEEIIA. Figure 4.15. Movement of bluff body through water. A bluff body drawn through still water can make a theoretically endless trail of Verbeck jet forms, superficially resembling a von Karman trail. XMA and spirals MN when ________. Figure 4.16. Different types of trails and spirals. The effects of fixed bodies on wind, waves, tides, and cloud streets. Various phenomena arise from foams, moving fluids, carried in the flow of media, as a thistle down in air. Are many events looking for a place to happen. A net, resting surface, or detonator is needed for these potential events to express themselves. We can provide many such receptors or triggers in our design systems, catching nutrients in flow and ensuring events for future growth in our system. Some such nets form starting places for events, while others are resting or death places for those entities dependent on flow, or stranded out of their nutrient media. Just as a series of corks floating on the sea have a predictable path to shore perpendicular to the wave fronts, so does matter flow in a wave tank model. Similarly, drip lines form at sea, streamlines in the core model, and as these end on shorelines, they deposit or remove material. It is along these streamlines that energy acts, by medium of the waves of growth or surface waves in motion. This is how the event and its material expands. Streamlines diverge as wave fronts and disseminate into open media, but are strong, constant. 7. Above. Assurance. Velocity equals. Figure 4.17. Diagram of laminar sheet flow. Surface drag greatly affects stream flow in water or air. Velocities near a surface are close to zero, giving viscous flow, and only slowly. 8 distance from the surface increased SEs. Traded, and visible at constrictions near origins or in powerful or refracted flows. A small restricted orifice in the time front or wave front acts as a secondary origin, just as a grub encircling a tree causes it to branch out at that point, so constrictions in the flow of A steamunk O8, OEAE, AT fro increasing, B boundary vortex, AB, lamina, flow, captive vortices, A equals asterisk B flow increasing. Figure 4.18. Media inflow. Phenomena. Here velocity increases from A to A wind over an isolated island, or current flow past an atoll. Law. Flow at different velocities produces different downstream PT turbulent flow. 86. Events generate secondary origins. Once watched this happen with a eucalypt that I planted in 1953, and saw it twin and twin again as swift moth grubs encircled its stem. It is now a mighty tree, much branched, but the evidence of these minute constrictive events are still buried in its stem. As designers, we can impose small constricting events or PAs fixed objects in flow to produce such specific results. We can then be the external shapers of patterned events. 4.11. Open flow and flow patterns. Creatures that live in open flow conditions are specially shaped and adapted to surface or low flow, high pressure phenomena, and may erect or develop chimneys to draw fluids or gases through their burrows or bodies. Some life forms combine chimneys, spirals, and crenellations to effect an exchange between them and their fluid surrounds. Vogel, 1981. All of these effects of flow are of great relevance to designers, engineers, and biologists, and their effects can be increased, nullified, or decreased by design. Natural effects can be used in a variety of ways, and the effects of orders may impose limits on design. Further data is given under Chapter 6, Trees and Energy Transactions. And Sturcy extent stairs. POAZRG. E7NNN. Fa underscore equals megrioid. Hilpion fog meds of a ship UA. Copyright. PSM of unper surface PUAN of top surface. Of an sail gad mass degree FISMA I mass. CELLATOES, Grill constinctions. 4.19. Laminar flow near surface. Arrows represent wind or water speed. Pressure is high near the surface, lower a distance, thus a starfish, or a chimney, Sibirdensis. Law flow under and will the top in flaw conditions. The sand snail egg mass is built to be easily irrigated. The starfish shells food in the water, streamed by their configuration in flow. Figure 4.20. The Robinson congruence. Pattern for an electron, a massless particle, traveling up this page at CSGPA of light, energy is form. Congruent also with the general. Figure 4.21. Model of spherical bodies in space. A simplified model of a dense planarity body, cf. the general modal. Electromagnetic fields and thermal convection create special conditions along the axis of spin. Many such bodies emit material Al. The poles bell or cooling. 37. 4.12. Toroidal phenomena. Implicit in our core model, and obvious in violent detonations such as atomic explosions, puffs from diesel exhaust pipes, or deliberately blown as smoke rings, are the rolling donut shapes of tori. Torus is a widespread natural phenomenon. The closed models, figure 4.13, enclose such a torus, and we can imagine a slow cycling torus of nutrients surrounding the stem of any tree as crown drip carries nutrients to the ground, and the roots again return them via the stem of the tree. Photographic stills of atomic explosions may reveal violently rotating tori around and crowning the ascending column of smoke and debris. Violent updrafts caused by local heat create such tori in atmospheric thermals, much appreciated by soaring birds and glider pilots, who ride the inner, ascending circle of the donuts of hot air that are generated, for example, over deserts on hot afternoons. A complex toroidal form is the Robinson congruence, figure 4.20, portraying the space-time form of a massless particle such as a proton, representing, in effect, annidated tori. DNA is also portrayed as encircling such an imaginary plus torus in figure 4.11. A Mobius strip A. One-sided twisted toroid, often portrayed by M.C. Escher in his art, enables us to cross an edge without lifting our pencil. Many life forms produce tori, e.g. some sea snail egg masses. We rely on a torus of rubber to inflate our tires and to seal circular hatches as O-rings. A torus is, in effect, a special or truncated case of the Overbeck jet, figure 4.13, as a photis is a truncated tree, and can be generated by discontinuous or explosive flow, or pulses in flow. A torus is a closed, three-dimensional vortex. One such closed toroidal form, as found in black holes, is shown in figure 4.21. Here, accretion of matter causes gaseous ejection at the poles, as the Earth may have ejected seas and continents at the magnetic poles, or gathers in the violent energy of ionized particles that form the auroras, visible as polar tori in satellite images. Even the long curtains of the aurora seen from the ground contain vertical spiral columns. J. Read PERSCOMM. 4.13. Dimensions and potentials. Generators. Our pattern systems may exist in 2 or more dimensions. We can tessellate 2-dimensionally but need to envisage 3 dimensions for a tree form or glacier. The tree forms of rivers flow down along S-shaped gradients. The generator of such a pattern is gravity. Sand dunes form on near flat platforms of the desert and have wind as their generator, as do waves. 88. On the sea, neither gravity nor wind may much affect the creeping tree patterns of mosses, dendrites in shales, or the tree-like forms of mycorrhiza in plant cells. It is here that we see our tree form as the best way to grow or to gather nutrients in the absence of violent kinetic processes. The generator here is life or growth itself. When kinetic forces do not act strongly, as in flat and essentially sheltered desert environments, lobulation and latticing still occur as freeze-thaw or swell shrink patterns, as they do in ice flows on quiet ponds or in the hexagonal patterns of stones on tundra. The slow growth of crystals into rock cavities or ice is still related to our general model, the generator of pattern here being at the level of molecular forces, as in many purely chemical processes, and the forms generated are fractals. In hill country, energies are usually a combination of stream flow and gravity. On plains, icebacks, or flat snowfields, it is freeze-thaw or the swelling of clay in rain that produces lobulations or networks of earth patterns. Lobulation, the production of such shapes as in figure 4.7, differs in origin and mode of expression from the kinetic energy flow systems we have been discussing. I sometimes think of the lobulated forms as a response of nature, or life, to a world that threatens no difference. If the hills wear down, then the antepenultimate surfaces will produce their lateral, 2-dimensional life patterns, as does the lichen on a rock. Kinetic erosion processes are then exchanged for physical and chemical process at the molecular level, but even this creates a sufficient difference in media for life forms to express themselves, and for differences to arise in the patterns of surfaces. 4.14. Closed, spherical, models. Accretion and expulsion. Although trees, including tree roots, may approach spherical form, the best examples are found in spherical bodies in space. These deflect light, dust, and gas towards them, and may capture materials. In their early formation, they themselves may have had dense cores that assembled their share of galactic materials, and around these cores a torus of matter of low or high-speed rotation can form. This is the model presented for most bodies. New Scenetist, April 4, 85. Pages 12 to 16. A general model is given in figure 4.21. As matter accumulates in this way, bodies can respond by asterisk becoming more dense to a limit of 10 feet 4 inches g/cm, asterisk swelling or expanding, producing shatter effects, and asterisk ejecting material at the poles, or any combination of these depending on the state of the matter attached or attracted to the core. For pulsars, the ejection is radiate waves, and for black holes high-speed gas plumes. For trees, of course, we find expansion and transpiration, not locally set to the axis of growth. However, along the ZZ ejection axis of figure 4.1, rotating tori speed up ejection at north poles, and slow it down at south poles, so that less viscous materials are likely to be emitted at north polar emitters. This general effect may be portrayed in one model, but each case needs study. Weak gravitational waves permeate the astronomical system as pulsars permeate or orchestrate biological systems, aiding both dispersal and accumulation depending on the sense of rotation of the accreting system, or the electromagnetic fields interacting with incoming particles. It seems probable that weak fields within the sun creates its pulsars, which proceed from pole to equator as a roll or torus of turbulence over an 11-year period. 4.15. Branching and its effects. Conduits. Various sections, plans, and views of our one tree model reveal very different sectional patterns, all of which are inherent and asterisk most of which recur in many other natural forms. Benoit Mandelbrot assembled his own insights, and the speculations of others, to found a mathematics of fractals, his term, from the Latin fractus, or shattered, which is evolving to make sense of irregular phenomena, as Euclid did for more regular and measurable forms. New Scientist, April 26, 84, p.17, and April 4, 85, p.3135. Fractals are as common in nature as in abstractions, and examples are as diverse as impact shatter zones, clouds, forked lightning, neuron nets and their signals, computer searching procedures, plant identification keys, snowflakes, and tree branches or roots. Some typical fractal forms are illustrated, figure 4.22, others make up the complex lengths of coastlines and the intricacies of turbulence. In our tree form, figure 4.1, these fractal patterns, as branches and roots, are contained within a form that would be comprehensible to Euclid, having straight axes, a plane, and regular curved lines, which can be drawn as arcs of perfect circles. Thus the apparent chaos of fractals can be seen to underlie quite regular, but never perfect, shapes in nature as branches underlie the crown canopy of a tree. As Mandelbrot has demonstrated, fractals have their own tegular generators and evolutions. VX. Figure 4.22. Some fractal forms. Fractal forms might be generated by repetition of relatively simple form generators, as are some crystalline formations and such phenomena. A 5 brief pools, Lee branches, ghosts, lightning strikes, shatter zones, information nets, and so on. V. 89. Looking down on a bare winter deciduous tree, we see a typical fractal, which we can also find in the fulgurites, sand fused by lightning, in sand dunes, and in the shatter zones of explosions. Tree roots are, in fact, a slow shatter or explosion underground. 1 way to plant an apple tree in very hard ground is to detonate a small plug of gelignite a foot or two below the surface. The roots will follow the shatter pattern and further elaborate it. Scatters of objects may at first seem to present a class of events unrelated to either flow models or fractals, but fractals are being used to describe the scatters of tree clumps in grassland, or lichen on a stone. In a sense, the surface of spheroids created by branched phenomena, like the plant view of a tree crown, may show such apparently random scatters as growth points, or a curved section through the cut or pruned branches below the crown of a tree would also appear to be a scatter of points, figure 4.1.e. These can be measured by fractal analysis. Fractal theory may give us a way to measure, compute, and design for branched or scattered phenomena, but we also need to understand the physical advantages of developing ever smaller conduits. Vogel, 1981, gives many insights into this process and its effects. Large conduits are of use in mass transport, but both the laminar flow patterns within them and the fact that they have a small surface area relative to their volume makes them inefficient for the diffusion of materials or the conduction of heat across their walls. Ever smaller conduits have different qualities. Flow is slow, almost viscous in very small tubes or branches. Direction changes in small branches are therefore possible without incurring turbulence or energy losses. Walls can be permeable, and efficient collection, exchange, and transfer is effected, whether of materials or physical properties such as heat and light. Many small conduits efficiently interpenetrate the exchange media. Wherever there is a need to collect or distribute materials, or to trade both ways with media, branching is an effective response. In design, therefore, we need to use many paths in such situations as home gardens, where we are always trading nutrients as our main activity. There is little advantage in forming these paths as straight lines. Speed is not of the essence, but rather in developing a set of cul-de-sacs or keyhole-shaped beds. This is also the shape of sacs in lungs. Convoluted paths in gardens have the same effect. They either bring the gardener into better contact with the garden, enabling collection and servicing to occur, or create better mutual exchange between the species in the garden. The high pressure/low flow nature of minor branches demands a very large total cross-sectional area of these in relation to the main supply arteries. Such small conduits may develop areas which in some are 300 to 1,600 times that of the supply artery. Our main roads are therefore much less in area than the foot 90 tracks that lead off them. As an applied strategy, multiple small paths enhance our access to food systems, or in fact any system where we both take and give materials. In organisms, the multiple branches give the being a chance to recover from injury, preserve information, and permit regrowth in the event of minor damage. It is a foolproof system of interchange. Another way to effect interchange is to elaborate on the walls of larger conduits by involutions, attached fins, irregular surfaces, or to create spirals in fluids or gases by bending or spiraling the conduits themselves, and in general inducing a larger surface of contact between the material transported and the media with which we wish to exchange nutrients, heat, or gases. Branching in trees is as often a result of external forces, wind and salt pruning, secateurs, or insect attack, as it is a result of internal cell patterns. It is as much forced upon things as it is the best thing to do. We must therefore see the branched form as an interaction between an organism or process, the purpose it serves, and the external forces of the media in which the organism is immersed, the forces acting on it externally to form the perfect pattern. Along the streamlines, S1 S9 of our model figure 4.1, fluids and gases may pass in conduits or along transmission cords. Food and signals are relayed to cells, and gases exchanged. Organs served by or serving these systems are half models of our tree, kidneys, lungs, or branching fractals, mesenteries. No matter how long or complex conduits are, in the end their contents diverge, escape, and disperse, and at the intake materials are gathered from dispersed sources. It is this gathering and dispersal from both. Figure 4.23. Any form specialized for diffusion or infusion, lungs, kidneys, mushrooms, palm trees, is usually subject to branching, and a half model asterisk in one medium. The alveoli of the lungs further resemble the keyhole beds of a well-designed garden. Ends or margins of events that is a basic function of the tree-like forms that pervade living natural systems and such phenomena as rivers or lava flows. 4.16. Orders of magnitude in branches. Streams take up many ground patterns depending on the processes that have formed the underlying landscape, block faulting, folding, volcanism, and the erosion and permeability characteristics of the underlying rock itself, limestone, mudstone, sandstone, clay. That is, the ultimate pattern of a stream network in landscape depends on process and substrate, or we could call these process and media in terms of our model. We can easily see that stream patterns are the sum of preceding events that gave rise to the geological processes and rock types, so that streams have a lot to tell us about such processes, a skill learned in photo interpretation. Figure 4.24 demonstrates some of the information so clearly told by stream patterns alone. However, if we abstract a fairly normal dendritic, tree-like, stream branching pattern as in figure 4.25, we can find out these things from the pattern alone. Sent the order of channels, the volume, or size, of branches. Asterisk the number of branches in each order. Registered the total channel length in each order. Asterisk the meander frequencies in each order, or the behavior of flow in the orders of branches. Streams usually have from 1 to 7 orders, depending on their age, size, or gradient, fall over, distance. An easy gradient develops as streams cut back their headwaters and fill in the grade, their lower reaches, meanders increase, and the velocity of flow decreases. These older streams, like a mature tree, have developed all their branches, as has an old company or an old army. Unless stream conditions themselves change, by a process of stream capture, an increase in rainfall, or a change in landscape, streams and businesses maintain an equilibrium of order. Looking at our dendritic, peaceful stream, we may find something as can be seen in table 4.1. As the branches join up to make ever larger orders of channels, then about 3 times as many smaller branches join up to make each larger group, and so on. However, the individual lengths of any one branch in each order increase by 2 times as the order increases from 1 to 6. This is a very general rule of stream branching, even in non-dendritic patterns, and holds true for many streams. Similarly, meanders or bends also occur in a predictable way depending on the volume and gradient flow. Regular meanders depend on certain velocities and stream width, as do stability of Von-Karman. Vortex trails, figure 4.14. The ratio for meanders or trails is about 1:3.6, Vogel, 1981. Such regularity in branching may remind us of pulsars, wave fronts, and indeed as each size order changes, so does the behavior not only of the water flow, but of its associated flora and fauna and their shapes. In the rills and runnels, streamlines and turbulent flow is observed. High in the stream. Gradients, the flattened S-curve of the stream bed in profile, we find insects and fish with suctorial parts, able to stick on rocks, flattened fins to press them into the stream bed, flattened bodies, and very streamlined. Profile in the middle orders, we get less turbulent water flow, more spiraling, less oxygenation, and more Sarah and Evolping. TLANT. Figure 4.24. Stream patterns. Although the plan patterns of rivers are often decided by the physical structures of landscape, the orders of size and branches are asymmetric. River. Pattern trellis pattern grid. In, by jointing. In rock. A. Equals. Pattern MPESED classical dendritic. Tree lake, pattern not. Determined by rock good. Comparable to the dendritic pattern. Free swimming but very active fish of high oxygen demand, these may not live in the still water of higher order streams and low oxygen levels. Thus, we see that gaseous exchange is affected by turbulent flow, and that this in turn determines the life forms in these areas. Vogel, 1981. In the lower stream or estuaries, we get weak swimmers, less streamlined shapes, flatfish such as flounders, bulky mollusks, jellyfish in quiet areas, and lower oxygen levels. We can list many of these life changes which are coincidental with changes in stream order, so we see that the order of streams is very much connected to the behavior of the water, the landscape, and the shape of life forms in the watershed. Of pathways therefore changes species, behavior, flow, and rates of exchange of nutrients or materials carried by the stream. When we examine a tree, we find that birds and insects are also confined to, or modified to, suit the orders of branching. 4.17. Orders and dimensions. It is in the order of branching, as in our river, that we can gain insight into the order of orders, and the functions of orders. At each point of branching, or size, and volume change, everything else changes, from pressures, flows, velocities, and gaseous exchange, to the life forms that associate with the specific size of. Figure 4.25. Dendritic branching. A regular tree based on the proportion of real rivers. The ogives, or curved lines, can be viewed as 5 pulses of growth, waves approaching the viscous shoreline of the leaves, or in the case of rivers, the slow seepage of upland rills. Here, 7 orders of branches exist. More orders become difficult to develop towards the diffusion surface, where viscous flow slows the movement of fluids. Equals. Table 4.1. Stream orders and some ratios. A, B, C, D, E, F. Folk name stream number of ratio of a length ratio of order channels bifurcation / channels length. In the order branching, km. Sheet flow 0. Fill 1 308 0.26. X 35 X 2.0. Anal 287 0.56. X 3.3 X 2.0. Creek 326 1.12. Cod X 23. Stream 4 2.56. X 27 X 22. River 5 35.76. 6. Equals 2.0. Dates ion batsing pixie stoitak ol increase. Branches. This is how we make sense of the fish species in streams, and the bird species in a tree. Each has its place in a set or order of branches, on the bark of stems, or the leaf laminae of the tree. This order, or size function change, produces physical, social, and organic series. Not only species change with order, but so does behavior. We cannot get a riot of 1 person, and fewer than 15 rarely clap to applaud as an audience. When we therefore come to construct hierarchies, the rules of order should guide us. An array of orders is observed in a wide range of phenomena such as human settlement size, numbers in social hierarchies, trophic levels, food pyramids, and the size of animals in allied zoological families. The size of the factor itself, times 3 for river branches, changes with the dimensions of the system, times 10 for trophic pyramids. Physical entities from protons to universes display such order, with a consequent increase in the ratio, dimensions, and behaviors associated with size change. Giant and dwarf stars behave very differently. As designers, we need to study and apply branching patterns to roads or trails, and to be aware of the stable orders of such things as human settlements, or we may be in conflict both with orderly flow. Can we increase the size of a highway and not alter railroads with settlement size? Villages are conservative at about the 1,000 people order, and unstable much below or above that number, with sequences of dam spillways, and even with the numbers of people admitted to functional hierarchies where information is passed in both directions. We can build appropriate or inappropriate systems by choosing particular orders, but we do better to study and apply appropriate and stable size and factor classes for specific constructs. For example, in designing a village, we should study the orders of size of settlements, and choose one of these. This decides the number and of services and the occupations needed, which in turn decides the space and types of shops and offices for a village of that size, and the access network needed. In human systems, we have confused the order of hierarchical function with status and power, as though a tree stem were less important than the leaves in total. We have made higher mean desirable, as though the fingers were less to be desired than the palm of the hand. What we should recognize is that each part needs the other, and that none functions without the others. When we remove a dominant animal from a behavioral hierarchy, another is created from lower orders. When we remove subordinates, others are created from within the dominants. So it is with streams. Thus, we can see how rivers change their whole regime if we alter one aspect. We should also see that water is of the whole, not to be thought of in terms of its parts. Thus we refute the concept of status and assert that of function. It is not what you are, it is what you do. In relation to the society you choose to live in, we need each other, and it is a reciprocal need wherever we have a function in relation to each other. 4.18. Classification of events. All events are susceptible to classification over a variety of characteristics, and as, for example, clouds and galaxies have their pattern names, so do many other phenomena. Some basic ways to classify events in a unified system are: A. Nature. Al. Explosive, disintegration, erosion, impact. Percussion. A. Growth, integration, construction, translation. A. Conceptual, idea, creative thought, insight. B. Stage. BL. Potential only, ungerminated seed, unexplored. Idea, unexploded bomb. B2. In process of evolution. B3. Completed, growth and expansion ceased. Articulated. B4. Decaying, disintegrative, replaced or invaded by new events, disarticulated. C dimension. C1. 1. Linear phenomena, curves. C2. 2. Surface phenomena, tesserae, dendrites. C3. 3. Solid phenomena, trees. C4. 4. Moving solid phenomena, includes the time dimension. C5. More, conceptual phenomena, models of particles or forces, states of energy. D. Location. D1. Generating across equipotential surfaces. Storms at sea. D2. Within media, weather frontal systems. D3. Through surfaces at 90 degrees or so, trees. D4. Englobements, some explosions and organisms. D5. An idea, located out of normal dimensions of space-time. By extending and applying these categories, all events can be given short annotations, e.g. Asterisk a sapling is, A2, B2, C3, D3. Asterisk a falling bomb is, AL, B1, C4, D2. 4.19. Time and relativity in the model. As we see the seed as the origin of the tree, so we can broaden our view, anchor dimensions, and view the tree as the current time focus of its own genealogy. R93. Before it in time lie its ancestors, and after it its progeny. It lies on the plane between past and future. And, like the seed, determines by its expression the forms of both, and is in turn determined by them. Just as the stem of the tree now encapsulates its history as smaller and smaller growth rings, so universal time encapsulates the tree in its own evolutionary history. This is difficult to portray, and has more dimensions that we can illustrate on a page. It is the basis of the Buddhist belief that all time is enfolded or implicated in the present, and that current events are part of a total sequence, all of which are enfolded in the present tree, as ancestors, or siblings. As we read this, we stand in the plane of the present. We are the sum of all our ancestors, and the origin of all our descendants. In terms of our model, we are at an ever-changing origin, located on the boundary of past and future. As well, we are spinning with the Earth, spiraling with the galaxy, and expanding or contracting with the universe. As origins, we are on the move in time and space, and all these movements have a characteristic pulse rate. Our bodies contain the potential for future generations, awaiting the events of pairing to create their own future events. Like a seed origin buried in the tree stem, we are buried in the stem of our siblings. In a genealogy, whose branches thrive, die, and put forth new shoots and roots over time. This is the case with all origins. They can all, even if ancient, be located in this matrix. If we know how to reconstruct the tree, we can find the place of the seed. And vice versa. All rivers, erosion cells, and all glaciers originated, therefore, at the central stem of their courses, and built their pattern both ways along the kinetic gradient of their flow. Thus, in terms of the time dimension, we see the present as the origin of both the past and the future, located as it is in the center of our pattern. Designers can move sideways in the waves of time, as a surfer on a wave front, transporting seed from continent to continent, permitting natural or induced hybrid palms and legumes to weave an alternative future. Mankind is an active translator of life, and, of course, of death. In all core models, including our own genealogy, the point where all the important action takes place is through the point of origin, which is always in the present. How we behave now may determine not only the future, but the past, and all time. Think of that, and realize that you are really where it's at, no matter when you are. I find great personal meaning in the Australian Aboriginal life ethic, and little enough comfort in any pie in the sky. If it is my actions which determine the sky, want it to be full of life, and I choose to believe that I am part of all that action, with my own job to do in this life form, and other jobs to do in other phases. 4.20. The world we live in is a tessellation of events. I live in the crater of an ancient volcano, the caldera of which is in part eroded by the sea. Trees rise from the soils, and birds nest in them. From the seeds and eggs, in the trees arise new life forms. Great wind spirals sweep in from the west with almost weekly regularity, bearing the fractal forms of turbulent clouds and causing, in autumn and midsummer, lightning and thunder. On this peninsula, the terminal volcanic core stands fast, refracting waves to either side, and creating a pinched neck of sand which joins us to the mainland. The hills are stepped by successive sea level changes, and record the pulses of long-term cycles and success. Ions. Day follows night, and life follows death follows life. All of these phenomena are a unity of patterns long, repeated and based on one master pattern, each one preparing for new evolutions and dissolutions. It is the number and complexity of such cycles that give us life, opportunities, and life is the only integrative force in this part of the universe. Let us respect and preserve it. An understanding, even a partial understanding, of the underlying patterns that link all phenomena CRE. 8's a powerful abstract tool for designers. At any point in the design process, appropriate patterning can assist the achievement of a sustainable yield from flows, growth forms, or information flux patterns. On constructs in domestic or village SM, lies can result in energy savings and satisfactory aesthetics and function, while sustaining those organisms inhabiting the designed habitat. Patterning is the way we frame our designs, the template into which we fit the information, entities, and objects assembled from observation, map overlays, the analytic divination of connections, and the selection of specific materials and technologies. It is this patterning that permits our elements to flow and function in beneficial relationships. The pattern is design, and design is the subject of permaculture. Bohm, 1980, urges us to go beyond regarding ourselves as interactive with each other and the environment, and to see all things as projections of a single totality. As we experience this totality, incorporate new information, and develop our consciousness, we ourselves are fundamentally changed. To fail for sense take this into account must inevitably lead 1 to a serious and sustained confusion in all that one does. The word implicated in the title of Bohm's work comes from the Latin enfolded, and when we separate individuals, effects, or disciplines from this enfolded order, we must recognize only that we have part of the unknowable totality, not the truth itself. There are no opposites, just phases of the one phenomena. For myself, and possibly for you if you take up the study of patterns, the contemplation of the forms of life and flow has enabled me to bring to consciousness the unity of all things, and the enfolded nature of nature. In the matter of genealogy we can become conscious of ourselves in the time and pattern stream, and it is startling to realize that, as origin, we determine, or rather define and are defined by, our ancestry as much as we define and are defined by our descent. We do not doubt our physical connection to either ancestry or descent. It is the sense of all our present here that is revealed by pattern, to be encapsulated in, and a pervading part of, a personal genealogical pattern, which is itself a result of a pattern of innumerable variables. Patterns tell us that all is streams, all particles, all waves. Each defines the other. It tells us that all is one plan. Although we find it difficult to see pattern in all the plan, it is there. We are the universe attempting to define its processes. A Kalahari Bushman would say, we are the dreams of a dreamer. What feel we can never define is substance, except as process. This is all it may be. We can only know a few local patterns, and thus have some weak predictive capacity. It is the pattern that our local patterns cannot know that will surprise us, the strike of cosmic lightning from an unguist source or stress. Finally, pattern understanding can only contribute to the current and continuing evolution of New World views based on the essential oneness of all phenomena. Lovelock, 1979, has perhaps best expressed that combination of scientific insights and older tribal beliefs which assert the interdependence of animate and inanimate events. The universe, and this earth, behave as self-regulating and self-generated constructs, very much akin to a single organism or a thought process. The conditions which make life possible are balanced about such fine tolerances that it seems close to certainty that many processes exist just to preserve this equilibrium in its dynamic stability. From the point of view of biologists, Birch and Cobb's The Liberation of Life 1984, see a review by Warwick Fox in The Ecologist 14:4, denies the validity of the existence of individual organisms or separate events. All exist in a field of such events or as an expression of one life force. Organisms such as ourselves exist only as an inseparable part of our event environments, and are in continual process of exchange with the animate and inanimate entities that surround us. We are acted upon and acting, created and creating, shaped and shaping. Fox asserts, as have here, that we must view the cosmos as an infinite complex of interrelated events. All things are in actuality enduring societies of events. Theoretical physicists, Capra, 1976, contribute to such worldviews, all of which are in conflict with the current ethics that govern political, educational, and economic systems, but all of which are contributing to an increasing effort to unify and cooperate in a common ethic of earth care, without which we have no. 4.21. Introduction to pattern applications. There are two aspects to patterning: the perception of the patterns that already exist and how these function, and the imposition of pattern on sites in order to achieve specific ends. Both are skills of sophisticated design, and may result in specific strategies, the harmonious resolution of problems, or work to produce a local resource. Given that we have absorbed some of the information inherent in the general pattern model, we need some examples of how such patterning has been applied in real-life situations. A bird's-eye view of centralized and disempowered societies will reveal a strictly rectilinear network of streets, farms, and property boundaries. It is as though we have patterned the earth to suit our survey instruments rather than to serve human or environmental needs. We cannot perhaps blame Euclid for this, but we can blame his followers. The straight line patterns that result prevent most sensible landscape planning strategies and result in neither an aesthetically nor functionally satisfactory landscape or streetscape. Once established, then entered into a body of law, such inane, or insane, patterning is stubbornly defended. But it is created by, and can be dismantled. Idiot impact crater or drip splash forms resemble volcanic hydras. Percussion and pressure flaking produce typical patterns in obsidian or chert tools shaped by stone workers. 95. By people. A far more sensible approach was developed by Hawaiian villagers, who took natural ridgelines as their boundaries. As the area was contained in one water catchment, they thus achieved very stable and resource-rich landscapes reaching from dense cloud forests to the outer reefs of their islands. The nature of conic and radial volcanic landscapes with their radial water line suits such a method of land division. JT is also possible for whole valley of people to maintain a clean catchment, store, and divert mid-slope water resources for their needs, catch any lost nutrients in shallow ocean enclosures, converting first to algae, then to crabs and fish, and thus to preserve the offshore reef area and the marine environment. Zulus and American Indians adopt the circular or zonal modes in their plain settlements. Such models can be studied and adopted by future bi-original societies as sane and caring people become the majority in their region, and set about the task of landscape rehabilitation. Sensible land division is a long delayed but essential precursor to a stable society. 4.22. The tribal uses of patterning. As I travel about the world, I find tribal peoples using an enormous variety of traditional patterns. These decorate weapons, houses, skin, and woven textiles or fig. Traditional navigation relies on pattern recognition. Asterisk: the helmsman sings to time the logling, and feels for current deflections through his steering oar. He or she sings to record the stages of the journey and the rivers, currents, of the sea. Asterisk: lookouts note star patterns, bird flight, cloud trains, or light refracted from coastal lagoons. Water speed is recorded by a knotted float line. Asterisk: in a black box near the keel listens to wave refraction from the hull, predicts storms or iscons from wave periods timed by chance. Asterisk: a navigator consults a voyage chart of sticks and cowries, representing the interaction dot of phenomena, and sings the navigation songs for specific search patterns, and an assistant judges solar and star elevations, latitude, via water level. Asterisk: all night, the glow of life forms in deep sea trenches is awaited. The lightning from the deeps, bird song, and echoes from headlands are listened for, and the phosphorescent glow of the forest ashore is awaited. Equals: an experienced man lowers his testicular sac into the sea to accurately gauge water mass temperature. Equals: the wind carries a variety of scents from forests, rock lichen, bird colonies, and fish scutes. All are recorded. Asterisk: net catches indicator organisms related to the water mass, and near shores at leadling, or depth line, is used to find banks and sample bottom fauna picked up in soft grease. Asterisk: a crystal of calcite may be used to predict rain or to find the sun on overcast days by polarization of light, the lodestone of navigators. 96. Baskets. Many patterns have sophisticated meaning, and almost all have a series of songs or chants associated with them. Tribal art, including the forms of Celtic and ancient engraving, have a pattern complexity that may have had important meanings to their peoples. We may call such people illiterate only if we ignore their patterns, songs, and dances as a valid literature and as an accurate recording system. Having evolved number and alphabetical symbols, we have abandoned pattern learning and recording in our education. Believe this to be a gross error, because simple patterns link so many phenomena that the learning of even one significant pattern, such as the model elaborated on in this chapter, is very like learning an underlying principle, which is always applicable to specific data and situations. The Maori of New Zealand used tattoo and carved patterns to record and recall genealogical and saga information. Polynesians used pattern maps, which lack scale, cartographic details, and trigonometric measures, but nevertheless suffice to find 200 to 2,000 island specks in the vastness of the Pacific. Such maps are linked to star sets and ocean currents, and indicate wave interference patterns. They are made of sticks, flex strips, cowries, and song cycles. Figure 4.26. Pijant Jatjara people of Australia sing over sand patterns, figure 4.27, and are able to sing strangers to a single stone in an apparently featureless desert. Many of their designs accurately reflect the lobular shapes and elaborate micro-elevations of the desert, which are nevertheless richly embroidered by changes in vegetation, and are richly portrayed in what, to Westerners, appears as abstract art. Some pattern mosaics are that of fire, pollen, or the flowering stages of a single plant. Others are of rain tracks and cloud streets, and yet others involve hunting, saga, or climatic data. Children of many tribes are taught hundreds of simple chants, the words of which hide deeper secondary meanings about medicinal, sacred, or navigational knowledge. All this becomes meaningful when the initiate is given the decoding system, or finds it by personal revelation, intuition. A pattern map may have little meaning without its song keys to unlock that meaning. Initiation can also unlock mnemonic patterns for those who have a first clue as to meaning. Dances, involving muscular learning and memory, coupled with chants, can carry accurate long-term messages, saga details, and planting knowledge. Many dances and chants are in fact evolved from work and travel movements. Even more interesting are the dance imitations of other animal species, which in fact interpret for people the postural meanings of these species, although in a nonverbal and universally transmittable way. We may scarcely be aware that many of our formal attitudes of prayer and submission are basic imitations of primate postures, for the most part taken from other species. Even the chair enables us, as it did the Egyptians, to maintain the postures of figure 4.27. Sand pattern maps, Pijant Jatjara. A song map of the Pijant Jatjara women. Such forms closely resemble desert claypans if the long axis is regarded as a flow axis, and the zone's 25 lobular vegetation. Baboons were revered as gods and embalmed by the Egyptian chair makers. We can remember hundreds of songs, postures, and chants, but little of prose and even less of tabulated data. Anne Cameron, Daughters of Copper Woman. Vancouver Press, 1981, writes of song navigation in the Nuka Indians of British Columbia. There was a song for going to China, and a song for going to Japan, a song for the big island and a song for the smaller one. All she, the navigator, had to know was the song, and she knew where she was. The navigation songs of the women on canoe voyages record the streams and creeks of the sea, the ocean currents, headlands and bays, star constellations, and ceremonies of ecstatic revelation. From California to the Aleutians, the sea currents were fairly constant in both speed and direction, and assisted the canoes. The steers women used the very accurate rhythm of the song duration to time both the current speed and the boat speed through the water. Current speed would be, I presume, timed between headlands and boat speed against a log or float in the water. The song duration was, in fact, an accurate timing mechanism, as it can be for any of us today. Song stanzas are highly accurate timers, accurate over quite long periods of time, and of course reproducible at any time. The song content was a record of the observations from prior voyages, and no doubt was open to receive new data. People who can call the deer, Paiute wise men, the dolphin, Gilbert Islanders, the kangaroo, tribal Tasmanians, and other species to come and present themselves for death had profound behavioral, interspecific, pulsar pattern understanding. Just as the Eskimo navigated in fog by listening to the quail. 97. Dialects specific to certain headlands, we can achieve similar insights if our ear for bird dialect is trained, so that song and postural signals from other species make a rich encyclopedia of a world that is unnoticed by those who lack pattern knowledge. People who can kill by inducing fibrillation in heart nerves have a practical insight into pulsar stress induction. Many tribes people can induce such behavior in other animal species, or in people, voodoo or singing. The attempts of tribal shamans to foresee the future and to control dreams or visions by sensory deprivation, to read fortunes by smoke, entrails, water, or the movement of serpents, or to study random scatters of bones or pebbles are not more peculiar than our efforts to do the same by the study of the distribution of groups of measures or the writing of lines on computer screens. By subjecting ourselves to isolation, danger, and stress, we may pass across the folds of time and scan present and future while we maintain these absent states, of 5 described by Dunn, 1921, in his experiment with time, and as related by participants in the sun dances of the Shoshone Nation. As we drown or fall from cliffs, our lives pass before our eyes. We can see the past and future. We need to think more on these older ways of imparting useful or traditional information, and of keeping account of phenomena so that they are overlapable to all people. Number and alphabet alone will not do this. Pattern, song, and dance may be of great assistance to our education, and of great relevance to our life. They are the easiest of things to accurately reproduce. Apparently simple patterns may encode complex information. There may be no better example than that of the Anasazi spiral, with 19 intercepts on its horizon line, figure 4.28. This apparently simple spiral form is inscribed on a rock surface near the top of a mesa in desert country in the southwest USA. 3 rock slabs have been carefully balanced and shaped as gnomons which cast moon shadows, or, by their curvature, direct vertical dappers of sunlight to the points of the spiral. The 19 points at which the spiral intersects the horizontal axis are those at which The shadow of the moon is cast by a gnomon on the spiral, and indicate the moon elevation or 19-year, actually 18.6, cycle caused by the sway of the Earth's axis. Thus, one simple spiral records lunar and solar cycles for the regulation of planting, the timing of ceremonies, and, as modern science has just realized, the prediction of the 19-year, 18.6-year, cycle of drought and flood. A very simple pattern encodement. Thus represents a practical long-term calendar for all people who live nearby. The Anasazi culture is extinct, and only a persistent investigation by Anasazi, an artist with intuitive observational skills, has revealed the significance of this arrangement. Scientists have often doubted the capacity of tribal peoples to pattern such long-term and complex events, which in terms of our clumsy alphabetical and numerical symbols are not. 98. Figure 4.28. A petroglyph, rock carving, of the Anasazi Indians, North America, forms a long-term calendar of sun and moon cycles. Only forgettable, but would take a small library to encode. The knowledge so presented is available to very few. ABC TV Science Program, Australia, 20th January 64. However, wherever tribes remain intact, there are many such sophisticated pattern meanings still intact, all as complex and information dense. In the complex of time concepts evolved by Australian Aborigines, only one, and the least important, is the linear concept that we use to govern our life and time. Of far greater everyday use was phenomenological, or phenological, time, the time as given not by clocks, but by the life phenomena of flowers, birds, and weather. An example from real life is that of an old Pijat woman who pointed out a small desert flower coming into bloom. She told me that the dingoes, in the ranges of hills far to the north, were now rearing pups, and that it was time for their group to leave for the hills to collect these pups. Thousands of such relationships are known to tribal peoples. Some such signals may not occur in 100 or 500 years, like the flowering of a bamboo, but when it does occur, special actions and ceremonies are indicated, and linked phenomena are known. Finally, in tribal society, one is not wise by years, but by degree of revelation. Those who understand and embody advanced knowledge are the most intuitive, and therefore most entitled to special veneration. Such knowledge is almost invariably based on pattern understanding, and is independent of sex or even age, so that one is aged by degree of revelation, not time spent in living. There are some very unrevealed elders in the world. 4.23. The mnemonics of meaning. Buddhists remind themselves of the pattern of events with their oft-repeated chant Om Mani Padme Hum, pronounced Ahum Ma Dash Ni Padme Hung by Tibetans and Nepalese, and meaning Om, the jewel in the lotus, Hum, Bei Rs. As Peter Matheson explains it, the snow leopard. Picador, 1980. Ahum, signing on, is the awakening or beginning. Harmonic, the sound of all stillness and the sounds of all time. It is the fundamental harmonic that recalls to us the universe itself. Ma and I, the unchanging essence or diamantine core of all phenomena, the truth, represented as a diamond, jewel, or thunderbolt. It is sometimes represented in paintings as dot blue or radiant jewel, and sometimes as a source of lightning or fire. Pei enfolded in the heart of the lotus, Mani, enfolded. The visible and everyday unfolding of events, petals, or patterns, thus revealing the essential, unchanged core, Mani, to our understanding. The core itself, or the realization of it, is nirvana, the ideal state of Buddhism. The lotus represents the implicate order of tessellated and annotated events, and the process of unfolding the passage of time to successive revelations. At the core is unchanging understanding. Hung, signing off, it is here, now. A declamation. A belief of the chanter in the words. It also prefaces the OM or beginning of the new chant cycle, although in a long sequence of such short chants, all words follow their predecessors. This is the reminder mnemonic of implicate time, all events are present now, and forever. Repeated in their form. Dorhe, or Dorhe Chang, is the Tibetan Buddha figure who holds the Dorhe, thunderbolt, represented as a radiant stone which symbolizes cosmic energy. Dorhe is the primordial Buddha of Tibet, who began the great succession of current and past reincarnations. His color is blue, for eternity, and he may carry a bell to signify the voiceless wisdom of the inanimate, or the sound of the void. Dorhe is an alter ego of Thor of the Norseman, Durga of the Hindu, and of thunderbolts and thunderers of other tribal peoples. The Mani or stone of Thor was Mjolnir, his hammer, from which derives Mjol, Nirstone, and, eventually, Mollison, by way of invasions into Scotland, and migrations. Thus, even our own names may remind us of the essential oneness of the events and beliefs around us. We can choose from tribal chants, arts, and folk decoration many such mnemonic patterns, which in their evolution over the ages express very much the same world concept as does modern physics and biology. Such thoughtful and vivid beliefs come close to realizing the actual nature of the observed events around us, and are derived from a contemplation of such events, indicating a way of life and a philosophy, rather than a dogma or set of measures. Beliefs so evolved precede, and transcend, the emphasis on the individual, or the division of life into disciplines and categories. When we search for the roots of belief, or more specifically meaning, we come again and again to the oneness underlying science, word, song, art, and pattern, the jewel in the heart of the lotus. Thus we see that many world beliefs share an 99 essential core, but we also see the drift from such nature-based and essentially universal systems towards personalized or humanoid gods, dogma, and fanaticism, and to symbols without meaning or use in our lives, or to our understanding of life. Many other world concepts based on the analogies of rainbows, serpents, and song cycles relate to aspects of the integrated worldview, and are found in Indian and Australian tribal cultures. 4.24. Patterns of society. We can pattern the behavior of human and other social animals to represent aspects of their society. A set of such patterns, derived from studies I and my students made in Tasmania from 1969 to 1974, are illustrated in Figure 4.29. The central pattern represents the orders, or caste of occupational level, status, in its long axis. There are seldom more than 7 major occupational levels even in such rigorously stratified hierarchies as the army. The width of the figure 4.29 represents the numbers of people at each level, and for this configuration we sum the numbers of people in several organizations, to sample some 35,000 people, including the local army, a multinational company, Some churches and many small businesses. Within the general boat pattern form so evolved, I have marked some arrows to represent genetic streaming, by marriage or sexual congress. Important classes of occupation are 1. Low occupational, resource, area, manual and unskilled urban. Characteristics are a general dearth of material resources, low status, part-time occupations, and a remarkable preponderance of male births and survived male children, about 140 males per 100 females, large families. Serial polyandry is common or acceptable. 2. The central or most populated level. The middle class. Adequate resources, 9 to 5 jobs, some job tenure, and a normal birth ratio of 104 males per 100 males. Mixed white-collar and skilled technical workers, average family sizes. Monogamy is an ideal, but is often expressed as serial monogamy. 3. The upper levels. Few people, extensive resources, flexible and often self-set times, and a high proportion of female children. About 100 females to 70 males or less, urban. Professionals or managers would typify the group. Small families, effective polygyny via concubines or mistresses. 4. Very high levels. Executive directors and landed nobility. Variable family sizes but a preponderance of female children, as per 3 above, and a habit of lateral intermarriage. 4. Economic alliances, facilitated by exclusive schools and resorts. 100. The imbalance of the sex ratios in these strata ensures a genetic turnover or diffusion between classes, a streaming of genetic materials between levels, over generations. 4.25. The arts in the service of life. Art, in the forms of song, dance, and sculptural or painted objects, or designs, is an ancient preoccupation of all peoples. There is little doubt that most, if not all, tribal art is intended for quite specific ends. Much of AEES _ equals S822 2 equals E dash AESEEUESEE underscore EA XSO inners backslash 40S $29 based on occupation underscore Lee OMBOPIA figure 4.29 behavior patterns in society. The form of social hierarchy based on occupational status. Note the overproduction of males, a primary sex ratio, at the lower resource level. Thus marital habits are based on resources and sex ratios, with indicates number of people at each level. N equals 35,000 Tasmania. 1975. Tribal art is a public and ever-renewed mnemonic, or memory aid. Apparently simple spiral or linear designs can combine thousands of bits of information in a single, deceptively simple pattern. The decorative function is incidental to the educational and therefore sacred information function in such patterns. Decoration is the trivial aspect of such art. Much of modern art is individualistic and decorative. Some motif art is plagiarized from ancient origins, but no longer has an educational or sacred function. Entertainment and decoration is a valid and important function of the arts, but it is a minor or incidental function. Social comment is a common art form in theater and song, and spirited dances and songs are cheering or uplifting, but know of no meaningful songs or patterns in my own mono culture, based as it is on the jingles of advertisements, and purely decorative and trivial patterns of art, and on education divorced from relevant long-term observations of the natural world. The induction of moods and the record of ephemera are not the primary purposes of sacred or tribal art, which is carefully assembled to assist the folk records of the function and history of their society. Some modern sculptural forms, such as the flow form systems of the Verbal Institute, Emerson College, Kent, UK, figure 4.33, are modeled on older Roman water cascades, and serve both an aesthetic and a water oxygenation function, assisting water purification. This is a small step towards applied art as patterning in everyday use, as are some engineering designs. We could well reintroduce or evolve pattern education, which gives every member of society access to profound concepts or specific knowledge. Art belongs to, and relates to, people. It is not a way to waste energy on resources for the few. Sacred calendars melted down to bullion or objets are a degradation of generations of human effort and knowledge, and the sacred art of tribal peoples hidden in museum storerooms are a form of cultural genocide, removing knowledge from its context, and trivializing objects to decorations or loot. Human information, as a tribal art form, is most frequently debased and destroyed less for monetary gain than for the replacement of public information by an exotic, secretive, irrelevant, and basically uninformed centralized belief system. The fanatic cares not what is destroyed if it empowers the repressive hierarchy that is then imposed. Most tribal art has been burned, looted, destroyed, and broken by invading belief systems, destroyed by those seeking secret power, rather than open knowledge, or by those who are merely destructive. Book burning and image breaking is the reaction of the alienated or intellectual ally deprived to the accumulated wisdom of its revelationary ancestors. We most damage ourselves when we destroy information and aids to understanding. It is a challenge to artists to study and portray knowledge in a compact, memorable, and transmissible form, to research and create for common use those surviving art forms which still retain their meaning, and to reintegrate such art with science and with society and its functions and needs. It is a challenge to educators to revive the meaningful geometries, songs, and dances that gave us, and our work, meaning. 4.26. Additional pattern applications. A sophisticated application of pattern is found in the herb spiral, figure 4.30, which I evolved in 1978 as a kitchen door design. All the basic culinary herbs can be planted in an ascending spiral of earth on a 2m wide base, ascending to 1 or 1.3 m high. All herbs planted on the spiral ramp are accessible. The construct itself gives variable aspects and drainage, with sunny. Figure 4.30. Herb spiral. Pattern applied, a modest 2m diameter by 1m high earth spiral. Accommodates all necessary culinary herbs close to the kitchen door, and can be watered with 1 2m sprinkler, a considerable saving in space and water as the ramp and walls exceed 9m of plant space. 101. Dry sites for oil-rich herbs such as thyme, sage, and rosemary, and moist or shaded sites for green foliage. Herbs such as mint, parsley, chives, and coriander. This is a rare three-dimensional earth construct on a small scale, and compactly coils up a linear path or bed of herbs into one mount at the kitchen door, thus making the herbs accessible and convenient to the kitchen itself. If kitchens are not at ground level, roof or balcony gardens can carry pot herbs in stepped walls, on wall shelves, in window boxes, or as stacks of pots. In earth mounds, pattern analyses can also be applied to water conservation. For example, a mulch pit, 60 centimeters wide and deep, surrounded by a planting shelf and spill bank totaling 1.2 m, 4 feet, across has a 3.8 m, 12 foot perimeter, but can be efficiently watered with one low pressure sprinkler, whereas a 3.8 m straight row takes 3 such sprinklers. Another advantage is the central, one drop, mulch pit, so that the plants eventually overshade the center to prevent evaporation. Such circle mulch row pits are made 1.8 m, 6 feet, across for bananas, and 1.8 to 3 m, 6 to 10 feet, across for coconuts, all out produce row crop for about 1/3 of the water use. A series or set of such gardens greatly reduce the path space and land area needed for home gardens, or orchards of banana and coconut, figures 4.31 and 10.26. A field application of patterned ground designed to direct flow and capture materials inflow is that of floodplain embankments or tree lines, poplar, willow, tamarack, or both combined. These are very effective pattern impositions on landscape, although all occur naturally as rock dikes or resistant rock strata in the field that can have several beneficial effects for a household or settlement nearby. Figure 4.32. A more conscious and portable applied pattern set is that of the flowform models being developed at the Verbal Institute by a small group of artist technicians. Such turbulence basins are apparent in nature as shaped basins in streams flowing over massive sandstones or mudstone rocks. They are even in antiquity modeled in pozzolanic cement by Roman hydrologists. Flowforms are artificial replicates of the rock forms carved by turbulent streams, cast in concrete or fiberglass. Figure 4.33. Stacked in sets below sewage pipe outfalls or above fish ponds at pipe inlets, they efficiently mix air and water by inducing turbulence inflow. 3 distinct mixing effects are noticeable, the first a plunge or vertical overturn as fluid drops from one basin to another, the second as a figure 8 or lateral flow around the basins themselves, and the third, a fascinating process, as an interaction between these two, as water coursing around the basins deflects the vertical drop flow and switches it from side to side in a regular rhythm. Within these major turbulence patterns so clearly portrayed by Da Vinci, Popham, A.E., the drawings of Leonardo da Vinci, Jonathan Cape, London, 1946, and further analyzed in terms of computer models and 102. Catastrophic Theory by Chappell, in Landform Evolution in Australia, Anu Press, Canberra 1978, 4. Coastal uprush and backwash turbulent cell are distinct vortices and counterflow overfolds and cusps that further mix air and water at the edges of the basins and in the main flow stream. Thus, artificial flowform basins induce aeration, oxidize pollutants, and are themselves aesthetically pleasing and instructive hydrological pattern models of naturally occurring constructs. They have practical use in the primary treatment of sewage and organically polluted waters, and in the oxygenation of ponds for aquatic species production. Models of this type are the result of a long evolution beginning with wonder sketches, analysis, observations, and then proceeding via constructed hydrological basins to practical applications over a wide variety of sites. In nature and in the flowform system, the basins can be elongate, truncate, symmetrical, asymmetrical, stepped in line, stacked like ladders, or spiral to conserve space. 4.27. References and further reading. Alexander, Christopher F. Al, A Pattern Language. Oxford University Press, 1977. Instances Successful Design Strategies for Towns, Buildings. Bascom, Willard, Waves and Beaches, Anchor Books. New York, 1980, p. Plus. ZFAT equals NAZRN. Chet. B row crop. NEPS 2x4, area. Sprinklers to cover. Roy, a lot more mole. ANP 6 fag lems vectored. Figure 4.31. Row crop or circle crop. Here, a 4m row of crop needs 3 1.2 m sprinklers, while a circle AF rate of 0.6 m, 4 m circumference, needs only on a 1.2 m sprinkler, a saving of 60% in water use. Such system apply only on the small scale, where plants can shade the inner circle. A Peflictor underscore tree. Rose 2. Trolls Stirhose. Renneker on test 2. KESP peep chawls. Often these can be Sequecto are deflectors of trees to bring mulch, ARUO. AHP sil T equal to SPOG. Avec TE over shallows ANP2. TE water. At Isuzabel. Figure 4.32. Flow interceptors on floodplain. Floodwaters carry sill, mulch, and firewood and can be used to scour out river sand. Here, several structures on a floodplain gather materials or direct water energy to benefit production. 103. Birch and Cobb The Liberation of Life, Cambridge University Press, 1981. Bohm, Wholeness. And Implicate Order, Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1980. Capra, Fritz, The Tao of Physics, Fontana Press, 1976. Cook, Sir Theodore Andrea, The Curves of Life. Constable, London, 1914, reprint. Escher, M.C. and J.L. Locker, The World of M.C. Escher. Harry N. Abrams Inc. New York, 1971. Gould, J.F. Alia, Harmonic Vibrations and Vibration. Figures, Newton and Co. London, 1909. See also, Model Engineer Mather 51, September 860, Hobbies. November 1986, and New Scientist 2229 Stec 83. Illard, Christopher, Seashell Mathematics. Self-published, 1984, 76, Seaview Road, West Beach. South Australia 5024. Lovelock, J. E. Gaia, A New Look at Life on Earth, Oxford University Press, 1979. Leapfrogs, Curves, Tarquin Pubs. Stradbroke, Dis. Norfolk, UK, 1985. Mandelbrot, Benoit, The Fractal Geometry of Nature. W. H. Freeman Co. New York, 1982. Steph FFS Rise of The Basic Book on Fractals, Computer Graphics, Flowworn M. Saswai. EEAGHT Holmize. Murchie, Greg, The Seven Mysteries of Life, 1984, Vibulance, The. Self-published, Marlborough, New Hampshire, USA. Output. From E.C. Basin. Pulses E.R. Pierce, Peter, Structure at Nature as a Strategy for Design, AEP's Holsiquid. M.LT Press, 1979. The Opposite Pulse. In Thai. Next Basin. Seaplate. Schwenke, Theodore, Sensitive Chaos, The Creation of Flowing Forms in Air or Water, Skokin Books, NY. 1976. Thompson, Darcy W., on Growth and Form, Cambridge University Press, 1952. Multiple examples AF forms in nature, spirals. Of series type view. Figure 4.33. Flow forms. Concrete or glass reinforced plastic to aerate water in the case of of ancient usage and natural occurrence, can be neatly fabricated in constant, or little varying, flow. 104. Tweedy, A.D., Water and the World, does Nelson. Aust. Limited, 1975. On the Order of Stream Flow and Stream Patterns. Verbal Institute, Emerson College, Forest Row, East Sussex RH 185X, Flow Form Designs and Research. Posters. Vogel, Stephen, Life in Moving Fluids, The Physical Biology of Flow, Willard Grant Press, Boston, 1981. A sensitive and scholarly study of life forms in flow. Will, Herman, Symmetry, Princeton University Press. New Jersey, USA, 1983. New Scientist, New Science Publications. Commonwealth House, 1-19 New Oxford St. London. WCIA 1NG. October 5, 78, on pulsars and biological clocks. November 15, 84, on the gravity anomalies in the geode. May 31, 84, the Robinson congruence. 7 June 84, recombination of DNA in dotted plus torus. March 20, 79, the swirling of water. 14 June 79, the spiral classification of galaxies. May 5, 83, symmetry, geometry, fractals. April 26, 84, fractals. May 5, 83, inversion and reflection of forms. 17 83, on impact craters. 21 APR 77, the great tennis ball of Earth. October 11, 84, the pineal gland as a timepiece. 4 APR 85, fractals, pulsars, black holes. 4.28, designer's checklist. Read in pattern analysis, and study the relationships of orders and forms in nature. Pattern systems must be of appropriate size, or of the right order, i.e. Note that small systems operate for things like frost, ion and water conservation in crop. When designing gardens, ponds, or accessways, try to minimize waste space by using spiral, keyhole, and least path systems, clump plantings, and sophisticated interplants. Study and use edge effects, especially in relation to intercrop and in the construction of plant guilds, pond production, and fail-safe species richness in variable climatic regimes. Use appropriate patterns to direct energies on site, and to lay out the whole site for zone, sector, slope, and orientation benefits. This approach alone creates the most energy savings. 105. Chapter 5. Climatic factors. If one go out shopping, a glance is sufficient to predict if 1 am likely to need an umbrella. However, long-term prediction of the weather, over a scale of more than about 10 days is a thankless task. This is because the dynamics of the atmosphere form a system whose behavior is usually chaotic. The surface of the Earth absorbs heat, and so heats the atmosphere from below. And this warm air rises. Heat is lost from the upper atmosphere, and this cooled air falls. A roughly hexagonal cellular array of vortices forms, with the ascending warm air feeding the descending cool air. Arun Holden, New Scientist, April 25, 85. The glass JS falling hour by hour. The glass will fall forever. But if you break the BioDPS, you won't hold up the weather. Louis Meanies. 5.1. Introduction. Climatic factors have their most profound effect on the selection of species and technology for site, and are thus the main determinant of the plant, animal, and structural assemblies we can use. There is an intimate interaction between site and local climatic factors, in that slope, valley configuration, proximity to coasts, and altitude all affect the operation of the weather. Such factors as fire and wind effects are site and weather related. It is the local climate that inevitably decides our sector stra. Although we will be discussing the individual weather factors that define climate, all these factors 106 interact in a complex and continuously variable fashion. Interactions are made even more unpredictable by longer-term trends triggered by the relative interaction of the orbits of Earth, Sun, and Moon. Changes included in the gaseous composition of the Earth's atmosphere due to volcanism, industrial pollution, and the activities of agriculture and forestry. And extraterrestrial factors such as meteors, the perturbations in high-level atmospheric jet streams, the oceanic circulation, by fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field, and by solar flares. There is a general consensus that world climatic variation, the occurrence of extremes, is increasing, so that we can expect to experience successively more floods, droughts, periods of temperature extremes, and longer or very intense periods of wind. We have separated climatic studies from that of Earth surface conditions, and there are climatologists who know little of the effects of forests, industrial pollutants, agriculture, and albedo. Albedo is the ratio of light reflected to that received on the global climate. There is no longer any doubt that our own actions locally greatly affect global and local climate, and that we may be taking unwarranted and lethal risks in further polluting the atmosphere. Because climatic prediction may forever remain an inexact science, we should always allow for variability. When designing a site, a basic strategy is to spread the risk of crop failure by a mixture of crop species, varieties, and strategies. This fail-safe system of mixed cropping is basic to regional self-reliance, and departure from such buffering diversity brings the feast or famine regime that currently affects world markets. In-house design, the interactions of thermal mass, heat storage, and insulation, buffering for temperature extremes, plus sensible siting permit us to design efficient and safe housing over broad climatic ranges. Strategies such as water storage and windbreak modify extreme effects. Many plant and animal species show very wide climatic tolerances, and local cultivars are developed for almost all important food plants. The variety of food grown in home gardens varies only slightly over a great many situations. As designers, we are as interested in extremes as in means, averages. Such measures as average rainfall have very little relevance to specific sites. Of more value are data on seasonal fluctuation, dependability, intensity, and the limits of recorded ranges of any one factor. This will decide the practical limits that need to be included in a design. People who are called on to design or instruct over wide climatic ranges would do well to read in more general treatments such as Air, 1971, and James, 1941, or in modern biogeographical texts. These treatments deal with world vegetation patterns and climatic factors. Total site factors related to land configuration will Impose specific limits to any design. Soil data will also be specific to site. There is, therefore, no substitute in any one design for local observation, anecdotes, detailed maps of local factors, lists of locally successful plant and animal species, and analysis of local soils. It is obligatory for any designer to study the regional, long-term human and agricultural adaptations to climate. Above all, we acute avoid introducing temperate, European, techniques and species to tropical and arid lands on any large scale. Aboriginal peoples were never 50 simple and primitive as we have been led to believe by the literature of their invaders. Native agricultural and pastoral management practices are often finely tuned to survival, are sometimes very productive, and above all are independent of outside aid. 5.2. Classification of climatic factors are asterisk special mountain conditions, asterisk the modifying effects of coasts and the extremes of continental interiors, asterisk local energy transfer by winds and oceanic currents, and asterisk long-term cyclic factors. Some problems in this area are 1. Instruments for accurate measurement are expensive and often specific to a narrow range of the total spectrum of effects. 2. Averages in such areas as precipitation and radiation often refer only to one part of the total spectrum. We have few long-term records of fog, precipitation, dew, long-wave radiation, ultraviolet incidence, or gaseous atmospheric composition. 3. We are aware that rain, sun, and wind interact in a dynamic and continuous fashion, so that averages mean little to a plant or animal subject to the normally changeable effects that may cover wide ranges of interactive measures. In this chapter, we are concerned only with the very broad climatic zones. Design specifics for each climatic zone are given in later chapters. These have been pet as follows. Asterisk tropical, no month under 18 degrees Celsius 64 degrees Fahrenheit mean temperature, and subtropical, coolest months above 0 degrees Celsius 32 degrees Fahrenheit but below 18 degrees Celsius 64 degrees Fahrenheit mean. In effect, frost-free areas. Asterisk temperate, coldest months below 0 degrees Celsius 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Warmest above 10 degrees Celsius 50 degrees Fahrenheit mean temperature. 2. Polar, warmest month below 10 degrees Celsius 50 degrees Fahrenheit or in perpetual frost, 8 degrees Celsius or less, mean. Asterisk arid, mean rainfall 50 centimeters, 19.5 inches, or less. 2. Desert, mean rainfall 25 centimeters, 10 inches, or less. Includes subhumid, or any area where evaporation exceeds precipitation. SD. The classification of broad climatic zones. Most global climatic classifications are based on precipitation radiation interactions as formulated by Vladimir Koppen, 1918, and subsequently modified and updated by authors such as Truartha, 1954. Figure 5.1 is from the latter reference. More closely defined plant lists can be given by reference to the Life Zone Matrix by Holdridge, Figure 5.2, which has enabled James Duke and others to annotate plant lists with concise climatic keys. Many plant compendia attach zones of hardiness to plant listings, commonly used in the USA. As given in Hortus 3rd, the zones are in Table 5.1. Measures or cut-off points are usually chosen that approximate the limiting boundaries for life forms, and are mainly good approximations of lethal or optimum ranges. The main qualifying factors on the broad patterning in global weather systems. The engines of the atmosphere. Dense cold air flows continually off the polar ice caps. This high pressure or downdraft air spirals out of the polar regions as persistent easterlies which affect high latitudes, 60 to 80 degrees, near the ice cap themselves. Long spokes of this air curve outward to latitude 30 degrees. As the spiral itself is caught up in, and generated by Earth spin, these cold cells of air drive a series of contra-rotating low-pressure cells, turning clockwise in the southern hemisphere and anti-clockwise in the northern. These in turn mesh with rotating spirals of air which have risen at the equator, and are falling at latitudes 15 to 40 degrees. The high-pressure mid-latitude cells turn anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere and clockwise in 107, 801, cf. of 4. OS / air. Boseke re SEEEED T equals mir OES equals A / equals CI NL 24 1 OI Sent Leo Tabor High F weights copyright the Earth FSVS B7 MPONOI F IB Figure 5.1 Koppen climate classification. A basic world classification. My owner subdivisions are specified in detailed maps or basic references. 601 Key major climate classifications. SIP MW THS Handpur. This analysis suits plant list classifications. The table gives the broad areas dealt with in this book. Biomes % area land % plant. Mass 1/we MIT May 2, Rundra 8. HD. Fay Oriel Forest 816. E. Hashtag. PS 4 cents, 10 Chaparat 2.51. Pentnet J /J//X, C. On AA. Cs equals BB temperate. Grassland 99.52. And I is. SE. E. Timopray Forest 719. Equals in Actos FS. Equals FAR equals EJP Cert 2. 1 MNT, HHSAE. Tropical shrub. And. IL CE woodland. 10.7. MN at MAME equals 2 Y tropical savanna. Aeles, e.g. Isha is grassland 7.55. Pers alsi. Meal PA equals UI, tropical deciduous. OM Honinia EZI Fropes 49 EANXR2, equals tropical evergreen. Pi AEE, SEE. By Tom AE and. Asterisk SLCZES number 5 FA, I total 100.05. IA Scitunstag EA /L8 AJ /VY /C, human cropland DS 0.5. Figure 5.2 LHAM up ITYYETD. A Hollerite life zone matrix. 1. Hardiness zones. Zone AB annual min TEMP AB annual min TEMP comments. Asterisk F, degree C. 1 below -50 below -45 Arctic tundra. 2 -50 to -40 -45 to -40 cold prairie and conifers. 3 -40 to -30 -40 to -34 conifers and mixed forests. 4 -30 to -20 -34 to -29 cold interiors of continents. 5 -20 to -10 -29 to -23 mixed forests, cool prairies. 6 -10 to 0 -23 to -18 broadleaf and deciduous forests. 7 to 10 -18 to -12 broadleaf forests. A 10 to 20 -12 to -7 arid grasslands, savanna. 9:20 to 30-7 to -1 semi-arid coasts and basins. 10:30 to 40-1 to 4 subtropical, palms, coasts. +140 to 5410 tropical forest deserts. 12/50/10 equatorial rainforests, monsoon. The northern. Thus from latitude 50 to 20 degrees, and in the roaring 40s, about 15 to 18 alternating high-low. Pairs of great cells circulate the Earth, all of them as smaller spiral systems around the Great Polar Spiral. Itself, figure 5.3. On westerly coasts, the alternation of cold polar and warm high-pressure air arrives at about 10-day intervals, although some great high-pressure cells persist in place, thus blocking westward movement of winds and creating static oceanic conditions that can affect oceanic overturn, and thus fisheries, e.g. the El Nilo effect. These great processions are disturbed and deflected by continents, stubborn high-pressure cells overcool land masses, and the relative intensity of the air cells, so that irregular cold-warm fronts arrive at any one site. Just as polar air is sometimes drawn strongly towards the equator in the lows, 50 warm tropical air masses are entrained in the outer circulation of the highs and heavy warm rains towards the poles. High level jet streams may speed up or block this procession, and the jet stream itself may also break up under stresses caused by shear. The disturbances and impinges in the system cause cold fronts to pile up against each other and deflect polewards at high-pressure cells, and a sequence of warm and cold front rains, the cyclonic or spiral rains, of Earth results. All these wind belts shift north or south with the sun annually, and to some slower extent as a result of the 18.6-year moon cycle, so that periods of drought and excessive rain can result. The system appears chaotic and subject only to short-term, but of late we are learning to assess some of the effects of the long-term cycles. The great spiral circulation AF the south polar regions is shown in figure 5.3. About 12 to 18 cold fronts, cloud bands, circle from west to east around the poles. 110. Arriving as cyclonic fronts every 10 or so days on coasts in that region. They affect areas up to 30 degrees south, with 4 or so large fronts continuous with, and probably driving, cloud up to 10 degrees south or north latitude, mostly along the western margins of South America, Africa, and the South Atlantic. It is now clear that it is the oceanic circulation that drives the air masses, rather than the opposite. The fronts are in a curve to the west as the Earth spins to the east. Each cloud front is a result of the meeting of cold polar and warm subpolar air masses, or high-pressure cells. The low-pressure areas rotate clockwise, the highs anti-clockwise in a series of cog-like spirals or tori that travel every 3 to 4 months around the poles. Rotation is in the opposite sense in the northern hemisphere. It is the cold, dense, dry polar air sweeping off the ice caps, and the hot rising air of the equatorial calms which drives these great wheels. Clear air, the intrusions are of hot dry and cold dry continental air, Australia, Africa, or air descending from the equatorial, rising, congruence. Figure 5.4. In the next sections of this chapter, one will be discussing climatic factors under parts, as below. Asterisk precipitation, rain, fog, dew, evaporation 5.4. Asterisk radiation, light, heat, frost, solar input 5.5. 5.6, PMES. Asterisk landscape effects, altitude, valleys, slopes 5.7, and registered latitude altitude factors, 5.8. 5.4. Precipitation. There are two basic inputs to precipitation, that of rainfall, snow, and hail, water falling from the clouds, and that of condensation, water condensed or trapped from sometimes clear air or fogs by cool surfaces, although the latter may be of critical on seaward slopes and at higher altitudes. Cloud forests, the only reliable and widespread measures we possess are of rainfall. World rainfall averages about 86 centimeters, 34 inches, while we may take 50 cm, 20 inches, of rainfall or less as semi-arid, and 25 centimeters, 10 inches, or less as arid and desert, we can locally seasonal or relative aridity due to long-term cycles and weather effects caused by periodic fluctuations in jet streams or oceanic currents in any climate. Longer periods of increased aridity can also be caused by deforestation on a broad or local scale. It is because of the potential for changes in precipitation that we give so much space in later chapters to water storage strategies and the conservation of water. Water promises to be the main limiting factor for survival and growth, and the major future expense of food gardens and agriculture. Thus, any strategy we can adopt to generate, conserve, or store water is critical to our design approach. Any gardener knows that climatic averages are at best a very general guide to precipitation effects in the garden or orchard. JT is a much safer strategy to see to it that both the species chosen and water strategies developed ensure some yield in drier than usual conditions. After all, a fish population out of water for an hour is as dead as if a year-long drought were in effect. Our annual gardens and crops are also susceptible to spear. Figure 5.3, as spiral air cells around the South Pole. Cloud bands, shaded, during rains on the EW sides of high pressure, and the 5 side of low pressure cells. Earth spin produces a drag effect. This pattern affects climate to 25 degrees latitude, when cyclones feed the system. Short-term changes in available water. People live, and garden, in average annual rainfalls of 10 centimeters, 4 inches, or less, and they manage to both exist and produce crops. Exotic, non-local, water enters dry regions as rivers and underground aquifers, and this enables us to make judicious use of that water and to implement a great variety of local strategies to cope with the lack of actual rainfall. Rainfall averages are best used as broad indicators, rather than as definable limiting factors. Of far more use to us is the expected distribution of rainfall, including extremes such as 100-year flood records, and data on the intensity of rains, as these factors are a limiting influence on the size of road culverts, dam spillways, and the storage capacity needed to see us over dry periods. Flooding histories of sites and districts often indicate the real limits to the placement of plant systems, fences, and buildings, so that attention to flood records avoids future costs and disappointment. If flood data is omitted, life itself can be at risk in intense periods of rain. As precipitation rises, available light decreases. Thus, in extremely cloudy industrial or fog-bound humid climates, light becomes the limiting factor for some plants to ripen or even flower. At the dry end of the rainfall spectrum, as we reach 50 centimeters or 20 inches mean rainfall, sun is plentiful and evaporation in excess of precipitation becomes the limiting factor. That factor Determines our arid land storage strategies, just as the depth of seasonally frozen soils and ice cover determines water reticulation strategies in cold climates. Rainfall is conveniently distinguished by the processes causing rain as orographic, the cooling of air as it rises over, cyclonic or frontal, the overriding of cool and warm air masses of the polar circulation, convectional, columns of hot air rising from deserts or oceans into cooler air. Apart from rain, we have dew and fog. Dew is a common result of clear nights, rapid radiation loss, and a moist air mass over coasts and hills. It occurs more frequently in clear sky deserts than in cloudy areas, and a slight wind speed, 1 to 5 km per hour, assists the quantity deposited. Both still air and strong winds reduce dewfall. Intensity of deposition is greatest 3 to 100 centimeters above ground level, the highest deposition due to areas AF dry ground, the lower due to wet earth, which chills less quickly. Not to be confused with dew, a radiation heat loss effect from earth with clear night skies, is the moisture found on leaves above warm damp ground on cloudy nights. This is either guttation, water exuded from the leaves, or distillation from rising ground vapor. It represents no net gain to total precipitation. The waters of guttation cling to the tips of leaves, due to the whole leaf area. Only in deserts is the 4 to 5 centimeters, 1 to 2 inches, of dew per year of any significance in precipitation. Dew in deserts. 111. Can be regarded as an accessory 0, rather than a replacement for trickle irrigation. Dew may be by building piles of loosely stacked stones, where low night winds cool rock surfaces, and dew can accumulate to dampen the ground below. In the edge of desert and other dry areas, thorn plants are associated only with these dew condensers. Each mound of stones may suffice to water one tree. Figure 5.5. Very large radiation traps, such as those on Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Figure 5.6. May grow one grapevine in each hole. The most efficient dew collectors are freestanding shrubs of about 1 to 2 m, 3 to 6 feet in height. Groups or solid stands of plants and grasses do less well in trapping dew, and this may help to explain the discrete spacing of desert plants, where perhaps 40% more dew is trapped on scattered shrubs than would be caught in still air or on closed vegetation. Canopies. 1T is possible to erect metallic mesh fences 1 m, 3 feet or so high, and to use these as initial condensers in deserts, growing shrubs along the fence drip line, and the fence on after these plants are established. In Morocco, such fences are proposed for deforested coastal areas. Fog forms where warm water of the vapor of warm rain evaporates into cool air, or where cold chills an airstream and condenses the moisture. 1968 concisely differentiates between 1 radiation ground fog, where, on clear nights, hollows and plateaus cool rapidly and fog forms, often in much the same pattern as the frosts of winter. 2 advection fog, where cold offshore currents condense the moisture in warm sea air streams. These are the coastal and offshore fogs that plague many coasts such as that of Newfoundland and parts of northwest Europe. 3 upslope or orographic fog, where warm humid air streams are carried up hill slopes and condense as the air conies. Unlike dew, fogs can provide a great quantity of swasture. Chang gives figures of 329 centimeters, 128 inches, for polar easterlies. Figure 5.4. Wind direction and pressure. Cells. Polar ice cap high pressure. And polar ice cap high pressure. Polar easterlies. SN 60 degrees north. Interpolar calms. Westerlies. NE trades. ___ summer monsoon. Copyright 9 degrees equatorial calms, doldrums. Summer monsoon. WO SE trades. Trademark 30 degrees south horse latitudes. High pressure calms. Roaring 40s, West Orals. 60 degrees south subpolar low pressure. Calms. A. Primary cold air cells driven by ice. Chilling at the poles. B. Secondary cells driven by OND. C cells. C. Primary hot air cells driven by equatoria. Heat. 112. Stone mulch under tree, condensation trap. Loose piles of stone of less than 1 m high condense moisture from night air movement. Free air flow is permitted between stone piles. Figure 5.6. Condensation trap of Lanzarote. Cold air sinks in these cinder-covered pleas, condenses on cinder. Table Mountain, South Africa, and 127 centimeters, 50 inches. For Lanai, Hawaii, from fog drip alone. In such areas, even field crops may thrive without irrigation, with lichens and mosses on sea-facing slopes, while rainforest develops on richer soils. Much of New Zealand experiences upslope fog precipitation, and, in less burnt or cleared to tussock grasslands, dense forests will develop. The irregular canopy of such forests are excellent fog condensers. Even with no visible fog, trees will condense considerable moisture on sea-facing slopes with night winds moving in off warm seas over the land, and encountering the cool leaf laminae of forests. In the very humid air of fog forests, giant trees may accommodate 59 much moisture, and evapotranspiration is so ineffective if fogs and still air persist, that more large limbs fall in still air than in conditions of high winds, which tend to snap dry branches rather than living limbs. It is an eerie experience, after a few days of quiet fogs, to hear a sudden thump of trees in the quiet forest. Almost permanent condensation fogs clothe the tops of high oceanic islands, and hanging mosses and epiphytes rapidly develop there, as they do at the base of waterfalls, for the same reasons. Free moisture particles in the air. 5.5. Radiation. Solar radiation. Incoming global radiation has 2 components. Direct solar radiation penetrating the atmosphere from the sun, and diffuse sky radiation. The latter is a significant component at high latitudes, 38 degrees or more, where it may be up to 30% of the total incoming energy. Near the poles, such diffuse radiation approaches 100% of energy. We have reliable measures only of direct solar radiation, as few stations measure the diffuse radiation, which occurs whenever we have cloud, fog, or overcast skies. Light and heat are measured in wavelengths, each set of which have specific IES. We need to understand the basics of such radiation to design homes, space heaters, and plant systems, to choose sites for settlement, and to select plant species for sites. Table 5.2 helps to explain the effects of differing wavelengths. A minor component of terrestrial radiation at the Earth's surface is emitted as heat from the cooling of the Earth itself. The greater part of the energy that affords us in everyday life is that of radiation incoming from the stat of the incoming or shortwave radiation, taken to be 100% at the outer boundary of the atmosphere. 50% never reaches the Earth directly, but is scattered in the gases, dust, and clouds of the atmosphere itself. 113. Wavelengths and effects. Wavelength description comment. Millimicrons. IA actinic or ultraviolet, only 1.5 to 2% reaches, causes sunburn, skin cancers. The Earth, most being absorbed by the may be increasing due to ozone. Ozone layer. Layer destruction. 400 to 626 visible light, white light, composed of the rainbow colors visible as distribute violet differentiated by water vapor or a blue prism, about 41% of radiation. 491 to 574 green reaching Earth. 575 to 595 yellow. 595 to 626 orange. Minus 5000 heat, long wave radiation, and radio waves. 627 to 750 red. 751 to 3000 far red emitted by bodies heated by 3001 plus infrared combustion, or those which have low-orbed short wavelengths. About 50% of radiation reaching Earth. Of this 50%, other sources of light for the Earth are the moon, by half is reflected back into space from the upper reflection of sunlight and starlight. Although weak layers of cloud and dust. These sources do affect plant growth, and even fairly half converts, by absorption, into long wave or heat wavelengths, within the dust and clouds that act as a sort of insulation blanket for Earth. 50% reaches the Earth as direct radiation, mostly falling on the oceans. Of this 50%, 6%, a minor amount, is again lost as reflection to space. 94% is absorbed by the sea, earth, and lower atmosphere and re-emitted as heat or converted to growth. Of the outgoing, or terrestrial, radiation, absorbed solar radiation and earth heat, including the added heat released by biological and industrial processes and condensation, the heat that drives atmospheric circulation. 67% is re-radiated to space, and lost as heat in the atmosphere. Therefore, most heat is from its radiated heat derived from the surface of the Earth. 29% is released from condensing water as sensible heat. Ozone in the upper atmosphere absorbs much of the ultraviolet light, which is damaging to life forms. Carbon dioxide, now 3 to 4% of the atmosphere, is expected to rise to 6% and cause a 3 degrees Celsius 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit heating of the Earth by the year 2060. This process appears to be already taking effect on world climate as a warming trend, and will cause sea level changes. The effect of radiation on plants is different for various wavelengths, as in Table 5.3. 114. Low levels of artificial light affects animal and plant breeding. The major effects of radiation overall are photosynthesis in plants, the basis of all life on Earth. Temperature effects on living and inorganic substances, much used in house design. Flowering or germination effects in plants. Of basic importance to the spread of specific plant groups, this includes the day length effect. Plants actively adjust to light levels by a variety of strategies to achieve some moderate photosynthetic efficiency. They may keep the balance between heat and light energies by adopting solar ranges to suit the specific environment. Silvery or shiny leaves where heat radiation is high, red leaves where more of the green spectrum is absorbed and less heat needed. Leaves may turn edge on when light and heat levels get too high, or greatly enlarge their surface area under a shady canopy. Trees have larger leaves at the lower layers. Color. When we gawk at any object, we see it by receiving the wavelengths of the light it reflects or screens out. Thus, many plants reflect green/blue wavelengths, while flowers reflect a wider spectrum of light, becoming conspicuous in the landscape. About 10% of light penetrates or is transmitted by foliage, although heat canopy of rhine forests in very humid areas, tropical, copyright temperate, may permit only 0.01% of light to pass through to the forest floor. Absorbed light, as heat, is irradiated or used in growth. In addition to leaf color, plants have bark surfaces, ranging from almost white to almost black, the latter good absorbers and heat radiators, the former good reflectors. Leaf surfaces may vary from hard and shiny, soft, rough, and hairy. Typically, waxy leaf surfaces are found in coastal or cold areas, and in some interstory plants, while woolly leaf surfaces are found in deserts and at high altitudes. The waxiness often tips a greater reflection of light regardless of color. While dark or rough surfaces absorb light, so that dark evergreen trees become good radiators of heat. All of these factors, color, reflection, heat radiation, are of as much use in conscious design as they are in nature, and can be built into gardens or fields as aids to microclimatic enhancement. Albedo and absorption. The albedo, the reflected light value, of plants and natural surfaces determines how they behave with respect to incoming radiation. The light reflected goes back into the atmosphere, or is absorbed by nearby surfaces and by structures such as greenhouses. The light absorbed is converted into long-wave radiation, and is re-emitted as heat, figure 5.10. Soils and similar dense materials normally absorb heat from Able 5.3. The effects of radiation on plants is different for various wavelengths. Wavelength description effect. Millimicrons. -280, UUV or actinic kills plants and animals. Germicidal. 81 to 315 on UV or actinic detrimental to Paris, growth. 16 to 400 violet and seeds thickened. 10 to 510 violet green strong absorption and N. Effective photosynthesis. Transmitted by fiberglass, several plastics. 11 to 610 shallow growth and photosynthetic effect. T1 orange strong absorption and photosynthesis. _iotic behavior equals DLE effect. 1 to 1000 red far red plants elongate, important for germination, flowering, photoperiodism, fruit. Equals coloration. 000 plus infrared absorbed and transpired into heat by plants. No strong growth effects. Figure 5.7. Incoming shortwave radiation. Heat fate of radiation in differing media. 15. A. Daytime radiation to a depth of 61 centimeters, 20 inches, or so. As this takes time, the buildup of soil heat laps a few hours behind the hourly temperatures. Re-radiation also takes time, so that such absorbing surfaces lose heat slowly, lagging behind air temperatures. Thus we have our lowest soil temperatures just after dawn. The radiation loss at night produces frost in conditions of still air in hollows, on flats, and in large clearings of 9 to 30 m, 30 to 100 feet, across or more in forests. Some frost, advection frost, flows as cold air downhill. Slopes and valleys to pool in flat areas. Frost forms rapidly on high plateaus. Dense autumn fogs often indicate the extent of winter frosts, and are clearly seen from high vantage points. As designers, we use water surfaces, reflectors, and specific vegetational assemblies for forest edges. Table 5.4 gives an indication of the value of diffuse reflectors. As albedo, a perfect reflector refuses 100% of light. Mirrors, a perfect absorber is a black body that absorbs all light and converts it to heat. The fate of incoming waves encountering an object or substance is either asterisk reflected, turned away almost unchanged, as eye off a flat mirror or off a white wall. Asterisk refracted, sharply bent or curved, as is light in water, images in curved glass, or sea waves around a headland. Asterisk absorbed, soaked in, as when a black object soaks up light. This changes the wavelength, light to heat or short to long wavelength. All absorbed light is emitted as heat. Asterisk transmitted, passed through the object. Comic rebs. Gamma. Rays. 4. Usha mover. Underscore equals. Diver equals. INP. Visible give. Gear feel. Yeah. Orange. Rep. Dash underscore equals fleece fay. Low. Where EADIO wives. P-lac tincture. Figure 5.9. The sunlight spectrum, 0 to 5000 A. Plant growth, photosynthesis, relies on two narrow bands of light, is damaged by extreme ultraviolet or heat wavelengths. Sun exits 002 ICO. Me temp orf. Solac, or extra dash. Hentier. 278K. Ferriting of YF, MRK. Note that from February 2nd, 6844 NEI the SUV Nagda. Party EB8 Smoke 10 SI, of the TATAC. Petite OAL. Figui 5.8. Global radiation. Most heat is trapped by moisture, dust, or gases in the atmosphere. A. Little is emitted by the Earth itself. Radiating at 0-47 kMOS. 116. Different substances pass on, or are transparent to different wavelengths due to their molecular structure. Thus it is by our choice of the materials, colors, or shapes of fabricated or natural components that we manipulate the energy on a site. We can redirect, convert, or pass on incoming energy. The subject of radiation he's in with areas of technology as much as with natural systems, and this section will therefore serve for both areas of effect. The Earth itself acts like a black body, accepting the short wavelengths from the sun, and emitting after absorption the long wavelengths from the surface and atmosphere. Table 5.2 deals mainly with the short wavelengths, as they are those coming in as light and heat from the sun. The long wavelengths we experience are those radiated to Earth from the atmosphere, or emitted by the hot core of Earth. Curiously, snow is also a black body in terms of heat radiation. Black objects, such as crows or charcoal, can become effective reflectors if their shiny surfaces are adjusted to reflect radiation. A crow is black only at certain angles to incoming light. Heat, long wave radiation. LT is difficult to store heat for long periods in field conditions, although it can be done in insulated water masses or solids such as stone and earth. There is some heat input every day that the sun shines or diffuse sky light reaches the Earth. The mean temperature of the Earth is 5 degrees Celsius 41 degrees Fahrenheit, of the air at or near ground level. 14 degrees Celsius 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and of the outer layers of the atmosphere. Minus 50 degrees to B0 degrees C, minus 90 degrees to minus 144 degrees Fahrenheit. Normally, we lose about 1 degree Celsius for every 100 m increase in altitude, 3 degrees Fahrenheit per 1000. Table 5.4. Some albedos reflected absorbed. Percent. The perfect reflector 100 0. White, smooth paint 96 4. Clean fresh snow 75 to 95 5 to 25. White gravel 50 to 93 7 to 50. Dense wall cloud 60 to 90 10 to 40. Calm water. Sun 75 degrees elevation, 50 to 80 20 to 50. Adapted desert shrubs 30 to 38 62 to 70. Sand dunes 30 to 40 60 to 70. Sandy soils 15 to 40 60 to 85. Dry hay 20 to 40 60 to 80. Wood edges 5 to 40 60 to 95. High sun, rough water 8 to 15 75 to 92. Young oaks 1882. Young pines 1486. Dark soil 7 to 1090 to 93. Fir forest 1090. The perfect black body 0 100 feet. In most conditions we experience a reduction in temperature with increasing altitude, but in many valleys, or on plains surrounded by mountains, cool air from the hills or cold air generated by rapid radiation loss from soils creates a condition where layers of dense, cooler air are trapped below warmer air, and we have a temperature inversion. 'Tis in such conditions that fog, smog, and pollution can build up over cities lying in valleys or plains, where wind effect is slight. Such sites must be carefully analyzed for potential pollutants. As in the case of precipitation, it is advisable to research temperature extremes for site. Poultry, and many wild birds, do not survive temperatures greatly in excess of 43 degrees Celsius 109 degrees Fahrenheit, nor do plants survive transplant shock from nursery stock when soil temperatures exceed 36 degrees Celsius 97 degrees Fahrenheit, whether in deserts or in compost piles. Many plants are frost affected at or below 0 degrees Celsius 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and below this, sustained periods of lower temperatures will eliminate hardier plant species, even if well established. Thus, the very widespread and sometimes economically disastrous black frosts that affect whole regions should be noted by site designers as much as flood periodicity. Livelihoods should not depend on broad-scale plantings of frost susceptible crops in these situations. Convection loops and thermosiphons. For building and garden designs, we should be aware of just how heat is stored and transmitted. First, we need to distinguish between low-grade heat transmitted by convection, or the passage of air and water over slightly heated surfaces. It is this effect which operates in valley climates, and which creates valley winds. Cool air is heavier, more dense, than heated air. The same factor holds true for water or liquids, and other passes, and fluid flow generally. Thus, providing heated air or water is contained in pipes or ducts, a closed-loop circulation can be set up. by applying heat to the lower part of that loop, providing that at least rise or height difference of 40 centimeters, about 18 inches, is built into the loop. Any greater height is of course also effective in producing a thermosiphon effect. Figure 5.11. This is the effect used in refrigerators driven by flames or heat sources. In the atmosphere, columns of heated air overland ascend as an overbeck jet. Figure 4.13. And at the top of this column, condensation and rain may occur as air is cooled in the upper atmosphere. Such convectional rains are responsible for the mosaic of rainfall that patterns the deserts. Convection loops will not occur in closed rooms, where hot air light 8 to 10 degrees Celsius, 15-18 degrees Fahrenheit, higher temperature, sits in a quiet or stratified layer below ceilings. As air is difficult to heat and stores little heat, air convection is not an efficient way to heat building interiors, although it is the main engine of atmospheric circulation in the global sense. Thermosiphons are useful in transferring heat from solar ponds or flat plate collectors to home radiators or hot water tanks. We should, wherever possible, site these heat collectors 0.5 m, 1.6 feet below the storage or use points so that they are self-regulated. Thermo. Figure 5.10 equals effect of light passing through a window. Glass is less permeable to long heat radiation, thus it traps radiated heat but transmits shortwave light. 117. Siphons. Heat transfer. Heat flows from warmer to colder bodies, and just as warm air transfers heat to cool solid bodies by day, so warm bodies can heat large volumes of air at night. Bodies that are heated expand, decrease in density, and where there is freedom to move, heated air or water rises as convection currents. The common heat unit is that needed to raise 1 gram of water from 14.5 degrees Celsius to 15 degrees Celsius. In terms of incoming radiation, gram calories per square centimeter. G/cal/m are termed Langleys. The sun provides about 2 Langley/minute to the outer atmosphere. The quantity of heat received on Earth 15 greatly affected by asterisk latitude and season, the depth of atmosphere, asterisk the angle of slopes, which in turn affects reflection and absorption, and asterisk the amount of ice, water vapor, dust, or cloud in the air above. This means that the Langleys received at ground level vary widely due to combinations of these factors. Nevertheless, most homes receive enough sunlight on their sun-facing areas to heat the water and space of the house, if we arrange to capture this heat and store it. However, even when the sun is directly overhead on a clear day, only 22% of the radiant energy penetrates the atmosphere, 1 atmosphere depth. In polar areas, where the slanting sun at 5 degrees elevation passes obliquely through at a distance of 11 atmospheres, as little as 1% of the incoming energy is received. Slope has similar profound effects, so that slopes facing towards the poles receive even less energy from radiation. It follows that siding houses on sun-facing slopes in the thermal belt is a critical energy conservation strategy in all but tropical climates, when siding in shade or in cooling coastal wind streams is preferred. Sun-facing slopes not only absorb more heat, but drain off cold air at night. They lie below the chilly hilltops and above the cold night air of valleys and plains. Figure 5.12. In hill country and mountains, these thermal belts may lie at 1,000 to 5,000 m, 3,280 to 16,400 feet, and on lower hill slopes at 100 to 200 m, 330 to 650 feet, whereas in hot deserts the frost levels may only reach to 10 to 15 m, 33 to 49 feet, up the slopes of mesas. Each situation needs specific information, which we can gain from local anecdotes, the observation of existing plants, or trial plantings of frost-susceptible species. Winds traveling from warmer to cooler regions, or the opposite, bring advected, exotic, or out of area warmth arid cold to local regions. Thus we speak of advection fogs where these come inshore from coasts, and advection frosts when cold air flows down mountain slopes to pool in hollows. The invasion of cool areas by warm advected air causes moisture condensation, which is critical to precipitation in forests, but a nuisance in enclosed. 118. Figure 5.11. Convection loop or thermosiphon equals heat applied at a closed loop causes fluid flow in the poop if the top of the loop is 40 centimeters or more above the heated section of the loop. Buildings, thus, we should attempt to bring only dry, warm air into wooden houses, or provide ways to direct condensation moisture to the house exterior. Intermediate grades of heat can be transmitted by conduction, as when solids are in contact. It is in this way that we heat an entire floor or wall by heating it in one place, and this is the basis of the efficiency of the slab-floored house, where the floor is previously insulated from surrounding earth. In open, uninsulated systems, conduction effects are local, as a heated bar embedded in concrete demonstrates how heat diffuses to colder areas. A low-grade heat is conducted from solid to solid or fluid to fluid by contact. Insulation is effective in trapping such heat. The medium-grade heat is convected by the movements of fluids or gases, a 9 in air, wind, or water. Draft proating conserves this heat. Heated fluids rise. C high-grade heat travels by straight ionization in all directions, and can only be conserved by reflective, dust-free surfaces or mirrors. This TTS how the sun heats the earth. Heat is fairly rapidly radiated from solids or soil surfaces. Pipes buried in hot solid masses have heat conducted to their contents, or had water pipes conduct heat to slab floors in which they are buried. Such heating is most efficient in homes. Intense heat trapped in solids and liquids is radiated, which is the effect transmitted across space by the sun. Radiant heaters affect air temperature very little, but radiation heats other solids and liquids, like our bodies, or dust in the air. Thus, we can keep very warm even in a drafty or cool room by the use of radiant electric, gas fire, or wood-heated massive stoves. These are very efficient space heaters. As radiation crosses space, and is non-directional, focused, radiation can produce very intense heat locally. Daner IJ. 6 ray I/thermal SELT. Figure 5.12. Thermal belt. A mid-slope, moderate zone suited to gardens and housing. The shaded side of the hills a conjugal cold, low evaporation, and soil. Different species. Plants as heaters. Most or all arum lilies, and species such as philo dendron cellulum store fats which are burned to create heat, so that the flowers heat up. Philodendrons may register 46 degrees Celsius 115 degrees Fahrenheit when the air is 4 degrees Celsius 39 degrees Fahrenheit, and focuses heat up to 15 degrees Celsius 27 degrees Fahrenheit above the ambient air temperature. The warmth generated is probably used to attract flies and heat-seeking insects to the pollen Some plants, skunk cabbage, Simplocarpus foetidus, however, may use their heat to melt a hole in the spring snow, and so protect the blooms from cold at 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, 36 to 45 degrees Fahrenheit, extra heat as well as to provide a cozy incubator for the rest of the plant's growth. New Scientist, May 985, and to scatter odorous scents that attract pollinating flies. More amazingly, the shape of the first leaf of this species creates a vortex from wind that is contained within the hot leaf and carries pollen down to the unpollinated lower flowers, thus achieving fertilization in cold winds without the presence of insects. As all these heaters may have unpleasant smells, we should use them with caution. Understory clumps of such species may assist frost-tender, fly-pollinated, or heat-starved plants, just as tall interplant systems may assist general heat requirements for some ground crops. Radiation and germination of seed. The effect of soil temperatures alone on germination of a wide range of vegetable seeds can be profound. Between 0 degree 38 degree C, 32 degree 100 degree F, the time to germinate, in days, can be reduced to 1/10 or 1/4 of that in cold soils by increasing soil temperatures. At the extremes of this temperature range, however, we find many plants have limiting factors which result in no germination. While almost all vegetable seed will germinate in soils at 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, 59 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, such oddities as celery refuse to germinate above 24 degrees Celsius, 74 degrees Fahrenheit, and many cucurbits, beans, and subtropicals do not germinate below 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Thus, we are really talking about waiting until 10 degrees Celsius is reached, or warming up the soil in greenhouses or with clear or black plastic mulch in the field before planting. Sometimes just the exposure of bare earth to the sun helps. A simple thermometer, inserted 2.5 centimeters, 1 inch, in the soil suffices to measure the soil temperature, or a special soil thermometer can be purchased. For specific crops, we can consult such tabulations as are found in Maynard and Lawrence Knott's Handbook for Vegetable Growers, 1980, Wiley, NY. A second effect on germination is light itself, e.g. carrots need a definite quantity of light, and are usually surface planted to effect this. We can surface scatter such seeds, or first sun them overnight and then subject them to a day under a low wattage light bulb or in the open before planting and covering them lightly. They react to this light only if wetted first. Larger seeds usually accept burial and germination in the dark, while some wheat seed and desert seed will germinate deep buried. For a few weed species such as wild tobacco, a mere flash of light, as when we turn over a clod of soil, suffices to start germination. Next we come to cold, and we speak of the stratification or vernalization of seeds. Cold area seed, and specifically tree and berry seeds, from boreal or cold areas, should spend the period from autumn to spring in a refrigerator when taken to warmer climates. Apple seeds stored in sand or chestnuts in peat sprout in this way, and can be potted out as they shoot. This in fact reproduces the exposure to cold at about 0 degree 5 degree C, 32 degree 40 degree F, that they normally experience at the litter in cold forests or marshes. Wild rice and other soft aquatic seeds are stored in open ponds, or underwater in an ordinary refrigerator. Stratification can often be accomplished by keeping such seeds in sand or peat, or water for aquatics, in cold shaded valleys, or under open cool trellis in warm climates. They can be checked on late in winter and spring for signs of germination. The opposite of this is heat treatment, such as we can give to many tree legume seeds, by heating in an oven at 95 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Fahrenheit for a 10 to 20 minute period, or by pouring very hot, near boiling, water over them, or by burning them on a light straw fire. Many older gardeners will also feed seeds to themselves, in sandwiches, or their animals, chicken or cattle, collect the manure, make a slurry of it, and sell such seeds as tomatoes, berries, and tree legumes. The 119. Voyage through the digestive system is a compounded process of acid/alkali, hot/cold, mechanical cracking in teeth or in bird crops, and packaging in manure to which a lot of seeds are adapted. Flowering. Day length, in fact, night length, but we will take the day side, varies over latitudes, and flowering plants are adapted to bloom and set seed in response to specific day lengths and the change of seasons. While many plants are day neutral and will flower if other factors are satisfactory, some will not flower at all in shorter or longer day lengths than those to which they are adapted. This can be put to use, as when we transfer a tropical, short day, corn to a temperate, long day, hot summer climate, and get a good green leaf crop as fodder, or take tobacco from temperate to cool areas, and get leaf rather than seed production. The same goes for some decorative foliage plants. But this effect is in fact the reason for choosing varieties from local growers, or selecting for flowering in new introductions, so that a local seed source is available for all those crops we want in seed. In New Guinea highlands, short days, cabbages from long day climates may never flower, and some brassicas reach 1 to 3 m in height, the leaves being plucked off at regular intervals for vegetable fodder, and the plant cut down only when too tall to reach. Latitudes have specific day lengths as follows. A this clearing and fit as how produce rost. B this Eurocern AAP pit SOLP increase peps. Figure 5.13. A in trees for frost protection, or pits in sun. Frost losses fess in small steep wall clearing style are about half the width of tree height. 120. Low latitudes, 0 to 30 degrees usually tropical. Climates, with colder mountain climates, equal or near equal days and nights. Mid latitudes, 30 to 50 degrees cool to temperate. Climates with boreal mountain regions, long summer days and short winter days. Asterisk high latitudes, 50 degree very long summer days, and probably good radiation from diffuse light all the growing season. No plants grow in winter. Frost. Frost is caused by radiation loss, rapid cooling of the earth on clear nights, in still air. To reduce frost on any site, or in a small pit, it is necessary to have a ski-sided clearing, or pit so that radiation is restricted to a small area of the sky. In such clearings, we have two effects: radiant heat from the vertical edges bias the obscuring of the horizon, hence less radiant heat loss at night. The proportion of heat loss on a cold night is proportional to the area of the night sky that is visible to the object losing heat. For example, a mouse in a cardboard tube in the ground loses very little heat, but 4 mouse on a mount on a flat side is exposed to the whole sky and loses a great deal of heat. The second factor is that the pit or clearing should be small. Large clearings will create or contain more frost. The rule is to make the clearing, or pit, about 1/2 as wide as high, and to keep the sides trimmed to vertical. In forests, such clearings should not exceed 30 m. Across, figure 5,13. It is necessary, therefore, to try to build up a complete crown cover to prevent frost on a site, and this is best done in stages. For example, we could plant the whole area to frost-tolerant legume like silver wattle, acacia, deal bata, then plant semi-hardy fruits in the shelter of these, eventually cutting back the acacia as the frost-sensitive, protected trees gain height. It is obviously necessary to assist this process by supplying water to the selected trees, and this may also help ameliorate the frost effect on nights of high risk. The effect of trees on soil moisture and frost may be profound at edges and in small clearings, as the tree crowns obviously create their own water distribution. On the ground, crown drip can direct in excess of 100% of rain to a gutter on the ground, and for some tree species with downsweeping limbs and leaves, this is a profound effect. At the rain shadow edges of forests, dry areas are to be expected. What makes this effect more pronounced is that the wet edges are more often than not also away from the sun. Most rain comes from the polar side of sites. Figure 5.14. The sunny edges of the forest help protect seedlings from frost, and these and small clearings are used to rear small trees, or to plant them out in frosty areas. Some implications toward designers are as follows. Asterisk in community and plant health areas of severe direct or diffuse radiation, and especially where the atmosphere is thin, on mountains, where albedo is high, in snow, granite, or white sand areas, or over hayfields in summer, can produce severe radiation. Burns, skin cancers, very common in Australia, and temporary or long-term blindness. Plants, too, must be screened against sunburn by partial shade and by white paint on their stems in conditions of severe radiation, especially young plants. Older plants may suffer bark damage, but will survive. Asterisk for automatic transfer thermosiphon. Effects are best achieved by asterisk placing heat sources below storage and use points. Asterisk inducing cross-ventilation by building solar chimneys to draw in cool air. Asterisk actively fanning heated air to underfloor gravel storages where solar attics or trapped ceiling heat is the heat source, and asterisk eliminating heat-induced condensation through the use of heat exchangers. Asterisk in heat stoves, massive earth, brick, stone, or concrete heat storage masses must be insulated to retain heat that is otherwise lost by conduction to the ground or by radiation to the exterior of houses. Conduction is prevented by solid foam or air trap insulation, straw. Radiation loss is prevented by reflection from double-glazed windows, or reflective insulation. Hanging in air spaces. Reflective insulation doesn't work if it is dusty, dirty, or pressed against a conducting surface, hence it is of most use as free hanging sheets, or ceiling sheets. Loop loosely across rafters. It can be kept clean, and effective, only in stick situations as solar attics. Plain white paint is an excellent reflector for everyday use on walls or in concentrators. Asterisk plant choice. All plants with high biomass, e.g. trees, store heat in their mass, which is mainly water. Thus, fairly small clearings may be frost-free in cold climates. Dark evergreen trees absorb and radiate heat effectively. White-barked, shiny, or light-colored trees reflect heat in cool districts, on forest edges, and where light itself is a limiting factor. Asterisk water and stone are good heat storages, having a high specific heat. Thus, bodies of water are good heat storages. Air has a low specific heat and is a very poor conductor of heat, hence a good insulator. Many insulation systems work simply by trapping air, or by being poor conductors. Cork, sawdust, wood. These short examples, and some of the tabulated material, give the essential features of radiation that are applicable to everyday design. A preliminary design choice is to choose house sites for the maximization of solar radiation in subtropical to cool climates and to shelter from radiation where excessive heat is a problem. Excess heat in one area of a house can be used in arid and tropical areas to fuel a cross-ventilation system, also essential in the humid tropics for cold dry air intake to the home. Designers should always be aware of opportunities to convert light to heat, to reflect more heat onto cool areas, to light dark areas by reflection or by skylight. Frebnell Wines /Vep. W.S. Aram. N. /V. Lat. Coswe 4. S. A. E. G. O. E. A. Figure 5.14. Wet and hoary sides of forest clearing. Microhabitals develop due to combined sun and rain effects. Placement, and to store heat below insulated slab floors. 5.6. Wind. Both wind and water transport can influence, by impedance or reflection, the quantity of light and heat. On any site, particles or molecules carried in air have a profound effect on available light, and heat can easily be transported about our system by air and water, or by substances mixed in with them. Of all of these elements, we have least control of wind, in terms of storage or generation, but we can control its behavior on site by excluding, reducing, or increasing its force, using windbreak and wind funnels to do so. As a resident of a bare, cleared, once forested peninsula, when speak of wind, know of what I write. The very table on which this book is penned rocks to gusts from the roaring 40s, and when the wind blows from the east, spicules of salt form on beards, clotheslines, and plants, burning off leaves and killing plant species. Some hardy plants that withstand years of normal gales can die in salty summer winds. When it comes to crop, winds of 8 km per hour are harmless. Those of 24 km per hour reduce crop production and cause weight loss in animals, and at about 32 to 40 km/h, sheer mechanical damage to plants exceeds all other effects. In fact, 7 have seen my zucchini uproot and bowl along like a tumbleweed. Trees are severely wind-pruned by a combination of mechanical damage and salt burn near coasts, and by the additional factor of sandblast in dunes, desert or coasts, and ice blast in cold climates. Wind transport of sands in deserts and incipient deserts varies fences, buildings, trees, and CT ops. Although many sites are little affected by wind as a result of fortunate local conditions, or a general low level of wind effect in a region, very few coastal, island, subtropical or exposed hillsides can afford to ignore this factor. There are broad categories of wind speed and effect. 121. A. Just as there are for rainfall and temperature. The Beaufort scale is the normal way to report winds, and equivalents are given in table 5.5. More severe than mechanical damage are the minute sulfur and nitrogen particles carried by wind. In Colorado, Virginia, Utah, the Urals, and in fact, anywhere downwind of nuclear waste stores, tests, and accidents we can add cadmium and other radioactives. To the wind factor. Dry sulfur, falling on leaf and soil. Converts to acid in misty rains. On parts of the northeast coast of America and Canada, these rains can burn gardens and forests, or make holes in garments and tents in a few days. Near acid production factories. Even paints and roofing are pitted and hold. This factor has become general in industrial areas and for many miles downwind. Wind breaks may mean the difference between some crop and a good crop, but in severe wind areas, the difference is more absolute and may mean that susceptible plants will produce no crop at all. Thus, a list of wind-tolerant, frontline trees is a critical list for food production and animal husbandry. Directions and seasons. Winds are fairly predictable and often bimodal in their directions and effects in local areas. For the landscape designer, wind flagging or older trees and wind pruning tell the story. The site itself has some total. From latitude 0 degrees to 35 degrees north and south in oceanic areas, winds will be bimodal and seasonal, southeast or northwest in the southern southwest or northeast in the northern hemisphere. Locally, the directions will be modified by landscape, but the phenomena of windward and leeward coasts are almost universal. From latitude 35 degrees to the limits of occupied coasts, westerlies will prevail in winter, easterlies more sporadically as highs or lows pass over the site and remain stationary to the east or west. Cold winds will knots km/HMPH description 1110.5 com 2123125123 light airs K4 to 66 to 11 4 to 7 light breeze 47 to 10 12 to 19 8 to 12 gentle breeze 5 11 to 16 20 to 28 13 to 17 moderate breeze 6 17 to 21 29 to 38 18 to 24 fresh breeze 7 EER 39 to 49 25 to 31 stormy breeze 8 28 to 33 50 to 61 32 to 38 near gale 9 34 to 40 62 to 74 39 to 46 gale 10 41 to 47 75 to 88 47 to 55 strong gale 11 48 to 55 9 102 56 to 64 storm 12 56 to 63 103 to 117 65 to 74 violent storm 13 64 plus 118 plus 74 plus hurricane. Beaufort no effects. 0 to 2 slight, no damage to crops or structures. 3 to 4 damage to very susceptible species useful energy. 5 to 6 mechanical damage to crops, some damage to structures produced. 7 to 12 severe structural and crop damage. Damage to windmills. The reduction of wind velocity in forests. Penetration, m Riemann percent A, m, ing velocity, percent. 60 50. 120 15. 300 to 1500 negligible wind. Table 5.5. The Beaufort scale. 122. Blow from continental interiors in winter, and warmer. But still winter winds blow in from the seas. Islands and peninsulas from latitude 0 degrees to 28 degrees. Experience two main wind modes, those of the winter winds or trade winds, southeast in the southern hemisphere, northeast in the northern hemisphere, and those of the monsoon. In effect, we look for two seasons of winds and two short periods of relative calms or shifting wind systems in these latitudes. These are the main winds of tropical oceanic islands. In summer, the cross-equatorial monsoon winds deflect to blow from the northwest in the southern hemisphere, and as southwest monsoons in the northern hemisphere. Southeast Asia and the Pacific or Indian Ocean islands are most predictably affected by these bimodal systems. Although many sites are also affected by only two main strong wind directions, these are rarely as strictly seasonal in effect as they are closer to the equator. Wind loads. On warm sea coasts, where onshore winds not only carry salt but also evaporate moisture, salt deposits on vegetation are the limiting factor on species selection. And only selected hardy species with fibrous or waxy surfaces can escape death or deformation by salt burn. As well as inorganic materials, wind may transport organisms ranging from almost impalpable spores of fungi and ferns to very weighty insects such as plague locusts, which are swept aloft by heated air columns and carried as frozen or chilled swarms to down draft areas. Here, they thaw out and commence feeding or perish in oceans far from land. Mosquitoes, fruit flies, wasps, and spiders deliberately spin aerial float lines and also migrate over mountain and oceanic barriers on wind streams. Flocks of migrating birds also take advantage of wind streams as they circle the globe. Flow of air, wind, over leaf surfaces promotes rapid transpiration, as does high light intensity. Dobbin, Meyer, 1974. When we have both effects together, shrubs and trees may jose too much water, and trees guard against this combined factor by presenting whitish undersides of leaves to the light as the wind blows, thus carrying on a dynamic balance between the light and wind factors. Vines and trees may alter leaf angles to reflect light, trap air, or to reduce the area of leaf exposed to light or wind. Thus, both pigmentation and leaf movement are used to balance the effects of variable incoming energy. And jack pores close down to prevent moisture loss. Wind harmonics. In a radio program on sailing, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, 19D4, Frank Bethwaite, a New Zealand-born Australian boat designer, pilot, and sailor outlined some of the characteristics of ground winds. Such winds do not blow steadily, but vary as gusts and calms in a predictable and locality-specific way. That is, the common winds of any one site have regular pulses. He states that such regular variations are easily timed. A 49 to 60 minute frequency of gusting is typical of mid-latitudes, with gusts 40% stronger than lulls. In lulls, the wind direction also changes, as light crosswinds at about 15 degrees to the main wind direction. The variation in wind speed and direction is systematic and regular, and both frequencies, durations, and amplitudes can be obtained by combinations of stopwatches, anemometers, and wind vanes, or all of these recorded on automatic equipment. Such waves of wind are made visible in grasslands, or on the surface of waters viewed from a cliff. They are also, at times, reflected in clouds as rank and file systems. The lulls show as spaces between cloud ranks, and in these spaces, like clouds of different alignment, represent the change of direction typical of lulls. The gusts are ponderous, representing vortices. The lulls are of light crosswinds. Some periods are short. Bahrain, 5.25 minutes, Sydney, 6 to 12 minutes, Toronto, 10 minutes. Wave fronts on grasslands may come at every 14 seconds, with gusts at longer intervals. See. Waves themselves have a characteristic periodicity and Speed, usually about 5 to 12 per minute, the period. Lengthening in storms. In the westerly wind belts, we can distinguish between the prevalent winds of from 8 to 24 kilometers per hour, which blow for 5 out of 7 windy days, and the energy winds of from 16 to 40 kilometers per hour which blow on the other 2 days. The energy winds come from between 15°-20° off the direction of the prevalent winds. Michael Hackelman, Wind and Windspine Andrews, Peace. Press, California, 1974. Windbreaks. It is the chill factor, the removal of heat from surfaces and evaporation of fluids that creates cool to cold climates in the tropics at lower altitudes than adiabatic or altitude factors would indicate. This chill factor retards plant growth and lowers the efficiency of solar devices and insulation. In cyclonic or hurricane areas, catastrophic winds may become the overriding design modification, around which all other factors must be arrayed. We are not much concerned with sheltered and low wind energy sites, except to choose them for our dwellings in exposed landscapes, but close attention must be paid to shelter strategies in exposed sites. On sites with predictable wind patterns, revealed either by trees, derived from local knowledge, or indicated by wind records over time, we can plan directional, patterned windbreak of earth bank and trees. On sites where severe winds and sandblast may come from any direction, as in some deserts, the strategy is to impose a close rectangular or network pattern on windbreak. However the windbreaks are arranged, buildings, gardens, and animal shelters can be arranged to face the 123 sun and benefit from solar impact. Essentials of a windbreak. The essentials of windbreak are fairly well known, and local lists of species for windbreak are often available from forestry and agricultural advisors or departments. Essentials are asterisk good species selection to be used as pioneers, easily grown, asterisk initial protection of planting from mechanical or wind damage, bagging, fencing, asterisk periodic or trickle irrigation to reduce desiccation, asterisk anchoring by stones or mulch, and asterisk species with 40 to 50% penetrability in the front line or as dominance. Many fire-resistant plants are also word-resistant, and in addition to these, some drought-resistant but fire-prone species, pines, will withstand wind. What they have in common are ways of resisting desiccation and sandblast. Such plants have, as common features, asterisk fibrous stems, palms, fleshy leaves, aloes, agaves, and tourbias, asterisk hard, needle-like leaves or stems, pines, tamarisks, casuarinas, some acacias, copyright furry or hairy, tomentos, leaf covers, or waxy leaves, copricina, eucalypts, some pines, some acacids. Initial protection can come from asterisk individual open-ended plastic bags around stakes, a common and effective establishment method, asterisk earth mounds, or side-cast earth banks of greater length than the tree line, asterisk brush fences, even wire mesh fences, or staked fences with 40% wind penetrability, asterisk tussock or tough hound grass to windward leave if already present. All of these can be used in combination in very hostile areas. It is usual for the windward rows of trees to be heavily wind flagged, and for taller species to be placed in their lee. On coasts and in deserts, it is not until alder the fourth or even filth tree row evolves that wind-prone fruit or nut-bearing trees will yield, so windbreak is the first priority for gardens in these situations. Substantial trellis is a more immediate alternative, but care should be taken to make the sinuous, if of brick or mud brick, or zigzag, if of timber, as it has to withstand persistent and severe forces until shelter grows on either side of it. Earth mounds can be better streamlined, being less sensitive to wind throw. The hollow from which the earth is taken to make the mound can be made to hold water or to give protection to young plants. Tire walls are sometimes feasible, and create great warmth inside the tires, but are scarcely aesthetic unless very regularly arranged and planted. They have the advantage of being cheap, and can be removed once effective. Mesh fences, if stilly built with a heavy top rail, can be the basis for fence hedges, of thick-leaved vines, which on coasts may completely mound them over with tough semi-succulents such as 124, Regedia, Tetragonia, Carpobrotus, or Mesembryanthemum. Rock walls and tires may be similarly mounded with scramblers or cacti, some of which provide bee forage. Tire wane, bibbed with ure and plant heel equals smaller of a windbreak. 1. SEE pot. Figure 5.15. Methods of establishing windbreaks. A variety of stable windbreaks using different materials and berries or edible fruits. It is rare for free canopies on dry side wind coasts to gain more than 46 centimeters height in 1 m width, 18 inches in 3 feet, so considerable width must be given to pioneer windbreaks in these situations, unless those hardy pioneers such as the Norfolk Island pines can be nursed to grow to windward. However, as the slow climb to height commences from ground level, a fence, building, earth bank, or barrier gives it a great start for far less spread. Figure 5.15.d. Even a 46 to 62 centimeters, 18 to 24 inch, high fence or mound, earth will grow a sweet potato, strawberry, or cabbage in the lee, while hard pruned canopies need not be barren, as many dwarf fruit, vine, and flower crops will. Below these, if mulch and water are provided, in windbreak forests near coasts, small openings of 6 to 9 m, 20 to 30 feet, provide garden shelter and admit light. There is, in fact, a special charm about those 3 to 3.5 m, 10 to 12 feet, high dense coastal shrubberies in which nestle small shacks, through which wander sandy paths, and in which POP creates motif patches of scattered garden using wastewater and mulch. Once shaped, fruit trees in this situation seldom need pruning, and at times one wonders if the wind is not an advantage in that it forces compact and careful work, punishes carelessness, and promotes wastewater use. Across the whole of the flattish peninsula of Kalaupapa on Molokai, the Hawaiians had built tiny stone fences of 25 to 50 centimeters, 10 to 20 inches, high and only 45 to 5 m, 15 to 18 feet, apart, behind which they grew a basic sweet potato crop, and in which grew tough fern for mulch. All are now abandoned, but on the seaward coast, wild date somehow struggles to 4.5 m, 15 feet, or so in the teeth of the trade winds, and would have made a grand windbreak had the Hawaiians retained their land against tourism and graziers. Just to windward, the strong winds bring so much salt spray ashore that it crystallizes out in pinkish ponds, mixed inexorably with the red of the volcanic earth on which it forms. Even today, it is gathered as Hawaiian salt, and is further mixed with the roasted kukui nut and chilies for a delicious raw fish condiment. It 1. Shelter belt effects on house design, for glazed areas and hot water, flat plate, collectors, wind chill factors. Remove 60% of heat alone, shelter belt, including thick vine trellis, around a house can affect a 20 to 30% saving in heating fuels in moderate to severe winters. Thus, in cold areas earth banks plus shelter belt, and a sun-facing aspect, is a critical design strategy, in deserts, where advected, wind-carried, heat is the most severe effect. On human comfort, shelter belt trees serve to reduce ground temperatures up to 15 degrees Celsius. 2 effects of exposure on livestock. Blizzards will kill livestock and newborn lambs, and even hardy and adapted animals can lose 30% of their body weight in 3 days of blizzard. As well as shelter belts in fields, we need to be very careful to design fences so that they do not form downwind or downslope traps, as herds escaping blizzards will pile up against them and smother in fence corners. All moorland and high plateau fences should allow easy downwind escape to woodlets, sheltered valleys, or lower elevations. In less severe conditions, sheep weight in unsheltered fields in New Zealand is 15% less than that of sheltered areas. Australia attributes 20% of all lamb losses to wind chill factors and issues regular wind chill warnings at shearing time to prevent adult sheep loss. Cattle fed winter rations on exposed sites will eat 16% less of this food, so that winter hay and concentrates need to be fed out in shelter for animals to obtain full benefit. Both heat and cold have similar effects on weight gain, and shelter belt is one of the most effective ways of increasing livestock production and conserving rations. Thus, in designing for livestock, fences, shelter, access to shelter, and feeding and watering points all need sensible placement, so that animals are not exposed to extreme temperatures. In the tropics and subtropics, a ridge planting of pines or casuarinas with a wind gap left below the crowns affords both shade and an induced breeze that discourages flies and mosquitoes. Such ridges are also rich mulch sources for lower slopes. 3. Civil construction. Snowdrift across highways is more effectively and permanently blocked by hedgerow of hardy carragana and elaeagnus, which are estimated to be 50% cheaper than stout fences, and of course outlast them. Juniper in high country actually grows better in areas of snowdrift, below the sharp ridges where snow forms cornices, and swales at such places enable more snow melt, therefore more available root moisture for trees in spring and summer. Wind shear on exposed highways or at caravan parks can cause casualties and property damage, so that we need to design wind-fast median strips and highway shelter belt in areas of known hazard, but especially on mountain passes and near exposed coasts, subject to gales. 4. Shelter in anaerobic croplands and orchards. 4. Croplands, a matrix of shelter belt species 10 to 16 m in height and 33 to 66 m apart, casuarina, poplar, matsudinga willow, trimmed eucalypt, affords wind protection for such crops as kiwi fruit and avocado, and give the greatest increases in yield while reducing wind damage to fruit and leaf. For instance, citrus culled as damaged is 50% of the crop in unsheltered areas, versus 18.5% in shelter belt systems. Cotton yields are 17.4% higher within 5 times the height of the shelter belt, and fall off to a 7.9% advantage at 10 times the height of the belt. Effects of shelter belt are compound, and include more meltwater from snow, much greater fruit or seed set in bee-pollinated crop, the preservation of good shape in the trees, hence less pruning. Species selection of shelter belt trees is essential, and a set of factors can be the criteria that assists the farm enterprise sheltered. These include nitrogen fixation or good mulch potential from leaves and trimmings. 125. Hosting of predatory insects or birds that control crop pests. Least moisture competition with crop, although roots from the shelter belt can be ripped or trenched at the edge of crops. Excellent forage yields or concentrated foods for livestock, and natural barriers to livestock, thorny plants, or woven hedge. Shelter belt is planted as a succession from a tall grass to a taller legume to a long-term, tall, wind-fast hedge of e.g. casuarina, poplar, willow, eucalypt, oak, chestnut. All this complex can be set out at once, and managed as it evolves to maturity. Quick set, by cuttings, hedges of poplar and erythrina are popular because of their fast windbreak effect, but species must be chosen to suit a particular climate. Where space is ample and wind strong, the profile of a windbreak can be carefully streamlined, and up to 6 rows of tree and tall grass lines established, giving a mixed yield of forage, timber, fuel, mulch, honey, and shelter. In more constricted areas, a matrix AF single tree lines is usual, and effective if close-spaced. However, there is no such thing as a standard shape or windbreak, and very different configurations are needed for different sites, functions, and as accessory species to the enterprise sheltered, the wind strength, and the wind load, salt, sand, dust. 5 effects of windbreak on soil moisture. Windbreak is very effective in snowy areas, increasing soil moisture 4% to 4 times the height of the break, and that to 1.2 m depth in soils. Obviously, the benefits to trees in cold deserts are as a reserve of soil moisture that is rare in cold, dry climates. The same effect occurs locally in the lee of tussock grasses, and can be used to establish a tree. In foggy climates or facing sea coasts, we must add the effect of sea air condensation, which can be from 80 to 300% of rainfall as leaf drip. In hot deserts and hot winds, the advected hot winds are the major factor in soil moisture loss. Such effects are produced over large treeless areas of dry grain crop as well as in deserts. The effects on grain crop of windburn and seed shattering in hot winds is insignificant for up to 18 times the height of a windbreak. 6. Less soil loss due to windstorms. Very serious soil losses of up to 100 t/ha/day in dust storm episodes, usually followed by torrential rain, are prevented by windbreak and soil pitting with tussock grasses. Approximately 50 to 70% of dust settle out of the air 100 m into tree clumps, so that tree liens are the essential accompaniment to any pastoral or crop system in arid ards. On coasts, removal of mangroves and coastal dune vegetation results in a sudden acceleration of wind erosion on beaches and coastal soils, and following deforestation, up to 30% more silt per annum flows into and reduces the useful life of water storages. 7. Windbreak and hedgerow as accessory to crop and livestock. Quite apart from the above effects, windbreak 126 species can be chosen to provide excellent crop mulch. Prosope, acacia, erythrina, melia, canna, and fodders. Fall the foregoing species plus Leucaena, Fig. Painazetum, and also to fix or recycle nitrogen and phosphatic fertilizers, or to mine trace elements. Casuarina, Banksia, Eucalyptus camaldulensis. Dry or cold deciduous species and monsoon. Deciduous trees give a natural leaf falling crop, automatically adding growth elements to the crop. In every crop and orchard it is advisable to interplant leguminous trees for mulch, soil building, and in crop, windbreak or frost cover. Trees like avocado and crops, like papaya, can be grown on subtropical frosty sites, providing there is a high canopy of hardy palms or light-crowned legumes, e.g. fuchsia palm, jacaranda. Tipwanda tipu, such sites do not frost, as there is no bare ground radiation at night, and advected frost is. Finally, forage and firewood from windbreak provides excess fuels to cook crop products, which is an important factor in the third world. In summary, well-chosen and designed windbreak can occupy WP to 30% of the total area of any site without reducing crop yields, and if windbreak species are chosen that aid the crop itself, there will be an increase in total yield, soil quality, and moisture available. A shelter belt species must be carefully selected to give multiple uses, to either assist the crop yield, or add to the end-use yield, e.g. forage trees in pasture. This ensures the area occupied by shelter belts adds to the many ER 607% 20% IZXH S07 SV/ZTKH Oblique Idixakikake. Figure 5.16. Permeability of windbreaks. This figure shows how winds flow around a windbreaks, which needs to be wider than the field for less permeable hedgerow. Total crop yields, rather than deducts from them. In general, we would gain in crop or pasture yield using nitrogen fixing and browse edible shelter belt species, and lose crop yield by using high water demand, non-leguminous, and inedible shelter belt species. However, where we experience severe sea or desert winds, which greatly reduce all yields, we must select salt-resistant or sandblast-resistant windbreak, no matter what the intrinsic yields of the shelter belt. It is rare for seafront trees to bear effectively, e.g. the outer 4 to 5 rows of coconuts on exposed islands yield little crop, so that choice of frontline seacoast plants for seed or fruit yields is often irrelevant when considering species for multiple function. For isolated trees, or trees whose canopy lifts above the general forest level, wind of even low speeds may increase the transpiration rate, sometimes doubling water use. The effect is greatest on water-loving plants, and much less on dry-adapted species which have impermeable leaf cuticle and good control of stomata, or a cover of spines and hairs. Hot, dry winds, and winds laden with salt have the most damaging effect on plant yields, hence, animal yields, although at high wind speeds mechanical damage can occur, which prevents or reduces yields no matter what the humidity or salt content of the winds. Damaged crop plants such as corn or bananas suffer photosynthetic inefficiency ranging from 20 to 85% when the leaf laminae are torn or frayed, or the midribs are broken. Chang, 1968. Plants show different resistances to wind damage. Asterisk wind tolerant, and wind fast. These are the many short or creeping plants at the boundary layer of still air, near the ground, or the frontline plants of seacoasts, e.g. Cerastium, Araucaria heterophylla yields are little affected by strong winds. Asterisk exposure tolerant, e.g. barley, some brassicas, casuarina and copros morpens. Yields are reduced in strong winds, but dry matter yield is less affected than in wind-sensitive plants. Asterisk wind-sensitive. These are the many important crops. Z. Ma in et propius cent. X. Water use and Acos $FAE. EST best. V hearing. Figure 5.17. Water use and wheat produced. The effects of hedgerow increase yields on both sides but increase whaler use, such as citrus, avocado, kiwi fruit vines. Many deciduous fruits, corn, sugar cane, and bananas. Both plant height and yields rapidly decrease with increases in wind speed. For these species, very intensive shelter belt systems are essential. Problems arise when the plants used for shelter belt, e.g. poplar, are themselves heavy water use species with invasive roots. An annual root cutting or ripline may be necessary along such windbreaks to permit the crop shelter to obtain sufficient water, but it is best to choose more suitable species in the first place. Windbreak IC1 density. The height and density, or penetrability, of windbreak trees are the critical shelter effect factors. Some configurations of wind belt may cause frost to develop in the still air of sheltered hollows. Permeability is an important factor if we want to reduce frost risk or to extend the windbreak effect. Figure 5.16. Briefly, we need windbreak spread at no more than 20 times the hedgerow height in any severe wind. In the establishment of wind-sensitive tree crop we may actually need continuous interplant windbreak. The length of windbreak needs to be greater than the length of the field protected, as wind funnels around the end of windbreaks in a regular flow pattern. WI. In general, species chosen for windbreak should permit 40 to 70% of the wind through, which prevents the formation of a turbulent wind overturn on the leeward side. Windbreak height is ideally 1/5 of the space between windbreaks, but is still effective for low crop at 1/30 of the interspace. Sensible configurations are shown in figure 5.16. Note that some wind shelter systems are placed throughout or within the crop or fruit area. A dense windbreak with bare stem area below. Effects. Good summer cool shade for livestock, poor to useless winter shelter. Clumps of such trees on knolls allow animals to escape heat, and flies and mosquitoes are much reduced. Sample species, Cupressus, Pinus, Casuarina. B. Alternate, zigzag, planting of very permeable trees. Effects. Good frontline seafront systems to reduce salt burn and provide shelter for more dense trees on islands and coasts. Species, Araucaria, Pinus, Casuarina. C. Compound windbreak of high density. Effects. The best protection for eroding beaches, lifting the wind smoothly over the beach berm and trapping sand. Also effective in dust storm areas as a dust trap. Species. Ground, Convolvulus, Phyla, Lipia, Mizembri. Anthemum, low shrubs, Echium fastuosum, wormwood. Shrubs, Copros morpens, trees, Lycium, Cedrus. Cupressus, some plants. 127. Deep permeable low hedgerow of acacia or legumes. Effects. Good effects on grass and crop growth, allows air movement to reduce frosts. Species, acacia. Leiana, Prosope, Albizia, Gliricidia, Tagacist, and like. Tree legumes. E in crop windbreak. 1. Savanna-style configuration of open-spaced light-crowned trees in crop of pasture. Effects. Excellent forage situation in arid areas, especially if trees provide fodder crop, pasture protected from drying winds. Species, several fodder palms, Inca, acacia, tagassist, baobab, prosope. 2. Complete or almost complete crown cover in tree. Crop. Effects, excellent frost-free subtropic and tropic. Lowland configuration where fruit trees, F, are interplanted with leguminous trees, L, as shelter and mulch, with casuarinas, C, as borders. Suited to humid climates, or irrigated areas. Species, fruits, F, from palms, avocado, Inca, banana, citrus. Legumes, L, of tagassist, acacia, albizia, Inca, gliricidia, lucina. Borders, B, of casuarina, low palms, phoenix, canariensis, lucina, prosope, and other windfast trees. And tall shrubs. The partial list of windbreak configurations given above covers only some cases, and in every case a designer must select species, study suitable total conformation, and allow for evolution or succession. As with all permaculture designs, general known principles are followed, but every actual site will modify the design, as will the purposes for which shelter is intended. Windbreak is essential for many crop yields, particularly in orchards. As discussed, wind causes mechanical damage, salt burn, and may transfer advect, heat and cold into the crop. Unless conditions are very severe, single-line windbreak spaced at 15 times height may have a satisfactory effect on ground conditions, and this is recommended for crops and grasslands. However, severe montane and coastal winds need more careful design, and a complex windbreak of frontline species able to buffer the first onslaught of damaging winds is needed. Figure 5.19. For both tree crops and orchards, we have a very different potential strategy in that the windbreak may be composed of trees compatible with the protected forest or orchard system we wish to shelter, and can then be integral with the crop. Figure 5.18 times 10 to the power of first NE2. Great success with such strategies has been demonstrated both for wind and frost moderation in susceptible crops such as citrus, avocado, and macadamia nuts or chestnuts, using a protective interplant of hardy acacia, casuarina, gliricidia, tagassist, or prosope spaced within the crop. As all of the windbreak species mentioned fix nitrogen or phosphates, provide firewood, radiate heat, and shelter crop, it is sensible and beneficial to fully interplant any susceptible tree crops behind barriers of frontline windbreak. Windbreak in this instance is integral with the crop, as 128. It is in natural forests. The importance of windbreak extends to soil conservation. In dry light soils, windbreaks can reduce dust and blown sand to 1/1000 th of unsheltered situations. Chang, 1968, within 10 times the height of windbreak. Thus, in crops in arid or windy areas, it is necessary to plant windbreaks closer together for the sake of soil conservation. The loss of soil at 20 times windbreak height is 18% of open situations, which is still too much when we can lose 8 to 40 t/high in windstorms. Similarly, water evaporation can be halved in strong winds, 32 km per hour or more, for distances up to 10 times height. Over 24 km per hour, 30% gain in soil water conservation is achieved. Only in still air conditions is evaporation loss about the same for sheltered and open field conditions. Snow moisture is increased by windbreak of type A or B, figure 5.18, when the snow is trapped on fields. The snow depth in winter bears a close correlation to dry matter yields in spring and summer. AAA. A AAA bond/F. Figure 5.19. Complex nets for variable winds. Two examples are given to suit straight line fencing. Crescents are bowed towards the most damaging winds. Figure 5.76. Windbreak configurations. There is no best windbreak. Every crop style or condition needs S. MPAEN. Tall. 7. U. Specific analysis. Here, A suits ridges, 8 tall vine crop. C coasts, 0. Fields, L cert crops, E2 mesothermal orchards. 129. So that crop yields are highest downwind from windbreak areas. Wherever snow blows across the landscape, windbreaks of savanna configurations create spring soil moisture traps. It is also possible to do this by using open swales in snowdrift areas. Windbreaks in snowfield areas can be better established in the lee of earth bunds or in natural cornice just bolewards of ridges. Crop yields vary and increase from the 100% increase in such crops as avocado to 45% in corn, 60 to 70% in alfalfa, 30% in wheat, and lesser gains, 7 to 18% for low crops such as lettuce. All these increases follow windbreak establishment on exposed sites. Effects are of course less in naturally sheltered situations or areas of normally low wind speed. However, almost all normal garden vegetables, cucurbit, tomato, potato, benefit greatly from wind shelter. For this reason, a ground pattern similar to that in figure 5.20 is recommended for such crops and wind-affected pastures. Figure 5.20. Low leguminous windbreaking crop. The spiral pattern allows a continual tractor path. It also provides a very sheltered crop environment for all wind directions. TP by figure 5.21. Hurricanes or cyclones. Rain and inshore tidal effects are most severe to the poleward sides of the low pressure cell. A 5 is ink on flooding, accentuated by the tidal bulge. Hurricanes, cyclones, typhoons. Very stable and still air calms near the equator may produce fierce updrafts of air over warm oceanic 130 areas, which over some days or weeks build up to the great rising spirals of hurricanes, as these move slowly, usually at 24 to 32 km per hour, across the ocean towards land. Wind speeds around the vortex can reach 128 to 192 km/h, while within the vortex itself a tidal bulge rises up to 2.7 m, 9 feet, above sea level. Figure 5.21. This water bulge causes a tidal surge at coastlines. Vortices revolve anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere, clockwise in the southern, and thus coastal areas to the north side have the highest water and wave levels in the northern hemisphere, and to the south side, in the southern, the combined effects of rapidly fluctuating pressures, tidal bulge, wave, and sea pile up, and wave backwash create devastation on coasts. Although hurricanes cannot persist far inland, as the sea itself generates the vortex, the intense rains generated do reach well inland to flood rivers and estuaries, adding to the general destruction. With all effects combined in a worst case of high tides and Prior rains, destructive wave attack can reach 6 to 9 m. 20 to 30 feet, above normal high tide wave levels. As wind strength increases at sea, wavelength also increases, so that normal wave fronts arriving at 8 per minute in calm Atlantic conditions slow down to a storm frequency of 5 per minute before great winds. These wider-spaced waves travel fast, are larger, and create severe backwash undermining of shorelines. Storm waves may therefore arrive long before a cyclonic depression or hurricane, and the change of wave beat gives warning to the shore crabs, birds, fish. E.T. Moray. Figure point 22. Tornadoes. Unlike hurricanes, tornadoes occur over land and sea from shear effects at the junction of hot and cold air masses, creating intense low-pressure vortices. And turtles, who either take shelter inland or go to sea to escape the approaching hurricane. As modern satellite photographs are used to track the hurricane, there is usually a few days warning for coastal areas, and evacuation is sometimes ordered. Well-built towns, such as Darwin, Australia, after its cyclonic devastation in 1972, can withstand cyclones with minimal damage, but such stoutness is usually only built in after an initial, and sometimes total, destruction. It is possible to strictly regulate and supervise buildings to be safe in hurricanes, and in areas where flimsy constructions are normal, to dig refuge trenches and caves for emergency shelter. All such shelter must be in well-drained hillside sites. Tornadoes. Hurricanes are large, slow phenomena covering hundreds of square miles, and mainly confined to coast-facing large stretches of tropical seas, with very large heat cells. Tornadoes, however, may occur in quite cold inland areas, last only seconds or minutes, and affect only a few square kilometers. Thus, they usually escape detection by satellite and ground sensors. Nevertheless, the stresses placed on buildings, civil constructions, chemical or nuclear facilities, airfields, and villages can be disastrous. Wind speeds may reach 120 km per hour, at worst 280 km per hour. These speeds can exceed hurricane winds. The conditions for tornadoes are asterisk thunderstorms with fast-growing cumulonimbus cloud, asterisk a persistent source of warm moist air to feed the updraft side of the front, asterisk an input of cold dry air entering the system from another direction, and asterisk a vortex formation in the resulting storm. This reaches the ground as a tornado, caused by wind shear effects at the border of the conflicting system, or as a frontal dust storm in deserts. Effects: trees twisted off and broken, people and figure 5.23. Firestorms. Wildfire can create fire tornadoes, especially at hill crests, and these spread burning particles downwind far many kilometers. 131. Objects sucked out of cars and buildings, rains of soil. Fish, frogs may fall out ahead of the disturbance. Firestorms. Intense wildfires, urban and rural, fanned by dry winds will create powerful vortices due to conditions very much like that of a tornado. The mass ignition of large areas of forests and buildings feed a powerful updraft. Colder dry air rushes in to replace the air consumed in burning, and fire tornadoes, firestorms, result, carrying large burning particles aloft on smoke. Nimbus clouds. Whole house sections pinwheel across the sky to drop out ahead of the main fire front, where they in turn set up secondary firestorm conditions. The effects on people and property are very much like those of tornadoes, but with the additional danger of intense heat. 5.7. Landscape effects. Continental effects. Heat is transported on a world scale by two great circulations, that of the air masses, and those of oceanic currents. Of these, air masses are more widespread in their effect, and are least limited by land masses. Oceanic currents, or indeed proximity to any large body of water, have their greatest moderating effect on downwind shorelines. Such effects may have little inland influence. The concept of continental climates was evolved to describe those extreme and widely fluctuating inland climatic zones that are not buffered by the effects of sea currents, and which demonstrate periods of extreme heat and cold, all the more marked on high mountains. Thus, the third complication on the simple temperature rainfall classifications is continent. Ali. After this, only one special factor remains, and it is the effect of hills or ranges of mountains on local climate. These effects are very like the latitudinal effects on a global scale. Latitude and altitude, and a measure of temperature fall with altitude is 9.8 degrees C/km, 5.4 degree F/1000 feet, in rainless or dry air, or 4-9 degrees C/km, 2.2-5 degree F/1000 feet, in humid and saturated conditions. As a rough approximation, every 100 m, 330 feet, of altitude is equivalent to 1 degree of latitude, so that at 1000 m, 3,300 feet, on the equator, the temperatures are about equivalent to a climate 10 degrees off the equator with the same humidity. At 10 degrees latitude off the equator, a plateau at 1,850 m, 6,000 feet, has a climate more like that at 30 degrees latitude, with a probability of wind chill to below freezing. For high islands or ranges of mountains, this altitudinal factor is crucial to design strategies for 132. Homes and gardens. Altitude effect alone enables us to grow a wide range of plant species on a high island, using the area from ocean to mountaintop. High mountains are not in fact strictly latitude equivalents, as the air is more rarefied, air pressure less, and radiation therefore higher. On very high mountains of 4,060 h, 13.000 feet, and more, people may experience oxygen deficiency, mountain sickness, snow or radiation blindness, and suffer from the extremes of day-night temperature fluctuations. The mountain sickness of oxygen stress is not felt by locals, but can cause extreme fatigue, insomnia, and labud. What om, specularabiolet. Extreme. Me et changes, kfos wathare. Ulanlay. Rhuay. Lissic. Te. Ptat. A. Backslash asterisk. V1 backslash nt win ps. Al, ri abalines. Valley frosts up olive. Figure 5.24 treeness. At night. High altitude landscape. Local effects may mask or eclipse wider climatic conditions in J mountainous regions. Figure 5.25. Valley winds. These follow a daily cycle. Many bird species use these winds to follow a daily migration, downhill al dawn, to ridge forest at evening. Both wind and temperature effects are local. Breathing in visitors. In the Peruvian Andes, day temperatures remain at 16 to 19 degrees Celsius, 61 to 66 degrees Fahrenheit, all year, but Night temperatures fall rapidly to -10 degrees Celsius 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Shade. Temperatures are lower than at sea level, due to the less effective heat transfer and insulation effects of the rarefied air. Water boils at lower temperatures due to the low atmospheric pressure, and snow may sublime directly to water vapor rather than melting. High mountains reduce the range of foods available. Snow cover may serve as an insulating blanket, and prevent early spring thawing, or even autumn freezing. If it covers unfrozen ground, snow cover also causes intense reflection, and raises air temperatures just above the snow by day. At night, radiation from snow causes an extremely cold ground air layer, so that any plants protruding from snow suffer these extremes of diurnal temperature. As great as the effect of altitude is, the effect of slope is even more pronounced. Dobbenmeyer, 1974, records that slopes of 5 degrees towards the poles reduce soil temperatures as much as 168 kilometers distance towards the poles, so that even a gentle slope away from the sun creates very much cooler conditions locally. The effect of cold ravines in near permanent shadow is extreme, indeed, and one may stand in hot sunlight in the Himalayas and gaze into icy depths where only the hardiest life forms exist, and where ice may permanently cover rocks and spray zones caused by waterfalls or rapids. Valley climates. We have referred to the chill of narrow, shaded, high altitude gorges, but an opposite effect occurs in sun-facing wider valleys, sheltered from winds. Here, hot air builds up rapidly, soils are drier and strong. Winds may be generated upslope and up valley by day, downslope and down valley at night. Figure 5.25 demonstrates this effect in moderate mountain areas of 133, 3,0004,000 m, 9,850 to 13,000 feet. In large valleys, and especially in cool moist climates, the upslope wind may result in the generation of a chain of cumulus clouds at the valley head, trailing off as a succession of clouds from mid-morning to evening. In more tropical humid climates, the cloud may be continuously held on the mountain tops. This forms part of the standing cloud of high islands. Such cloud and rainfall effects are accentuated by forest on the valley sides and ridges, as trees actively humidify the air streams by transpiration in hot weather. Valleys in tundra and desert support tree populations absent from the plain or peneplain areas surrounding them, but the reasons may differ in that tundra valleys are likely to be protected by driven, deep snow cover. This preserves warm or sublethal soil temperatures in winter, as well as providing excess summer melt moisture. Valleys in deserts remain moist due to the deep detritus which fills their floors. The shaded soils lose less moisture to evaporation. Lethal soil temperatures are also avoided by partial shading. Both ice blast and sand blast are modified or absent in valley floors, so that unprotected seedlings can survive high winds in the shelter of valleys. Thus, valleys, or wadis, are preferred growing sites in deserts, and provide tree products in otherwise treeless tundras, although the latter sites are rarely occupied by human settlement. In the field, we often notice a sudden coldness just before dawn in valley areas. This is the time of the greatest depth of cold air, and hence the greatest intensity of cold air flowing down from the mountains has cooled all night, and just before the sun rises, we, and many animals, are at our greatest exposure and lowest ebb. It is at this time that winds off glaciers flowing down cold valleys reach their maximum speed. Without wind or airflow, radiation frost can form, as it does in sheltered hollows and tree clearings. In these areas, opening up the clearings or draining them of cold air may help reduce frost, if that is the aim. Figure 5.13. When, some years ago, I grew such crops of 5 tomatoes and cucurbits inside open tree canopies, I did prevent frost, but lost crop due to low light levels and a lack of wind or insect pollination. In such cases, a shade side screen of reflector plants facing the sun would help to keep light levels up, and plants to attract bees need to be placed around the clearing. Arboreal or ground browsers within forests are also worrisome in gardens. Possum and porcupine, for example. Green leaf vegetables, however, are not usually eaten, and can be successfully grown in small forest clearings or in open forest in frosty areas. 5.8 Latitude effects. Despite the weak light and short growing season at 134 high subpolar latitudes, the very long summer days provide more than a sufficient quantity of light for vigorous plant growth. The daily total for late summer July is 440 Langleys at Madras, India, 13 degrees north, 680. Langleys at Fresno, California, 36 degrees north, 450 at Fairbanks, Alaska, 64 degrees north. The average radiation in temperate areas is 1 to 5 times that of the tropics. Chang, 1968. This is accentuated, on or near coasts, by the moderate temperatures from the convection of air over warm currents in such areas as Alaska and the northwest coastal regions of Europe. The benefit of these areas is that the generally lower temperatures, which suit photosynthesis, confer a photosynthetic efficiency that makes a considerable production of cereal, berries, tomatoes, potatoes, and vegetable crops, tolerant of short season/long day conditions. The often deep periglacial soils provide the basis for the production of gigantic lettuce, cabbage, spinaches, and root crops. $0 that these areas are very favorable for agriculture in summer. Such conditions prevail in Alaska, Ireland, Scotland, and parts of Norway. Shelter and added nutrients from seaweeds and manures yield rich meadows and heavy vegetable production during the long summer days. The small stone-walled fields of Ireland produce abundant sweet hay, root crops, and greens for storage during winter. Conversely, the ample light at low, equatorial latitudes is inefficient due to the extremely high temperatures there, and the excess light may mean that plants are light saturated. Photosynthesis may actually decline in the intense light, and the energy built into the plants may be less in sunlight than in partial shade. Shade, down to a level of 20% sunlight, is of great benefit in tropical deserts and sunny equatorial climates. Trials of shade cloth with 50 to 70% light transmission may greatly increase plant bulk and production, e.g. of sugar beet, thus the importance of tree shade and shade cloth in deserts and cleared area. ICS. Similarly, temperatures above 25 degrees Celsius 77 degrees Fahrenheit sharply decrease photosynthetic efficiency, so that the normal desert or equatorial condition of high light and temperature is very inefficient for the production of plant material. In the Arctic or high latitudes, 15 degrees Celsius 59 degrees Fahrenheit is optimum for adapted species and cultivars, and 20 to 24 degrees Celsius, 68 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit, for many useful food plants. Tropics are noted for a low production of those crops which can be also grown in temperate areas, light shade may be. In bright sunlight, leaf temperatures often exceed air temperatures, so that the diffuse light of overcast or cloudy days in high latitudes helps plant growth, especially after midday, as E would then also rise above optimum in direct photosynthetic is limited by the ability of the leaf to obtain carbon dioxide or by low levels of available carbon dioxide. At high light intensity, we need to supply carbon dioxide to the saturation level of 0.13% to obtain a 2 to 3 times increase in photosynthetic rate. Carbon dioxide can be supplied by composting or by housing animals in greenhouses, where light is more than sufficient. It follows that the summer periods of the high latitudes are ideal for biomass production, while equatorial regions evolve biomass mainly as a result of a year-round, inefficient growth and perennial crops. The ideal of steady low light/low temperature conditions may be at times achieved below the closed forests of tropical mountains, but these sites are very limited in extent, and carbon dioxide concentration is also low. Rice, for example, yields 4 to 5 times better in temperate areas than in tropical ones, although up to 3 crops per year in the tropics helps to increase local yields over the year. It should be feasible to assist tropical crop yields by spacing permeable crown trees throughout crops to reduce both light and temperature, e.g. using prosope trees with millet crops in India, or partially shading taro in Hawaii. Grass growth in temperate areas also increases with shelter belt, but this may reflect the warmer conditions and lack of mechanical wind damage that such trees as tagasis provide. Trials of light transmitting or thin crowned palms and legume trees would quickly show results, and there are good many observations to suggest that, if water is sufficient, crops under leguminous trees do much better in the tropics than a crop standing on its own. Part of the problem in tropics, both for biomass production and nutrition, is that not adapted temperate crops are persistently grown there. True, tropical plants can not only stand much higher levels of light before saturation, but can also maintain photosynthesis at low 0.1% carbon dioxide. In summary, we do not have to accept the climatic factors of a site as unchangeable any more than we do its treelessness or state of soil erosion. By sensible placement of our design components, we can create myriad small differences in local climatic effects on any site. In the technical field, we can create useful conversions of energy from incoming energy fluxes, such as wind and sun, and produce energy for the site. In the patterning of a site with trees, ponds, earth systems, or hedgerows, we can actively moderate for better climatic conditions, or to eliminate some local. 5.9. References. Chang, Zhenhu, Climate and Agriculture, Aldine Pub. Co. Chicago, 1968. Shortly, R. Ed. Water, Earth, and Man, Methuen and Co. London, 1969. Cox, George W. and Michael D. Atkins, Agricultural Ecology, W. H. Freeman and Co., San Francisco, 1979. Dobbenmeyer, Rexford F. Plants and Environment, Wiley. International, 1974. Air, 5. R. World Vegetation Patterns, Macmillan. London, 1971. Gaskell, T. Fay, Physics of the Earth, World of Science. Library, Thames and Hudson, London, 1970. Geiger, Rudolph, The Climate Near the Ground, Harvard University Press, 1965. Alford, Ingrid, Interpreting the Weather, David and Charles, Newton Abbott, UK. James, P. E., Outline of Geography, Ginn & Co., Boston. 1941. Truartha, St. Commandant An Introduction to Climate, McGraw-Hill. New York, 1954. Twiddle, C.R., Structural Landforms, Australian. National University Press, Canberra, Australia. Staff of the L.H. Bailey Horderheim, Cornell University. Hortus III, A Concise Dictionary of the Plants Cultivated in the United States and Canada, Macmillan Publishing Co. 1976. 5.10. Designer's Checklist. Check data on average rainfall, temperature, and wind speed and direction for the region, often found by contacting the Bureau of Meteorology. Ascertain the general hardiness zone for plants and animals. This is based on temperature, with frost being the limiting factor. Make a survey of the plants that grow in the area, noting special circumstances surrounding plants that are marginal. What is the technique or microclimate that allows them to grow? Find out about flood locations and periodicity, rain intensity, temperature extremes, and the seasonal rainfall pattern. Allow for extremes, e.g. no rain in summer. When designing, consider total precipitation, snow, hail, rain, fog, condensation, and dew, so that your design can include ways to trap and store moisture, dry climates, or ways to dispose of too much moisture, wet climates. Consider light availability, especially on foggy coasts. Light becomes the limiting factor for flowering plants. Continental climates mean more temperature extremes, while maritime climates buffer severe heat or cold. Altitude effects. Approximately every 100 m of altitude is equivalent to 1 degree of latitude, so that a variety of plants can be grown if the property contains hills and flats. In the subtropics, even temperate area plants can 135 be grown on high islands or hills. Note where frost is produced, in hollows, on flats, and in large clearings, and where it is absent, the thermal belt on hills, under tree canopies. Made tree flagging on the site. This shows the direction of persistent winds, although winds, sometimes severe, may blow from other directions. You can put tall stakes with colored cloth or plastic streamers at different locations and observe them seasonally. Figure 6.2. For accurate temperatures, you can have several maximum/minimum thermometers in different locations. These thermometers record the highest and lowest temperatures reached during 24 hours, and are helpful in locating microclimatic areas such as 5 thermal belts, if on a sun-facing slope, cold drainage areas, frost hollows, side house and garden on the thermal belt if possible. In minimal frost areas, plant light canopy trees and a garden for frost protection. Tree canopies help keep rapid cooling of the earth to a minimum, or plant into a steep-sided clearing or pit. In houses, designed so that you use light and radiation to best effect, particularly in temperate climates. Particular use should be made of the thermosiphon effect of heat, so that heat sources are placed below storage and use points. Use the principle that white reflects, dark absorbs heat. Plant shrubs and trees needing heat and light in front of white painted walls. When planning windbreaks, consider Asterisk trees that give multiple function, e.g. mulch. Casuarina, bee nectar, dogwood, sugar pods for animals, carob, honey locust, edible leaves, lucina. Tag assist, berries for poultry, Copros moribunds, Russian. Olive. Asterisk the windbreak planting itself may need initial protection and care, nutrients, water, weeding, or mulching. Asterisk if the winds are very severe, look around the area to see what stands up to it, and plant it whether it provides multiple function or not. Plant more useful plants in its lee. Protection includes fencing, earth, banks, tire walls, etc. Asterisk choose a windbreak configuration that is effective for the particular design situation. In tropical and subtropical areas, a thin-crowned windbreaking crop can be used to advantage, providing shade and mulch. For vegetable crop. 136. S. MH. Chapter. Trees and their energy transactions. On the dry island of Hierro in the Canary Islands, there is a legend of the rain tree, a giant till tree. Ocodia jafetans, the leaves of which condensed the mountain mists and caused water to drip int. Two large cisterns which were placed beneath the tree was destroyed in a storm in 1612 AD, but the site is known, and the remnants of the cistern preserved. This or tree distilled sufficient water from the sea mists to meet the needs of all the inhabitants. David Bramwell. For me, trees have always been the most keen trading teachers, revere them when they jive in tribes and families, in forests and groves. They struggle with all the forces of their lives for one thing only, to fulfill themselves according to their own laws, to build up their own forms, to represent themselves. Nothing is holier, nothing is more exemplary than a beautiful strong tree. Hermann Hesse, Trees, Natural Resources. Journal, Spring 1980. I am astonished to find whole books on the functioning of trees which make no mention of their splendid mechanical and aerodynamic perform. Ans. Vogel, Life in Moving Fluids, 1981. A point which is often overlooked is the effect of trees in increasing the total precipitation, considerably beyond that recorded by rain gauges. A large proportion of the rime which collects on the twigs of trees in frosts afterwards reaches the ground as water, and, in climates such as those of the British Isles, the total amount of water deposited on the twigs from fogs and drifting clouds is considerable, and most of it reaches the streams or underground storage, or at least replaces losses from subsequent rainfall. Of more importance, however, to hydraulic engineers is the effect of woodlands in the runoff. The rush of water from bare hillsides is exchanged for the slower delivery from the matted carpet of the woodland. Losses by evaporation may be much diminished and the melting of snow usefully retarded. In catchments from which floodwaters are largely lost, woodlands may increase the available runoff by extending the period of surface flow. The maximum floods of rivers are reduced, and the lowest summer flow increased. Woodlands are usually much more effective than minor vegetation, such as gorse and heather, in preventing the soil from being carried from the land into an open reservoir. To protect a reservoir from silting, it may be unnecessary to plant large areas, the silt being arrested by suitable planting of narrow belts of woodland, or by the protection of natural growth along the margins of the streams. Some engineers consider that in the case of small reservoirs the shelter afforded by a belt of trees along the margins is of value in reducing the amount of scour of the banks caused by wave action. Afforestation over considerable areas in large river basins would, in many cases, reduce the amount of silting in navigable rivers and estuaries, a matter which does not receive sufficient attention in connection with hydraulic engineering is the effect of judicious planting or woodland conservation over small areas. A narrow belt of woodland along the foot of a slope will arrest the soil brought down by rains from the hillside. The encouragement of dense vegetation along the bottom of a narrow valley may check the rate of flood discharge to a useful extent. The planting of 137 suitable trees along ridges and for a little way down the slope facing the rain-bearing and damp winds will produce the maximum of certain desired effects in proportion to the area occupied. Suitable tree and bush growths in swampy areas and around their margins will increase their effect in checking flood discharge and may prevent these areas from contributing large quantities of aid to the streams during very heavy trains. Areas of soft, cultivable soil liable to denudation may similarly be protected. Generally, a country which is, in the ordinary English sense of the words, well timbered is, from the point of view of the hydraulic engineer, a favorable country, and in the development of new lands the future effects of a proposed agricultural policy should be considered from this point of view, and in consultation with hydraulic engineers. R. A. Reeves, Engineering Handbook, 1936. 6.1. Introduction. This chapter deals with the complex interactions between trees and the incoming energies of radiation, precipitation, and the winds or gaseous envelope of Earth. The energy transactions between trees and their physical environment defy precise measurement as they vary from hour to hour, and according to the composition and age of forests, but we can study the broad effects. What I hope to show is the immense value of trees to the biosphere. We must deplore the rapacity of those who, for an ephemeral profit in dollars, would cut trees for newsprint, packaging, and other temporary uses. When we cut forests, we must pay for the end cost in drought, water loss, nutrient loss, and salted soils. Such costs are not charged by uncaring or corrupted governments, and deforestation has therefore impoverished whole nations. The process continues with acid rain as a more modern problem, not charged against the cost of electricity or motor vehicles, but with the inevitable account building up so that no nation can pay, in the end, for rehabilitation. The capitalist, communist, and developing worlds will all be equally brought down by forest loss. Those barren political or religious ideologies which fail to care for forests carry their own destruction of 5 lethal seeds within their fabric. We should not be deceived by the propaganda that promises for every tree cut down, a tree planted. The exchange of a 50g-cent seedling for a forest giant of 50 to 100 tons is like the offer of a mouse for an elephant. No. New reforestation can replace an old forest in energy value, and even this lip service is omitted in the cut and run forestry practiced in Brazil and the tropics of Oceania. The planting of trees can assuredly increase local 138 precipitation, and can help reverse the effects of dryland soil salting. There is evidence everywhere, in literature and in the field, that the great body of the forest is in very active energy transaction with the whole environment. To even begin to understand, we must deal with themes within themes, and try to follow a single rainstorm or airstream through its interaction with the forest. A young forest or tree doesn't behave like the same entity in age. It may be more or less frost hardy, wind fast, salt tolerant, drought resistant, or shade tolerant at different ages and seasons. But let us at least try to see just how the forest works by taking one theme at a time. While this segmented approach leads to further understanding, we must keep in mind that everything is connected, and any one factor affects all other parts of the system. I can never see the forest as an assembly of plant and animal species, but rather as a single body with differing cells, organs, and functions. Can the orchid exist without the tree that supports it, or the wasp that fertilizes it? Can the forest extend its borders and occupy grasslands without the pigeon that carries its berries away to germinate elsewhere? Trees are, for the earth, the ultimate translators and moderators of incoming energy. At the crown of the forest, and within its canopy, the vast energies of sunlight, wind, and precipitation are being modified for life and growth. Trees not only build but conserve the soils, shielding them from the impact of raindrops and the desiccation of wind and sun. If we could only understand what a tree does for us, how beneficial it is to life on earth, we would, as many tribes have done, revere all trees as brothers and sisters. In this chapter, hope to show that the little we do know has this ultimate meaning. Without trees, we cannot build the earth. Without trees we rapidly create deserts and drought, and the evidence for this is before our eyes. Without trees, the atmosphere will alter its composition, and life support systems will fail. 6.2. The biomass of the tree. A tree is, broadly speaking, many biomass zones. These are the stem and crown, the visible tree, the detritus and humus, the tree at the soil surface boundary, and the roots and root associates, the underground tree. Like all living things, a tree has shed its weight many times over to earth and air, and has built much of the soil it stands in. Not only the crown, but also the roots die and shed their wastes to earth. The living tree stands in a zone of decomposition, much of it transferred, reborn, transported, or reincarnated into grasses, bacteria, fungus, insect life, birds, and mammals. Many of these tree lives belong with the tree, and still function as part of it. When a blue jay, currawong, or squirrel buries an acorn, and usually recovers only 80% as a result of divine forgetfulness, it acts as the agent of the oak. When the squirrel or wallaby digs up the columella of the fungal tree root associates, guided to these by a garlic-like smell, they swallow the spores, activate them enzymatically, and deposit them again to invest the roots of another tree or sapling with its energy translator. The root fungi intercede with water, soil, and atmosphere to manufacture cell nutrients for the tree, while myriad insects carry out summer pruning, decompose the surplus leaves, and activate essential soil bacteria for the tree to use for nutrient flow. The reign of insect phases may be crucial to forest and prairie health. What part of this assembly is the tree? Which is the body or entity of the system, and which the part? An Australian aborigine might give them all the same skin name, so that a certain shrub, the fire that germinates the shrub, and the wallaby that feeds off it, are all called werug, although each part also has its name. The Hawaiians name each part of the taro plant differently, from its child or shoot, to its nodes and umbilicus. It is a clever person indeed who can separate the total body of the tree into mineral, plant, animal, detritus, and life. This separation is for simple minds. The tree can be understood only as its total entity which, like ours, reaches out into all things. Animals are the messengers of the tree, and trees the gardens of animals. Life depends upon life. All forces. All elements. All life forms are the biomass of the tree. A large tree has from 10,000 to 100,000 growing points or meristems, and each is capable of individual mutation. Unlike mammals, trees produce their seed from multitudinous flowers. Evidences accumulating that any one main branch can therefore be an individual genetically. Some deciduous poplars may produce a single evergreen branch. Seedlessness in fruit, or a specific ripening time, may belong only to one branch. Grafts and cuttings perpetuate these isolated characteristics, so we must look upon the tree itself as a collection of compatible genetic individuals, each with a set of persistent characteristics which may differ from place to place on the tree, and each of which may respond differently to energy and other stimuli. Like ourselves, trees are a cooperative amalgam of many individuals. Some of these are of the tree body, but most are free living agents. As little as we know about trees, they stand as a witness to the complex totality of all life forms. 6.3. Wind effects. Vogel, 1981, notes that as wind speed increases, the tree's leaves and branches deform so that the tree steadily reduces its exposed leaf area. At times of very high winds, in excess of 3 zm/sec, the interception of light, efficient water use, and convective heat dissipation by the tree becomes secondary to its survival. Vogel also notes that very heavy and rigid trees spread wide root mats, and may rely more totally on their weight, withstanding considerable wind force, with no more attachment than that necessary to prevent slide, while other trees insert gnarled roots deep in rock crevices, and are literally anchored to the ground. The forest bends and sways, each species with its own amplitude. Special wood cells are created to bear the tension and compression, and the trees on the edge of a copse or forest are thick and sturdy. If we tether a tree halfway up, it stops thickening below the tether, and grows in diameter only above the fixed point. Some leaves twist and reverse, showing a white underside to the wind, thus reflecting light energy and replacing it with kinetic or wind energy. In most cases, these strikingly light-colored leaves are found only in forest edge species, and are absent or uncommon within the forest. As streamlines converge over trees or hills, airspeed increases. Density and heat may also increase, resulting in fast low-pressure air to leeward of the obstruction. Such streamlines diverge, and an area of slower flow, higher pressure, and cooler air may result. If rain has fallen due to the compression of streamlines, however, the latent heat of evaporation is released in the air, and this drier air can be warmer than the air mass rising over the obstruction. The pressure differentials caused by uplift and descent may affect evaporation as much as wind drying or heat. Apart from moisture, the wind may carry heavy loads of ice, dust, or sand. Strand trees, palms, pines, and casuarinas have tough stems or thick bark to withstand wind particle blast. even tussock grasses. Slow the wind and cause dust loads to settle out. In the edges of forests and behind beaches, tree lines may accumulate amount of driven particles just within their canopy. The forest removes very fine dusts and industrial aerosols from the airstream within a few hundred meters. Forests provide a nutrient net for materials blown by wind or gathered by birds that forage from its edges. Migrating salmon in rivers die in the headwaters after spawning, and many thousands of tons of fish remains are deposited by birds and other predators in the forests surrounding these rivers. In addition to these nutrient sources, trees actively mine the base rock and soils for minerals. The effect of the wind on trees is assessed as the Griggs and Putnam Index, Table 6.1, and the accompanying deformations in both crown shapes and growth, as revealed in stems, is given a value which is matched to wind speeds with an average 17% accuracy. Such scales and field indicators are of great use in design. When we go to any site, we can look at the condition of older trees, which are the best guide to gauge wind effect. Trees indicate the local wind direction and intensity, and from these indicators we 139 oft changed protection and support APS amidst palm in a changed form. Goldie each branch can be for an individual. Birds are messengers, coopera, distributors of SEEP, ANPT, RIP, HALAGE, ESTA, 10FDLL, mycorrhiza trade. Nutrients each root can be materials enter ANP. Legumes ANP omer specs and individual equals are change. FIANIDSVPPLY nutrients. Agil KA community. Of plants and animals, EFAG the copyright animals or Waragu tree controls health and being beat it. And messengers and breeding of browsers. PSTR/EURS of nutrients. Figure 6.1 family of like species, and is involved in the creation of complex trees in a whole system molecules from inorganic and organic elements, a transformer, or the tree itself is a cooperative, depends on a guild, is a member of a translator of gases, liquids, and solids. No effect. No deformations of branches. 1. Brushing. Branches or needles bent away from prevailing winds. Crown slightly deformed. 2. Slight flagging. Small branches bent. Tree markedly asymmetric. 3. Moderate flagging. Larger branches bent away from the wind. 4. Strong flagging. All branches swept to leeward. Tree A. Banner. A. 5. Partial throw. Trunk bent to leeward but vertical near ground. 6. Complete throw. Trunk now quite bent to leeward. 7. 3. Carpeting. Tree a creeping shrub dash like layer of prostrate growth. Stem 48 CTOFRC. An area of strong WIP. Figure 6.2. Wind effects on trees. As winds cross tree lines they are deflected in a new direction. Trees deform or tag permanently in prevailing strong winds and can be re-sem. WI. The above effects are standard for trees not affected by salt, ice, or snow load. 141. Can place word break to reduce heat loss in homes, to avoid damaging catastrophic winds, and to steer the winds to well-placed wind machines. G1. Relationship between Griggs and Putnam. NDEX, G, and annual mean wind speed, V. 5 BC. GV, M/section, MPH. 024. From Wade, John E. and Wendell Hewson, 1979, Trees as Indicators of Wind Power Potential, Department of Atmospheric Sciences, Oregon State University. 6.4. Temperature effects. Evaporation causes heat loss locally and condensation causes heat gain locally. Both effects may be used to heat or cool air or surfaces. The USDA's Yearbook of Agriculture on Trees, 1949, has this to say about the evaporative effects of trees. An ordinary elm of medium size will get rid of 15,000 pounds of water on a clear dry hot day, and evapotranspiration in a 40-inch rainfall is penalty not less than 15 inches per year. Thus, the evaporation by day off trees cools air in hot weather, while the night condensation of atmospheric water warms the surrounding air. Moisture will not condense unless it finds a surface to condense on. Leaves provide the surface, as well as contact cooling. Leaf surfaces are likely to be cooler than other objects at evening due to the evaporation from leaf stomata by day. As air is also rising over trees, some vertical lift cooling occurs, the two combining to condense moisture on the forest. We find that leaves are 86% water, thus having twice the specific heat of soil, remaining cooler than the soil by day and warmer at night. Plants generally may be 15 degrees Celsius or so warmer than the surrounding air temperature. Small open water storages or tree clumps upwind of a house have a pleasant moderating effect. Air passing over open water is cooled in summer. It is warmed and has moisture added even in winter. Only water captured by trees, however, has a dehumidifying effect in hot and humid tropical areas, as trees are capable of reducing humidity by direct absorption, except in the most extreme conditions. Reddish-colored leaves, such as are developed in some vines and shrubs, reflect chiefly red light rays. 142. Sharp decreases in temperature may result by interposing reddish foliage between the thermometer and the sun, up to 20 degrees Celsius 36 degrees Fahrenheit lower than with green. Pigmented plants, Dovenmeyer, 1974. Whitish plants, such as wormwood and birch may reflect 85% of incoming light, whereas the dark leaves of shade plants may reflect as little as 2%. It follows that white or red-colored roof vines over tiles may effectively lower summer temperatures within buildings or in trellis systems. Additional cooling is effected by fitting fine water sprays and damp mulch systems under trellis, thus creating a cool area of dense air by evaporation. This effect is of great use in moderating summer heat in buildings, and for providing cool air sources to draw from by induced cross-ventilation. 6.5. Trees and precipitation. Trees have helped to create both our soils and atmosphere. The first by mechanical, root pressure, and chemical, humic acid, breakdown of rock, adding life processes as humus and myriad decomposers. The second by gaseous exchange, establishing and maintaining an oxygenated atmosphere and an active water vapor cycle essential to life. The composition of the atmosphere is the result of reactive processes, and forests may be doing about 80% of the work, with the rest due to oceanic or aquatic exchange. Many cities, and most deforested areas such as Greece, no longer produce the oxygen they use. The basic effects of trees on water vapor and compression of streamlines, and induced turbulence in airflows. Condensation phenomena, especially at night. rehumidification by the cycling of water to air, asterisk snow and meltwater effects, and asterisk PROBISON of nuclei for rain. We can deal with each of these in turn, realizing that they also interact. Compression and turbulence effects. Wind streams flow across a forest. The streamlines that impinge on the forest edge are partly deflected over the forest, almost 60% of the air, and partly absorbed into the trees, about 40% of the air. Within 1000 m, 3,300 feet, the air entering the forest, with its tonnages of water and dust, is brought to a standstill. The forest has swallowed these great energies, and the result is an almost imperceptible warming of the air within the forest, a generally increased humidity in the trees, averaging 15 to 18% higher than the ambient air, and air in which no dust is detectable. Under the forest canopy, negative ions produced by life processes cause dust particles, to clump or adhere each to the other, and to fall out of dispersed stream UNG. IS degree change with each spiral. Percent. Compression. To 20%. Figure 6.3. Ekman spirals. Wind overtime, downwind causes compression of repeated 4-5 times. Stream means resulting in the right conditions, in bands of rain. Dust results. At the forest edge, thick-stemmed and specially wind-adapted trees buffer the front line. Attack of the wind. If we cut a windward forest edge and remove these defenses, wind burned by salt, dust, abrasion, or just plain wind force may well kill or throw down the inner forest of weaker stems and less resistant species. This is a commonly observed phenomenon, which one have called edge break. Conversely, we can set up a forest by planting tough, resistant trees as windbreak, and so protect subsequent downwind plantings. Forest edges are therefore to be regarded as essential and permanent protection and should never be cut or removed. If dry hot air enters the forest, it is shaded, cooled, and humidified. If cold humid air enters the forest, it is warmed, dehumidified, and slowly released by the crown of the trees. We may see this warm humid air as misty spirals ascending from the forest. The trees modify extremes of heat and humidity to a enhancing and tolerable level. The winds deflected over the forest cause compression in the streamlines of the wind, in effect, extending to 20 times the tree height, so that a 12 m, 40 foot, high line of trees compresses the air to 244 m, 800 feet, above, thus creating more water vapor per unit volume, and also cooling the ascending air stream. Both conditions are conducive to rain. As these effects occur at the forest edge, a single hedgerow of 40% permeability will cause similar compression. In flat country, and especially in the path of onshore winds, fine grid placements of rain gauges. In such countries as Holland and Sweden reveal that 40% of the rainfall measured downwind of trees and mounts 12 m, 40 feet, or more in height is caused by this compression phenomena. If wind speeds are higher, 32 km per hour or more, the streamlines may be preserved, and rain falls perpendicular to the windbreak. However, at lower wind speeds, the normal winds, turbulence and overturn occurs. Wind streaming over the hedgerow or forest edge describes a spiral section, repeated 58 times downwind, so that a series of compression fronts, this time parallel to the windbreak, are created in the atmosphere. This phenomena was first described by Ekman for the compression fronts created over waves at sea. The Ekman spirals over trees or bluffs may result in a rank series of clouds, often very regular in their rows. They are not perfectly in line ahead, but are deflected by drag and the Coriolis force to change the wind direction, so that the wind after the hedgerow may blow 5 to 15 degrees off the previous course. One can imagine that ranks of hedgerows placed to take advantage of this effect would eventually bring the wind around in a great ground spiral. Winds at sea do in fact form great circuses, and bring cyclonic rains to the westerly oceanic coasts of all continents. These cyclones themselves create warm and cold fronts which ridge up air masses to create rain. In total, hedgerows across wind systems have a profound effect on the air streams passing over them, and a subsequent effect on local climate and rainfall. Condensation phenomena. On the sea-facing coasts of islands and continents, the relatively warmer land surface creates quiet inshore air flows towards evening, and in many areas cooler. 143. Condensation on trees 857 rain 15%. OE. On a malide. Caused by. Figure 6.4 C. Iden. Percentages of total precipitation. A sea-tacking hillside, trees as condensers, providers of bacterial, i.e. null inducers of streamline, and rehumidifiers of the airstream create most of the conditions that orate precipitation. Water-laden air flows inland, where this humid air flows over the rapidly cooling surfaces of glass, metal, rocks, or the thin laminae of leaves. Condensation occurs, and droplets of water form on leaves. This may be greatly aided by the colonies of bacteria, Pseudomonas, which also serve as nuclei for frost crystals to settle on leaves. These saturated air streams produce seaward-facing mosses and lichens on the tox AF fresh basalt flows, but more importantly condense and freeze to create a copious soft condensation which, in such conditions, may far exceed the precipitation caused by rainfall. Condensation drip can be as high as 80 to 86% of total precipitation of the upland slopes of islands or sea coasts, and eventually produces the dense rainforests of Tasmania, Chile, Hawaii, Washington/Oregon, and Scandinavia. It produced the redwood forests of California and the giant laurel forests of pre-conquest Canary Islands, now an arid area due to almost complete deforestation by the Spanish. A single tree such as a giant till, Ocodia fetans, may present 16 hive laminate leaf surface to the sea air, and there can be 100 or so such trees per surface hectare, so that trees enormously magnify the available condensation surface. The taller the trees, as for example the giant redwoods and white pines, the larger the volume of moist air intercepted, and the greater the precipitation that follows. All types of trees act as condensers. Examples are Canary Island pines, laurels, holm oaks, redwoods, eucalypts, and Oregon pines. Evergreens work all year, but even deciduous trees catch moisture in winter. Who has not stood under a great tree which rains softly and continuously at night, on a clear and cloudless evening? Some gardens, created in these conditions, quietly catch their own water while neighbors suffer drought. The effects of condensation of trees can be quickly destroyed. Felling of the forests causes rivers to dry up, swamps to evaporate, shallow water to dry out, and drought to grip the land. All this can occur in the lifetime of a person. Precipitation from clear air is much less than that from fog, from which the precipitation by condensa Shin often exceeds the local rainfall. Advection fogs are most noticeable where cold currents such as the Oya, Geo off East Asia and the Labrador Current off Northeast America cause humid inland air streams in spring and summer. South-facing coasts near Newfoundland get 158 days of fog per year. Wherever mountains or their foothills face onshore night winds, fog condensation will probably exceed rainfall. On Table Mountain, South Africa, and on Lanai, Hawaii, fog drift has been measured at 130 to 330 centimeters, and in both cases condensation exceeds rainfall. Redwoods in California were once restricted to the fog belt, but will grow well in areas of higher rainfall without fogs. Prevailing winds e.g. Lucy origin, Oceania land scent rivers. Figure 6.5. Forest interactions with climate. Based on work in Brazil. 60% C407, forest. CE aimed. Forest inland produce most of the water for subsequent rainfall. Recycled whaler is repeatedly transpired to the air Cyrene. 144. The ore of sea loves. UV. Tray air. By trees helping. Create. Sea lowers. IIS. Transpiration to. Release. Trays emerton. Uri. Earth. Pia. Accounts for dot up to hail, 8 air by Tigeo. Or even more. Of all. NENI Mr. Return Tubmere. 1 IEEINH. Plus LEIS Rioto E in kill ACL, anti-radioton. As percent. Vigil. 100% forest origin. Cantons. Organic nuclei in. Plant. Nutrients. WT% falls. Phase. And cloud. 4ES on. Peaks. Xianping sea love. If these trees are cut, sea loti. May UFT. Off mounting, as in Hawaii, and no. Water will condense on trees making reforestation very difficult. 145. Chang, 1968. In Sweden, wooded hills rising only 3,050 m, 9,500 feet, above the surrounding plains may cause precipitation rain only, during cyclonic spells. Fronts to be increased by 50 to 80% compared with average falls over the lowland. In most countries, however, the rain gauge net is too coarse to detect such small variations. Chorley and Berry, 1971. Rehumidification of air streams. If it rains again, and again, the clouds that move inland carry water mostly evaporated from forests, and less water evaporated from the sea. Forests are cloud makers both from water vapor evaporated from the leaves by day, and water transpired as part of life processes. On high islands, standing clouds cap the forested peaks, but disappear if the forests are cut. The great bridging cloud that reached from the forests of Maui to the island of Kahoolawe, remembered by the fathers of the present Hawaiian settlers, has disappeared as cutting and cattle destroyed the upper forests on Maui and so lifted the cloud cap from Kahoolawe, leaving this lower island naked to the sun. With the cloud forests gone, and the rivers dry, Kahoolawe is a true desert island, now used as a bombing range for the U.S. Air Force. A large evergreen tree such as Eucalyptus globulus. They pump out 3,600-4,500 F water a day, which is how Mussolini pumped dry the Pontine marshes of Italy. With 60 or so of these trees to the hectare, many tens of thousands of liters of water are returned to the air to become clouds. A forest can return, unlike the sea, 75% of its water to air, in large enough amounts to form new rain clouds. Bayard Webster, Forests Role in Weather Documented. In Amazon, New York Times, Science Section, July 5. B3. Forested areas return 10 times as much moisture as bare ground, and twice as much as grasslands. In fact, as far as the atmosphere itself is concerned, the release of water from trees and other plants accounts for half, or even more, AF all moisture returned to air. Webster, Ibid. This is a critical finding that adds even more data to the relationship of desertification by deforestation. It is data that no government can ignore. Drought in one area may relate directly to deforestation in an upwind direction. This study clearly shows that natural vegetation must play an important role in the forming of weather patterns. Quote from Thomas E. Lovejoy, Vice President of Science, World Wildlife Fund. Clouds form above forests, and such clouds are now mixtures of oceanic and forest water vapor, clearly distinguishable by careful isotope analysis. The water vapor from forests contain more organic nuclei and plant nutrients than does the pure oceanic water. Oxygen isotopes are measured to determine the forest's contribution, which can be done for any cloud system. Of the 75% of water returned by trees to air, 25% is evaporated from leaf surfaces, and 50% transpired. The 146 remaining 25% of rainfall infiltrates the soil and eventually reaches the streams. The Amazon discharges 44% of all rainfalling, thus the remainder is either locked into the forest tissue or returns to air. Moreover, over the forests, twice as much rain falls than is available from the incoming air, so that the forest is continually recycling water to air and rain, producing 50% of its. And to the fallacy that trees and weather are unrelated. Vogel, 1981, applying the principle of continuity of fluids to a tree, calculates that sap may rise, in a young oak, 50 times as fast as the leaves transpire, needing only 7% of the total trunk area as conductive tissue. With an actual sap speed of 1 cm/sec. It is thus certain that only perhaps 1/50th of the xylem is conducting sap upwards at any one time, and at most, xylem cells contain either air or sap at standstill. For perhaps 2, the tree moves water up in pulsed stages, rather than as a universal or continuous stream flow. With such rapid sap flows, however, we can easily imagine the water recycled to atmosphere by a large tree, or a clump of smaller trees. It is a wonder to me that we have any water available after we cut the forests, or any soil. There are dozens of case histories in modern and ancient times of such desiccation as we find on the Canary Islands following deforestation, where rivers once ran and springs flowed. Design strategies are obvious and urgent. Save all forest that remains, and plant trees for increased condensation on the hills that face the sea. Effects on snow and meltwater. Although trees intercept some snow, the effect of shrubs and trees is to entrap snow at the edges of clumps, and hold 75 to 95% of snowfall in shade. Melting is delayed for 210 days compared with bare ground, so that release of snowmelt is a more gradual process. Of the trapped snow within trees, most is melted, while on open Ground snow may sublime directly to air. Thus, the beneficial effects of trees on high slopes is not confined to humid coasts. On high cold uplands such as we find in the continental interiors of the USA or Turkey near Mt. Ararat, the thin skeins of winter snow either blow off the bald uplands to disappear in warmer air, or else they sublime directly to water vapor in the bright sun of winter. In neither case does the snow melt to groundwater, but is gone without productive effect, and no streams result on the lower slopes. Even a thin belt of trees entraps large quantities of driven snow in drifts. The result is a protracted release of meltwater to river sources in the highlands, and stream flow at lower altitudes. When the forests were cleared for mine timber in 1846 at Pyramid Lake, Nevada, the stream ceased to flow, and the lake levels fell. Add to this effect that of river diversion and irrigation, and whole lakes rich with fish and waterfowl have become dust bowls, as has Lake Winnemucca. The Coyoteca Indians, Paiute, who lived there lost their fish, waterfowl, and fresh water in less than 100 years. The cowboys have won the day, but ruined the future too. Do so. Provision of nuclei for rain. The upward spirals of humid air coming up from the forest carry insects, poison, and bacteria aloft. This is best seen as flights of gulls, swifts, and ibis spiraling up, with the warm air and actively catching insects lifted from the forest. Their gastric pellets consist of insect remains. It is these organic aerial particles, pollen, leaf, dust, and bacteria mainly, that create the nuclei for rain. The violent hailstorms that plague Kenya tea plantings may well be caused by tea dust stirred up by the local winds and the feet of pickers, and once above the ground the particles are easily drawn up into thunderheads to help form the hailstorms that bombard the tea growing areas in astounding numbers. Kenyan tea leaf litter caused water to freeze in a test chamber at only -5 degrees Celsius, in comparison with freezing points of -11 degrees Celsius for eucalyptus grove leaf litter, and -8 degrees Celsius for the litter from the local indigenous forests of Colorado. That is, tea litter is a much better seeding agent than silver iodide, which requires -8 degrees Celsius to -10 degrees Celsius to seed clouds. New Scientist, March 22, 79. That's, the materials given up by vegetation may be a critical factor in the rainfall inland from forests. All of these factors are clear enough for any person to understand. To doubt the connection between forests and the water cycle is to doubt that milk flows from the breast of the mother, which is just the analogy given to water by tribal peoples. Trees were the hair of the earth which caught the mists and made the rivers flow. Such metaphors are clear allegorical guides to sensible conduct, and caused the Hawaiians, who had themselves brought on earlier environmental catastrophes, to taboo forest cutting or even to make tracks on high slopes, and to place mountain trees in a sacred or protected category. Now that we begin to understand the reasons for these beliefs, we could ourselves look on trees as our essential companions, giving us all the needs of life, and deserving of our care and respect. It is our strategies on site that make water for scarce or plentiful resource. To start with, we must examine ways to increase local precipitation. Unless there is absolutely no free water in the air and earth about us, and there always is some, we can usually increase it on site. Here are some basic strategies of water capture from air. Asterisk, we can cool the air by shade or by providing cold surfaces for it to flow over, using trees and shrubs, or metals, including glass. Asterisk, we can cool air by forcing it to higher altitudes, by providing windbreaks, or providing updrafts from heated or bare surfaces, large concreted areas, or by mechanical means, big industrial fans. Asterisk, we can provide condensation nuclei for raindrops to form on, from pollen, bacteria, and organic particles. Asterisk, we can compress air to make water more plentiful per unit volume of air, by forcing streamlines to converge over trees and objects, or forcing turbulent flow in air streams, Ekman spirals. If by any strategy we can cool air, and provide suitable condensation surfaces or nuclei, we can increase precipitation locally. Trees, especially crosswind belts of tall trees, meet all of these criteria in one integrated system. They also store water for local climatic modification. Thus we can clearly see trees as a strategy for creating more water for local use. In summary, we do not need to accept rainfall as having everything to do with total local precipitation, especially if we live within 30 to 100 kilometers of coasts, as much of the world does, and we do not need to accept that total precipitation cannot be changed, in either direction, by our action and designs on site. 6.6. How a tree interacts with rain. Rain falls, and many tons of rain may impact on Earth in an hour or so. On bare soils and thinly spaced or cultivated crop, the impact of droplets carries away soil, and may typically remove ADT/HA, or up to 1,000 tons in extreme downpours. When we bare the soil, we lose the earth. Water runoff and pan evaporation, estimated as 80 to 90% of all rain falling on Australia, carries off nutrients and silt to the sea or to inland basins. As we clear the land, runoff increases, and for a while this pleases people, who see their dams fill quickly. But the dams will silt up and the river eventually cease to flow, and the clearing of forests will result in flood and drought, not a long regulated and steady supply of clean water. When rain falls on a forest, a complex process begins. Firstly, the tree canopy shelters and nullifies the impact effect of raindrops, reducing the rain to a thin mist below the canopy, even in the most torrential showers. There is slight measurable silt loss from mature forests, exceeded by the creation of soils by forests. If the rain is light, little of it penetrates beyond the canopy, but a film of water spreads across the leaves and stems, and is trapped there by surface tension. The cells of the tree absorb what is needed, and the remainder evaporates to air, where no rain penetrates through the canopy. This effect is termed total interception. Interception is the amount of rain fall caught in the crown. It is the most important primary effect of trees or forests on rain. The degree of interception is most influenced by these factors: asterisk crown thickness, asterisk crown density, asterisk season, asterisk intensity of rain, and asterisk evaporation after rain. 147. Broadly speaking, interception commonly falls between 10 to 15% of total rainfall. Least interception occurs in thin and deciduous forests, winter rain, heavy showers, and cloudy weather conditions, when it is as little as 10% of rain. Most interception occurs with dense, evergreen trees, light summer rain, and sunny conditions, when it may reach 100% of the total. However, if more rain falls, or heavy rains impact on The trees, water commences to drift as mists or droplets to earth. This water is called throughfall. Throughfall depends on the intensity of rain, and there is little interception effect in heavy downpours. As an average figure, the throughfall is 85% of rain in humid climates. At this point, throughfall is no longer just rainwater. Any more than your bath water is rainwater. Throughfall contains many plant cells and nutrients, and is in fact a much richer brew than rainwater. Dissolved salts, organic content, dust, and plant exudates are included in the water of throughfall. Table 6.2. The results show that rain washes large amounts of potassium and smaller amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, and magnesium from the canopies to the surface soil. Litter adds organic matter and is a rich source of calcium and nitrogen and a moderately rich source of magnesium and potassium. Murray, J.S. and Mitchell, A. Red. Gum and the Nutrient Balance, Soil Conservation Authority, Victoria, Australia, undated. Nor can throughfall be measured in rain gauges, for the trees often provide special receptors, conduits, and storages for such water. The random fall of rain is converted into well-directed patterns of flow that serve the needs and growth in the forest. In the stem bases of palms, plantains, and many epiphytes, or the flanged roots of terminalia trees and figs, water is held as aerial ponds, often rich in algae and mosquitoes. Stem mosses and epiphytes absorb many times their bulk of water, and the tree itself directs water via sloping branches and fissured bark to its taproots, with spiders catching their share on webs, and fungi soaking up what they need. Some trees trail weeping branches to direct throughfall to their fibrous peripheral roots. With the aerial reservoirs filled, the throughfall now enters the humus layer of the forest, which can itself, like a great blotter, absorb 1 centimeter of rain for every 3 centimeters of depth. In old beech forests, this humus blanket is at least 40 centimeters deep, and the earth below is a mass of fungal hyphae. In undisturbed rainforest, deep mosses may carpet the forest floor. So, for 40 to 60 centimeters depth, the throughfall is absorbed by the decomposers and living systems of the humus layer. Again, the composition of the water changes, picking up humic exudates, and water from deep forests and bogs may then take on a clear golden color, rather like tea. AIA of litter, canopy drip, and rain in the open of a naturally regenerating stand of red gum, Eucalyptus camaedolensis, Grinch gigana. Vic, Australia. Source, Murray, J.S. and A. Mitchell, Red Gum and the Nutrient Balance, Soil Conservation Authority, Australia, undated. Source period asterisk total nutrient return, LBA, underscore, total litter. Rain, in. NPTK Togo NACI, IB. Old trees. 5% of total. Litter IE, 19.0126025.06.0, 4.0, ND 2800. Icanopi drip 130.676.01.1, 28.013.0, 11.071.0, 143.07. Total 130.6725.023/34038.0, 17.075.0. Regrowth. 95% of total. Litter 138.01.9, 10.049.0, 15.0, 5.0 ND 5400. Canopy drip 130.673.007/160, 6.0, 5.0, 29.0, 51.0. Total 130.6741.026/26.0, 55.0, 20.0, 34.0 easy. Rain. Nearby to 9.2505, 07, of 008, 077, 42, 7.0. Coal rain 333.610.5 ND 15.3.0, 30, 21.0, 38.0. Cavendish 4 degrees 21.75 ND ND 1.03.0, 2.0 14.0 20.0. 1, May 5th, 60 to April 5th, 61. 2, 22/11/60, April 5th, 61. 3, January 9th, 55 to January 9th, 56. Asterisk 4, January 9th, 54 to January 9th, 55. From Hutton and Leslie, 1958. ND equals not determined. 148. / New York ORL Niddick. New York Wit. I'm Malay. Watis Chu Auty. At Irio IW all. Ye, Peologic and while. Ray, 35 to 13, of toll. STE. I. 1. I. / I. T. / I. The visible tree. 40 be, of THRL. And with TBR. Ale. Figure 6.6. How a tree interacts with rain. Every tree, every plant species, intercedes in rain to change the equals through flow, composition, energy, and distribution of water. The overall effect of trees is time moderate and conserve incoming energy. 149. pH can reach as low as 3.5 or 4.0 from natural humic layers, and rivers tan like clear coffee to see. Below the humus lies the tree roots, each clothed in fungal hyphae, and the gel secreted by bacterial colonies. 30 to 40% of the bulk of the tree itself lies in the soil. Most of this extends over many acres, with thousands of kilometers of root hairs lying mat-like in the upper 60 centimeters of soil. Only 10 to 12% of the root mass lies below this depth, but the remaining roots penetrate as much as 40 m deep in the rocks below. The root mat actively absorbs the solution that water has become, transporting it up the tree again to transpire to air. Some dryland plant roots build up a damp soil surround, and may be storing surplus water in the earth for daytime use. This water is held in the root associates as gels. Centrosema and Gliditia both are dryland woody legumes which have wet root zones, and other plants are also reported to do the same in desert soils. Prosopis species. The soil particles around the tree are now wetted with a surface film of water, as were the leaves and root hairs. This bound water forms a film available to roots, which can remove the water down to 15 atmospheres of pressure when the soil retains the last thin film. Once soil is fully charged, at field capacity, free water at last percolates through the interstitial spaces of the soil and commences a slow progression to the streams, and thence to sea. At any time, trees may intercept and draw on these underground reserves for growth, and pump the water again to air. If we imagine the visible, above ground forest as water, and all but about 5 to 10% of its mass is water, and then imagine the water contained in soil, humus, and root material, the forests represent great lakes of actively managed and actively recycled water. No other storage system is so beneficial, or results in so much useful growth, although fairly shallow ponds are also valuable productive landscape. At the crown, forceful raindrops are broken up and scattered, often to mist or coalesced into small, bark-fissured streams, and so descend to earth robbed of the kinetic energy that destroys the soil mantle. Outside forests, further influence takes place on the forest floor, where roots, litter, logs, and leaves redirect, slow down, and pool the water. Thus, in the forest, the soil mantle has every opportunity to act as a major storage. As even poor soil store water, the soil itself is an immense potential water storage. Infiltration to the storage along roots and through litter is maximized in forests. The soil has several storages. Asterisk retention storage, as a film of water bound to the soil particles, held by surface tension. Asterisk interstitial storage, as water-filled cavities between soil particles. Asterisk humus storage, as swollen mycorrhizal and spongy detritus in the humic content of soils. A lesser storage is as chemically bound water in combination with minerals in the soil. As a generalization, 2.5 to 7 centimeters, 1 to 3 inches, of rain is 150 stored per 30 centimeters, 12 inches, depth of soil mantle in retention storage, although soils of fine texture and high organic content may store 10 to 30 centimeters, 4 to 12 inches, of rain per 30 centimeters depth. In addition, 0 to 5 centimeters, 0 to 2 inches, may be stored as interstitial storage. Thus the soil becomes an impediment to water movement, and the free, interstitial, water can take as long as 1 to 40 years to percolate through to streams, greatly alleviating droughts. It also recharges the retention storages on the way. Thus, it almost seems as though the purpose of the forest is to give soil time and means to hold fresh water on land. This is, of course, good for the forests themselves, and enables them to draw on water reserves between periods of rain. Odom, 1974. 6.7. Summary. Let us now be clear about how trees affect total precipitation. The case taken is where winds blow inland from an ocean or large lake. 1. The water in the air is that evaporated from the surface of the sea or lake. It contains a few salt particles, but is clean. A small proportion may fall as rain, 15 to 20%, but most of this water is condensed out of clear night air or fogs by the cool surfaces of leaves. 80 to 85% of this condensate, 15% evaporates by day, and 50% is transpired. The rest enters the groundwater. Thus, trees are responsible for more water in streams than the rainfall alone provides. 2 of the rain that falls, 25% again re-evaporates from crown leaves, and 50% is transpired. This moisture is added to clouds, which are now at least 50% tree water. These clouds travel on inland to rain again. Thus trees may double or multiply rainfall itself by this process, which can be repeated many times over extensive forested plains or foothills. 3. As the air rises inland, the precipitation and condenserization increases, and moss forests plus standing clouds may form in mountains, adding considerably to total precipitation and infiltration to the lower slopes and streams. 4. Whenever winds pass over tree lines or forest edges of 12 m, 40 feet, or more in height, Ekman spirals develop, adding 40% or so to rainfall in bands which roughly parallel the tree lines. 5. Within the forest, 40% of the incident air mass may enter and either lose water or be rehumidified. 6. And, in every case, rain is more likely to fall as a result or organic particles forming nuclei for condensation, whereas industrial aerosols are too small to cause rain and instead produce dry, cloudy conditions. Thus, if we clear the forest, what is left but dust? 6.8. References. Chang, Zhenhu, Climate and Agriculture, Aldine P. Ubico. Chicago, 1968. Dobbenmeyer, Rexford F. Plants and Environment, A. Textbook of Plant Autoecology, Wiley and Sons, N.Y., 1974. Geiger, Rudolph, The Climate Near the Ground, Harvard University Press, 1975. Odom, Eugene, Fundamentals of Ecology, W.B. Saunders, London, 1974. Plate, E.J., The Aerodynamics of Shelter Belts, Agricultural Meteorology 8, 1970. U.S. Department of Agriculture, Trees, USDA Yearbook of Agriculture, 1949. Vogel, Stephen, Life in Moving Fluids, Willard Grant. Press, Boston 1981. 151. Equals. Chapter 7. Water. Water is the driving force of all nature. Leonardo da Vinci. In an animal or a plant, 99 molecules in 100 are water. An organism is a pool in a stream of water, along which metabolites and energy move through. Thames. W.B. McFarlane. The sustained flow of rivers is truly remarkable, considering that precipitation is an unusual event in most areas of the earth. Localization of precipitation in space or time is striking, e.g. at Paris. It rains for 577 hours a year, or only 7% of the time. B. Mollison. Few storms last more than a few hours, 50 that even storm days are mainly rainless. Yet rivers flow throughout the year. The sustaining source of flow is effluent ground water. The amount of soil water, i.g. about 15 times the amount in channel storage in rivers. Nason Shortley, 1969. 7.1. Introduction. Very little of the world's total water reserves are actually available for present human needs. Many areas of Earth, particularly dryland areas, overdeveloped cities and towns or cities surrounded by polluting industry and agriculture, face an absolute shortage of usable water. Millions of city dwellers now purchase water at prices, from 1964 on, equivalent to or greater than that of refined petroleum. This is why the value of land must, in future, be assessed on its yield of potable water. Those property owners with a constant source, 152, of pure water already have an economically valuable product from their land, and need look no further for a source of income. Water as a commodity is already, by sea on a global scale, the primary selection factor when choosing a cropland property to develop, should be an adequate, preferably well distributed, and above all, reliable rainfall. Adequate here is about a minimum of 80 centimeters, 31 inches and upwards. An equally important factor is the ability of the area to hold water as dams in clay or clay loam storages. Any stream flow within the boundaries is a bonus. All other factors, soil type, present uses, number of titles, market potential, access, and forested areas, are secondary to water availability. Little of the lands now used for crop agriculture have such fortunate characteristics. Few farmers have invested in drought-proofing their land by creating gravity-fed irrigation systems of key line systems. Specific strategies of water conservation and control are given in this book under their appropriate climatic and landform sections. While there are no economically feasible strategies or technologies for freshwater creation from the sea or from polluted sources, there are several currently neglected strategies for recycling, purification, conservation, and increased storages of rainwater. In particular, the construction of tanks and dams have been neglected in built-up areas, as have earth storages on farms and in rural areas. Waste usage ranging from over-irrigation, non-recycling in industry, inappropriate domestic appliances, and unnecessary uses on lawns and car washes have not as yet been adequately costed by legislators or by householders. Table 7.1 and 7.2 show abstract figures of the global and local water cycles. These should not be regarded as fixed or even sufficient representations of water in relation to actively designed or rehabilitated landscapes. There are ways in which we can constructively reverse past trends in water deficits, waste, pollution, and misuse. There is plenty of water for the world if we define the ways in which we store and use it carefully. 7.2. Regional intervention in the water cycle. Cloud seeding, silver iodide, and no doubt other ice nuclei such as T. Dust can be seeded into cumulus, cumulonimbus, or nimbostratus clouds by plane, ground burners, or rocket, in order to initiate local precipitation. Until recently, these attempts to make rain were assessed as ineffective because no one had, at the time. Rain in fact increases over a very wide area, and that secondary effects last for months, so that varying wind directions and speeds carry the induced rain effects for hundreds or thousands of square kilometers. Echoes, 45. Spring 1985. It also seems probable that ground burners or ground release of ice nuclei could have a similar effect. On the ground, silver iodide is absorbed into scent dust, and this is then burnt when clouds form on hill crests. Strategic downwind hills can generate clouds and rain over large areas of land. Once initiated, however, such effects cannot quickly be stopped, and even in places like India or Ethiopia, may create a little too much rain if ground storage systems are not previously developed to cope with the extra water in arid or semi-arid areas, flood retardation, basins, oversized swales, large sand dams, water. Table 7.2. Freshwater location. Freshwater is only 3% of all water on Earth, and very little is in MOS, being locked up in storages. Storage percent of freshwater. NY 75.0. Groundwater more than 800 MD 13.5. Groundwater less than 600 M. Deep 11.0. Lakes 0.3. Soils 0.06. Atmosphere, in circulation. At any one time, 0.035. Rivers 0.03. Asterisk phrase in ground or per Melrose is not assessed in this table. It represents a considerable storage, about 40%, of the land masses of Canada and the Soviet Union. Spreading systems, pelleted seed of fast-growing plants, and in fact any sensible civil strategy to preserve soil and people from any effect of increased precipitation is a necessary prelude to cloud seeding. Initial precipitation, due to increased bacterial or ice nuclei stimulus, increases can be as much as 30%, and subsequently averaged in Australia at 19%, 17% in Israel, over weeks, falling to 8% in months. The cloud seeding system promises to help increase monsoon or frontal rains in areas where suitable clouds occur without sufficient precipitation. This system can be very cheap for large land areas. For more data or references, contact the Cloud Physics Laboratory. 1. Renewal times of all water in basic storages, seawater and freshwater, from Southwick, CH, Ecology and the Quality of Our Environment, Van Nostrand Reinhold, New York, 1976. Location distribution renewal time. In storages, percent of total water, turnover rates, cycles. Ocean 93.837,000 years. Glaciers and permanent snow 1.98616,000 years. Groundwater, to 5 kilometers depth, 4.14600 years. Actively exchanged, 0.274300 years. Lakes 0.005113 years. Atmosphere 0.00095999 days. Rivers 0.000813 days. Biological water 0.000053.4 days. 153. Division of Atmospheric Research, XRO, Canberra, Australia. As similar effects, thunderstorms, rain, have been noted for tea leaf dust downwind of Kenya plantations. More homely strategies may also be developed if the underlying nucleation causes can be established. It may even be that the fires and dances of the old rain makers on a high hill were, in truth, effective. Certainly, fires of specific vegetation and dances with the right dust plume could help seed ice nuclei in clouds, quite local rainfalls near some factory smoke, windward slope forests, crosswind tree lines, and even slight earth rises of a modest 4 to 6 m have been observed to induce air humidity, cloud formation, and even rain, by orographic, uplift, effects on wind streams. Thus, we are not powerless in the matter of increasing local moisture by a series of sensible ground strategies based on providing trees, mounds, and cloud ice nuclei, and perhaps a serious attempt to induce these changes will in the near future bring relief to areas such as the Indian Deccan, the Sahel, and large areas of Australia and the USA subject to rainless cloud. THASs. Orographic and forest effects. Strategically selected crosswind ridges of even modest height 3 to 20 m, 10 to 65 feet, are ideal sites for the planting of known tree condensers and crosswind tree lines. These ridges are most useful when lying in the path of the summer afternoon sea breezes that flow inland, or located where the air drifts in at night, such as on the Californian and subtropical trade wind coasts. The clearing of trees from such sites may well induce long-term drought and create a drying effect for hundreds of kilometers inland. It is long past time that we also assess vegetation for some of the following effects. Asterisk Billy 6I2, as bacteria and natural sulfur particles, and also to effectively condense water from air at night. Asterisk the rainfall effects from forested ridges, where forests exceed 6 to 10 m, 19 to 32 feet, in height, on rainfall, induced by streamline compression effects. This effect is credited with up to 40% of rainfall where now assessed in Sweden and Australia, Tasmania and Victoria. Asterisk the total effect of forested catchment area Historical and recent evidence suggests that rainfall, stream flow, and cloud may all be seriously depleted by upland deforestation. Such effects are never assessed or costed against deforestation or wood chipping. The soil erosion and salted land effects are, however, well known in deforested areas. Any conservationist policies of future effective and informed regional governments would first research per ton 23 the global water cycle, land and sea. Amidst most of the biological elects but gives the broad schematic of IHE water cycle. We can affect all parts of the cycle in adverse or beneficial ways. 154. Such effects, then quickly establish national forest and watershed management or restoration policies based on such research. For ourselves, as designers, the proper approach to land planning infers that we recommend permanent forests and the preservation of older forests on crosswind ridges and on steep, 18-degree slope or more sea-facing slopes. The preservation of alpine or upland absorption areas is also essential. Soil storages, soil conditioning or ripping, see Chapter 8. Providing it is followed by tree plantation, trace element additions, and a non-destructive agriculture of well-managed natural yields, sparse grazing, and conservation farming certainly increases, by factors of up to 70 to 85%, the ability of soils to hold and infiltrate water. Areas of up to 85% runoff can be converted to zero overland flow by a combination of soil conditioning, swales, and water spreading to forests. As soils can contain many times the water of open storages or streams, then both the through flow, base flow, and water available for plants also increases. It follows that the cycling of water via evapotranspiration and rainfall also increases. Soil treatments now need to precede tree planting over almost every area that has been used by contemporary agriculture. In particular, the barren areas used for constant cropping in dryland areas need soil treatment to initiate water absorption. Trees are essential to prevent waterlogging of soils and soil salting in the long term. Infiltration via earthworks, cheap broad-scale earthwork systems, and many minor forms of earthworks can aid the infiltration of overland water flow. Pitting, swales, and water spreading are the main aids to getting fresh water to deeper storages for long-term use, and also to increase base flow. Diversion of surface flow to sand basins, dune fields, swamps, and soakage beds in earthworm fields all ensure resident water reserves for crop and trees, and longer-term storages for use in dry seasons. Diversion drains and their associated valves, slides, cross walls, intakes, and irrigation systems enable effective water harvesting, dependable storage, and fast emergency use in normal rolling lowlands, hill country, and drylands. They can also recharge sand basins and swales from otherwise wasted overland flow, and damp our wildfires. Pond and farm dam storages. Wherever precipitation exceeds the demands of transpiration and evaporation, small dams, wetlands, and swamps can proliferate. All of these act as long-term water and wildlife reserves in the total landscape, and many Australian farms are now drought-proof due to sensible investment in keyline or similar water conservation systems by the owners. Excellent technical manuals exist, see references at the end of this chapter. Dams and ponds are potential aquaculture sites, and the production of a diverse plant and fish or waterfowl protein product should also be considered during their construction. In humid areas, therefore, these water storages can occupy up to 20% of the landscape with great benefit in providing fish and a great variety of aquatic product, while at the same time moderating the effects of drought and flood. Biological storages. The great forests and the biological water storages in the form of fruits and nuts, such as the coconut, are the basis for the proliferation of life forms where no free water otherwise exists. In particular, browsers, insects, and fungi draw on these biological tree reserves year-round, and perform a host of useful functions in any ecosystem. On atolls and arid islands of free draining sands, the biological reserves are the main water reserves. This is often overlooked, except by those inhabitants dependent on the waters contained in fruits or nuts. Many plants such as cactus, palms, and agaves have specific tissues or organs to store water. In the local microclimate, the water in vegetation greatly moderates heat and cold excesses, and both releases to and absorbs water from passing air streams. Essential crops such as cassava will produce crop as a result of the humidity provided by surrounding vegetation, so that even the side effect of vegetation is of productive use. New Scientist, May 29, 86. Tank storages. Water can be captured off roof areas, roads, and other paved areas, and used for both drinking water and shower or garden water, providing it can be stored. Roof water is least polluted, or most easily treated for drinking and cooking in houses, while absorption beds are sufficient for the muddy or polluted runoff from roads and parking areas. 7.3. Earthworks for water conservation and storage. For the serious small dam and earth tank builder, there is no substitute for such comprehensive texts as that recently compiled by Kenneth D. Nelson, 1985. This small classic deals with catchment treatments, runoff calculations, soils, construction, outlets, volume and cost estimates, and includes detailed drawings for most adjunct structures. However, like most engineers, Nelson concentrates mostly on valley dams, barrier or embankment dams, and less on the placement of dams in the total design. 155. Landscape. Few dam builders consider the biological uses of dams, and the necessary modifications that create biological productivity in water systems. A second essential book for water planning in landscape is P. A. Yeoman's Water for Every Farm / The Keyline Plan, 1981, 5. This very important book, written in 1954, is without doubt the pioneering modern text on landscape design for water conservation and gravity-fed flow irrigation. As it also involves patterning, tree planting, soil treatment, and fencing alignment, it is the first book on functional landscape design in modern times. There are two basic strategies of water conservation. In runoff areas, the diversion of surface water to impoundments, dams, tanks, for later use, and the storage of water in soils. Both result in a recharge of groundwater. As with all technologies, earthworks have quite specifically appropriate and inappropriate uses. Some of the main productive earthwork features we create are as follows. Dams and tanks, storages, asterisk swales, absorption beds, asterisk diversion systems or channels, and asterisk irrigation layouts, and in particular those for flood or sheet irrigation. Small dams and earth tanks. Small dams and earth tanks have two primary uses. The minor use is to provide watering points for rangelands, wildlife, and domestic stock. Such tanks or waterholes can therefore be modest systems, widely dispersed and static. The second and major use is to contain or store surplus runoff water for use over dry. Yet. Up. Equals. I. 3. Figure 7.2. Water storage and uses. Layout for a small farm. Schematic of gravity flow systems in relationship to FAR buildings. Dams and roof tanks. 156. Periods for domestic use or irrigation. The latter. Storages, therefore, need to be carefully designed with respect to such factors as safety, water harvesting, total landscape layout, outlet systems, drawdown, and placement relative to the usage area, preferably providing gravity flow. A separate category of water storages, akin to fields for crop or browse production, are those ponds or wet terraces created specifically for water crop, vegetation, or mixed polycultural systems of aquatic animal species. Open water, free water surface area storages are most appropriate in humid climates, where the potential for evaporation is exceeded by average annual rainfall. There is a very real danger that similar storage is created in arid to subhumid areas will have adverse effects, as evaporation from open water storages inevitably concentrates dissolved salts. Firstly, such salty water can affect animal health. Secondly, the inevitable seepage from earth dams can and does create areas of salted or collapsed soils downhill from such storages. And in the case of large barrier dams, so little water may be allowed to bypass them in flood time that agricultural soils, productive lakes, and estuaries may lose more productive capacity by deprivation of flush water and silt deposits than can be made up, at greater cost, by irrigation derived from such lakes. Dryland storage strategies are discussed in Chapter TL. What I have to say here is specifically addressed to humid areas and small dams unless otherwise noted. Earth dams or weirs where retaining walls are 6 m. 19 feet, high or less, and which have a large or oversized stable spillway, are no threat to life or property if well made. They need not displace populations, stop flow in streams, create health problems, fill with silt, or block fish migrations. In fact, dams or storages made anywhere but as barriers on streams effectively add to stream flow in the long term. Low barrier dams of 1 to 4 m, 3 to 13 feet, high can assist stream oxygenation, provide permanent pools, b. step to allow fish ladders or bypasses, and also provide local sites for modest power generation. While almost all modern assessments would condemn or ban large-scale dams and large-scale power schemes, on the record of past and continuing fiascos, a sober assessment of small water storages shows multiple benefits. Given the range of excellent texts on small dams, often available from local water authorities, and by mail order from good bookstores, have therefore avoided specific and well-published construction details, and have here elaborated more on the types, placement, links to and from, and function of small dams in the total landscape. Yeomans, PERSCOMM, 1978, has stated that he believes that if from 10 to 15% of a normal, humid, lowland or foothill landscape were fitted with small earth storages, floods and drought or fire threat could be eliminated. Not all landscapes can cost-effectively store this. Copnut me. A. Bald slopes I6 in best hove lawn. Slopes 4. Scare. Sietesu, chop loe, how asic. SOS to be forester. With TERAGE, fields. Pansy of election. Convex S lors S rack punt comb of slopes. Figure 7.3 LTFOIT. Humid landscape dam placement on slope. Schematic of water storages with respect to slope, forests, and dwellings. 157. Proportion of free surface water, some because of free draining soils or deep or coarse sands. Other areas are too rocky, or of fissured limestone, and yet others are too steep or unstable. But a great many productive areas of clay fraction subsoils, 40% or more clay fraction, will hold water behind earth dams, below grade levels as earth tanks, or perched above grade as turkey's nest or ring dams. There are very few landscapes, however, that will not store more soil water. If humus, soil treatment, or swales are tried, the soil itself is our largest water storage system in landscape if we allow it to absorb. Almost every type of dam is cost-effective if it is located to pen water in an area of 5% or less slope. However, many essential dams, if well made and durable, can be built at higher slopes or grades, made of concrete, rock-walled, or excavated if water for a house or small settlement is the limiting factor. Each and every dam needs careful soil and level surveys and planning for local construction methods, dam types and locations. There are at least these common dam sips in every extensive landscape. Saddle dams are usually the highest available storages, on saddles or hollows in the skyline profile of hills. Saddle dams can be fully excavated below ground, grade, or walled on either side of, or both sides of, the saddle. They can be circular, oblong, or shark egg, shaped with horns or extensions at either end. Figure 7.4. Uses, wildlife, stock, high storage. Ridgepoint dams or horseshoe dams are built on the subplateaus of flattened ridges, usually on a descending ridgeline, and below saddy dams. The 45.4% B/EYTE 73 days. Version drain to next dam. 8. Trammers SEC ton along prime ridge on. Figure 7.5. Ridgepoint dam, or horseshoe dam, built on plateau areas of ridges. Uses as saddle dams. Diversion prains, catch abnor. FIAMILLTERS and PIBIRIT. TT the saddle. PAP. Drains. H cut at 250S00 RNG. Figure 7.4. Saddle dam. Very useful for fire control, wildlife, limited irrigation. The highest type of dam in the landscape that fills from hill runout. 158. Shape is typically that of a horse's hoof. It can be made below grade, or walled by earth banks. Figure 7.5. Uses, as for saddle dams, only of limited irrigation use, but very useful for runoff and pumped storages. Note that both saddle and ridge dams can act as for pumped water used for energy generation. Key point dams are located in the valleys of secondary streams, humid landscapes, at the highest practical construction point in the hill profile, usually where the stream profile changes from convex to concave. This place can be judged by eye, and a descending contour will then pick up all other key points on the main valley. Figure 7.6. Uses, primarily to store irrigation water. Note that a second or third series can be run below this primary series of dams, and that the spillway of the last dam in a series can be returned upstream to meet the main valley, effectively spilling surplus to streams. Contour dam walls can be built on contour, wherever the slope is 8% or less of sufficiently flat. Contours and dam walls can be concave or convex too. The fall line across the slope, figure 7.7, uses irrigation, aquaculture, or flood flow basins in T insertion A. Figure 7.6. Key point dam. A. If used in series, no spillway is built and the overflow goes to the next dam, and eventually to a stream. Fitted for irrigation on lower slopes. B. The key line A, heavy dashes, links key points in primary valleys. Barrier dams are always constructed across a flowing or intermittent stream bed. These dams, therefore, need ample spillways, careful construction, fish ladders on biologically important streams, and are made most frequently as energy systems, but are also used for irrigation if they are constructed well above the main valley floors where crops are grown. Figure 7.8. Turkey's nest dams or above-grade tanks. Water has to be pumped into these, often by windmill or solar pump. They are common in flatlands as stock water tanks or for low-head irrigation. Figure 7.9. Check dams. There are many forms of barrier dams not intended to create water storages, but to. Figure 7.8. Barrier dam. The engineer's dam can affect fish migration and be difficult to spill. Works well as part of a key line series only. Cross-section. Figure 7.7. Contour cams. Practical on slopes of 8 or less, a 5 part of 2 general series on farms. 159. Regulate or direct stream flow. Even a 1 to 3 m, 3 to 10 foot wall across a small stream gives enough head to drive an hydraulic ram to fit a water wheel to divert the stream itself to a contoured canal for irrigation, or to buffer sudden floods. Dams intended to regulate flood crests may have a base pipe or fixed opening in the stream bed which allows a manageable flow of water downstream while banking up the flood crest behind the dam itself, so spreading the rush of water over time. The base opening allows silt scour and so keeps the dam free of siltation. Figure 7.10 to 13. Gabion dams. In drylands, permeable barriers of rock-hilled mesh baskets, gabions, will create silt fields and water rot breeding across eroding valleys. The Amipi Pro A. FING bet on level jowers. Coroller in Plam. Figure 7.9. Ring and Turkey's Nest Dam. Hold water dumped in by wind and provides IOWT in hat. Landscapes, can be pipe fished from a large roof or from parking areas. Ovens on check dam divers. Diverts emission foul 10 ridges, storages, or canals on contour. Figure 7.11. Gongreedy Flood Check Dam. Allows normal flow FO pass, retards floods, and prevents rapid flood discharge. Scale of these dams varies, but for farm construction. Walls 0.5 to 2 m, 2-6:5 feet, high are usual. As with figure A. 7.12, the purpose is not to store free surface water, but to create a flat area where silt loads can usefully depiece it, and so form absorption beds in flood conditions. We can see the landscape, as though sliced into layers, through contours, as a set of catchment, storage, usage, and revitalization zones. Figure 7.15. Building dams. Although we can build dams or tanks on any site, given material resources, common sense dictates that storage dams be carefully located with respect to asterisk earth type, core out a sample pit for assessing clay. Asterisk grade behind wall, lower slopes give greatest. GURE 7.1. Silt check dam. Earth AF concrete walls or gabions hold silt fields, spread water. Reduce silt load in streams. Figure 7.13. Check dam for ram pump or water wheel. Only 1 to 3 m of head enables modest energy use for mechanical power. Lift pumps, or diversion TE canals. Hoe profile. Figure 7.14. Eroding quillies are best stabilized using sarong wire baskets to contain stones or shingle. These resist feuds well. 160. IOE 4-2 asterisk slope. O4 slope revitalization of water, bicollegical MVT. Underscore spear edge N2. Figure 7.15. Capacity, feet, not counting the holes behind such walls caused. Asterisk downstream safety of structures and houses, a key by their excavation. Therefore we speak of depths of factor in large darns, 4,5-6 m, 15 to 20 feet, for small earth dams. Few of us will. Asterisk height above use points, gravity flow is desirable, want to build farm dams higher, and we must get good and advice if we wish to do so. Asterisk available catchment or diversion. Slopes to crest should be concave, and every 25 centimeters. Tamp earth with some clay fractions of better than underscore 10 inches, a machine such as a roller, or the bulldozer. 50% is a waterproof barrier up to heights of 3.6 m, 12 underscore tracks themselves, should ride along and tamp down. Figure 7.16.a. The Yeoman's key line system provides drought proofing for farms in English on total water design for foothill farms, access, IRE belts. Will very low maintenance and operating costs. His was the first book soil creation, low tillage, and creative water storage. 161. Penpies. ST equals TI Ruan. Dash, Z. 136. 6 slash. Fa. Plus. By. 80. OS. CL. NG. $4. 3 to 3. IB 3. 6 to 6. T. 7 to 3. Number 3. OG. I2 dash. 30 to 0. SP. SS. It dash at. N6. 4 to 3. A2. 5 to 3. Plus O. 5. Dollars easy. Fez. FO. Oi. 3 to 0. I. 35 to 4. Fe. N6. L. WS. Z. Ud. 58 to 4. OE. Metres. Figure 7.16.8. A map of one of the Yeoman's properties. The Yeoman's former property. Irrigation development, pad about 307 HA, 758A. The road on north. For further information and photographs see Yeoman C equals. Fusion. Irrigation. Prams. The southern edge of Yobami is located along a main ridge. Note that Yoberry, after 47 years of keyline primary valleys and primary ficus falling IP Red Bank Creek TE to 162. The earth. This, like the exclusion of boulders and logs, grass clumps and topsoil, is critical to earth stability. Shrinkage of well-compacted dams is less than 1%. Earth so rolled should be neither so dry as to crumble, nor so wet as to slump or squash out under the roller. A key should be cut to prevent shear and cut off any base seepage. This is needed on all walls 1.8 m, 6 feet, or more high, otherwise the base should be on a shallow clay-filled ditch. Slopes are safe. ATA ratio of 3:1. Inner, and 2 or 2.5:1, outer, freeboard at 0.9 m, 3 feet. Key at 0.6 to 0.9 m, 2 to 3 feet, deep. In suspect soils, the whole core can be of carded clay, figure 7.17. The wall can curve, out or in, but if carefully made, as diagrammed and provided with a broad spillway, should be stable and safe forever, barring explosions or severe earthquakes. The spillway base should be carefully surveyed at 1 m below crest and away from the wall or fill itself. IDNT try to judge this, measure JT, and a siphon or base outlet pipe fitted with baffle plates placed to draw off water, figure 7.18. The efficiency and capacity of dams depends on the flatness of the area behind the wall, of the valley or valley, plateau, or field should be as level as can be chosen for greatest efficiency. The key to efficiency is the length of the dam wall, compared with the length of water dammed. If the backup is greater than wall length, then this is a measure of increasing efficiency of energy used or earth moved for water obtained. A careful survey of grade plus dam length gives this data before starting the wall. Some dam sites are very cost effective, especially those short dams at constricted sites where the valley behind them is flattish. Small dams of this nature are a jewel in the landscape. Fenced and planted to 30 to 60 m of forest and fruits around, they will provide biologically clean, if some limes muddy, water, and if the topsoil is returned. Figure 7.17. Dam building. AAT shows how decreasing slope provides far more water storage. For the cost of the earth moved, slopes of 7 to 9 are about the steepest. Practical cheap storages. A submerged wall in storage is subject to drawdown, preserves shallow water plants and animals, and protects the shoreline from wave attack at low levels. 163. Lime used, and edges planted, mud will decrease and eventually clear. For water cleanliness and parasite control, cattle, sheep, and other animals should be watered at spigots or troughs, not directly at the dam. Troughs are easily treated with a few crystals of copper sulfate to kill snails and parasitic hosts. Dam stocked with fish will do the same job. Crests can be gravelled and safely used as roads to cross valleys or bogs, and special deep areas, islands, peninsulas, and shelves or benches made inside the dam for birds, plants, and wildfire immune houses. Sealing leaky dams. There are several ways to seal leaking dams. Bentonite, explosives, registered clay, and impermeable membranes. GLEY is a layer of mashed, wet, green, sappy plant material sealed off from air. Although the very green manure of cattle is preferred, shredded, sappy vegetation will also work. It is carefully laid as a continuous 15 to 23 centimeters, 6 to 9 inch layer over the base and gently sloping sides, ratio of 1:4, of a pond, and is covered completely with earth, cardboard, thick wet paper, plastic sheets, or rolled clay, and allowed to ferment anaerobically. This produces a bacterial slime, which permanently seals soil, sand, or small gravels. Once ferment occurs, the pond is pumped or hosed full of water, and the paper or plastic can be later removed. I have used carpets and odd pieces of plastic sheets, overlapped with good results. In cold areas, ferment can take a week or two, in tropics a day or so. Lawn or second cull grasses, papaya, and banana leaves, vegetable tops or green manure all serve as the base layer. Believe that in very good soils, especially in the tropics, it may be possible to grow the clay as a mass of dolichos bean and just roll it flat before sealing it. Figure 7.19. Modifications are to pen and feed a herd of cattle in the dry dam until the bottom is a Montreal pug. Occasional watering assists this process. To strip bales of green hay and manure on ponds that leak slightly, producing algae which seal minor cracks. To sow down green crop in the dry dam, spray, irrigate and feed it off regularly with cattle. Bentonite is a slippery clay powder derived from volcanic ash. It swells when watered and will seal. Terry NS5. Harry. Post trademark. Script of TEP Sun. Law IPOM baffle. SIP Fate Flats. For pull. BMGTH. I hashtag. Necknees. Thrust. Block. Figure 7.18. Dam with block pipes. Be fitted with a base pipe. Smaller dams use siphon over the dam wall. A large earth dam feeding irrigation canals in the key line system can to gardens and houses. Feta Signagate wave action. Crest. TRL Sfebit N. Sun M with GKCSS. Veil. We get LE. T. LE. Pony block. Gover Tracy ETEN PMIG at least. Pam to Che. Key. Water. Pumped in after. From an ES1 GLEYLA. Registered. OG. Gleop SMPPY green. Permitting. Material. Carefully popper. Figure 7.19. Getting a pond. With great care taken to slope side and place ferment material, this layer of technique will seal ponds in sands, gravels, shales, or leaking substrates. 164. Clay loams if rototilled in at 5 to 7 centimeters, 2 to 3 inches, deep, and rolled down. However, it is expensive and doesn't always work. Cement and tamping plus sprinkling might be preferable, or a bituminous spray can be rolled in after tilling. In clay soils, salt or sodium carbonate can have the same effect. Explosives are sometimes used to compact the sides of full dams, and consist of throwing in a 3 to 5 stick charge of dynamite. This works well at times, but is dangerous if you own a retriever, or if the dam wall is poorly compacted to start with. Clay is expensive if it has to be carted in, but it is often used to seal dams near a clay pocket. The clay is spread and rolled 23 to 30 centimeters, 9 to 12 inches, thick over suspect areas. Impermeable membranes can be of welded plastic, neoprene, or even poured concrete. Impermeable membranes are too expensive to use on any but critical dams, which may mean a guaranteed water supply to a house or garden in very porous areas. Using membranes enables banks to be steeper than in any other earth compaction or glaze system, so that more water can be fitted into smaller space. It is not biological unless a sand or topsoil floor is also added over the ceiling layer when fish or plants can be added. Earth storage is now the cheapest, easiest, and most locally self-reliant method of water conservation. Unless both cities and farms use such methods, clean water will deservedly become known as the world's rarest mineral, ill health will be perpetuated, and droughts and floods alike become commonplace. None of these are necessary. Costs vary greatly. As a rough guide, water stored in soil and humus is the cheapest and a pre-test volume. Surface dams next cheapest, and tanks dear, but still much less expensive than piped water from mains. Supply. I can only urge all people of goodwill to promote, fund, and investigate water and water storage, water energy, and water cleanliness, as the chlorinated, metallic, asbestos-fibered, poisonous water of modern scent-released systems is producing such epidemic disease and illness as cancer, bone marrow failure, and gastrointestinal disorder. If a 22,500 tank costs 20 units of money, the same units in a sensible ETH storage pays for 2,500,00 I, or about 100 times as much water, up to 135,000 to 2,500,000. Tanks get cheaper, as less concrete is used for more water. That is, a large tank is relatively cheaper than a small tank. Above 22,501, such tanks are usually poured on site. Below this, they are carted from a central manufacturing site. Dams, in contrast, begin to cost more as the height of the wall rises. About 3 m, 10 feet, of retaining wall is the limit of cheap dams. Above this, costs rise rapidly. As greater skills, more expensive and massive materials, more complex controls of levels, and much greater environmental risks take their toll. As noted, cheap water in dams depends on the choice of site, so that very low dams on well-selected sites impound 20 to 100 times more water than the same earth used on steeper sites, where every unit of earth moved equals a unit of water. However, even earth tanks excavated below grade are at 1/10 the price of concrete tanks above grade. Where are tanks, modest dams, and massive dams appropriate? Tanks are appropriate on isolated dwellings, in flatlands, and everywhere in cities and urbanized areas. Dams of from 22,500 to 4.5 ml are best built on any good site in country and parkland areas. Massive dams are appropriate hardly anywhere but the rock-bermed or glaciated uplands of solid and forested hills, subject to low earthquake risk, and then only for modest domestic, not dirty industrial, power generation. Tanks. Cultural and historical precedent may determine how earth is moved and used, or even if it can be moved at all. Thus, an Australian, accustomed to a great variety of surface storage, is astounded that there are no *y earth dams. Al. ASF. Equals 4 SME equals S. Figure 7.20 LTESREP, Coro. Schematic of costs for dams and tanks. Storage tanks cost about 100 times the cost of dams for the same amount of water stored. Cost size schematics for both are given. Cest. W plus. EO plus. Tanks. AO equals 6 plus 6 colon este. Liters stored, X000. 165. Significant domestic rainwater tanks in Europe, the USA, or India, where clean drinking water is rare, that British, American, and Brazilian farmers rarely use multiple earth storages of water, and that expensive pipelines and bores are the preferred alternative, even where local rainfall often exceeds local needs. The simple forms for making concrete tanks cost a few $100s, and may be used hundreds of times. About 22,500 provides a family with all needed water, drinking, showers, cooking, modest garden water on trickle. For a year, tank water is renewed by rain at any time of year. Every roof, whether domestic or industrial, would fill many such tanks, and simple calculations, roof area x average rainfall in millimeters or inches, and conversion to liters or gallons gives the expected yield. Granted that roof areas themselves can be contaminated by birds, dust, or industry, the first precaution is to reject the first flow off of water, and use it on gardens or in swales. Two methods for doing this are shown in figure 7.21. As for the entry of insects, birds, or rodents to tanks, and this includes mosquitoes, a U-pipe entry and exit, a sealed tank roof, and an overflow pipe emptying to a gravel-filled swale all effectively exclude these potential nuisances. If birds persistently perch on roof ridges, a few very fine wires or threads stretched along the ridge as a 10 centimeters, 4-inch, high fence will discourage them. Gutters on roofing can be cleaned out regularly, or leaf-free gutters or downpipes fitted. About 3 or 4 types are commercially manufactured. Some systems are illustrated in figure 7.22. Given that most dust and leaves are removed, residual organics are usually harmless. These fix as an active biological velvety film on tank walls and bases. Taps or outlet pipes are normally fitted 15 to 20 centimeters, 6 to 8 inches, above any tank floor to allow such a film to remain. Finally, a net or bag of limestone, shell, or marble chips is suspended in the tank. This creates hard alkaline water, preventing heavy metal uptake from the water and decreasing the incidence of heart attacks. In those using the tank, washing and shower water can be soft, acid, but the water we drink is best made alkaline for the sake of health. It makes far more sense to legislate for such tanks on every roof than to bring exotic water for miles to towns. It will also ensure that clean air regulations are better observed locally, that every house has a strategic water reserve, and that householders are conservative in their use of water. SEEA. We have rejection of first water flow off a. The first rains wash the roof, and are rejected. These systems reset when empty. 166. Year 7.22. Types of gutters. Cell cleaning and lill-free gutters or downpipes are useful where trees overhang a house. Cone to pipe is also useful to collect water from rock domes. Swales. Swales are long, level excavations, which can vary greatly in width and treatment from small ridges in gardens, rock piles across slope, or deliberately excavated hollows in flatlands and low slope landscapes. Figure 7.23. Like soil conditioning or soil loosening systems, swales are intended to store water in the underlying soils or sediments. They are, simply, cross-flow dry channels or basins intended to totally intercept overland flow, to hold it for a few hours or days, and to let it infiltrate as groundwater recharge into soils and tree root systems. Trees are the essential components of swale planting systems, or we risk soil waterlogging and a subsequent local rainfall deficit caused by lack of evapotranspiration of the stored water. Thus, tree planting must accompany swaling in arid areas. Swales should ideally not exceed in width the total crown spread of the fringing trees planted to use the stored water absorbed into the swale sediments. Trees overshade and cool the soils of swales, further reducing the risk of evaporation and dissolved salt concentration, or water loss, although swales can also be grazed Few grasses can effectively remove the absorbed water to rehumidify air streams. Swales are therefore widely used in arid to sub-humid, even humid areas, on both fairly steep slopes and flatlands, and in both urban and rural areas. They are appropriate to road and other silty or contaminated runoff harvest, where the dust or tar oils washed off have no adverse effect on tree growth. The essentials of swale construction are simple. They are all built on contour or dead level survey lines, and are neither intended nor permitted for water flow. Their function is just to hold water. Unlike dams, swale banks and bases are never compacted or sealed, although small tanks can be sunk in swale bases for watering livestock or trees. Conversely, the swale soils can be gravelled, ripped, or loosened to assist water infiltration. The swale depth and width can be varied to cope with the speed of infiltration locally, so that wider and shallower swales are made in sands, narrower and deeper swales in clay fraction soils. After an initial series of rains that soak in a meter or more of water, trees are seeded or planted on either bank or side slopes of the swales. This can take 2 wet periods. Thereafter, it takes about 3 to 5 years for tree belts to overshade the swale base and to start humus accumulation from leaf tissue. Humus will accumulate, however, by washdown and wind movement from bare or uphill areas. Early in the life of an unplanted swale, water absorption can be slow, but the efficiency of absorption increases with age due to tree root and humus effects. As this happens, it is possible to admit water to swales from other areas, leading it in via diversion drains. This exotic water from unused road or rock surfaces or overland flow can enable the planting of high-value trees of higher water demand or a new set of swales to be constructed. Every subhumid and arid townscape can, with great energy gain and much reduced cost for roading and water use, fit all roads and paved areas with swales, along which tree lines shade pavement and reduce heat oases while they produce fuel, mulch, and food products. Every roof tank overflow and some gray water wastes can be led to swales if boron detergents are not used. Swales interpenetrating the suburban development of village homes in Davis, California. Michael Corbett, designer, accept all road and excess roof runoff, and figure 7.23. Swales on contour go natto, they first stop and infiltrate overland flow. Swales on hillsides are part of access or production systems. 167. Support hundreds of productive trees in settlement. Water penetrated soils to 6 m, 19 feet, deep after a few years of operation, and swales were siliciated after 3 to 4 years of tree growth. In Hawaii and in Central Australia, swales I have designed produced fast growth in trees in volcanic cinder and sandy soils. Swales in Australian drylands have consistently grown larger and healthier water ram-off fed trees than have open plantings. In arid areas, it is imperative to plant trees on swales, or we risk salt concentration and soil collapse downhill. All swales are therefore temporary events. As trees supplant their function, they are precursors to rehabilitation of normal forests in their region. Natural swales in humid forests, Tasmania, not only generate much larger trees and provide level access ways, but support a thick humus and plants on the swale floors. Orchids, fungi, and ginseng do better in swales. Most swales should be adjusted by widening, gravelling, or ripping to absorb or infiltrate all water. Caught in from 3 hours to 3 days. Fast absorption will not harm most tree species, although trees such as chestnuts and citrus may need to be planted on nearby spoil banks for adequate root drainage. One believes swales to be a valuable and greatly underused earth form in most climates, including upland and plains areas of snowdrift in winter. In summary, a swale is a large hollow or broad drain, intended to first pool, then absorb all surplus water flow. Thus, the base is ripped, gravelled, sanded, loosened, or dressed with gypsum to allow water infiltration. Trees ideally overshade the swale. The base can be uneven, vary in width, and treated differently depending on the soil type. The spoil is normally mounted downhill or, in flat areas, spread. Water enters from roads, roof areas, tank overflows, gray water systems, or diversion drains. The distance between swales, the runoff or mulch planted surface, can be from 3 to 20 times the average swale width, depending on rainfall. Given a useful swale base of 1 to 2 m, 4 to 6 feet, the interswale. Figure 7.24. Chicken house over swale. Manures from animals placed in swales, or canals leading wet terraces, provide nutrients via water transport for swale crops, and associated trees. Space should be 3 to 18 m, 12 to 60 feet. In the former case, rainfall would exceed 127 centimeters, 50 inches, and in the latter it would be 25 centimeters, 10 inches, or less. In humid areas, the interswale is fully planted with hardy or mulch-producing species. In very dry areas, it may be fairly bare and exists mainly to man water into swales. Mulch flows into, can be carried to, or is grown and mown in swales. Fine dust and silts build up in swale bases, and domestic wastes can be buried here as a mulch pit for hungry plants. The swale and its spoil bank make a very sheltered starting place for plants on windy sites, and the lower slope swales can be planted mainly to casuarina or leguminous trees to prevent upslope winds. Ridges should always have windbreak and condensation plants of hardy and useful species, casuarina, acacia, lucina, silky oak, pine, cypress. Windbreaks can occupy every 6 to 10 swale on sites where wind is a limiting factor. It is better to plant on the downslope side to allow mulch collection in the swale base for use elsewhere. Swale sections can be overdeepened, so that, although the swale lip is surveyed level, its floor may rise and fall. Deepening is most effective in clay fraction soils, and may result in shallow ponds for water-needy crop. Widening is most effective in sand or volcanic fraction soils, and readily admits water to the ground table. 2 other pit systems are useful in swales, one mulch and manure filled for heavy nutrient feeders, yams, bananas, etc., and the other to hold oil drums, plastic liners, or tire ponds as a sealed water reserve for watering young plants. These can be planted with lotus, kangkong, watercress, Chinese water chestnut, or like, keeping the swale width to the tractor, donkey cart, foot track or wheelbarrow access width that one has planned. Sections can be widened at regular intervals to take assemblies of plants, to dig ponds or mulch pits, and to plant trees of higher water need. This leaves access open and enables many assemblies, species, and constructs to be built along the swale as need dictates. Figure 7.25. Regrading swales to remove silt. Silt from swales is graded out or shoveled up to tree lines on downslope side. Swales can be widened over time to create a terrace. 168. Diversion banks and drains. Diversion drains are gently sloping drains used to lead water away from valleys and streams and into storages and irrigation systems, or into sand beds or swales for absorption. If low earth walls are raised across the low channels of larger diversion drains, these then act as a series of mini swales for specific tree sites, while surplus water flows onto storages. Diversion drains differ from swales in that they are built to flow after rain, from overland flow or from feeder streams. They are the normal and essential connectors of dam series built on the key line systems, so that the overflow of one dam enters the feeder channel of the next. Such diversion systems need careful planning and survey, with drain bases sloping as little as 1:6,000 in fine sands. Dam crests and irrigation drains need equally careful placement. Even without a stream intake, diversion drains will gather water from overland flow in as little as 1 to 1.5 centimeters, 1/2 inch, of rain over 24 hours, so that isolated dams are normally fitted with diversion drains even in quite dry country. Diversion drains can be led to broad level swales in drylands, or made of simple concrete or stone walls across solid rock faces. In the Canary Islands, these gather rock runoff which is led to underground cave storages or large open tanks. Simple sliding gates across or in the downhill banks of such drains allow controlled flow, controlled irrigation, and, in floods, bypassing of dams. Asterisk. Spill gates can be fixed, concrete slide holders and aprons, or movable, plastic sheets weighted with a chain sewn into the foot and supported across the drain by a light pipe sleeved into the top. These latter are called flags, figure 7.27. Slide gates can open onto ridge lines, and water then spreads downhill, while plastic flags can be placed and taken up at any point along a drain. This enables one or two people to water 200 to 240 ha, 400 to 600 acres, in a morning. It is also an effective wildfire control system in forested areas. For sophisticated wildfire or irrigation control, both slide gates and dam-based gate valves can be remotely operated by radio signal and storage batteries or buried electrical conduits to power small motors or hydraulic slides. A complete wildfire control can be achieved by dams and sheet irrigation, and using infrared sensors and automatic 5. Such systems remove the risk for firefighters and allow forests to regenerate in semi-arid areas. Interceptor drains. These drains, or rather, sealed intersplitters, act in the opposite tense to diversion drains. These earthworks are specifically designed by Harry Whittington of West Australia to prevent overland water flow and waterlogging, which has the effect of collapsing the dryland valley or downslope soils of a desert soil cantina. Thus, they ideally totally intercept overland flow and direct it to streams or valley runoffs. They can be cross-slope as are swales, but they differ from diversion drains and swales in that their construction always involves the ramming by bulldozer blade of subsoil layers hard against the downhill bank. This effectively prevents or impedes water seepage through the downhill wall of the interceptor bank. Moreover, they are always 1.5 to 25 m, 5-8 deep, carefully spaced, and effectively stop not only overland flow but also salt water seepages in shallow sand seams. In effect, they isolate large blocks of soil from waterlogging and salt seepage. After this preparation, trees can be planted in previously desertified soils. Where deeper sand seams carrying salty water are located, these can be trenched out and stopped with a vertical plastic barrier, backed by compacted clay on the uphill side, made to flow at 1:600 to 1:1500 cross slope. Interceptors effectively cut up incipient or degraded cropland subject to desertification into blocks of 100 m, 330 feet, to a maximum of 300 m, 985 feet, wide, isolating each block from flooding and the salty cascade flow from uphill. Surplus water is carried off in streams. Interceptor banks also cut off seepage from salt lakes, and can divert early, salted, overland flow around salt pans, letting later fresh flood water fill the pans or shallow lakes. Spreader drains or banks are intended to spill a thin sheet of surplus, overflow, water down a broad grassy slope, either for irrigation or, in deserts, to prevent channel scour and gullying. They are normally made to figure 7.26. Diversion drains. Unlike swales, these run from streams to dams, or collect overland flow and convey it to storages. They are a part of any rainwater harvesting system. GRFA. E. EEIS. A FA MML equals XFS. SFT BN6. Pow scope. Figure 7.27. A PLS shot. Plasty one end supported by the channel banks, the other, white by a chain, forms a temporary dam, causing the channel to flood out and irrigate land downhill. 169. Take any overflow from swales and dams, and maybe tens or hundreds of meters long. Spreader banks have the lower side dead level, and compacted or even concreted. Water enters from a dam, swale, or minor stream and leaves as a thin sheet flow down slope. Spoil is piled uphill, preferably in mounds, or removed to allow downhill sheet flow to enter the spreader ditch. Figure 7.28. For irrigation areas of flatlands, the bank is often pierced by a series of dead level pipe gutlets, each feeding an irrigation bay, itself plain flat, to which water is confined by low side walls, steering banks. At the lower end of that bay, a tail drain, a surplus water drain, leads off excess water to a stream or secondary storage dam. In such cases, the uphill or primary feeder drain is called the head race, and has cross slides that block flow. This causes the level pipes to flood out into the bays. Sometimes the pipes are replaced with level concrete sills, and in old established spreader banks, the whole of the lower lip may be concreted to give a permanent level spill. The spreader bank water overflow is evenly spread by carefully leveling the downhill bank as a sill, immune to breakage by cattle or vehicles. Spoil lines uphill from spreader banks are best piled, or at least broken by frequent openings to allow downhill overland flow to enter the drain without carrying sill loads. In any landscape, a subtle and well-planned combination of dams, drains, spreader banks, swales, and appropriate pipes, gate valves, spill gates, flags, or culverts will harvest, store, and use surplus flood or overland flow waters. These are used to flush out salts from soils, spread water evenly over crop, put out wildfires, and modestly irrigate land. It is a matter of first deciding on, then surveying any or all these systems, and above all of considering the long-term effects on the immediate landscape and the soils. Ale earthworks can be regarded as rehabilitative and remedial if they replace salted and eroded lands with perennial browse or forests. They can be seen as damaging and exploitative if used to irrigate high water demand crop, like lucerne/alfalfa, in drylands, to cut off flow to dry areas, or to run water for unessential uses to large urban centers devoted to lawns and car washes. 7.4. Reduction of water used in sewage systems. In cities, water is chlorinated and fed back into the system, sometimes mixed with seawater or treated wastewater to give it that city taste so typical of, e.g., Las Palmas in the Canary Islands. Surplus sewage. Schematic of irrigation bays. Layout for channel irrigation. Bays should not exceed 100 m long or water can be wasted FO evaporation. See also figure 7.30. Pension hillside. MTH beam, Ivori. Terrace, of 170. Untreated, is often passed to sea, with bacteria, viruses, and parasites intact for bathers to wallow in. All of this arises from the frequent, wasteful, and unnecessary flushing of toilets by those of us living in the affluent society. In Sweden, it is compulsory to use dry toilets in remote, unsewered, or unsuitable areas. In the USA, UK, and Australia, one has to fight hard. Get permission to use these, as it is the vested interest of industry and town clerks to supply and charge for sewerage systems. However, no clean water need be used to flush toilets. If there is a diversion from a hand basin to the toilet tank, in Australia at least, hand basins molded in to toilet flush tanks are available, figure 7.91. It is essential to use low flush toilet bowls with such systems, as they otherwise flush incompletely, and build up heavy pathogenic bacteria populations. This is a simple solution to 40% of domestic water misuse, and encourages hand cleanliness rather than the false cleanliness/tidiness of toilet flushing for its own sake. Dry toilets are not always appropriate, except in cities and other water-critical areas. They are unnecessary on farms or in well-drained soils, or wherever sewage is used to produce methane by anaerobic digestion in tanks. In fact, dry toilets reduce the potential uses of sewage, just as compost is a reduction in the potential use of mulch. Dry toilets are quite specifically useful where no methane system is used. Sewage is not used in the production of plants. Soils do not suit septic tanks, and cities have critical water supply problems. In using wastewater from kitchen, bathroom, and laundry, it is wise to establish just what chemicals, and at what concentration, are being released to gardens and soils, or waterways. A typical analysis of a powdered detergent or a soap could include sodium or potassium salts or polysulfates, silicates, sulfates or bicarbonates, borates, residual biocides, concentrated in animal fats, e.g. DDT, dieldrin, hexachlor from dairy, cattle, additives such as resins, hardeners, scents, dyes, and brighteners, fecal bacteria, and viral or worm pathogens from washing, in showers or via clothes. This data is from Kevin Handreck, XRO Division of Soils, PERSCOMM 1979. Of these, most can be dealt with by soil organisms. But if the basic water supply is already saline, sodium and potassium salts can add to this and deflocculate soil clays or damaged leaves, at greater than 1000 mi, while equals. Figure 7.30. Irrigation. Slide slope on main head * drain allow pipes to be blocked. When water spills big minor siphons or sills low irrigation bays, a tail drain. See figure 729, take surplus water, bays are flooded for 60% of length, then next settings is irrigated. All pipes UEP and stops ray plugs. On the Veep stream site T. Control flow. N. Timing. Co YY. Irrate. 17. Borates at greater than 0.5 ppm can create excessive boron concentration in soils, and above 1.0 ppm is harmful to soil life and plants. Thus, we need to use plain soaps on crop if possible, and root more complex pollutants to treat systems, well monitored, as woody perennials can cope better than garden vegetables, and allow more time for decomposition of long-term pollutants. In critical areas, and especially in arid or delicate environments, we may need to create both special soaps, unpolluted oils, potash or sodium, and plant special crops which remove excesses, many water plants, before passing on gray water to the soils and streams. There is no blanket policy, only specific cases where we can expect to gain yield and also clean up water if we know the composition of soils and soaps. 7.5. The purification of polluted waters. The only long-term insurance of good water supply to a settlement is by rigorous control of a forested catchment, including a total ban on biocides and metallic processing. As there are few such clean areas left in the world, house roof tanks must do for the foreseeable future. The 30 to 40 additives commonly introduced into water supplies are often pollutants in themselves to that increasingly sensitive sector of society developing allergies to any type of modern pollutant. These additives represent the endpoint of the technological fix. Pollution is fixed by further pollution. Herein, I will stress the biological treatment of common contaminants, the only water safe for us 15 also safe for other living things. For millennia we have existed on water supplies containing healthy plants and fish, and if we keep natural waters free of fecal and industrial contaminants, we can continue to do so. This is not so much a matter of water treatment as the prevention of polluting activities. However, for many existing cities and towns, sewage and stormwater supplies must continue to represent a disposal problem. As the wastewaters of upstream settlements are the drinking waters of downstream areas, our duty is to release from any settlement only water of sufficiently good quality to be safely usable by others. The problem contaminants most likely to affect drinking water are turbidity, silt and fine particles suspended in the water, bacterial or organic pollution from sewage, and as decay products, e.g. E. coli, disease organisms, and viral or protozoan pathogens, parasitic worm eggs, and so on. Metallic pollutants such as chromium, cadmium, lead, mercury. Biocides, e.g. aldrin, dieldrin, 2, 4D, 2, 4, 5T, dioxin, PCB, etc., organophosphates, halogenated Hydrocarbons. Asterisk excessive fertilizer, especially nitrogenous. Compounds, phosphates, sodium, and potassium salts. Asterisk acids or acid-forming compounds, a pH less than 5.5 increases metallic pollution. Many of these factors interact. Acid rain dissolves out of rocks and soil poisonous forms of aluminium, mercury, lead, cadmium, and selenium, or other metals, such as copper, nickel, and lead from drinking tanks, tea urns, and hot water tanks. Organisms may convert inorganic mercury to organic forms, as happened in Minamata, Japan, which are readily absorbed by the body. Sewage in water aids such conversion to biologically active metals. Mercuric fungicide dressing on seeds has not only caused direct poisoning of people who have eaten the seed, but also poisons the soil. Excessive artificial fertilizer increases aquatic biological activity, which results in further uptake of metals in acidic waters, and so on. In biocides, aldrin prevents DPT being excreted. The combination is deadly. One can buy this mix in Australia and the Third World, or farmers will achieve it by successive sprays. DDT is a stable residual poison. Co-distilling with water, so that distillation will not help. An additional threat to public health comes from Figure 7.31. Hand basin flush toilets. Water use in hand basins about equals that for toilets, so in effect no extra of clean water is used in toilets. Holding tank can contain several flushes and excess drains to toilet. 172. The many miles of asbestos pipe used in public water supply systems. There is a definite threat of both stomach and bladder cancer from asbestos particles in water supplies. Ferric and aluminium sulfate, salt, and lime are all added to water to cause fine particles to flocculate and settle out as clay. In England, as pH increases due to acid rain, and in fact wherever acid rain occurs, aluminium goes into solution, and with lead and cadmium may bind to protein in vegetables and meat, especially those boiled or steamed. Even if salt is added to cooking water to decrease these effects, levels far exceeding the 30 Ug/allowable for those with kidney problems are experienced. Cooking may increase the water content of metals by a factor of 5 due to this protein binding, and as well make the metals so bound easy to assimilate in the body. Cooking acidic substances in aluminium pots simply worsens the problem. Aluminium from acidic rain leaching is now thought to be a major cause of tree and lake death. Ferric sulfate may be safer to use, especially if water is initially or reasonably alkaline. Obviously, these effects need more study, and any inorganic salt or metallic salt deserves very cautious use. Water treatments commonly used. Asterisk aeration, oxygenation, by wind, mechanical aeration, or by turbulence inflow. Aeration is also achieved by trickle columns and vegetation. Spreading flow in still water ponds or rush beds to allow particles to fall out, filter out, or flocculate. Asterisk skimming and sieving to remove large organic. Asterisk filtration via sand beds or charcoal fiber columns, soils, the roots of aquatic plants. Asterisk coagulation or flocculation by using chemical additives, lime, salt, ferric sulfates, or organic, bacterial, gels. Registered biological removal by bacteria, phyto, ton, and high plants. GER's vestment by adding calcium, as lime, or sulfur compounds as needed. Filtration. A classical and widely used filter is sand. Britain and many cities use sand filters followed by chlorination to clean settled and treated raw sewage water. Sedimentation. Filtration by slow drip through 1.2 m, 4 feet, of sand, top half fine, bottom half coarse, is used. Even in temporary rural camps for water filtration. 4 cities, fixed sand beds with brick bases are used. The top 1 centimeter, 0.5 inch, or so of sand periodically swept, removed, and dried, or roasted to remove organic particles before the sand is returned. Activated charcoal, often from bones or plants such as willow or coconut husks, is also used as a fine filter. In homes and where purity is of the essence. Fine dripstone, fine quartzstone, is used in water cleaners and coolers to supply cool water in homes. Trickle filters through sand and gravel columns actually feed resident bacteria which remove the surplus nutrient. In less polluted environments, a similar task is carried out by freshwater mussels. Carbon is essential for the removal of nitrogen or for its conversion by bacteria to the gross composition. No, and it is generally added as carbohydrate, which can be liquids such as methanol, ethanol, or acetic acids, many or all of them derived from plant residues. This is a bit like adding a little wine to the water to encourage the bacteria to work. Surplus nitrogen is released by bacteria to air. Unless bacteria are encouraged and allowed to work, nitrates move easily through subsoils in which no plants or bacteria can live, and can emerge in wells and streams. In ponds intended for drinking, light exclusion and surface water stabilization reduce both turbidity and thus algae to a minimal quantity. The stabilization of banks by grasses and clump plants helps. Pond surface stabilizers are water lilies, azalea, and water hyacinth. Bank stabilizers are juncus, scirpus, various grasses and clovers, phyllonodosa, lipia, and bamboo and pampas grass clumps. With turbidity much telunid, filtration loads are likewise reduced. Liming will further reduce turbidity. If pH is 6.0 or less, this is as simple as placing crushed marble or limestone as a layer in a tank, or casting burnt lime over a pond before filling and, if necessary, after filling. Crushed shells or even whole shells in water tanks and ponds have the same effect. Lime flocculates particles, causing them to settle out of the water. There are several techniques for filtration, some or all of which can be used in series. First, trickle filters of Figure 7.32. Sand filter. SCLLEC. Base to surface. Surface sands can be washed or roasted for cleaning. A basic cleanser for microbiological pollution. Flow is upwards from 3s needed usually every 12 to 18 months. 173. Loose pebbles, 2.5 to 10 centimeters, can be used to form an active bacterial surface layer to absorb nutrients. Then a sand filter can be used to absorb bacterial pollution. Water rising through a sand column is fairly clear. The shells of water mussels can be substituted for pebbles, and the living mussels in the pond or tank not only monitor acidity, dying at pH 5.5 or thereabouts, but filter, individually, up to 101/day, digesting bacteria and depositing wastes in the mud base. Mussels and crayfish are not only susceptible to low pH, but are also very sensitive to biocides as dieldrin, so that their living presence is a constant monitor on life-threatening pollution. Water, now fairly clean, can be passed through a bed of watercress to remove dyes and nitrates, and the cress, cut and fed to animals or dried and burnt to ash. As a final process, the water can be trickled through a column, a concrete pipe on end, of active carbon, 10%, and silicon dioxide, 90%, otherwise known as burnt rice, oat, or wheat husks. The results should be clear, sparkling, safe water to drink. No machinery is involved if the system is laid out downslope to permit gravity flow. Lime, freshly burnt, is often used to remove phosphorus and sludges in a primary settling lagoon, and then water is passed to a trickle tower for ammonia removal by bacteria. In towers, of course, the bacteria are not further consumed, but in open lagoons a normal food cycle takes place, with myriad insect larvae and filter feeders removing bacteria, and frogs, fish, and waterfowl eating the insects. In small towns, the water can be passed from filter towers to sewage lagoons, which in fact may become rich waterfowl and forest sanctuaries. It can then be routed to field crops such as forest, pasture, and to crops to be distilled or burnt, which does not directly re-enter the food chain. HTHing natural. Raw sewage is a mixture of nutrients, elements, heavy metals, and carbon compounds. It also contains quite dangerous levels of bacteria, viruses, and intestinal worm eggs. A typical analysis is given in Table 7.3. Units are as mg/L, samples are of 30% industrial, 60% domestic wastes at Werribee, Victoria, Australia. Hosseini, Melbourne Metropolitan Water Board. Pubs, 1978. Melbourne is a city of 2,700,000 people and its sewage lagoons cover 1,500 ha, 3,700 a. Thus, there is 1 hectare of pond in total, to 1,800 inhabitants, or about 1 a for 820 people. In the ponds, raw sewage is run into about 724 a, 1,790 a, where it settles out. Each of these primary settling ponds rarely exceeds 7 ha. 17 a, in area, 50 about 100 ponds receive and settle all raw sewage. Scaled down, this means 1 ha, 2.5 a, of settling pond to 3,800 people. All these settling ponds are anaerobic, and give off biogas, a mixture of methane, CH, carbon dioxide, CO, and ammonite gas, NHJ, with traces of nitrous sulfide or marsh gas, no. Biogas is, of course, a useful fuel gas for engines, or a cooking gas for homes. However, it is also a gaseous component of the atmosphere that is creating the greenhouse effect and thus should be used, not released to air. The next set of ponds is facultative, as described below, and the last set aerobic. These, in total, slightly exceed the area of the anaerobic or settling ponds. Most sectional and Vashon. EO. SECON NAAL elevation. Pipe, Coripes. Pieces 5. Figure 7.33. Schematic of sewage ponds to crop. VID various energy producing systems. Heat pipe. 174. Are 7 to 10 ha, 17 to 25 a, in size. Ponds can be built, as they are at Werribee, to fall by gravity flow from one to the other. In the first series of settling ponds, the sludge creates an anaerobic condition. In the next series of ponds, some sludge passes over and becomes anaerobic at the pond base, while the surface water in the pond, due to wind or algae, is aerobic, oxygen producing. The final series of ponds is totally aerobic. Thus, from intake to outlet, we have the terms asterisk anaerobic, or methane producing, digestive ponds, asterisk facultative, or part methane, part oxygen producing, asterisk aerobic, or oxygen producing ponds. Ponds at Werribee are only an average of 1 m, 3 feet deeper, and the sludge breakdown and wind aeration effects are less. 1,000 townspeople and their associated industries therefore need as little as 270 meters square of settling pond 1 m deep. We could, in fact, achieve this as a long pond, or series of ponds, 3m wide x 90 m long, or 3 side-by-side ponds 30 m long and 3 m wide, or any such combination. We can have the length by doubling the depth to 2 m, and get a pond 3 m x 45 m long, or treble the depth and condense the pond area to a 3 m deep x 3 m wide x 30 m long digestive pond. Such a long and narrow pond is easily made totally anaerobic by fitting water seals and a weighted cover over the top, which can be of plastic, metal, butyl, rubber, or fiberglass. Note that for these deeper digestive ponds we would need to artificially agitate the sludge, using pumped biogas to stir it, otherwise it settles and becomes inactive. Figure 7.33. Sludge is active only in contact with the semi-liquid inputs of the sewer, thus when we stir up the sludge, the better we break down the sewage to biogas. Another critical benefit in sealed and agitated digestives is that no scum forms on the pond surface, which can slow the breakdown process further and cause an acid condition of the total dissolved solids, or influent, entering such a digester, over a period of 20 days and with a temperature of 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, 77 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, a very high percentage of the mass is transferred into methane. A small proportion is also passed on to other ponds, some as living cells, bacteria or algae. As methane forms, so the oxygen demand of the effluent falls. About a cubic meter of methane generated removes about 2.89 kilograms of solids, reducing biological oxygen demand, BOD, to that extent. In the digester, 90 to 94% of worm eggs are destroyed, as are many harmful bacteria. Useful energy is generated, and can be used at that location to run a motor for electricity, or to compress gas for cooking or machinery, or both, as power demands vary. This motor both supplies the heat for the digestive process, and also compresses the gas for digestive agitation, and for energy supply. What happens in the digester? The marsh gas. Table 7.3. Analysis of raw sewage. Analysis mg/L. Solids. Total dissolved solids 1,200, TTS. Biological oxygen demand 170 BOD. Suspended solids 160. Volatile liquids 18510. Total organic carbon 110 to 360. Anionic surfactants 1.0 to 3.6. Nutrients. Nitrite as N0.05. Nitrate as N0.1-0.3. Ammonia as N5. Organic Ni. Total W9-56.2. Orthophosphate SP 1.5 to 6.0. Total phosphorus 15 to 9.0. Metals. copper 0.09, 0.35, chromium 0.25 to 0.4, cadmium 0.015, iron 1.6 to 3.3, lead 0.3 to 0.4, mercury 0.003, nickel 0.15, zinc 0.4 to 0.8. Color. SPT/CP units, 400 to 300. pH 6.9 plus 2.0, near neutral. Of the total sewage input, from 45-60% of the volume builds up as sludge in settling ponds. Produced, hydrogen sulfide, H5, combines with any soluble forms of heavy metals to produce sulfides, which are insoluble in water above pH 7. A little lime can also achieve or assist this result. Hosseini found that the following result occurred in anaerobic ponds. See original metal content, table 7.3. Asterisk copper is removed 97%, of which 78% was removed anaerobically. Asterisk cadmium is removed 70%, all anaerobically. Asterisk zinc is removed 97%, 83% removed anaerobically. Asterisk nickel is removed 65%, 47% aerobically. Asterisk lead is removed 95%, 90% anaerobically. Asterisk chromium is removed 87%, 47% anaerobically. Asterisk iron is removed 85%, 47% anaerobically. Up to 92% of iron was removed by the facultative pond process. But some iron was partly dissolved in the aerobic pond. Again, to give the 85% quoted. The results are that solids, metals, and disease organisms are very greatly reduced by the first anaerobic treatment of sewage. What, in fact, happens to the sludge? It becomes methane. In an anaerobic shallow pond, or a deeper agitated pond, the more sludge, the more active the pond. Thus, a self-regulated equilibrium condition soon establishes where input balances gas output. If we remove the sludge, the process slows down or stops. This is a clear case of 175. Leaving well alone, of active sludge becoming its own solution, rather than being a problem, it generates a resource, methane. In the anaerobic pond, there are few algae, but there are some specialized sulfur-loving bacteria of the genera Thiosperlum, Chromatium, and Rhoda. Pseudomonas. These, in open ponds, may appear pink and give this color to the ponds. They use hydrogen sulfide as a hydrogen source for carbon assimilation. Their byproduct is therefore elemental sulfur, 5, which binds to the metals present, about 1.8-2.0 mg/I. Of heavy metals are precipitated as sulfides at 1.0 mg/LAF elemental sulfur. The bacteria help in this process. Passing now to the facultative ponds, we see both the life forms and the biochemical processes change. Here, algae blooms, for almost universal sewage lagoon. Algae are forms of Euglena, Chlamydomonas, Chlorella, and Cernustes. The total algal and bacterial flora of many species are called phytoplankton, plant plankton. Bacteria are also phytoplankton, the bacteria benefiting from the oxygen produced by the algae. Typical bacteria in the open ponds are Cyclotella, Pinularia, Hypnodinium, and Rhodomonas. The sulfur-loving bacteria may linger on in the sludge base of facultative ponds, but are absent or rare in aerobic ponds. The algae fix carbon, releasing oxygen to the bacteria. With such a rich algal food available, zooplankton now thrive. Most are Rotifers, Brachionis, Trichocerca, Haxarthra, Phylonia, Cladocerans, Daphnia, Moina, Chidorus, Pluracus, Copepods, Mesocyclops, and Ostracods, Candinocyprus, Cypridopsis. Among these are protozoan flagellates, ciliates, and some nematodes. On this rich fauna, waterfowl and fish can flourish. Some of the remaining metals are gathered by the zooplankton. In mg/L, dry weight, they contain 1,200 of iron, 152 of zinc, 37 parts of copper, 28 of chromium, 12.2 of nickel, 10.3 of lead, 1.7 of cadmium, almost a mine in themselves. Harvested, both zooplankton and algae can be added to foodstuffs for poultry, pumped into forests or fields. They provide manures and trace elements for growth. In rich algal growth, blooms of such forms as Daphnia can be as dense as 100 mg/L. Course. Filtration. So CE and AK. Accessory heat from SOLAE. Anaerobic. 4 Pitchster. A 1 am. Pagestion. 3 digester, gas to MTTOR, co-MPRESEP. S 2 days. Bideator. OTOR, run on. HRNW conrayers. 5 algae propusing canals and MOTOR NEP sewer. Peoples, facultative. 6 algal processing plant. Algal, PON. PF aerobic ONIPS. 4 BPAs. IO rush bed cans for final cleansing. ABOA. Ponds. Low 2 EPAs. Rush bed. Filtration. \OPAs. Figure 7.34. Sewage treatment. An ideal layout for settlement sewage, yields gas, energy, algae, fish, wildlife, crop, and thoroughly cleanses water for release to streams. See notes 1 to 10 on illustration. 176. These zooplankton masses are self-controlled by eating out their algal foods, and can in their turn be eaten by fish in subsequent pond systems. Of the pH, which varies both long-term and in 24-hour cycles, it too increases from stage FO stage. Anaerobic pH 6.2 to 7.8, facultative pH 7.5 to 8.2, anaerobic pH 7.5 to 8.5. In clogged algal waters at night, it may. At the aerobic stage, the BOD is only 3-57 mg/L. Due mainly to nitrogenous compounds, the suspended solids 32-50 mg/L, now mainly algae and zooplankton. About 80% of these have been removed and incorporated into life forms, and the metal levels are now down to World Health Organization standards. The water can be used for irrigation, or filtered by rush beds to streams. Seasonal changes are noticeable. In winter, more hydrogen sulfide is given off by anaerobic ponds. 8-15 mg/L compared with summer's 2-5 mg/L, and winds may contribute more to oxygen levels in open ponds than do algae. In winter too, more ammonia, NH, is released to the atmosphere. Summer sees residues oxidize to nitrates. The oxygen being provided more by algae than by wind. Less hydrogen sulfide is given off, and there are greater ranges of temperature. In winter, 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. Decomposition slows and sludge levels build up, only to be more actively converted in the summer warmth of 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, 64 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit. BOT is 495 kg/ha/day in winter. 1034 kg/ha/day in summer, at optimum pond conditions, showing that activity almost doubles as temperature increases. Consequently, almost twice as much gas as methane is given off in summer or in heated digesters. In winter, the cooling water of methane-powered engines can provide the essential heat to digesters via a closed-loop pipe. In all, this simple lagoon series produces a very beneficial effluent from heavily polluted influent. However, there are even more sophisticated biological treatments omitted, those affected by the higher plants. As outlined below, some genera of rushes, sedges, and floating plants can greatly assist with removal of heavy metals and human pathogens, but, perhaps more importantly, some plants can also break down halogenated, chlorine, bromine, hydrocarbons, synthesis as herbicides and pesticides. Israel, New Scientist, February 22, 79, lead sewage waters to long canalized ponds, agitated by slowly revolving paddle wheel aerators. Ponds are 0.5 m or less deep, under bright sunlight, or under glass house covers. Dense algal mats form, and these are broken up by the addition of aluminium sulfate, a pollutant, schemed off, drained, centrifuged, steam-dried, and fed to either carp or chickens, although imagine that carp could self-feed on aquatic algae. Algal protein replaces 50% of soybean protein in feed rations to poultry. Total treatment by these methods takes about 4 days. The water is alkaline and somewhat anaerobic, needing more agitation in winter or on cool days. Holland runs sewage to similar canals, and roots reeds or plants as green crop or for craft supplies. It has been found, Echoes 44, Winter 85, that the artificial aeration of facultative ponds is most efficient if run at intervals of 2 hours in 30% of the time. The Bacteria folio 2 digestive modes, and operate best if a rush of air is supplied after a 4-hour anaerobic period, excreting carbon dioxide and thus reducing the bulk of sludge. There are corresponding reductions in energy costs for aeration. Nitrogen was reduced from 20 mg/1 to less than 5 mg/, phosphorus from 8.5 mg/1 to less than 1 mg/. When ferric chloride was supplied, the process has been dubbed AAA, alternating aerobic and anaerobic digestion. Thus, agitation of anaerobic systems by bubbling with compressed methane, and AAA of facultative ponds, can be used to obtain useful yields of methane and high-protein ullage from sewage. As for the aerobic ponds, such higher plants as water hyacinth removed residual metals, surplus nutrients, and the Coley group of bacilli. New Scientist, October 4, 79, p. 29. Microwave radiation can also be effective at breaking up algal mats and stir-releasing algal products, eliminating toxic aluminium salts. As for temperatures, solar ponds used in conjunction with compact anaerobic ponds can supply the low-grade heat necessary for efficient sludge digestion, and methane will drive any motors needed for both aeration and the gas compression used for the agitation of sludge. The whole processing system can be made very compact, and at the aerobic pond level, through flow, can be led to firewood or fuel forest systems, to irrigated grasslands, as at where I be, or by a trickle irrigation to crops in arid areas. Final treatment, now in use in Holland and recommended by scientists at the Max Planck Institute in Switzerland, can be released via a sinuous, sealed canal of a variety of rushes and floating water plants. Waters polluted with metals, biocides, or sewage can be cleaned by traveling through reed beds of Cirrus, Tiffa, and Juncus, or by harvesting off floating plants, such as water hyacinth. The rushes and sedges can be mown and removed periodically for mulch or cellulose. For untreated sewage, a holding time of 10 to 12 days is necessary, or travel through a series of maze-like gravel tilter canals with floating weeds and sedges. For swimming pools and less polluted systems, a pumped cycle of water through ferns, rushes, and watercress suffices to remove urine and leaves. Such pools need a 23 to 30 centimeters, 9 to 12 inch, coarse river gravel base, with intake pipes below, and a skimming notch for leaves. Species recommended are Phragmites communis and species, Tiffa species. Flocculate colloids, dry out sludges, eliminate pathogens. Sternoplectus species, takes up copper, cobalt, nickel. Surface species, breaks down phenols, including toxic pentachlorophenol. Low to zero populations of E. coli, coliform bacteria, salmonella, and enterococci are found after water is 177. Sap PTE, 2 ampere, from SETTUNG PAM. Z. Rush and Presmater. Mummelbed. Greenhouse Ponwath water hyacinth, hyacinta. A. Holding tank with silda. Phase. S. 4 OEUs, WI. EDIAEATORPR septic tank, 1 E2 EPS, then TE, and 7. Fink TE trickle IRRIGATIEN. Of guard. Figure 7.35. Biological treatment of polluted water. From 1 to 9 include sand fitter, reed canal, settling pond, tank, use in neoseptic tank, use in glass house and garden, pump return to AR. To WSTOR. T. Not. E. A. To. KR. And bore to PAM via WINPMELT. Pump. Treated by the above species. Virus and worm eggs are also eliminated. Also active in pathogen removal are, although these species must be tested and selected for specific problems. Elisma plantigo aquatica, Mentha aquatica. Juncus effusus, Skernoplectus lacustris, Spartina species, RIS. Pseudochorus. For chlorinated hydrocarbons, use rush types with large pith cells, Arenchyma, e.g. Juncus species, especially Juncus effusus, Skernoplectus spp. Cyanide compounds, thiocyanates, and phenols were treated in fairly short flow times, 7+ hours, with Juncus. Systems must be carefully tended and monitored in field conditions. Water can flow through a gravel base, planted to purifying species, or for longer rest times, pass through lagoons and ditches. Domestically, a comfort bed is one way to absorb the fecal products of animals, where wash water from yards or pens is available. Comfort can stand heavy inputs of raw faces in solution, and the crop may then be used for fodder or trenched for instant compost. Under other species of plants such as potatoes, flow-through systems for methane production take little plant nutrient from fecal matter and comfort or algae. Ponds deal with the residues, while producing useful byproducts for compost and stock feed. The water from sewage lagoons has been safely used to rear beef cattle at where I be for 35 years, and at Hagerstown, Maryland, USA, sewage water supplied. Figure 7.36. Schematic of sewage ponds to crop. Of solid wastes. The integration OL wastewater arid crop or manure residues is a far more efficient and non-polluting energy system than the combustion. 178. Figure 7.37. Pits for septic tank disposal. Developed in South Australia as the arbor system. Supported. Half-pot never clogs with tree roots, enables trees to remove waste. Water from trench which has cross supports every 1.2 m to create. To selected copiced poplar plots can produce, as wood, chips, some 60% of town energy use. Obviously, water, saved from reducing the extent of urban lawn systems, can supply the remaining deficit plus food crop for any town. As waters pass through towns, it may gain from 300 to 400 ppm in salinity, a grave factor in usage in any dryland area. New Scientist, October 1377. Saline waters can cause problems in irrigated systems, but algae and plant production and removal will reduce the surplus salinity. Discharge of sewage to subsoils does not remove nitrogen compounds from sewage or farm runoff. Again, it is necessary to use productive pond production of algae to reduce nitrates to safe levels for discharge to soils, or we risk pollution of wells and bores, as has occurred in Israel and the USA. As with garbage, separation of sewage into solids and liquids at the domestic level has productive advantages. 2% urea sprayed on the foliage of rice plants in potty has increased grain protein yields to 40%. 11% protein by weight. New Scientist, 1 September 77. Such separation can also be used to recover alcohol and chemicals from urine wastes. Urine diluted with water to a 5% solution controls molds on cucurbits and aids garden growth or compost activity generally. In summary, it has long been apparent that modestly designed sewage treatment systems based on Figure 7.38. Natural swimming pools. Water pumped down through base gravats is cleansed in reed beds, aerated by a flow form, and steamed of leaf. Avoids carcinogenic chloroforms produced by chlorin used inputs. Slow flow through reed bed is essential. A 5R test for the presence of FCOL bacteria. 2-EEEETR. Ubopterforated PPE pan AG. Alga ANP. Bacteria collects on gravel. 179. Sealed, not leaky, lagoons and their associated biological systems not only function to recycle water efficiently, but to create a variety of yields from the wastes of society. There are simply no modern excuses for continuing with the dangerous disposal of such wastes to seas and subsoils, where they inevitably turn up as pollutants in wells, streams, and on beaches, or add considerably to the greenhouse effect of atmospheric carbon dioxide. It is possible to design small and large systems of water treatment systems, which are both biologically safe and productive. K-effluent. There are two basic productive disposal systems for septic tank effluent. Asterisk underground and surface leach fields around which trees are grown. Asterisk biogas conversion, followed by pond growing. Aquatic crop for biogas feedstock, then a leach field. A leach field is a trench or open gravelled soakage pit, through which sewage wastes from a septic tank flows. In clays and clay loams, tank water from a family home will stimulate fruit tree growth, without other irrigation, for 20 meters or more. The system follows normal procedures in that a long trench with a 1:12 ratio base slope is dug away from the septic tank outlet pipe. Topsoil is put to one side, and the trench is fitted with an 18 centimeters or larger half-pot.as per figure 7.37. Coarse gravels or stones are placed in the trench, and c. A tank equals MN AE ES is PEE Lal sent for asterisk New York asterisk 7 I3 asterisk A equals pH of asterisk E F asterisk F OE 1 BSSA asterisk 5 AE asterisk 3 by asterisk Wi-Fi last CJ equals at asterisk S asterisk R equals asterisk 2 H triple A FIM Iran underscore asterisk OES equals NEF asterisk I equals OE asterisk IZL E OC Mir I figure 7.39. Septic tank outfall for semi-arid areas goes low A and X8M disposal pit with 0.5 m of gravel, straw mulch, trees around pit. Widely used in rural Australia. 180. Over all this a strip of plastic or tar paper is placed. The trench is then backfilled and trees planted 1 to 2 m off both sides as 2 to 6 m spacing, all fruit and nut trees. Benefit. Square or round pits about 25 m square can be dug out and filled with graded stone, coarse 6 cm at base to 2 cm at top. Over this, a layer of cardboard and a thick layer of straw is spread, and the latter sown to oats or green crop. Around the pit, trees can be planted. For biogas applications, septic tank effluent, weeds, and manures are loaded into a tank 2 to 1.5 m deep and 3 to 4 m in diameter, a loading chute for weeds and waste about 20 cm and 30 cm slants to the base. Septic tank effluent also enters at the base. Overflow goes to a pond with baffles, and pista, watercress, or any rampant soft water weed is grown there. These are returned to the tank every week. A perforated pipe at the tank base is worked by a small gas compressor to bubble gas back into the tank for 1 to 3 hours daily on a timer. This breaks up the scum on top of the ferment. Gas caught in an inverted tank is fed to the house cooking range, lights, refrigerators. Surplus from the pan is fed to a leach field. 7.6. Natural swimming pools. When thou wilt swimmy in that live bath, each fish, which every channel hath, will amorously to thee swimmy. Gladder to catch thee than thou him. John Donne. Swimming pools have crept across the affluent suburbs, so that, from the air, these ponds now resemble a virulent aquamarine rash on the urban fringe. The color is artificial, fight that blue dye that imitates an ocean wave obediently crashing down the toilet bowls of the overly fastidious chemicals used to purify the water are biocides, and we are biological organisms. If fish can't live in our pools, we should also keep our bodies out of the water when chlorine isn't being used. As a war gas, it is being dumped into our drinking, bathing, and swimming water, where it forms carcinogenic chloroform. Innovative pool designers now filter natural pools below a base pebble bed, using the pebbles as algal/bacterial cleaners, then cycle it through a reed bed to remove excess nutrients before cascading it back, freshly oxygenated, into the pool. Such pools can be Delightful systems with tame fish, crayfish, rock ledges, overarching ferns, and great good health. Figure 7.38. They are also reserves for firefighting, potential heat, sources for heat pumps, barriers to fire, and emergency. Water supplies rechargeable from the roof, and can be recycled by photovoltaic pumps. Goodbye to the endless servicing, and perhaps hello to an occasional lobster or overgrown trout. Ye. Designer's checklist. On any property, identify sources of water, analyze for quality and quantity, and reserve sites for tanks, swales, or dams. Wherever possible, use slope benefits, or raise tanks, to give gravity flow to use points, and detail plant lists that will grow as mature plants or trees. In the general landscape, soil samples, for 40% or more clay content, will reveal sites suited to earth dam construction. Such sites need to be reserved for future storages. A sequence of primary valleys may enable a key line system to be established for downhill fire, where evaporation exceeds precipitation, arid areas. Make sure all water runoff is infiltrated to soil storages via soil conditioning, rip lines, swales, pits, or sandfield soakages. In humid areas, open surface dams. Dams can be used. Define water pathways in use, so that water use is economical in houses, and that grey water is used in gardens, via filtration beds, forests, or for villages. Design for cleanup on site through a common effluent scheme based on maximum use, methane, plant. Get good advice on, and supervise construction of all dams. Wherever possible, do not impede normal stream flow or fish migration, and site houses out of the way in case of dam failure. In particular, allow adequate stable spillway flow for worst case rain intensity. Make sure that all earth storages, and in particular, swales, are planted with trees, to remove infiltrated water and, in arid areas, to prevent salting problems. Before recommending cloud seeding, make sure that the area to be affected is warned, and that dams and swales are designed to cope with any increase, up to 30%, in rains. Design for forested ridges, and maximize forest on strategic uplands. Do not lend your skills to high country deforestation, or any deforestation. Windbreaks and in-crop trees are essential to reduce water loss in croplands. 7.8. References. Chorley, R.J., ed. Water, Earth, and Man, Methuen and Co., London, 1969. Nelson, Kenneth D. Design and Construction of Small Earth Dams, Incada Press, Melbourne, Australia, 1985. Seidel, Kathy, et al., Contributions to the Revitalization of Waters, Max Planck Institute, Krefeld-Hulseberg, West Germany, 1976. Yeomans, P.A. Water for Every Farm, 2nd back row. Press, Lura, NSW, Australia, 1981. 181. Chapter 8. Soils. The best fertilizer is the footsteps of the gardener. Chinese proverb. 8.1. Introduction. The properties and treatments of common soil types in specific climatic areas are summarized in later chapters, so that in this chapter we deal more with soil as a material, including some of the ways to stabilize and assist soils in retaining their productivity, soil conservation and soil conditioning. Sales defy precise treatment, of their structure, and permeability, organic content, gaseous components. Some derived from the atmosphere, some from processes within the soil, and some exhaled from the sediments below, minerals, pH, and water, or rather, solute status, changes from hour to hour with soil depth and treatment, and in response to micro elevations. Added to this is the fact that many soils are originally complex mixtures derived from a variety of rock types, and that they may have had a very long end. A final factor is that despite all our knowledge, in spite of soil services and soil analysis, and despite the best attempts of people to care for land, we are losing topsoil at an ever-increasing rate. Australia, where I live and write, has perhaps 30% of its original soils in fair condition. The rest are washed or blown away, or sadly depleted in structure and yield. This is true of most countries of the world where extractive agriculture and forestry occurs. The closer soils are defined, it seems, the less likely we are to know them. Notwithstanding the specific uncertainty, there are some sustainable approaches to soil maintenance and to soil rehabilitation. It is in these areas that we will outline strategies. Keep in mind. 182. However, that we are always dealing with a matrix or mosaic that is in constant variation in place and time. Nobody can be dogmatic about any natural system. Soil science concentrates very much on what is there classifications, but not on how to evolve soil. Often it is left to amateurs, gardeners, and farmers to create good soil by water control, modest aeration, and plant and animal management. Farmers and gardeners seem to be so often the practical, innovative, experimental, successful group, while often ignored by academics, that I despair of esoteric knowledge ever preceding effective action. Very few farmers can persuade a group of scientists to assess their apparently successful soil trials. It is past time that we assess whether more science is not being done by outdoor people than by scientists who, like myself, more often collect the results of others than generate them by example. Science is good at explaining why things work, and thus making skills teachable. It is not so good at initiating field work, or in training people already in the field to work effectively. It is hard to say if scientists lack the means to get into the real work, or if they choose science to escape from field problems. It is hard out in the field of erosion, landlords, foreclosures, poverty, greed, malnutrition, and exploitation, but that's where all the action is. A field approach means choosing values, getting involved with people, and inspiring broad-scale change. Farmers' field days advance knowledge far more effectively than scientific papers, and local educational sessions more than either of these. However, both scientists and farmers have much to give and take. This sort of coalition is slowly starting to happen as a result of joint concern on a private level. Soils can be residual, resting in place over their present rock, or transported by water, ice, gravity, and wind. In their formation the key factors are rock type, climate, and topography, or landform. Water has a key role in rock breakdown, combining with such common minerals as feldspath in rock to swell and fracture the rock, then to hydrate the feldspath TP kaolin, clay, and potassium carbonate. The carbonates released make of soil water a stronger carbonic acid than it is. Rain. Atmospheric oxygen dissolves in rain to oxidize iron minerals, varieties, and forms both hematite and a Quantity of sulfuric acid, which again dissolves metals, so that water makes an effective rock decomposer, even without invoking the expansion of water as ice, or the power of ice, as glaciers, to grind rocks to flour. Plants too are wedging open rocks and mineral particles, recreating acids and transporting minerals in their sap to other locations. All of this work creates a mantle of, which is estimated to build at about 2 to 4 t/ha per year as onco-impact topsoil, but which we remove at a rate of from 40 to 500 t/year in cropping and soil tillage. Even the most ideal tillage just keeps pace with the most ideal conditions of soil formation, and in the worst cases we can remove 2,000 years of soil in a single erosion season, or one sequence of flood or strong wind over cultivated soils. The only places where soils are conserved or increased are * in uncut forests, * under the quiet water of lakes and ponds, TN prairies and meadows of permanent plants, and where we grow plants with mulched or non-tillage systems. These then are the core subjects of sustainable societies of any conceivable future. They are not, you might notice, the subjects most taught in the agri-cultural colleges or forestry courses of the recent past, nor do they occupy the minds of politicians, investment bankers, or TV stars. Before starting on the complex subject of soils, and I am not a soil scientist, it is wise to draw back a little and consider the question of soils from some very different viewpoints, or sets of values. They are, broadly these. Health, both human and plant. We must be careful and conservative in approach, especially in the area of biocides and high levels of artificial fertilizers. After all, our ancestors lived to a ripe old age on homegrown produce without the benefit of herbicides, pesticides, or artificial fertilizers. We must, therefore, improve on, not lessen, that factor of long-tested vitality that was, and is, integral to good. Not that believe that their health was purely due to diet. Several other factors associated with gardening may be one day better assessed, including mild but regular exercise. Gardening is a sort of steady and non-stressing tai chi meditation. We can sit and look as much as work, and banish all cares. Found my grandfather as often just looking as working, and he fed about 20 families from his market garden. Meaning in gardening, there is a very conscious sense of doing a job that is worthwhile, and of direct value to others. Gardening, especially food gardening, is right livelihood, life interest, perhaps derived from the above. Every day, every season there is change, something new to observe, and constant learning. Permaculture greatly adds to this interest, and has the dimensions of a life-oriented chess game, involving the elements, energy, and the dimensions of both life forms and building structures, also with political, social, financial, and global implications. Yield. Here, we come to a grave impasse. There is no doubt that the once-off yield of a plot and fertilized monoculture, supported by chemicals and large energy inputs, can out-yield that of almost every other production system. But, at what public cost? For how long maintained? With what improvement in nutrition? With what guarantee of sustainability? With what effect on world hunger, on soils, and on our health? There is now abundant proof that such forced yields are temporary, and that plow cultures destroy soils and societies. These are some very awkward questions to ask of the agricultural establishment, for very few, if any, modern agricultural systems do not carry the seeds of our own destruction. These systems are those that receive public financial support, yet they destroy the countryside in a multitude of ways, from clearing the land of forest, hedgerow, and animal species to long-term soil degradation and poisoning. We are thus obliged, by entrenched bureaucracies, to pay for the destruction of our world, regardless of the long-term costs to be borne by our children and our societies. Life in soil. Soil organisms are a major soil factor, and have myriad perceptible and profound effects on pH, mineral content and availability, soil structure, and erosion. Ethics. It is the purpose of people on earth to reduce all soils to perfectly balanced, well-drained, irrigated, and mulched market gardens, although this is achievable and necessary on the 4% of the earth we need for our food production. Thus, what I have to say of soils refers to that 4%, with wider implications only. For those soils, 60% of all agricultural soils that we have ruined by the plow or polluted by emissions from cars, sprays, radioactives and industry. Our largest job is the restoration of soils and forests. For the sake of a healthy earth itself, it is most definitely not to clear, deforest, or ruin any more land, but first to put in order what we have destroyed, at the same time attending to the modest area that we need for our survival and full nutrition. Without poorly drained, naturally deficient, leached, acidic or alkaline sites, many of the plant species on earth would disappear. They have evolved in response to just such difficult conditions, and have specialized to occupy less than perfect soil sites. Colin Tudge, New Scientist 86, muses on the proportion of the British Isles that could be given back to nature. He comes down with a very conservative estimate of perhaps 60%, and at that, without letting 183 go of the misconception that it is agriculture, not individual and market gardening, that will actually provide the future food we eat, a common fallacy. John Gibbons estimates, on the basis of gardens, that we could return perhaps 94% of land to its own. Not that I think that we will get there this next decade, but we can start, and our children can continue the process, and so develop new forests and wilderness to explore. A reduction of the ecological deserts that we have called agriculture is well overdue, as is a concomitant reduction in the twin disasters of newspapers and packaging derived from ancient forests. 8.2. Soil and health. As long as we live, we will be discovering new things about the soil-plant-animal relationship. Soils harbor and transfer both diseases and antibiotics. Plants will take up from the soil many modern antibiotics, penicillin, sulfa drugs, and we might then ingest them at concentrated levels. Animals will retain residual antibiotics, therefore new and resistant strains of disease organisms, and will contain residual hormones and biocides. Plants and animals may concentrate or nullify environmental pollutants. Most of these pollutants are in fact concentrated by both plants and animals, but the degree to which this happens varies between need. Both dangers and benefits arise from our food. Natural levels of soil antibiotics may sustain us, and natural resistance to disease is in great part transmitted to us via food. It is certainly the case with vitamins and trace elements that they maintain the function of many metabolic processes in minute but necessitous amounts. When people lived as inhabitants of regions, as many still do, they adapted to local soils, plants, and nutritional levels or they died out. Today, we bring in global food to global markets, and so risk the global spread of agrichologenic, farm-caused diseases. Like the home water tank, the house garden represents a limited and locally at risk under our control, and of little risk to society generally. Public water supplies and commercial foods are a different matter, distributed as they are throughout many modern societies. In soil rehabilitation, we are forced to start with what is now there. Only rarely have we soil containing all the nutrients a plant may need to grow. Most gardeners and farmers who have developed sustainable soil systems allow 3 to 4 years for building a garden, and 5 to 15 years to restore a devastated soil landscape. This applies only to the physical restoration of soils and to the development of appropriate plant systems. There are far more lengthy processes to be undertaken where 184. The pollution of soils and waters. Orchards, sugarcane areas, pineapple, cotton, tobacco, crop, and banana plantations, to name just a few. Well-known cases have had such an orgy of mineral additives, arsenicals, aldrin, DDT, copper salts, and dioxins applied that even after 18 to 20 years of no chemical use, a set of apple orchards in West Australia produces unsafe levels of aldrin and dieldrin in the eggs of free-range chickens. Attempts to grow prawns in ponds on such lands have failed on the basis of residual dieldrin levels in soils. When we come to assess the total environmental damage caused by persistent misuse of chemicals, we will find many farms, as well as bores and rivers, that will need to be put INTE for non-food production as fuel forests or structural timber for decades to come. The same may already hold true for soils within 100 m of roadways where leaded petrol is used, and where 800-1000 cars pass daily. We face lockup periods of tens or at times thousands of years for the radioactives blowing off, or leaking from, waste dumps and strategic stockpiles of yellowcake uranium, La, Kentucky, Kusha, and the UK or France, or from accidents such as those occurring at atomic power plants, or from their wastes. Cadmium and uranium polluted soils of chemically based and heavily fertilized market gardens, waste dumps of industry, and the long-term effects of nitrate polluted soil waters can be added to those lists of already dangerous areas. Even now, applied health levels would close down many farms and factories. And, as awareness rises, this will be done in the near future by public demand. The costs of rehabilitation, as phi acid rain, already far outstrip the profits of degradation, and may in fact be prohibitive for areas that were developed for farming from 1950 to the present, the age of agricultural pollution. Large quantities of lead, arsenic, copper, and persistent biocides are applied on most apple orchards. Data is available for some metals, Echos 540, winter, *84. Copper and lead stay at or near the surface of sails. In high concentrations. Arsenic may also stay at this level in clay soils, or wash down to subsoil, 50 to 60 centimeters deep, in acid sands, leaching from clays or organic profiles, 10 to 20 centimeters, is unlikely, although phosphate application may dislodge arsenic to deeper levels. In pasture plants under such orchards, copper can reach 50 ppm, poisonous to sheep. Excess copper in the diet causes tocomic jaundice, liver poisoning, and blood in the urine. People in Australian deserts often show high copper blood levels and blood in urine. Molybdenum, zinc, and sulfur may buffer copper uptake in sheep at least. Uptake by plants increases with temperature and acidity, for lead and copper, as for vegetables. Arsenic uptake is not related to acidity. Silver beet, Swiss chard, fed with nitrogen lose high arsenic concentrations, but may then be unsuitable for children due to high nitrate levels. Several substances have now polluted soils. There are no easy remedies for polluted soils, but the following strategies may help. E-lead, from car exhausts and lead paint, pipes. Battery burning. Worst cases are in urban areas of older buildings. Lead at 1100 ppm can be present, and is both taken up by and dusted on the surface of vegetables. However, it is possible to garden by cracked bricks or gravel as a base, building up beds to 30 centimeters deep, and making up a rich composted soil of over 40% organic content. Growing vegetables and having leaf analyses done, washing in dilute vinegar if lead is still used locally in petrol. Asterisk persistent biocides, especially DDT, aldrin, dieldrin, BHC, etc. If you buy or inherit an old orchard, cane field, or plantation, banana, pineapple, cotton, tobacco, it is unlikely that any animal product, milk, eggs, meat, will be free of high levels of biocides. There is no choice but to go into forestry, and to produce non-food crop until other methods are developed. Also, test your own vegetables for residual toxic materials. Groundwater can contain 80 to 90 biocidal substances below farms, including those derived from fertilizers, sprays, and fuels. Near industrial waste, dumps, dioxins, radioactives, and heavy metal wastes, cadmium, chromium, mercury, can be added. Do not use untested wells or bore waters for any purpose. Drink tank water and try to harvest surface runoff for gardens. It is estimated that several decades may be needed to clear most aquifers of pollutants. Almost every state of the USA has serious problems. Rainwater harvest and strict water conservation is indicated for the long-term future. Several substances are added to town water supplies, and these may include chlorine, fluorine, alum, aluminum sulfate, and other metabolic poisons. We must not add to this mess. Avoid all biocides, high levels of nitrates, and watch on-farm disposal of oils and fuels. Human health and nutrition. The subject of human nutrition is complex, and under fairly constant assessment by scientists from many disciplines. 4 very broad statements can be made. 1. A normally mixed diet, omnivorous, has been exhibited by most human groups. Excessive dietary simplicity, reliance on too few foods, or a restricted dietary range has its dangers, while a mixed diet of local foods, plus an active life, has usually proved healthy, providing good hygiene is also observed. Public, personal, and domestic. 2. In the developed countries, refined and processed foods, too much inclusion of animal fats, and a plethora of food additives has certainly resulted in malnutrition and in degenerative diseases, obesity, High blood pressure, heart disease, there is now a general move away from smoking, heavy drinking, and many fatty or processed foods, and a rising demand for lean meats, fish, and clean vegetables, fruits, and nuts. 3. In areas subject to famine, semi-starvation, or where very low levels of critical vitamins, commonly Ca, B complex, or minerals, iron, zinc, exist, it is necessary to take great care with human and soil health, and to have a very sound knowledge of the possible results of any new dietary change. Whole grains and pulses may strip out the little zinc the body retains where there are starving people in alkaline desert areas. Zinc tablets may then be needed if such foods are commonly used. Traditional diets, long maintained, are a guide to local food tolerances. For there is a complex and constant interaction between food, soil, trace elements, pH, biocides, and fertilizers. Too often, product yield, weight, or processing suitability is the only reason given for using biocides and fertilizers. Nutrition is rarely mentioned in plant breeding programs. Heavy use of fertilizers. The macronutrients can cause a deficiency of micronutrients. AP Text 6, 1, 1984. We are individually different in our ability to metabolize and tolerate foods. For some of us, specific food allergies are very real, and at least in part, e.g. lactic acid intolerance, arise from little exposure to certain food groups in our racial history. Individuals can test for ill effects by becoming conscious of headaches or other symptoms, and experimentally eliminating some foods or beverages from their diet, or even a class of food, e.g. dairy products, grains, still leaving a very wide range of foods from gardens, farms, ponds, and nature. Another basic individual variable, apart from metabolic efficiency, is body weight itself. Dosages of any substance vary with body build, fats, and dosage per kilogram weight, so that alcohol and anesthetics, for instance, may have a very different metabolic effect on two people of equal weight, one of whom is fat and one lean. So it is with specific foods. The same procedure in health is to maintain basic hygiene, grow and eat healthy plants and animals, avoid biocides and pollutants, take easy exercise, drink clean water or beverages, and stay as cheerful as this world permits, or adopt a positivistic lifestyle. The rest is up to chance, traffic accidents, or megalomaniacs, and wars, and these demand common sense changes too. The social systems, plus a little good luck.